principally of coal, food, cotton, tobacco, shipping services, largely in surplus. With this help, the International Bank should enable European reconstruction to get underway. This calculation of the role of the bank and fund and the composition of the aid turned out to be unrealistic and erroneous. The 3-year grant should be based on a European plan, which the principal European nations headed by the UK, France, and Italy should work out. Clayton also recommended a European Economic Federation, in which he was nearly a decade ahead of the Treaty of Rome. Other nations might help with surplus food and raw materials, Clayton concluded, but we must avoid getting into another UNRRA. The United States must run this show. When Clayton sent this memorandum to me, he asked that a meeting be arranged to discuss it with the general. This I did for the next day, giving him the memorandum to read. Meanwhile, Kennan's study, requested by General Marshall, had come in. It was more cautious than Clayton's, dwelling more on difficulties and dangers, which were certainly there, than on the imperative need for action. It agreed that European countries must produce a plan for recovery, but pointed out how difficult a task this would be with the Soviet Union in its present mood. When we met on May 28, we had both papers before. Will Clayton was one of the most powerful and persuasive advocates to whom I have listened. Both qualities came from his command of the subject and the depth of his conviction. What he said at the meeting added to his paper principally corroborative detail to illustrate the headlong disintegration of the highly complex industrial society of Europe through the breakdown of relations between the industrial cities and the food. Producing millions of people would soon die, creating a chaos of bloodshed and disorder in doing so. To organize the great effort needed to prevent this disaster would take time. But it had to begin here and now. Surely the plan should be a European plan and come, or at any rate appear to come, from Europe. But the United States must run the show, and it must start running it now. On this main point, there was no debate. It would be folly, the general said, to sit back and do nothing. His principal concern was whether any proposal we might make should be addressed to all Europe, or to Western Europe only. We were agreed, Clayton, Cohen, Kennan, Bolin, and myself, that the United States should not assume the responsibility of dividing Europe. I pointed out that Russian obstruction in developing a European plan could be overcome by not requiring her agreement. What might be fatal to congressional support would be Russian support and demands, as Henry Wallace had been advocating, of up to 50% of the benefits. Kennan suggested that we might blandly treat the Soviet Union as like ourselves, a donor of raw materials. The matter was left inconclusive. The general cautioned sternly against leaks. A hint of a new request for vast funds would cause immediate and adverse action. The manner of the first approach must be carefully considered. As one looks back on it, he left us with very little to leak. His concern about congressional reaction was borne out a few hours later. Leslie Biffle, secretary to the minority, had invited me to lunch in his office with about a dozen senators. The talk there, as my memorandum to General Marshall reported, convinced me that some discussion with Congress in the near future was a necessity. With Brian McMahon of Connecticut taking the lead, they insisted that they should be told what the administration had in mind, or at least what the problem was as we saw it. If we attempted to confront them with a fait accompli, they would refuse to vote grants or credits. I was urged to talk to the policy committee of the Democratic minority, which would have been a fatal mistake. I was convinced that the general should begin talks very soon about the great seriousness of the problems, and later on make a speech about them, before suggesting any solutions. General Marshall's Harvard speech. The next day he mentioned to me a Harvard invitation to receive an honorary degree, which had been pending for a long time, said he would probably be asked to make a short speech, and asked whether this would be a good time to say something about Europe. I advised against it on the ground that commencement speeches were a ritual to be endured without hearing. Undeterred, he accepted the invitation and agreed to speak. Bolin was asked to draft something from the Kennan and Clayton memoranda. A few days later, Clayton and I saw the draft, contributed our own suggestions, and heard no more. The most difficult portions of the speech were, obviously, to whom should the proposal be addressed, And what should the proposal be? Whether the general discuss the speech with the president, and if so, what they said. They discuss it. It will also surprise many that the Secretary of State went off to deliver so momentous a speech with an incomplete text and never informed the department of its final form. I had to pry it out of Colonel Marshall Carter at almost the last moment over the telephone. We had the release ready not too long before General Marshall began to speak at mid-afternoon on June 5th. But he knew that the attention paid to what he would say that day would not be affected by the techniques of publicity. The speech was short, simple, and altogether brilliant in its statement of a purpose and a proposal adapted to the necessities of his position. A little more than half of the speech, just over a printed page, set forth the condition of Europe and the causes for it. This came straight from the two Clayton memoranda. The statement of purpose was designed to win over the critics of the Truman Doctrine, both at home and abroad, who deprecated its stress on the confrontation with the Soviet Union strategically and ideologically. Yet it did this without leaving doubt that along with real understanding of the problem went determined will to resolve it. 3 notes composed this chord. 1. Our policy is directed not against any country or doctrine, but against hunger, poverty, desperation, and chaos. Its purpose should be the revival of a working economy in the world, so as to permit the emergence of political and social conditions in which free institutions can exist. 2. Such assistance, I am convinced, must not be on a piecemeal basis as various crises develop. Any assistance that this government may render in the future should provide a cure rather than a mere palliative. 3. Any government that is willing to assist in the task of recovery will find full cooperation, I am sure, on the part of the United States government. Any government which maneuvers to block the recovery of other countries cannot expect help from us. Furthermore, governments, political parties, or groups which seek to perpetuate human misery in order to profit therefrom politically or otherwise will encounter the opposition of the United States. If General Marshall believed, which I am sure he did not, that the American people would be moved to so great an effort as he contemplated, by as platonic a purpose as combating hunger, poverty, desperation, and chaos, he was mistaken. But he was wholly right in stating this as the American governmental purpose. I have probably made as many speeches and answered as many questions about the Marshall Plan as any man alive, except possibly Paul Hoffman, and what citizens and the representatives in Congress alike always wanted to learn in the last analysis was how Marshall aid operated to block the extension of Soviet power and the acceptance of communist economic and political organization and alignment. Columnists and commentators might play with bloodless words and conceptions like projectors of silent moving pictures, but the bulk of their fellow citizens were unimpressed. It was in the formulation of the proposal that the genius of General Marshall's statement stands out. It comprised 6 sentences, only one of which. It is already evident that, before the United States Gov proceed further in its efforts to alleviate the situation and help start the European world on its way to recovery, there must be some agreement among the countries of Europe as to the requirements of the situation and the part those countries themselves will take in order to give proper effect to whatever action might be undertaken by this government. It would be neither fitting nor efficacious for this government to undertake to draw up unilaterally a program designed to place Europe on its feet economically. This is the business of the Europeans. The initiative, I think, must come from Europe. The program should be a joint one, agreed to by a number of, if not all, European nations. The role of this country should consist of friendly aid in the drafting of a European program and of later support of such a program so far as it may be practical for us to do so. Surely no sensible man could object to a suggestion that if the Europeans, all or some of them, could get together on a plan of what was needed to get them out of the dreadful situation depicted, and how they proposed to go about it, we would take a look at their plan and see what aid we might practically give. However, it was more than possible that an imaginative European could go far with such a start. I made sure that at least one should be given his chance. Getting hold of my British friends, Mile, Mac Call, and Muggeridge, with whom a month before I had discussed the purpose of my Delta Council speech. I explained the full import of the Harvard one, asking that they cable or telephone the full text and have their editors send a copy to Ernest Bevin with my estimate of its importance. This they did while Miles broadcast the story to Britain from Washington. Bevin was quick to seize the opportunity that General Marshall had offered him. Some years later, Bevin told me that after reading the speech, William Strang, then permanent Under-Secretary of the Foreign Office, suggested inquiring through the British Embassy in Washington what specifically the Secretary of State had in mind. Mr. Bevin vetoed the suggestion. He would not, he said, pry into what General Marshall was thinking about. What he had said was good enough for Bevin. He got in touch at once with Georges Bidault, Foreign Minister of France. In 2 weeks' time, they met with Molotov in Paris to discuss how Europeans might devise a European recovery plan, its requirements, and the parts they would play in it. The tripartite aspect of the talks soon blew up. I have described the scene as Bevin told it to me. It seems that Molotov has a bump on his forehead which swells when he is under emotional strain. The matter was being debated, and Molotov had raised relatively minor questions or objections at various points when a telegram was handed to him. He turned pale, and the bump on his forehead swelled. After that, his attitude changed, and he became much more harsh. I suspect that Molotov must have thought that the instructions sent him was stupid. In any event, the withdrawal of the Russians made operations much more simple. On the next day, July 3rd, Bevin and Bidault issued a joint communiqué inviting 22 other European nations to send representatives to Paris to consider a recovery plan. Czechoslovakia, which had at first agreed to attend, withdrew its acceptance after a visit to Moscow by Premier Gottwald and poor Jan Masaryk, the Foreign Secretary. Once again, General Marshall's judgment and his luck combined to produce the desired result. I was to make one more official contribution to the Marshall Plan before my days in the Under-Secretary's office in New State expired. Although members of Congress were now assured that they were not to be confronted by some sudden and unexpected demand, the conviction was growing that in time they would, if the Europeans should do their part, be confronted with a very sizable one. How could they participate in the preparation of some preliminary defenses? Arthur Vandenberg began to feel for a method. General Marshall, in the Harvard speech, had suggested that one part of this country's role might be friendly aid in the drafting of a European program. On June 14th, in the New York Times, William S. White reported Vandenberg's idea of a nonpartisan commission at the highest level to advise coordination of our resources with foreign needs. I feared a tripartite monstrosity, like the contemporaneous Hoover Commission on Administrative Reform appointed by the House, the Senate, and the President. It seemed to me of the greatest importance for the President to anticipate this move by appointing as soon as possible a committee of his own choosing, after consultation with leaders of Congress, and I asked General Marshall to urge the President to do so, which he did. Within an hour, I would have a list of suggested committeemen representing all branches of American life. After consultation with Clayton Harriman, then Secretary of Commerce and the prospective chairman of our committee, and a few in the department, we soon got together an eminent, knowledgeable, and representative committee. On the afternoon of June 22nd, everything, including a press release, was ready for the President when we met in his upstairs study in the White House with a nonpartisan group that included Senators Vandenberg, Connolly, White, and Barkley, and Secretaries Marshall, Snyder, Clinton Anderson of Agriculture, and Julius A. Krug of Interior. I acted as recording secretary. The President gave Vandenberg full credit for the suggestion, read off the committee members and their qualifications, which were impressive, and asked for suggestions. Vandenberg suggested former Senator Robert M. La Follette, Jr. of Wisconsin, whom the President added to the list. After a pause, he told me to go out and release the appointment of the committee and the membership to the press. The group then went on to discuss a second group to assist Secretary Krug in a study of available raw material and basic potential production of such necessities as coal and steel here and abroad, and another under chairman, Edwin G. Norse of the Council of Economic Advisers, to study the effect of this amount of foreign aid on the economy of the United States. By the time the meeting broke up, the Harriman Committee was an established fact. 27. Mustered. My successor is chosen. General Marshall went about choosing my successor as he did other decisions. No meetings, no lists of names, no papers on desired qualifications. He thought about the question and came to a conclusion. What would I think, he asked me, of Robert Lovett? He had been Assistant Secretary of War for Air during the war and had gone back to his banking business in New York. We had known each other since Yale days. He had all the necessary requirements of mind, character, and Washington experience. Most importantly, that experience included years of working with General Marshall under the severe pressures of wartime. He knew Europe well. I thought it an excellent idea. Bob Lovett's nomination went to the Senate and came before the Foreign Relations Committee in May. I obtained permission from Senator Vandenberg to introduce my successor to the committee. Contrary to popular mythology, my relations with the committee then and later were most friendly. I told the senators of our long association and my high regard for him, of his distinguished record in 2 wars, as a young naval aviator in 1917-18 and as the civilian organizer of the Great Army Air Corps in 1940-45, of his knowledge of the pre-war economics of Europe and its post-war dislocations, of General Marshall's great confidence in him, then asking for the same kindness from the committee that it had always extended to me. I withdrew and left him on his own. It was no new experience for him, and of course resulted in his unanimous confirmation on May 28th. This gave us time for a period and method of preparation that, so far as I know, is without parallel before or since, though why, it is hard to understand. For a month before he took over the Under-Secretary's duties, Lovett went through what might be called on-to-job training. First, he learned the organization and functioning of the department and met its principal officers in the course of doing so. Then he sat beside me in my office or in the secretary's, hearing all conversations, reading all papers, attending all meetings, and participating in all decisions. More and more I pushed him forward and withdrew myself. On Tuesday, July 1st, 1947, he merely moved to the chair at the desk, thoroughly familiar with what was going across it. Robert Lovett did a superlative job for the next 18 months, during a substantial part of which he shouldered the added burdens of being acting secretary when General Marshall was absent in South America and in Paris at meetings of the United Nations attempting to deal with the BI. Election tension at home, he kept close and constructive relations with Senators Vandenberg and Connolly and others in Congress. The Marshall Plan legislation and appropriation were passed. The Vandenberg Resolution, forerunner of NATO, voted, and the North Atlantic Treaty negotiations begun. Under great difficulties, American leadership went forward without a moment of faltering. Among the important contributions to this remarkable achievement was Robert Lovett's. His relationship with Senator Vandenberg was indispensable to it. Taking the salute. Monday, June 30th, 1947, was my last day as Under Secretary of State. Lovett was ready to take the oath of office and thoroughly familiar with current matters. The formalities of resignation had been attended to in May, leaving ample time for my successor's nomination and confirmation. I had also written the President a more personal note of farewell. His longhand response gives some sense of his warm humanity. Dear Dean, May 6th, 1947. I am a damned sentimentalist. Your note touched me where I live. You are too kind to me, but I like it, and I am glad you are. You have been an arm for me to lean upon. As Marse Roberts said when Stonewall lost his left arm at Chancellorsville, General Jackson has lost his left arm. I have lost my right. That's the way I feel when you leave state. With you and our incomparable secretary, the General, over there, I don't have a worry in the world. He says you are a tower of strength to him, but the die is cast, and I'll stand by it. May you live long and prosper, and may I always deserve your goodwill and friendship. You always have mine. Sincerely, Harry S. Truman. My last appearance at the 9 to 30 meeting started off the day. It went with the usual briskness. As it adjourned, Will Clayton said that there would be no farewells, but they had ventured to have prepared a memento of our service together. I still use it daily. A thermos carafe for ice water on a silver tray with their signatures inscribed around the circumference. And I have their accompanying note before me as I write, "This gift comes to you with the admiration, affection, free and unfettered, an enduring friendship of the officers who have enjoyed and benefited from participation in that uniquely Achesonian organization, the 9:30 Club, or prayer meeting. With our very best wishes, Chip Bolin, Will Clayton, Ben Cohen, Charlie Fahey, Ernie Grossloy, Henderson Jack Hickerson, John Hildring Alger Hiss, Doc Matthews, Jack Purifoy, Dean Rusk Willard Thorpe, John Carter Vincent." As the President wanted to discuss one last matter with us both before I left, aside from that, only signing answers to the flood of letters which had fallen, load the announcement of my resignation and farewells within the department remain. From my chair in the President's office, I could see through the double-glass door into the rose garden. A group seemed to be assembling there. The conversation in the office was singularly purposeless. Suddenly, in the group outside, I caught sight of my wife. At that moment, I was led out to join the company. The President announced that he was conferring on me the Medal of Merit, pinned the insignia on my lapel, and read the citation. Mr. Acheson, as a private citizen in 1940, was among those who first saw clearly the fascist threat to our national existence. He exerted his distinguished advocacy to rally his fellow citizens in favor of the delivery of American destroyers to beleaguered Britain as Assistant Secretary of State from February 1, 1941 to August 16, 1945. And as Undersecretary until today, he has been one of the architects of victory and of the struggle for peace. In his relations with the Congress, Mr. Acheson fostered a responsive relationship between the executive and legislative branches of the government in the field of foreign affairs, and he brought to the councils of government a long view and a genius for bold design typified by the Acheson to Lilienthal plan for international control of atomic energy. The secret had been perfectly kept. I could not have been more surprised. After I had greeted kind friends who had assembled, the President carried me off to the cabinet luncheon in the White House, where he put me on his right and gave me a pleasant opportunity to take leave of colleagues with whom I had served so closely for so much of the past 2 years. That evening, after dining with General Marshall and a group of colleagues whom he had assembled, and with their generous words still ringing in my cars, I was driven home to a private, or at least semi-private, life, the habit, forming drug of public life. After a 6.5-year hitch in the department under war and near to war conditions, I was tired. How tired I realized only after the sustaining prop of responsibility was gone. Then came the lesson that before rest and rebuilding reserves can begin, one must unwind and relax. The partners in the old law firm relieved concern about a visible means of support by asking me to rejoin them after this second desertion. They have always been kind and generous friends, not only receiving the prodigal but sending him off, first for a long vacation. This began with a time at our farm and went on to a camping trip with the truest of friends, Ray and Maud Atherton, who were then presiding over our embassy in Ottawa. Our campsite must surely have been the most beautiful on earth, beside a lake nestled in the towering Canadian Rockies at Jasper Park. There the superintendent of the park and his delight. Soon we were back in Washington. Readjustment from public to private life involves something of the anguish and unhappiness of a drug addict in his withdrawal period. That comes, I am told, from the protests of a system too long accustomed to overstimulation to its being withdrawn. Public life is not only a powerful stimulant, but a habit-forming one. Moreover, it is an insidious and seductive drug, a kind of happiness drug, at least sometimes. Henry Nevinson suggests why I have certainly found true joys springing up along the edges of many paths, but never for the seeking or according to plan. Suddenly and unexpectedly they have appeared. As to what those paths might be, I must go back to the old Greek definition of happiness as the exercise of vital powers along lines of excellence in a life affording them scope. Why? With all its tribulations, and there are many, no one should doubt that public life, especially on the national stage, offers scope for the exercise of vital powers and along lines of excellence. Indeed, so great is the scope, so vast the tasks, so limitless the horizons, that vital powers are exercised far beyond what one had thought of as his strength. One seems to live in a world of problems and demands intellectual, emotional, psychological, and often physical larger than most men are ordinarily called upon to meet. Then suddenly, this stops. The stimulation is gone, but the glands go on working for a time. This period of readjustment to shrinkage in the scope for action is not altogether an easy or a happy one. Its outstanding sensation is of the flatness of life, its immediate need, the acquisition or reacquisition of new values, return to semi-private life. For a lawyer returning to private practice, the test of scope as an ingredient of happiness can hardly lie in the importance of what he does, since little that will come his way will equal in importance matters that concerned him as a public servant, however his client may view the comparison. But the degree to which a matter may challenge and open the way for the exercise of his professional skills, imagination, and judgment is another matter. At least I found it true in reviving my interest in my profession, though the time given to me was unhappily too short to revive with it either legal reputation or competence. Two professional matters chiefly occupied these brief months. One, the argument in the Supreme Court of the United States of two cases for impecunious farmers and fishermen of Japanese descent, prosecuted under California statutes attempting to exclude them from their means of livelihood. The other, the defense of one of the industrial giants of our time against an attempt by the federal government to terminate its relations with another giant. Each of these tasks called out the best my colleagues and I had to give. Despite this, it may not altogether surprise all of my readers to learn that our poor clients triumphed and our rich client met defeat. The Citizens Committee for the Marshall Plan, by midsummer 1947, an organization had been formed to gain popular and legislative support for the Marshall Plan. This was so uniquely and typically American that it deserves a bit more than passing notice. What made it so was, first, that it was privately organized, and second, that it supported a policy for which the government was also seeking support. Many private organizations in the United States and elsewhere protest, sometimes against government action, sometimes against social or economic disadvantages, but few organize privately to support government, and fewer still to support policies or measures not directly beneficial to themselves or their group. Before the Citizens Committee for the Marshall Plan, the last great effort of this sort had been the Committee to Defend America by aiding the Allies in 1939 and 1940. When I described these endeavors to Robert Schuman as the European defense community was running into increasing trouble in France, he was convinced that similar efforts would be impossible in France. Colonel Stimson lent his immense prestige as our honorary president, while former Secretary of War Robert Patterson and I took on operational responsibility. Harold Stein, later director of the Woodrow Wilson School of Government at Princeton University, John Ferguson, my colleague in the department, and a host of friends and associates manned our central offices. With the help of world affairs groups and others, branch committees were formed all over the country. No sizable place was overlooked, which raised money for local education, particularly of the local press. The central office supplied pamphlets, speakers, and newsletters, and called for help with Congress at critical moments. As one of the speakers supplied, I found myself by autumn performing a fairly rugged role, beginning with a debate on the town meeting of the air before a New York City audience, in which Max Lerner and I took on Henry J. Taylor and Henry Hazlitt. I went to the West Coast for a series of meetings with organizing groups and speeches to audiences of diverse nature, starting in San Francisco with a luncheon and speech with the World Affairs Council and a dinner and speech at the Commonwealth Club. interspersed with talks to press and civic groups. I spent another day with students and faculty members at Stanford University, and then moved on to Portland, Oregon, to speak at the Portland Foreign Affairs Council. Another overnight journey took me to Spokane, Washington, for a luncheon speech before a general conference of the Pacific Northwest Trade Association. 2 nights and a day in the comparatively restful sanctuary of a train did something to prepare me for 2 days and a night in the company of a human tornado, who was then mayor of Minneapolis, Hubert Horatio Humphrey. The mayor was engaged in his successful campaign for the United States Senate. After speaking in Minneapolis, Mr. Humphrey and I teamed up for a joint attack on Duluth during a truly remarkable evening. Busloads of miners and their families had driven into town from the Messaby Range. We first spoke to a large crowd of them in the armory, each of us for about half an hour. Turning to the hotel, a marathon of talk began. Payment of $20,005 entitled An Adult, with accompanying young, to admission to the ballroom for 45 minutes and 1 cup of coffee. When the room was comfortably full, the doors were shut, and first Humphrey, and then I, standing precariously on a chair, made a 15-minute speech. Then the ballroom was emptied, filled again, and the performance rerun. This went on until the early hours of the morning. In time, we reversed the order of speaking, since the mayor seemed to have more ideas than I, or less terminal capacity, or both. At any rate, the Marshall Plan's share of the evening was progressively diminishing. At last the speech-making ended, but not for blessed rest. The stalwart remnant of the party adjourned to the only place in town still open, a lunchroom near the railway station, for the refreshment of scrambled eggs and dancing to the music of a jukebox in a spot cleared of tables. Clearly a weakling, I abandoned my more rugged friends in favor of a few hours of sleep before Humphrey drove us back to Minneapolis for one more speech to the Twin Cities Committee on Foreign Relations, before wearily heading back to Washington. For another 4 months, the work went on. In January, 2 such disparate bodies as a convention at Atlantic City of the National American Wholesale Grocers Association and the Committee on Foreign Affairs out. The House of Representatives heard from me. In March, the Philadelphia Bulletin Forum, and in April, the College Symposium on Foreign Policy of Oberlin College in Ohio. These long-forgotten meetings and speeches have no importance in themselves, but are illustrative of the efforts of hundreds, perhaps thousands of other speakers and workers who, by their sweat and tears, reached the minds, or at least the attention, of innumerable others, and all this effort eventually came back to affect the several hundred people in Washington who would write and enact the European Recovery Program into law. A false alarm. On Sunday, April 4th, 1948, the day after he had signed the Foreign Assistance Act of 1948, the President telephoned me at Harewood, our farm in Maryland, where we were spending the weekend. Would I, he asked, consider returning to public life? He would shortly have to nominate an administrator provided for in the act, and would like to nominate me. In the long conversation that resulted, I argued that this would be a great mistake. Vandenberg and others had been worried throughout the congressional debate that the billions required for the recovery program might be used to influence the coming election. I knew that they would insist on a non-political person to direct the program. My relations with both the President and General Marshall were so close that, while I would be regarded as honest, I could never be thought of as non-partisan. I reminded the President that the act just signed carried no money. It was merely an authorization to ask for some, to get money in adequate amounts. It would be hard enough under the most favorable conditions. It would be impossible if doubts and suspicions were aroused. Vandenberg must be wholly on the President's side in the coming arguments with the Appropriations Committees. My suggestion to the President was to consult with Vandenberg about the nomination, telling him quite frankly that he had thought of me and asking the Senator for his opinion. He would, I thought, dissent strongly and propose Paul Hoffman. Paul was a good man. The President would do well to accept him, and, by doing so, irrevocably commit Vandenberg to the support of an adequately financed program. If I was wrong, and the Senator accepted me, I would do it. Reluctantly, the president agreed to the consultation. Later, he called me again to say that it went exactly according to my scenario. The appointment was an excellent and highly successful one. The first Hoover Commission. The summer of 1947 also saw the creation by act of the 80th Congress of the Commission on the Organization of the Executive Branch of the United States Government. Its members were appointed in equal numbers by the Speaker of the House, the President pro tempore of the Senate, and the President of the United States, who appointed me a member and vice chairman, imposing on me the duty of seeing to it that the commission was not used in any way in the political campaign of 1948. This was an easy task, since no such attempt was made, and former President Hoover, who had been designated as chairman, would not have permitted it if one had been made. The commission did useful work. Equally interesting to me was the new impression it gave me of a former president whom I had never known. After a year or more of first-hand association in a common task, Mr. Hoover was no longer the figure I had created from press and radio. He had humor, a sense and enjoyment of the bizarre and ridiculous. He could and did laugh, though he was more inclined to chuckle. He understood and practiced both satire and irony, as exemplified by his description of President Coolidge's expanding conception of fun during his summer vacations while president, or his classification of politicians by their attitude toward and practice of fishing. Fly to fishing was one of his true joys. In controversy, he was tough, though not mean, appreciating Leo DeRocher's axiom that nice guys come in last. He did not like to lose, but when he did not sulk long. Finally, when he asked for advice, he wanted it straight and did not get angry when it was not what he hoped for. One day, he asked me why we spent so much time at our meetings and quarrels over procedure. Because, I said, he drove us too hard to be orderly and relevant. If he would let us wander a little first, and then nip a leg or two like a sheepdog, we would move along. Barking got everyone nervous. The next day, I saw him learning his lesson by doodling with the word follow, writing in ever, diminishing letters within embellishments. We had only one real collision, and my success in that instance led him to Eisenhower administration. It was a disagreement over whether the Commission's jurisdiction was limited to organization of the government for administering the laws as they stood, or whether it extended to changes in laws that the Commission believed unwise. Foreseeing endless debates over New Deal legislation and the welfare state, I argued strongly for the narrower view and was supported by a majority of the Commission. Mr. Hoover did not like losing this point at all. It took him some little time to warm up again. One of our last meetings occurred a year or two later, when, walking home from the United Nations buildings to the Waldorf Towers, where we were both living, I overtook him. "Mr. President," I said from behind him, "it would greatly improve my financial and social standing if I might be seen walking with you." "Anything I can do," he replied, "short of a loan." In only two respects did the Commission's recommendations bear directly on my future work: those on foreign affairs, and what was then known as the National Military Establishment, as set up by the Act of 1947. This latter the Commission characterized as perilously close to the weakest type of department. Its recommendations, based upon an experienced task force's report, have been largely enacted into law and have transformed the weak establishment, a first faltering step toward unification of the military services under a sort of umpire without power of final decision, to a strong department headed by a secretary whose powers are formidable when wielded by a strong man. In one respect, only George Meade, James Pollock, James Rowe, Jr., and I wished our brethren to go farther than they were willing to go. Our disagreement was not nearly so great as they seemed to think it was. Battle over a chief of staff, they recommended the organization of the Joint Chiefs of Staff as it exists today, in the form of a committee of the chiefs of the services, who vote, presided over by a voteless chairman. The members of the committee are burdened by both staff and command duties, some of which require committee action. This organization is extremely difficult for civilian officers engaged in foreign affairs to work with. All too often, it produces for those looking for military advice and guidance only oracular utterances. Since it is a committee, and its views are the result of votes on formal papers prepared for it, it quite literally is like my favorite old lady, who could not say what she thought until she heard what she said. Even on a tentative basis, it is hard for high officials to get military advice in our government. When one does get it, it is apt to be unresponsive to the problems bothering the civilian official. Our proposal was only a step on the way to improving the situation. We recommended creation by Congress of the post of Chief of Staff for the Armed Services, the incumbent to be appointed by the President and confirmed by the Senate. He would have staff functions only, not command functions. The Secretary and President would decide the orders. He would preside over the meetings of the service chiefs and report their recommendations with his own. His post, designated by the Secretary, he would advise civilian policymakers on the military aspects of their problems and be kept advised of national policy and problems. To some extent, the ability of officers who have served as chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff has produced a part of what our proposal sought, but the prestige of form, rank, and authority to recommend, as well as the help of a staff, would accomplish even more. The arguments of our brethren were antiquated ones. The man on horseback was one, though not since Napoleon had a major dictator held field rank, nor since Jackson had a general been a strong president. Hitler never rose above the rank of corporal. In the Southern Hemisphere, the time when soldiers turn to political conspiracy is when they are colonels. The arguments for diffusing power among the services were once made for diffusing it within them. Secretary of War Elihu Root began the process of subordinating the chiefs of cavalry, infantry, and artillery to a chief of staff, and General Marshall, over great objection, completed it. The mild reform contained in our proposal after 20 years still awaits action. Recommendation of one service in state. The Commission's report on organization for the conduct of foreign affairs was also a good one. Most of its recommendations were put into effect within a year or two. One, however, was not, and this delay caused criticism of a different sort. Recommendation number 20 was: the personnel in the permanent State Department establishment in Washington and the personnel of the Foreign Service above certain levels should be amalgamated over a short period of years into a single Foreign Affairs Service, obligated to serve at home or overseas, and constituting a safeguarded career group administered separately from the General Civil Service. Secretary Forrestal cautioned that this excellent recommendation, in which I heartily concurred, should not be permitted to operate so as to destroy the morale or spirit of either group. The Hoover Commission understood this, as it indicated by stating that it should be carried out gradually over a short period of years. 3. The reason for this was that those permanently employed in Washington who had never contemplated or desired a peripatetic life abroad needed time either to retire or move into the General Civil Service and find as congenial work as possible in other offices. On the other hand, the Foreign Service, whose roster fluctuated at a little over 1,000 officers, regarded itself as an elite corps and faced with distaste the idea of being diluted to the extent necessary to do the work of those previously stationed permanently at home. These had increased in numbers by 500% since the beginning of the war. Those who recall the attitude of regular officers of the Army and Navy to reserve officers and 90% day wonders of the 1941-45 war will not find Foreign Service officers unique. To maintain the morale of the Foreign Service, the process of recruitment required both time and painstaking methods to ensure that the quality of the recruits should be high and that it should be recognized as being high. My later attempt to create one service in December 1949. The Secretary of State appointed James H. Rhoad, Jr. of the Hoover Commission, Robert Ramspeck, Chairman of the Civil Service Commission, and Ambassador William S. de Courcy of the Foreign Service to advise him how to go about the task recommended by the Commission. In the meantime, cautious, perhaps too cautious, experimentation with methods was going on. The group made its report in August 1950. It endorsed the unified service recommended by the Hoover Commission, stated that it should be established by statute, pointed out what recruitment was possible without new legislation, and urged more energetic action, set forth the requirements for a new personnel system, and urged that a plan should be adopted as early as practicable, and discussed the difficult morale problem. The transition to an integrated service will be difficult, wrote the Commission. The Department took some of the steps recommended in this report, but, as was stated in the order, did not at this time go as far as the program recommended by the committee. It was already facing troubles enough at home to induce moderation in reorganizing its harassed staff. Since the first of the year, Senator Joseph McCarthy, with help from various other internal security investigations and loyalty boards, was keeping administrative officers busy, and both Foreign Service officers and departmental staff thoroughly upset. It would seem understandable that the Secretary regarded a far-reaching and basic reorganization of the status of every person in the department as General Grant might have regarded a similar proposal for the Army of the Potomac between the Wilderness and Appomattox. Not so, however. A committee appointed by and reporting to Secretary Dulles in 1954, known as the Riston Committee. This group found that its work had been done for it by the Hoover Commission in 1949, and the Rowe-Ramspeck-DeCourcy Committee in 1950, but it wrote reprovingly. These reports did not result in any measurable action, and it is this committee's considered judgment that had proper and prompt steps been taken during those years, much valuable time would have been utilized. In developing the Foreign Service along the lines this report proposes, this is undoubtedly true. Had any Foreign Service remained to be developed, and had the crises in Europe and Asia conveniently postponed themselves, it is perhaps significant that all 8 members of this committee knew the prior Secretary of State. 5 had served with him. 2 were Foreign Service officers. Yet it is not recorded that any of them suggested to him or the department what later seemed to them so palpable a failure of action. They also found what would not seem strange after Secretary Dulles had put administration of the department in the hands of Senator Henry Stiles Bridges, assistant Scott MacLeod, and had opened the Foreign Service to the investigation of Senator McCarthy's coadjutors Cone and Shine of malodorous memory. The morale of the Foreign Service today, they discovered, stands in need of repair. They found, too, that the causes of the decline are manifold and interacting. Perhaps the most serious single contributing cause, men of state and the Foreign Service. Another cause was a disturbed feeling on the part of the service itself that its work has not been fully understood by its countrymen. Before leaving the subject, however, the committee did not fail to note that another factor has also been at work, namely, the government's security program. Upon this, the committee took a forthright position. The Department of State, in all its branches, accepts, of course, the need for a thoroughgoing security check of its ranks. The committee has examined the actions taken by the Secretary of State to implement Executive Order 10,450 and can report that the program has been drastic and thorough, has inevitably occasioned uncertainties, doubts, and fears, which will be fully dissipated only when the process is completed during the coming summer. Investigations of such sensitive character should be conducted with the professional impartiality associated in the public mind with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Among the things that must be protected for the Foreign Service is the tradition of frank and objective reporting that long has constituted one of the State Department's most enduring sources of strength. But enough. Mind you, the members of the committee were otherwise honorable men, acting in a time of fear and hysteria. They could not perhaps be expected to rise above standards set by a President of the United States and his Secretary of State. Nevertheless, it is difficult to disguise an attitude suggested by Douglas Southall Freeman when he wrote, "Acheson found it difficult to conceal his contempt for the contemptible." 8. Third, years of responsibility. Secretary of State, 1949 to 1953. 28. Recalled to active duty. Toward the end of November, the President sent word asking me to call on him at Blair House. The White House weakened for over a century or more by British arson and careless American remodeling, had been pronounced unsafe and was being completely rebuilt. Only the outside wall, for sentimental reasons, had been shored up and left standing. Informal talks between us to discuss the progress of the Hoover Commission and other matters were not uncommon. When I was shown into his minute office in the adjoining Blairley House, which had been opened into the larger building, he asked me to sit down, adding with a grin, "You had better be sitting down when you hear what I have to say." Then, without stopping, he went on, "I want you to come back and be Secretary of State. Will you?" To his amusement, I was utterly speechless. After collecting my wits, I asked about General Marshall's health and desires, the President's requirements, other possibilities, and so on. The President spoke very simply and frankly. General Marshall, who was still in Walter Reed Hospital after having a kidney removed, would have to retire. He would stay in office until the end of the presidential term on January 20th, 1949, which would complete to the day 2 full years as Secretary of State. The President had carefully considered all alternatives and told me why he had come to the conclusion he had. I asked him to believe me, knowing a good deal about the situation, in saying that I was not qualified to meet the demands of the office in that unprecedented time. The President replied that we must be quite sensible. What I said was doubtless true. He could say the same of himself. But the fact was that he was President, and he did want me to be Secretary of State. So the question was whether I would do so or not. Before I could answer, he told me to go home, talk it over with my wife and no one else, and call him in the morning. He would like to see, he added, whether for once a secret could be kept in the city of Washington. My wife cheerfully agreeing, I told the President the next day that I would be at his service. So well was the secret kept that I received a useful lesson in modesty. For when speculation began about the General's continuation in office and his possible successors, I was by no means in the forefront. When the announcement came 6 weeks later, no one was more surprised than my partners and my associates on the Hoover Commission. Undersecretary saying that Bob Lovett wished to retire, as I already knew, with General Marshall, properly attaching great importance to having someone he knew and had confidence in to act in my place when I might be away. The President asked whether James E. Webb, the Director of the Budget, with whom we had both worked closely, would be agreeable to me. Webb, who later held the highly responsible position of Administrator of the National Aeronautics and Space Agency, was and is able and loyal. He knew more about administration than foreign policy, but the department could use this ability. Also, it was of utmost importance to strengthen the President's confidence in the department at all times. All presidents I have known have had uneasy doubts about the State Department. They extend to the White House staff, and in fact often originate there. They are strongest at the beginning of presidential terms, when the incumbent and his new associates in the White House believe that foreign affairs are simpler than they in fact are, and that they can be confidently approached under the guidance of principles, liberal, conservative, idealistic, or moral, even without much knowledge or experience. Foreign service officers seem to them cynical, unimaginative, and negative. These views are not held about the Department of Justice or Agriculture or the Treasury except, as I ruefully remember, when I was the acting head of the last mentioned. So I was glad to welcome the President's suggestion of Jim Webb as second in command. Although he was never, I think, altogether happy in the department, he served faithfully and well for 3 years, accomplishing what both the President and I hoped for from him. I remain deeply grateful to him. Nomination, hearings, and confirmation. On January 7th, 1949, President Truman announced General Marshall's resignation as Secretary of State, my nomination to succeed him, and Jim Webb's as Under-Secretary. The General's retirement inspired proper and sincere regret, The nominations, little surprise, some approval, and no great enthusiasm, all proper and understandable responses. Within a week, hearings on the confirmation of the nominations began before the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations in the Great Caucus Room of the Senate Office Building. One of the themes of the hearings, though not yet strong enough to dominate them, had been building up under the incendiary guidance of the House Committee on UN American Activities. This was the loyalty and communist subversion theme, which within the year had been given a most dramatic personal twist. In August 1948, charges of involvement in a communist cell in Washington had been made before the committee by one Whittaker Chambers, an admitted former communist turned anti, against a former State Department officer, then president of the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. Alger Hiss had been recommended by the chairman of the Carnegie Endowment Board, John Foster Dulles, who had been much impressed by his work on the United Nations Charter at both Dumbarton Oaks and San Francisco. He had known him since his graduation from Harvard Law School, when he became law clerk to Justice Holmes, but had had no close association with him until in 1946, his work in charge of United Nations liaison in the department brought him under my supervision. His brother, Donald, however, had served as my assistant from 1941 to March 1944, and was, in 1949, as he is at the time of this writing, one of my partners in the practice of law. This is the first appearance of the Alger Hiss affair in this book. It is enough to say of it here that at the time of the hearings, what had seemed in the beginning incredible and bizarre had moved into personal tragedy. It was destined to go on to something approaching national disaster, lending, as it did, support to a widespread attack throughout the country upon confidence in government itself. Early in the hearing, Senator Connolly, chairman of the committee, asked me whether it was true that, as has been charged over the radio and in the press and by word of mouth, that while you were Assistant Secretary, Mr. Alger Hiss was your Chief of Staff, or was your Special Assistant. I replied that as a preliminary matter, I should like the committee to understand that my friendship was not easily given nor easily withdrawn. Donald Hiss had been my assistant when I was Assistant Secretary of State, had served me and the country with complete fidelity and loyalty, and at the time I was speaking was my partner in the practice of law, with everything that relationship implies. Alger Hiss had been an officer of the department most of the time I served there. We had become friends and remained friends. I did not wish in any way to detract from that statement in pointing out that he had never been my assistant, and had never, except for the last few months of his service when I was acting Secretary of State, reported to me. From the time I came into the department in 1941 to sometime in April or May 1946, I told the committee, Alger Hiss had worked first for Dr. Stanley Hornbeck in the Far Eastern Division, and later for Dr. Leo Pasvolsky in a division preparing for and participating in the Dumbarton Oaks and San Francisco conferences on the United Nations, and the Chapultepec Conference in Mexico. And still later, in the winter of 1945-46, he participated in the organizational meeting of the United Nations in London. None of this work came under my supervision. In April or May 1946, he was put in charge of a division having charge of our relations with the United Nations. He reported to Secretary Burns, or to me in the Secretary's absence, until he left the department for the Carnegie Endowment around the end of the year. From this general statement, I went on to specific remarks of former Assistant Secretary of State Adolph Burl to the UN American Activities Committee, of which the only portion worth mentioning here is that, in the fall of 1944, there was a difference of opinion in the State Department. He felt, Burl continued, that the Russians were not going to be sympathetic and cooperative, and he was pressing for a pretty clean, cut show down when our position was strongest. The opposite group in the State Department was largely the men in Mr. Acheson's group, of course, with Mr. Hiss as his principal assistant in the matter. At that time, Mr. Hiss did take what you would call today, saying that he got trimmed in that fight, and as a result went to Brazil. There he was ambassador. I pointed out to the committee once again that Alger Hiss had never been my assistant, that Donald Hiss had left my office in the preceding March, that from June to October I had been away at conferences almost continuously and had no assistant, that Burl and I were in Washington at the same time only from October 8 to November 1, when he left for an international air conference, returning only to leave for his ambassadorial post. Therefore, I concluded, I want to point out that whoever had any controversy with Mr. Burl at this time, the fall of 1944, it was not I. Whoever assisted anyone in any controversy with Mr. Burl, it was not either one of the Hisses. The rest of the hearing was taken up with answering various charges that I or my partners had in some vague and undefined way profited through my holding office. The one exception was a helpful, but not too successful, attempt by Senator Vandenberg to find some way of reassuring the committee that in future policy I could be counted on to be sound and sensible. He had told me what he intended to do, so that I had come armed with past utterances over quite a period. However, I suggested, Senator Vandenberg's concern was with the worry, the regret so widely felt that the President must lose the powerful help and support of General Marshall, the great figure of the whole war period. Nothing could change that situation. No one could take General Marshall's place, but one who had worked under him could do his best with what strength and ability were given to him to follow the General's example. President Truman's policies had been evolved with the help of 2 Secretaries of State. I had served them both as their Under-Secretary and knew something of the circumstances and problems the President's actions had been designed to meet and the need for steadiness and continuity. Before that, I had served 2 other secretaries and learned something about the function of an advisor to his chief, to be frank, forthright, and vigorous in counsel, energetic and loyal in accepting decisions and carrying them out. This was the school in which I had been taught. It was not an easy one to equal. In executive session, the committee returned to the chambers to hiss controversy, trying to puzzle out some rational explanation. We tried the experiment of examining the conduct of both on the assumption that what Chambers had said was true, and then on the assumption that it was false. On neither assumption was their conduct explicable on any reasonable basis. Some parts of the puzzle seemed to be missing. The mystery remained, as it does today. We also discussed communism both as an economic and political doctrine and as an active force in national and international affairs. At the end of the session, the committee took the unusual step of making public an excerpt from my testimony, in the authorship of which Senator Vandenberg had collaborated. It is my view that communism as a doctrine is economically fatal to a free society and to human rights and fundamental freedom. Communism as a free peoples. On January 14, 1949, the committee voted unanimously to recommend confirmation. This the Senate did by a vote of 83 to 6. Senator Vandenberg spoke in support of confirmation, although his private view was that Mr. Acheson would not have been my choice for Secretary of State, and he continued to worry that the nonpartisan collaboration that had become so intimate between him and General Marshall and Robert Lovett would diminish. 29. On January 21st, the day after President Truman's inauguration, I took the oath of office as the 52nd Secretary of State of the United States. Chief Justice Vinson administered the oath in the President's office. The President had with him to provide bipartisan blessing the chairman and ranking minority members of the Senate and House Foreign Committees, Senators Connolly and Vandenberg and Representatives Bloom and Eaton. He had also thoughtfully invited a large group of family, his and mine, and friends from the Supreme Court, Cabinet, Congress, and the Department. The thought of General Marshall, still in the hospital, brought to mind a sentence from the first Book of Kings often quoted by another great predecessor, Colonel Stimson. Let not him that girdeth on his harness boast himself as he that putteth it off. With this thought, I went to the State Department to sit in General Marshall's chair. One result of the President's desire to keep my appointment secret until only 2 weeks before I took office was to preclude any thorough advance briefing on the exact nature and state of the work in process, and of the problems, too. Those 2 weeks were pretty fully occupied with the hearings on confirmation and winding up my affairs at the law office. Once again, my loyal and able secretary, Barbara Evans, packed up to move the few blocks to a wholly different life. Both Robert Lovett and Clark Clifford most helpfully gave me broad instruction in a few secret evening meetings in their homes. But for the most part, not until taking office did I get down to essentials. For instance, my first knowledge of the famous Point 4 program, which I was to carry out, came on the platform in front of the Capitol listening to the President expound it in his inaugural address. The state of the department? Before turning to the decisions which began to come fast after my return to the Department of State, it may be helpful to note briefly the state of the department. That long, suffering institution did not escape the reorganization that every new secretary imposes on it, even as he girdeth on his harness. In this case, however, it had better credentials than most, coming as it did from recommendations of the Commission on the Organization of the Executive Branch of the Government. The President had asked for the necessary legislation in January, and got it in Public Law 73% of May 26, 1949. This authorized, in addition to the Secretary and Undersecretary, 10 Assistant Secretaries, 2. The rank of Assistant Secretary, and a legal advisor, all to be appointed by the President with the consent of the Senate. All laws granting authority to subordinate officers were repealed, and all authority to direct personnel and the performance of duties and functions assigned to the department was vested in the Secretary. By the end of June, with the new authority in hand, and being able to keep with us a bit over half of General Marshall's high command, our roster was Under Secretary of State Assistant Secretaries, designated as Deputy Undersecretaries for Administration for Substance, in charge of Inter-American Affairs, European Affairs, Far Eastern Affairs, Near Eastern South Asian, and African Affairs, United Nations Affairs, Economic Affairs, Public Affairs, Congressional Relations, Counselor Legal Advisor Director, Policy Planning. Succeeded January 1, 1950. By Ambassador at Large Director, Executive Secretariat Special Assistant for Research, and Intelligence Special Assistant for Press Chief of Protocol, James E. Webb, John E. Purifoy, Dean Rusk, Edward G. Miller, Jr., George W. Perkins, W. Walton Butterworth, George C. Mackey, John D. Hickerson, Willard L. Thorpe George. The fifth Allen, Ernest Gross, George F. Kennan Adrian, S. Fisher, George F. Kennan, Paul H. Nitze, Philip C. Jessup Carlisle H. Humelstein, W. Park Armstrong, Michael J. McDermott, Stanley Woodward. The structural and operating reorganization that took place in stages throughout 1949 was to get lines of command and responsibility clear and simple. The Deputy Undersecretary for Administration, John Purifoy, had command over and responsibility through Webb to me for the whole administrative area, consisting of the offices of personnel of every sort, consular affairs, operating facilities, and management and budget. The Deputy Undersecretary of State for Substantive Matters, Dean Rusk, helped the Undersecretary on policy matters and served as Chief Liaison Officer between State and Defense. The Hoover Commission's Task Force on Foreign Affairs had seen the need for effective assistance to the Undersecretary in shaping up important decisions and bringing together into clear-cut work carried on by the geographic divisions and the functional divisions, an indispensable aid. A vitally important step within the department was the selection from among the young officers of a personal assistant for me, what the British call private secretary to the minister. I shall always be deeply grateful to Carl Humelstein for recommending a tall, good-looking Floridian, Lucius D. Battle, then serving on the Canadian desk as meeting my requirements by being a bachelor. Bright, pleasant, knowledgeable about the department, energetic, and responsible. At our interview, he confirmed Carl's good judgment. I made the job seem as horrendous as possible, particularly in two respects. First, his continued status as a bachelor was essential. We should be traveling, perhaps without much notice, working late, undependable about social engagements. My own family would be enough for us to worry about, without adding one of his own. At the first twinge of a tender emotion, he would be expected to draft his request for other duty. He assured me that he was whole and fancy-free, and expected to remain so. Rightly, I was more impressed by the fact than by the prediction. Second, the job with me would probably blight his career, since his duty would involve standing between me and senior officers who would believe that seeing me instantly, whenever they wished, would be essential to the public welfare. He could well become the most unpopular man in the department. No better choice could have been made. Both my wife and I came to have the same regard and affection for Luke Battle that we had for our son. In time, he did succumb to the tender emotion. Barbara Evans told me that he was depressed at the thought of ending our work together. In her view, I had been putting on an act and should stop it. Inured to female domination by three diverse methods in the family, I agreed, with one attempt to save face. The young lady should obtain my consent in loco parentis. A message suitably altered brought about our meeting and my instant collapse. If Luke had to go away often and unexpectedly, she observed gently, she had gotten along without him for a good part of her life and could readjust to a quite familiar situation. Toward the end of my tenure, the Battles went off to a foreign post, and another officer, Geoffrey Kitchen, this time already provided with a most delightful wife, took over as my assistant. The same close relations were soon established, as Jeff served me with equal devotion for the last 6 months or more of my term. The careers of both men suffered, for a time, from the bitterness which the MC Carthy outrage provoked against those close to me. Happily that passed, and both went on to distinguished work and positions in the department and later in private life. As every administrator knows, good organization is a great help to those who can command, who know what they want to do, and who are prepared to do it. For those who approach decision with an attitude wavering between regret, it is IPT, the Reorganization Orders of 1949, along with General Marshall's innovations, greatly facilitated the supervision and control of the department, the issuance, transmission, and execution of orders, and the location of responsibility for results. This was all one could expect of them. The state of the world, while I had never been wholly out of touch with affairs, it was surprising to learn, on coming back into close touch, how much in a few spots and how little in so many the world of 1949 had changed from the one with which I had dealt. During the 2 years after the end of formal warfare in 1945, then, wherever one turned, what little was left of social, economic, and political stability seemed about to be submerged. The other world's superpower appeared determined to push this process forward in the apparent belief that chaos was the stage preparatory to communism. When I returned to office, the surrounding gloom had deepened, or remained impenetrable in most areas, but in one at least, Western Europe, the Marshall Plan had brought the dawn of a revivification unparalleled in modern history. After a general survey, we shall return to this and another area where much had changed. In Asia, the effort to restore a Chinese society and state based upon an amalgamation of Chiang Kai-shek's Kuomintang and Mao Zedong's communists had failed, and Chiang was in the last stages of collapse. I arrived just in time to have him collapse on me. In Korea, our hope was the unpromising one, that the United Nations might bring about the withdrawal of both Russian and United States troops from that divided country, to be followed by its unification. Both Washington and General MacArthur were agreed that the occupation of Japan was a rapidly diminishing asset, but no one had yet grasped the nettle of a peace treaty. What kind, and how to get it? In both Indochina and Indonesia, colonial rule was beyond the power of either France or the Netherlands. Both resisted our efforts to move them toward preparing for independence. The French fought to the end. The Dutch capitulated under pressure. In both cases, independence was to bring results close to disaster. We had launched the Philippines into independent national life with a pretty fair preparation and a sound fisc, But mismanagement and corruption were bidding fair to turn the effort into a shambles. The end of British rule in India and Pakistan had eliminated one problem, leaving age: old hostility between Hindu and Muslim in the midst of bitter poverty. The British were in trouble, and were headed for more in Iran and Egypt, while the French in Indochina and in North Africa had opened their veins and were bleeding to death. The future in the rest of Africa was still veiled in obscurity. In that area of special American worry, the good neighborhood, there was plenty to worry about. Here, Hispano-Indian culture, or lack of it, had been piling up its problems for centuries. An explosive population, stagnant economy, archaic society, primitive politics, massive ignorance, illiteracy, and poverty all had contributed generously to the creation of many local crises, tending to merge into a continental one. Added to this was a further factor: the foreign investment that the whole continent needed as much as it needed population control caused an ambivalent response in Latin America. On the one hand, it promised escape from the peonage of centuries. On the other, it appeared to threaten United States exploitation, especially in the extractive industries, and the perpetuation of domestic control by the small, reactionary ruling class that had dominated Latin America since Columbus and the conquistadores. The Arab to Israeli impasse, while I was out of government service in 1947-48. A great deal had happened in the Middle Eastern confrontation between Arab and Jew. We left this problem in mid to June 1947. As my secretarial tenure was running out, and Bevan had asked for a special session of the General Assembly of the United Nations to receive Britain's surrender of the Palestinian Mandate and provide for future government in that area. Fighting between Jews and Arabs had become general throughout Palestine. While committees debated, divided, and reported, confusion had grown. The mandate, all were agreed, should be terminated in 2 years, during which Britain should maintain order. A majority had favored partition, a minority, a federal state. Arab delegates had walked out of the United Nations. On December 3, 1947, the British had announced that their responsibility would end on the following May 15. On May 14th, the Republic of Israel had been proclaimed in Palestine and recognized the same day by President Truman on a de facto basis, while his representative at the United Nations, Dr. Philip C. Jessup, was, under instructions, speaking in the General Assembly in favor of a temporary trusteeship. Count Folke Bernadotte of Sweden, appointed UN mediator on May 20, 1948, had maintained an uneasy truce until his assassination in September. A few days later, his report was made public, recommending modifications in the United Nations resolution of November 29, 1947. Fighting had broken out again in December 1948, during which Israeli forces swept into Egyptian territory until the acting mediator, Ralph Bunche, obtained a cease to fire in early January and called for negotiations on the island of Rhodes. The Israelis held strong positions, while their opponents suffered from the shock of military defeat and political disunity. In this situation, 10 days before I was to take office, Bevan approached Acting Secretary Lovett through the British ambassador, Oliver Franks, seeking a joint Anglo-American position on Palestine, or, put more realistically, American help in escaping from the bind in which British treaties with Egypt and Jordan placed him. The Israeli drive deep into the Negev had produced urgent Arab calls upon him for British forces to hold Aqaba and British arms to strengthen the Arab Legion in Jordan. Here's where I came in, with all too vivid memories of the pains attendant upon efforts to coordinate Palestine problems with Bevan. On this occasion, he was even more emotionally aroused than in the past. The same questions were involved as on successive future occasions: the fixing of boundaries, recognition of Israeli withdrawal from military gains refugees, British of their position. In effect, the British had proposed a retraction of the Israeli-held area, which would be surrounded by a circle of weak Arab states held together by foreign aid, given also to Israel, and the whole result disciplined and restrained by Anglo-American agreement. This, Lovett had insisted, was not a solution. since it would not be accepted in the Middle East or in the United States and would constitute a continuing invitation to Soviet intrigue and intervention in the area. While the United States would strongly favor any practicable steps to confine the dispute to the former mandated area, attempts at imposed settlements within it had lamentably failed, whether made by Anglo-American initiative or by a UN-sponsored group of non-involved states without large power interference. Jews and Arabs had now perhaps been sobered by an experience of trial by combat and were due to attempt a negotiated settlement under Ralph Bunche's skilled guidance. The Lovett view was that this should not be prejudiced by Anglo to American interference. A few days after the Lovett, Frank's talks, I took over command in the department from Lovett, and with it his appraisal of the Israeli-Arab situation. While Dr. Bunche's negotiations held a spark of hope, we gave them a free field and hearty support. When they failed, I pushed the same policy and effort in the successor forum, the Palestine Conciliation Commission of the United Nations. It, too, failed. Throughout 1949 and 1950, as will be told, the department's efforts in every field to ameliorate this problem claimed my own time and attention. Unhappily, none of our efforts bore fruit, or the promise of any. Conflict simmered down during my tenure, but flared up again later on. Having no desire to recall and inflict on the reader a long record of failure, this book will not detail the time and effort spent on Arab to Israeli conflict, the inherent difficulties of the problem, such as providing in these barren lands for large and growing populations, and the intractability of opposing attitudes and emotions. Soon after taking office, I asked Dr. Ralph Bunche, with the President's approval, to join us in the department as Assistant Secretary of State for Near Eastern, South Asian, and African Affairs. In the most courteous manner, he declined the invitation. All too much of his present duty, he said, had been taken up with these seemingly unsolvable problems. His most heartfelt wish was for relief from them, not deeper involvement. How often I was to remember and echo his wish. United States policy toward Germany-Europe was almost unique in that the outlook there was not the general one of deterioration and gloom, but a heightening of both hopes and fears. 4 years of increasingly purposeful effort had brought the beginnings of recovery in Western Europe, but at the same time had intensified Soviet control of Eastern Europe and produced dangerous action farther west, of which the most ominous was the blockade of Berlin. American ideas had changed greatly in the 4 years since the harsh occupation policy laid down in the April 1945 Joint Chiefs of Staff Directive, JCS-1067, to General Eisenhower and his deputy for military government resulted from the uneasy blending of state, war, and treasury, Morgenthau Plan, ideas. Its basic objectives were: 1. To bring home to the Germans that they could not escape the suffering they had brought upon themselves. 2. To be firm, aloof, and discourage all fraternization. 3. To prevent Germany's ever becoming a threat to the peace by eliminating Nazism and militarism, apprehending and punishing war criminals, controlling Germany's capacity to make war, and preparing her for eventual democratic government. 4. To enforce reparations and restitution and the return of war prisoners. 5. To control German economy to achieve these objectives and prevent any higher standard of living than in neighboring nations. From the outset, General Clay and his organization believed JCS-1067 to be unworkable. Secretary Burns joined in this view, as soon as Stalin's offensive against the West demonstrated the failure of the Potsdam Program. Secretary Burns's speech in Stuttgart on September 6, 1946, mentioned in Chapter 21, marked a strong swing away from earlier policies. Germany, he said, should not be turned into an economic poorhouse. Rather, we favored economic unification and, under proper safeguards, giving German people throughout Germany primary responsibility for the running of their own affairs. These ideas got another push in December when Burns and Bevan announced the economic union of the British and American zones. Bisonia went into effect on May 29, 1947, when the new administration was set up in Bonn, allowing Germans to run their own economy subject to a bipartite control office. The French, in one of their non-cooperative moods, refused for the time being to join their zone with the others. In the United States, I made my Cleveland, Mississippi speech on May 8, 1947, pointing out that the world would need in that year goods from the United States, to the extent of $16 billion, for half of which no means of payment was discernible, and adding, "The fourth thing we must do in the present situation is to push ahead with the reconstruction of those two great workshops of Europe and Asia, Germany and Japan, upon which the ultimate recovery of the two continents so largely depends." On June 5, General Marshall made his speech at Harvard. Within a month, a new and more liberal directive issued from Washington, JCS 1779 of July 11, 1947, aimed at the attainment of a self-sustaining German economy at the earliest practicable date. A UK-US bizonal agreement in August permitted industrial production in Germany at the 1936 rate, an increase of 1/3. At this evidence of movement to a new policy toward our former enemy, France, during late August, showed cautious willingness to add its zone to the other two in pursuit of it. By November, the three allies were able to present a solid front to the Russians at the London meeting of the Council of Foreign Ministers. Crisis in Germany. From then on, events moved swiftly to crisis. Soviet action to divide Europe into hostile camps accelerated as Congress debated the European Recovery Program. By communist coup in February 1948, Czechoslovakia was added to Soviet satellites. On March 17th, the Western European Days Tiv walked out of the Allied Control Council in Berlin, and on April 1, Soviet authorities imposed restrictions on Allied, but not German, rail and road traffic between the Western zones and Berlin. The Allies responded with the Little Airlift to supply, at this time, only their troops in Berlin. In the meantime, a six-nation negotiating group, the three occupying West Germany and the three Benelux governments, went to work on plans to strengthen Germany against developing Russian pressure. Preliminary recommendations in late March, as the Foreign Assistance Act for 1948 became law, provided for economic coordination of the three zones for association in the European Recovery Program, and broad agreement that a federal form of government was best adapted to eventual German unity. Final recommendations, announced in June from London, covered political institutions for the West Germans with the minimum requirements of occupation and control. To reassure the French, provision was made for the control of the Ruhr and the continuance of supreme Allied authority. The blockade of Berlin, these recommendations, and the much-needed currency reform for West Germany, though, at this time, not for Berlin, still regarded as under power control, triggered the final break with the Soviet Union in Germany. The calendar for June 1948 shows its precipitous course. June 7. London recommendations announced. June 11, Soviet Union stops rail traffic between Berlin and West for 2 days. June 12, Soviets stop traffic on a highway bridge for repairs. June 16, Soviet representative leaves Kommandatura for power. Military control in Berlin. June 18, Western powers announce currency reform in West Germany. June 23, Soviet Union orders its own currency system for East Europe. Many and all Berlin. Western powers extend West German currency reform to West Berlin. June 24. Soviet Union imposes full blockade on Berlin. Western powers stop freight from combined zones to Soviet zone. After a difficult and tense period in which General Clay's calm determination steadied our own government and held our allies together, the Western powers settled down to build up the airlift, tighten their own countermeasures against the Soviet Union, and fight the propaganda battle in the Paris sessions of the United Nations, which proved unable to ameliorate the situation. Soviet authorities, meanwhile, though belligerent in words, were careful to avoid physical interference with the airlift. The combined lift increased from 70,000 tons in June and July 1948 to 250,000 tons in May. General Clay and his political advisor, Ambassador Robert D. Murphy, believed and advised at the time that we should inform the Soviet authorities that on a specific date we would move in an armed convoy which would be equipped with the engineering material to overcome the technical difficulties which the Soviet representatives appeared unable to solve. In my, Clay's, view, the chances of such a convoy being met by force with subsequent developments of hostilities were small. I was confident that it would get through to Berlin and that the highway blockade would be ended. I shall always believe that the convoy would have reached Berlin. The President is reported to have said that if the Joint Chiefs of Staff would approve this recommendation in writing, he would add his approval too. However, neither they nor the Secretary of State nor the governments of Britain and France would approve. General Clay's confidence that an armed convoy on the ground would not be stopped was not based on belief that the Russians could not stop it, but that they would not. But, Murphy has written, the National Security Council did not share our confidence that the Russians were bluffing. Clay, however, did not write that the Russians were bluffing, but that he believed that the chances of such a convoy being met by force with subsequent developments of hostilities were small. President Truman reports asking him what risks would be involved if we tried armed road convoys, and receiving the reply that he thought the initial reaction of the Russians would be to set up roadblocks. Our engineers would be able to clear such obstacles, provided there was no Russian interference. But the next step the Russians would take, General Clay thought, would be to meet the convoys with armed force. Indeed, when in April 1948, General Clay had tested a Russian order forbidding Allied military trains to go to Berlin without Russian inspection, he had had a revealing experience. The train, he tells us, progressed some distance into the Soviet zone, but was finally shunted off the main line by electrical switching to a siding, where it remained for a few days until it withdrew rather ignominiously. It was clear the Russians meant business. Italics supplied. The train crew would have been able to clear the obstacle by turning the switch, provided there was no Russian interference. But since the Russians meant business, there would have been interference. The question then would have been who would have shot first, and what would have been the response to shooting. In April, General Clay, I think wisely, did not attempt to find out. Having had experience in counseling more than one president in problems about access to Berlin, it has never seemed wise to me to base our own action on a bluff, or to assume that the Russians are doing so. Neither side wishes to be driven by miscalculation to general hostilities or humiliation. Therefore, initial moves should not, if it is possible to avoid it, be equivocal as a small ground probe would be, or reckless as a massive one would be. So, although I was a mere observer in 1948, the choice of the airlift seemed to me the right one. It showed firm intention to incent. Question: nerfing or 31 fischling an air attack, which might have brought upon them a devastating response. To say, as Murphy has done, that the decision to use the airlift was a surrender of our hard-won rights in Berlin seems to me silly. One can as well say that to put one's hands up at the command of an armed bandit is to surrender one's hard-won right to keep them down. One regains it, as we have regained and are now enjoying our hard-won rights to Berlin. 30. An eventful spring, the expectation. The last year of President Truman's first term and his inaugural address at the beginning of his second seemed to give a clear enough clue to my opening tasks. Mr. Lovett and Senator Vandenberg, working together, had produced a unique prologue to a major innovation in American foreign policy. Even more basic, however, than the Vandenberg resolution in bringing about this innovation was the communist coup d'etat in Prague in February 1948. This capped the growing tension in Europe and underlined Europe's insecurity. Nowhere was this more clearly shown than in the pause in economic recovery after the first surge ahead, accompanying the repair of physical damage and the replenishment of inventories. Real advance could not be expected until a sense of security made possible a repatriation of capital. This was the impetus that moved the Vandenberg Resolution, adopted on June 11, 1948, by a vote of 64-4. It informed the President that the sense of the Senate was that the United States government should pursue progressive development of regional and other collective arrangements for individual and collective self, defense in accordance with the purposes, principles, and provisions of the Charter of the United Nations, association of the United States by constitutional process, with such regional and other collective arrangements as are based on continuous and effective self, help, and mutual aid, and as affect its national security. In his inaugural address, the President laid down 4 major guidelines for his foreign policy. The first 2, support of the United Nations and continuation of the economic recovery policy, he regarded as extensions of the major achievements of his first administration. The third, a strengthening of the free nations against aggression, was a political innovation based on the Vandenberg Resolution. It would, he said, be spelled out by joint agreement designed to strengthen the security of the North Atlantic area and provide unmistakable proof of the joint determination of the free countries to resist armed attack from any quarter. The fourth point made in the address was a plan to embark on a bold new program for making the benefits of our scientific advances and industrial progress available for the improvement and growth of underdeveloped areas. The last 2 points, while by no means novel, required much breaking of new ground on Oyonori istanted hopeful Graham, and to John Hickerson and Robert Lovett to tell me what had happened regarding the treaty. The new treaty was to move much faster than the new. The State Department was slow in realizing the importance of Point 4 and in getting a program in motion. Technological help for developing countries had for some time been a feature of the good-to-neighbor policy in the Western Hemisphere. The idea of expounding it on a worldwide basis originated with Clark Clifford, then counsel to the President, who included it in a draft of the inaugural address sent to Acting Secretary Robert Lovett and Paul Neitz of the Policy Planning Staff. They were neither enthusiastic nor impressed with its utility. Nevertheless, it went into the inaugural address and became much talked about. The President's language in presenting his fourth point tended to merge it with ideas of relief and longer range development. He spoke of the suffering of half the people of the world from inadequate food, disease, and primitive and stagnant economic life, while, for the first time in history, humanity possesses the knowledge and skill to relieve the suffering of these people. The United States was eminent in industrial and scientific techniques. Although our material resources available for foreign aid were limited, our resources for technical knowledge were inexhaustible. We should, he said, make them available to others. We should also foster capital investment in areas needing development. The aim was to help free peoples through their own efforts to produce more food, clothing, housing, and power to lighten their burdens. The method, to invite other countries to pool their technological resources in cooperative enterprise through the United Nations, with the cooperation of business, private capital, agriculture, and labor. However, the old imperialism, exploitation for foreign profit, had no place in the concepts of democratic fair dealing. Our allies in this enterprise were to be the millions who hunger and thirst after righteousness. Unfortunately, the hyperbole of the inaugural outran the provisions of the budget. Newspaper speculation helped raise expectations in undeveloped countries. The unpleasant task of deflating them fell to Assistant Secretary Thorpe when on February 25, 1949, he explained to the United Nations Economic and Social Council the program that we were prepared to support. The disappointment of his audience, general and bitter, was expressed by Dr. Charles Malik of Lebanon, who said that the lack among the poor nations was not technology but capital. He called for a large intergovernmental Marshall Plan by the developed countries. In this, Dr. Malik was wrong. The success of the Marshall Plan came from its application to the most highly developed societies in the world, who could and did put to efficient use the capital made available to them. Many is strong that capital loans in advance of technical and managerial competence are not only a waste, but a disadvantage through foreign exchange debts to the borrowing country. Even surplus food grants can cause cutback rather than development of food production at home and misallocation of resources. As one writer put it, we have achieved whatever success we had through making the poor productive. The test for aid to poor nations is therefore whether it makes them capable of being productive. If it fails to do so, it is likely to make them even poorer in the not-so-very long run. 12. After a slow start, our technical aid program got underway, and in 1950, under the capable direction of Dr. Henry G. Bennett of Oklahoma Agricultural and Mechanical College, held out promise of approximating in a broader field the great benefit to agriculture that the Agricultural Extension Service had conferred in the United States. His untimely death in a plane crash in Iran the next year dimmed this prospect. Although the program continued to do a creditable job, it remained the Cinderella of the foreign aid family, strengthening the free nations. Senator Vandenberg, the Vandenberg, Lovett, Marshall Collaboration, and its product, the Vandenberg Resolution, made possible the North Atlantic Treaty. All too often the executive, having sweated through the compromises of a difficult negotiation, had laid the resulting treaty before a quite detached, uninformed, and unresponsive Senate in which a minority could reject the executive's agreement. On this occasion, Senator Vandenberg took seriously and responsibly the word advice in the constitutional phrase, giving the President power to enter into treaties with the advice and consent of the Senate. By getting the Senate to give advice in advance of negotiation, he got it to accept responsibility in advance of giving its consent to ratification. Equally important, he got the Senate to give good advice. Senators are a prolific source of advice, but most of it is bad. To accomplish so great an achievement requires serious and responsible leadership by the chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee. Sporadic brilliance of an intellectual dilettante will not suffice. The man may be a prima donna, but he will need solid competence and power as well as temperament. During the summer of 1948, Mr. Lovett met with the ambassadors of Canada and the Brussels Pact countries. They agreed on the need to go forward and on the general nature of the desired commitment. Discussions then broke off for work on drafts and the outcome of the American election. Along with the treaty, the department had been working with our allies on a number of other developments to strengthen Europe. A military assistance program would help them develop some military muscle. The Humphrey Committee report, its chairman, George Humphrey, was later General Eisenhower's Treasury Secretary, on reducing the dismantling of German factories for reparations, mostly to the Soviet Union, recommended that this punitive program be brought more in line with the European recovery plan. Trizonal shuns to the verge of achievement. With a new government by Germans in the Western zones and a new relation between it and Allied authority. Finally, the defense establishment pressed for a shift of responsibilities for this relation from its own shoulders to those of the State Department. All these seemed to be the fields in which I would be working. The unexpected, ending the blockade. Hardly had we started on an orderly plan of work when the disorderly and uncontrollable world around us took over and moved us into it in an unexpected way. In January, Kingsbury Smith, European General Manager of the International News Service, a Hearst organization, had filed with the Soviet Foreign Office 4 questions addressed to Stalin. This was common procedure. Sometimes questions were answered if Stalin could see some advantage in doing so. More often they were ignored. Mr. Smith's, however, were answered within a few days, and the answers created a press sensation. On the day they appeared, a small group discussed them with me in the department, and I took our conclusions to the President. We judged the episode to be a cautious signal from Moscow. The significant fact was that in answering a question on ending the blockade, Stalin had not mentioned the stated Russian reason for it, the new West German currency. The signal, we thought, told us that Moscow was ready to raise the blockade for a price. The price would be too high if it required abandonment of tripartite plans for the Allied zones of Germany, in which case the maneuver could be changed into a propaganda offensive against hard-won Allied unity on German policy. I asked permission to signal back through a bland and relaxed press conference that we had gotten the message, and then to follow this with a secret inquiry into just what Moscow was prepared to do. The President agreed, and agreed further that our purpose and operation should be kept as close and secret as his intention to nominate me to be secretary had been. The press conference took place on February 2nd, 3, on its regular day of the week, Wednesday, to rob it of any atmosphere of unusual significance. My remarks, though carefully thought out, were an extemporaneous, patient examination of a press stunt built up out of all proportion to its intrinsic importance. No man of conscience, I said, should tamper with the world's hopes for peace by raising or lowering them as a move in any maneuver. In such an attitude, we would examine what had been said. I confessed myself puzzled by the first question Kingsbury Smith had put to Stalin, whether the Soviet government would consider joining with the United States government in declaring that neither had any intention of going to war with the other, and by Stalin's answer that the Soviet government would be prepared to consider the issuance of such a declaration. Both governments were already bound by the most explicit provisions of the United Nations Treaty to refrain from the threat or use of force against one another. Surely Stalin's willingness to consider saying it again was not news. Then Allen, when asked would join with us in such measures as gradual disarmament to carry out such a declaration, had answered that, naturally, it would. Now, naturally, I said, meant in the nature of things. And the nature of things in the past 3 years would not have encouraged the expectation of much cooperation. Then I reviewed Russian obstruction in Europe since the war. Would Stalin, he had next been asked by Mr. Smith, confer with President Truman about the declaration? His answer was, "There is no objection to a meeting." Clearly not. The President, I pointed out, had often invited Marshal Stalin to Washington, but he would not come. Presidents Roosevelt and Truman had 3 times traveled halfway around the world to meet him. Was it worth doing again for so limited a purpose? We had repeatedly said that we could not discuss the affairs of others in their absence. Finally, we came to the only question Mr. Smith had asked relating to an issue between the Soviet Union and the Allies. Would the USSR be willing to remove restrictions on traffic to Berlin? If the United States, Britain, and France agreed not to establish a separate Western German state, pending a Council of Foreign Ministers meeting to discuss the German problem as a whole, Stalin answered that it would, upon acceptance by the Allies of the conditions stated in the question, and upon their removing their counter-restrictions against traffic to the Soviet zone. Stalin's second point, I said, raised no problem since the Allies had always stated that if the Soviet government permits normal communications with and within Berlin, their countermeasures will, of course, be lifted. The important point, however, was that the very terms of the question made the answer unresponsive to the facts. The reasons given for the blockade had been technical transportation difficulties and the currency reform. At one time, the question of postponing German governmental arrangements had been raised, but had been abandoned by the Soviet Union as a condition to raising the blockade. The Western governments, I said, have stressed, repeated again and again, to the Soviet Union that their agreements in regard to Western Germany do not in any sense preclude agreements on Germany as a whole, and are purely provisional, pending such agreement on Germany as a whole. For months, I continued, the Western powers have tried patiently and persistently to solve the difficulties put forward as the reasons for the blockade, but Soviet authorities would not discuss them. Then I signaled our message. There are many ways in which a serious proposal by the Soviet government could be made. I hope you, the press, will not take it amiss if I point out that if I on my part were seeking to give assurance of seriousness of purpose, I would choose some other channel than the channel of a press interview. This press conference aptly illustrates the difficulties faced by an open society in conducting diplomatic interchanges with a closed one through the press. Stalin need answer only such written questions as he chose to answer. He permitted no cross to examination. Whatever the correspondent cabled home went through a censor. The secretary, however, spoke and was cross-examined in order to avoid premature hardening of the Russian position and to signal the Russians that if they wanted serious discussion, they should use a more private channel. Continuation of a public one would be interpreted as an indication of propaganda purposes only. When I finished what I wanted to say for my purposes, able correspondents tried to push me further into saying what they wanted for their purposes, which unfortunately were incompatible with mine. They were entitled to try, but not to succeed. What significance, they wanted to know, should be attached to Stalin's failure to mention the German-to-currency issue in his answers? If expressed, our view at the time would have been that it had quite possibly a good deal of significance. Although it could have been a trap, the press could and would write their own ideas on the subject. But for me to disclose any of my own could only do harm. So I retreated behind the always reasonable refusal to speculate. The second question came more under the heading of having fun with the secretary, trying to coax him onto the quicksand. Had my comment on the first question and answer been altogether ingenuous? Wasn't a joint declaration by the United States and the Soviet Union not to go to war with each other something different from the United Nations Treaty? Suppose Kingsbury Smith had asked me that question. How would I have answered it? It was a good try, but irrelevant. Years later, in response to a similar question, I recalled a politician from the eastern shore of Maryland who had got rid of a red-hot roast oyster in my partner's dining room with the ejaculation. A damned fool would have swallowed that. This time, I merely refused to argue the merits of my remarks. The Jessup. Malik talks a few days later. We followed up on the press conference. Ambassador Jessup came to Washington from New York to talk with the department's counselor, Charles E. Chip Bolin, and me, rather than telephoning, telegraphing, or writing. We concluded that a highly secret, casual approach to the Russians could better be made by Jessup at the United Nations than through the embassy in Moscow or by the department to the Russian embassy. Fewer persons would be involved, and those who were, Philip Jessup and Soviet ambassador to the United Nations Jacob Malik, could act in purely personal and unofficial capacities. So it was agreed that Jessup, when next he saw Malik, should ask, as a matter of personal curiosity, whether the omission of any reference to the monetary reform in the Stalin answers was significant. An occasion to do so came as they walked into a Security Council meeting on February 15th. Malik did not know the answer. Jessup suggested that if Malik learned anything about the matter, Jessup would be interested to know. A month later, Malik asked Jessup to call at his New York office and told him that the omission was not accidental. The currency question was important, he said, but it could be discussed at a meeting of the Council of Foreign Ministers. Did that mean, asked Jessup, after the lifting of the blockade? Malik had not been asked to ask that question, he said, to which Jessup replied, "Why don't you ask it now?" Less than a week later, on March 21st, the answer came back that if a definite date for the foreign ministers' meetings could be set, the blockade could be lifted before the meetings took place. It was now Malik's turn to ask a question. Would we hold up preparations for a West German government until after the meetings? As instructed, Jessup answered that we expected to continue preparations, but since they could not be completed for some time, they would be of no moment. That is, if the Russians really wanted to get on with the Council of Foreign Ministers meetings. This caused a great deal of talk, but Jessup refused to waver from our simple logic. The time had come to tell the British and French what was going on. Ernest Bevin and Robert Schuman were due in Washington in 2 weeks for the signing of the North Atlantic Treaty and important talks about Germany. The president, who had been kept closely in touch and was delighted at his administration's ability to conduct a professional diplomatic maneuver, authorized Jessup to inform his British and French colleagues at the United Nations, Sir Eric Cadogan and Jean-Michel Henri Chauvel, Both experienced diplomats of his private and personal explorations with Malik. Although the Quai d'Orsay's insecurity continued to be proverbial, its leaks were usually to the Russians. In this case, these leaks might only give added assurance in Moscow of our seriousness as evidenced by our secrecy. The President also authorized me to continue to hold within our small group all knowledge of our feeler. Secrecy was of the utmost importance. Meeting with Bevan and Schumann, neither of whom I had met before, arrived in Washington on March 31st and stayed a week. In that week began warm friendships, which grew through the all too few years left to both of them, and, I believe, benefited far more than the individuals who shared them. Never were two men more different than these, in appearance, temperament, and background. Bevan, short and stout, with broad nose and thick lips, looked more suited for the roles he had played earlier in life than for diplomacy. The child of a servant girl from Western England and an unknown father, he had gone to work as a trucker after a few years of schooling, moving on to a career as a labor leader, and then to the top of the labor movement. On the way he organized the giant transport and general workers union and, with others, led the general strike of 1926. When Churchill became the hard-pressed wartime prime minister, he drafted Bevan, whose steel he had felt from the government side in the general strike, into the War Cabinet for the heavy task of Minister of Labor. Bevan never became, like his two immediate successors, Herbert Morrison and Anthony Eden, a House of Commons man. He was more at home in the tougher atmosphere of the Trades Union Congress. When the Labour Party came to power in 1945, Bevan hoped for the exchequer, but Attlee, husbanding his assets, chose Hugh Dalton and put Bevan in the Foreign Office. Never has a Foreign Secretary been more beloved by his often formidable staff. Bevan knew his mind and his limitations. He could lead and learn at the same time, qualities much appreciated by a disciplined and professional force. Immune with the spirits of his predecessors with an informality that might have surprised them. One day he said to me, "Last night I was reading some papers of old Salisbury. He had a lot of sense." He used to chuckle admiringly over old Palmerston too. George III, that much, painted monarch who gazed down from a panel behind Bevan's desk, might not have appreciated the Foreign Secretary's view that if the monarch had not been so stupid, the United States might not have been so strong, and hence so able to come to Britain's rescue in the war and after it. Schumann, slender, stooped, bald, with long nose, surprised and shy eyes and smile, might have been a painter, musician, or scholar, rather than a lawyer, member of Parliament, former Premier of France, who had put the Communists out of the government. He had grown up and been educated for the law in Metz under German rule, was an intellectual, and broadly read in both French and German literature. His humor was quick, gentle, and ironic. Bevan's broad and hearty. The Quai d'Orsay did not give Schumann the support that Bevan got from the Foreign Office. It was deeply divided by strong personalities: Herve Alphand, Maurice Couve de Merville, Alexandre Parodi, Maurice Schumann, and the victim of conspiratorial habits left over from the war and the resistance. This made for delays in negotiation with Schumann, who continually had to watch his flanks and rear and his communications with Paris. Schumann's knowledge of English was always a source of amusement to me, and often of confusion to him in our meetings. He spoke it haltingly, and preferred to speak in French and use an interpreter. However, he could understand English if the words came through in recognizable sounds. Bevan's West Country speech, Morrison's Cockney, and Anthony Eden's Eton Oxford quite baffled him. However, to my embarrassment, he not only understood me, but explained that this was due to my speaking slowly and clearly. One evening in New York, we put his English to the test at Cole Porter's Kiss Me Kate. He recognized the plot of The Taming of the Shrew and loved the music, but the intrusion of the gangster theme threw him off the trail. As well it might. Both Bevan and Schumann held firm political convictions growing out of the tragic experience of Europe in this century. Both saw the menace of communism and of the imperialism of the Soviet state Both believed unshakably in the essential nexus of Western Europe and North America to maintain a balance of power, and with it, peace. Schumann, however, went further, and as a man of the border country between France and Germany, believed like Lincoln in reconciliation after strife and in unity. My affection for both of these men became very great, but my relations with each developed differently. Bevan soon became Ernie, while I became to him me lad. Life with Ernie was gay and turbulent, for his temper could build up as suddenly as a summer storm, and could flash and thunder as noisily, then disappear as the sun broke through it. Schumann always remained M. Schumann, or le President, since a premier was president of the Council of Ministers, while with me he always used formal address. Our terms of office almost coincided, his beginning in July 1948, and ending in January 1953. In 1950, it was my good fortune during my time in office to work with colleagues from other countries who inspired both respect and affection. Sir Winston Churchill, Anthony Eden, later Lord Avon, and Oliver Franks, later Lord Franks of Britain, John Monnet of France, Alcide de Gasperi of Italy, Dirk Sticker of the Netherlands, Halvard Lange of Norway, Konrad Adenauer of Germany, Lester Pearson, and Hume Wrong of Canada, Sir Owen Dixon and Richard Casey of Australia, Antonio Espinosa de los Monteros of Mexico, Walter Moreda Salles of Brazil, Shigeru Yoshida of Japan. Since the best environment for diplomacy is found where mutual confidence between governments exists, relationships of respect and affection between the individuals who represent them furnish a vitally important aid to it. Our first week with Bevan and Schumann in April 1949 was one of rarely equaled achievement. Its announced purpose was the final approval and signing of the North Atlantic Treaty. We three also agreed on our governments, positions for ending the Berlin blockade, on the military assistance program operation, and on a plan for a German government in the western zones, and its relations to the Allied occupation authorities, which will be gone into later. First we went over in detail with Schumann and Bevan the Jessup Malik talks and discussed whether, and if so how, to push the Russians farther. We all three saw the danger in allowing Stalin to edge his way into the incomplete and delicate negotiations among us regarding our relations among ourselves and with the Germans in our zones, which could lead to disunity among us and no progress in lifting the blockade. The greatest danger of disunity lay in any postponement of our tripartite preparations together and with the Germans. If the blockade was lifted and the Council of Foreign Ministers promptly convened, it would soon be apparent whether the Russians were serious about any plans for Germany as a whole acceptable to the three. My own view was that if the council meeting failed, the blockade would not be reimposed. Stalin was lifting it because as a means to his end, Allied withdrawal from Berlin, it had failed and was hurting him. He would not walk back into the trap. We agreed that the Jessup-Malek exploration was the best method to pursue, and that the support of the three ministers should now be thrown behind Jessup's position. He was given a short statement, which he read to Malik on April 5th, to the effect that the three ministers understood that only 2 points were under discussion, simultaneously lifting the blockade and counter-blockade, and fixing a date for a meeting of the Council of Foreign Ministers. They wished to be sure that these 2 points were not conditioned upon any other point. If this was clear, Jessup pointed out, no question of postponement of any preparations for a German government in the western zones arose. Malek insisted that the currency problem must appear on any agenda. Since it had been a matter of discussion for nearly a year, Jessup saw no problem. While Malik was awaiting instructions from Moscow, the week with Schumann and Bevan saw almost prodigies of agreement on Germany, to which we shall return, and the signing of the North Atlantic Treaty. These events, drawn, was getting along well without them. Before the French and British ministers left Washington, we arranged that liaison among us on the blockade could be maintained through our representatives at the United Nations. Here I should mention the emergence of a problem that at first was no bigger than a man's hand, but was destined to grow: the uneasiness, even jealousy, that tripartite meetings of the occupying powers, Britain, France, and the United States caused our other allies. We had problems that they did not share and that had to be dealt with. To obviate unnecessary travel, we tried meeting before the General North Atlantic Treaty meetings. This produced murmurs that we were managing the agenda. When we postponed our tripartite business until after the meetings, we were pictured as favored guests who lingered after the party to discuss the other guests. To some extent, the same criticism developed when the North Atlantic Treaty Ministers met at the same time and place as the United Nations General Assembly. We reached the conclusion that in this age of the common man, with its meeting-ridden diplomacy, there was no escape from criticism of any sort of exclusiveness. Our motto became Admiral Farragut's at Mobile Bay. Damn the torpedoes, go ahead. Agreement to lift the blockade on April 10th. The Russians were still trying to maneuver a cessation of preparations for a West German government. Malik told Jessup of Wyszynski's understanding that no such government would be established before or during the sessions of the Council of Foreign Ministers. Jessup had, of course, said nothing of the sort and made this clear. The difficulty of multi-party diplomacy now appeared. The President approved a strong message to Malik in which the three ministers backed Jessup's position. But we could not get clearance from London. I urged upon Bevan the importance of pressing the Russians, and if necessary, taking some public action before they did. What we got was a leak out of London about the talks. This required an account of our own, which ended with this sentence: if the present position of the Soviet government is as stated in the TASS agency, release, as published in the American press, the way appears clear for a lifting of the blockade and a meeting of the Council of Foreign Ministers. A few more weeks of jockeying among Washington, London, and Moscow were necessary to convince the Russians that there was no use delaying further. While waiting for Wyszynski's unconditional agreement, we worked out with our allies important points of procedure. The ministers should meet in Paris on May 23, the blockade having been lifted not less than 10 days before. Preliminary talks with British and French representatives on a joint position would begin on May 9th and be completed by the three ministers on May 21st and 22 in Paris. The agenda should not fix the order in which items must be discussed and disposed of. Agreement would be reached on individual points only after discussion of all. Details of lifting restrictions would be reached locally after discussion with General Clay. After the blockade had been lifted, we would apply to the United Nations to have this item dropped from the Security Council agenda. The next day, in a 4-to-power communique, all restrictions imposed since March 1st, 1948, would be removed on May 12th, 1949. 11 days afterward, on May 23rd, 1949, a meeting of the Council of Foreign Ministers would be convened in Paris to consider questions relating to Germany and problems arising out of the situation in Berlin, including also the question of currency in Berlin. The day was proclaimed a legal holiday and a day of rejoicing in Berlin. I paid grateful tribute to all those who, through operation of the airlift, had made this achievement possible. Great as it was, however, it had not solved the German problem. It put us, I warned, again in the situation in which we were before the blockade was imposed. Whether a solution could be reached in Paris would depend upon Russian willingness not to retard the progress the Western powers had made in their efforts to make West Germany a peaceful and constructive member of the community of free nations in Europe. My own view was that the airlift had been a success, but had not ended the Russian campaign. That would be continued at the foreign ministers' meetings. With the blockade a demonstrated failure, Stalin had raised it to carry on the war against a West German government by political means. Until the council session was over, we could not judge the net effect of the attempt at coercion by the use of force and the threat to use more. I did not expect the Council of Foreign Ministers to accomplish more than uneasy modus vivendi with the Russians. Reflections on Soviet diplomacy. The history of the Berlin blockade is so typical a demonstration of Soviet political values and diplomatic method that it has been worth more than usual attention to detail. It shows the extreme sensitivity of Soviet authorities to developments in Germany and an almost equal lack of judgment in reacting to them. We were to see this again in 1952, when further steps would be taken by the West to move toward the end of the occupation and the association of Germany with NATO, again in 1955 when the actual admission of Germany was proposed, and once again in 1963 when closer association in nuclear planning was under consideration. On all these occasions, the same clumsy diplomacy resulted. An offer to abandon a long and bitterly held Soviet position was made on condition of Allied abandonment of its proposed innovations. When this was firmly refused, the Soviet Union abandoned its own long-held position in the hope of dividing the Allies or seducing the Germans. In 1952, this took the form of threats to Bonn if it should sign the 1952 agreements and offers if it should not, in 1955, of signing the long-delayed Austrian State Treaty and the reunification of Austria as an earnest of what Germany might get by declining to join NATO. In 1963, the nuclear-to-test ban as a means of staving off a multilateral force. What one may learn from these experiences is that the Soviet authorities are not moved to agreement by negotiation. That is, by a series of mutual concessions calculated to move parties desiring agreement closer to an acceptable one. Theirs is hoping to force an opponent to accept it. When and if action by the opponent demonstrates the Soviet position to be untenable, they hastily abandon it. After asking and having been refused an unwarranted price, and hastily take up a new position, which may or may not represent a move toward greater mutual stability. Sir William Hayter has admirably summed up the Russian idea of negotiating. Negotiation with the Russians does occur from time to time, but it requires no particular skill. The Russians are not to be persuaded by eloquence or convinced by reasoned arguments. They rely on what Stalin used to call the proper basis of international policy, the calculation of forces. So no case, however skillfully deployed, however clearly demonstrated as irrefutable, will move them from doing what they have previously decided to do. The only way of changing their purpose is to demonstrate that they have no advantageous alternative, that what they want to do is not possible. Negotiations with the Russians are therefore very mechanical, and they are probably better conducted on paper than by word of mouth. 31. On January 24, 1949, the President received me for the first of the two, and sometimes three, meetings that for the next 4 years we usually had alone each week. The two subjects discussed were the current ambassadorial negotiations on the North Atlantic Treaty text and his views about the Point 4 Technical Assistance Program. In the light of his guidance, my first two press conferences took up these two subjects. Problems of negotiation. 1. The press, what I tried to do in the press conferences was give the men who covered the State Department a somewhat broader view of the purpose and significance of these great policy decisions than most of them had. With some distinguished exceptions, such as Paul Ward of the Baltimore Sun and John Hightower of the Associated Press, they were inclined to bring to the reporting of foreign affairs the same nose for controversial spot news that they had learned to look for on the City Hall and police. Court beats. This did the country and their readers a disservice. In reporting news about the North Atlantic Treaty, they tended to speculate on what countries might or might not be invited to sign it, what territory it might cover, what commitments might be made. None of these matters was ripe for decision. What I hoped to get them to discuss were the dangers the treaty was aimed to meet, how they could be met or avoided, the relation of the treaty to other measures contemplated. In other words, the place of the treaty in the developing strategy of the West. I made the same effort to enlighten reporting on the Point 4 program. Plus, what most of my hearers would have much preferred would have been comments on the attacks made on these measures by their opponents. That would be news. 2. The parties my education on past discussions about the treaty text was taken in hand by those of Mr. Lovett's assistants who had participated in them. Charles Bolin, John Hickerson, Theodore Achilles, Dean Rusk, and Ernest Gross. When the sessions resumed in February, I found myself working with a group of ambassadors whom I had known well for so long that we were truly and not spuriously on a first-name basis. The original group was Small-Oliver Franks of Britain, Hume Wrong of Canada, Henri Bonnet of France, Minister Hugh Glegalet of Luxembourg. Wilhelm Morgenstern of Norway joined us on March 4th. The wrong. Acheson friendship went back over 2 generations. His father had been at the University of Toronto with mine, and Mrs. Wrong's father, Professor Hutton, had taught them both. Wilhelm Morgenstern and I had first worked together 20 to 8 years before. All the others had been colleagues of mine for many years. We talked easily and frankly. To preserve secrecy and the integrity of communication systems, reports of meetings were transmitted through our embassies to the various foreign offices. 3. The Congress at our first meeting on February 8, I pointed out the unwisdom of our trying to move any faster with a text than I could move in my discussions with Senators Connolly and Vandenberg, since agreement would mean little unless it carried senatorial opinion with it. In fact, I had already started with the senators on February 3rd and had 3 more meetings with them during the month, and one with a group from the House Committee on Foreign Affairs. 3 issues engaged both the ambassadors and the legislators. Should the treaty deal with more than military security? What nations should be signatories of it? What commitments should it contain? In general, the ambassadors wished to push further than the senators were prepared to follow. It was therefore most important to keep meetings with both groups moving along concurrently. I was like a circus performer riding 2 horses. For one to move ahead of the other would mean a nasty fall. Safety required use of the ambassadors to urge on the senators, and the senators to hold back the ambassadors. The early drafts, the senators thought, went too far on all 3 issues. The first was the Canadian proposal of Article 2, which got us into cultural, economic, and social cooperation. The senators were strongly opposed. We had all just been through a punishing experience. On February 2, I had been before the Senate committee doing my best to support agreements that came out of the Bogotá conference, attended by General Marshall. The Senate would have none of them. The agreements announced sweeping alleged human rights to education, the good life, welfare, and so on, reminiscent of a good many UN resolutions, but which to Senator George and others posed serious constitutional complications in federal-to-state relationships. Our senators saw Article 2 threatening our treaty with the same danger for no important benefit. I agreed, and proceeded to redraft the article toward the expression of desired goals. Even so diffused, Article 2 has continued to bedevil NATO. Lester Pearson has continually urged the Council to set up committees of wise men, to find a use for it, which the wise men continually have failed to do. Inquiries. The first of these was Norway. Soon afterward came 2 Dynavian countries, Denmark and Iceland, and then Italy from the Mediterranean. On February 7, Halvard Lang, the Norwegian foreign minister, arrived in Washington on a voyage of discovery. He came neither to apply for membership nor to ask for other help, but to learn what we were planning to do and to discuss Norway's problems. His visit set off a barrage of bluster and threats from Moscow that did not disturb him in the least. From our first meeting, I found him a most delightful and impressive man. A member of the Norwegian resistance during the war, he had been caught, due to his own carelessness, he told me, and imprisoned under death sentence. For months he never knew whether footsteps approaching his cell were those of a guard bringing the inevitable vegetable soup and bread, or a summons to face a firing squad. Eventually he was transferred to Dachau. This substitution, he said, of the grave risk of death for the near certainty of it was a change from hell to heaven. He emerged broken in health, but with his courage, high intelligence, and gift of humor unimpaired. In Lang's view, experience had taught Norway that neutrality was an illusion. She must find security in association with others. Association in the United Nations, once so hopeful, had in recent years lost its promise. The Swedish proposal of a Scandinavian security treaty had much to be said for it, but Swedish insistence that its members must not seek other association would leave the group too weak to afford its members much protection. He asked both specific and general questions about our proposed treaty for the purpose of advising his government upon his return. Would the territorial integrity of signatories be guaranteed? Would they have priority in military assistance over non-signatories? The answer in both cases was no. The purpose was to establish a system of individual and collective self-defense against attack. No guarantees could be given. No system of priorities assigned. What Norway chose to do was for Norway to decide. We urged no course upon her people. If her government wished to join the rest of us, the United States would support it. My clear impression was that both Lang and Wilhelm Morgenstern, Norwegian ambassador in Washington, favored that course, and that the lack of any pressure increased their desire to do so. At the end of February, the Norwegian government made application to join. At once the French attempted to condition Norwegian membership upon acceptance of Italy, also Bonnet, suggesting that French public opinion would not understand acceptance of Norway ahead of Italy. At the same time, General de Gaulle, then in retirement, was reported as opposing both the North Atlantic Treaty on the ground that it had been devised by the United States for its not Europe's security, and the Brussels Pact because it was meant to secure Britain, not Europe. The President and the two senators lost patience with this haggling. I reported to the ambassadors at our meeting on March 1 that our government, while open-minded about Italy, was united in requesting that we accept Norway at that meeting. We would also agree to extend the treaty to cover Algeria. Norway was accepted. A few days later, Wilhelm Morgenstern joined our group. He was a solemn man, wholly lacking in humor, with an expression or having been weaned on Ibsen. In welcoming him, I recalled a meester in my hometown who welcomed new members of his church to all our joys and all our sorrows, adding, "So far there haven't been many joys." I suggested that we were counting on Wilhelm to furnish joys for us. Our next caller was Gustav Rasmussen, the Danish foreign minister. He brought irresistibly to mind a phrase in a letter from Abbé Bernard to Louis VII of France during the Second Crusade: like a sparrow with careful watchfulness, avoid the snares of the fowler. Rasmussen moved like a sparrow with careful watchfulness. He had to, dependent as he was on a coalition government at home and an unstable environment abroad. In the end, he would probably do what the Norwegians did, and so he did. So did Foreign Minister Bjarni Benediktsson of Iceland. 5. The problem of Italy. Italy presented a perplexing problem. She was most decidedly not a North Atlantic state in any geography. Both European and American military opinion held that Italy would make little military contribution to Western Europe's security against attack and might be a considerable drain on available military assets. Yet from a political point of view, an unattached Italy was a source of danger. A former enemy state, without the connection with the United States, such as Greece and Turkey had had since 1947, through our economic and military programs, without connections to Western Europe, except for the late unlamented one made between Mussolini and Franco. Italy might suffer from an isolation complex and, with its large communist party, fall victim to seduction from the East. We had expressed these ideas to Bevan at the end of January, stressing the importance of strengthening Italian resistance to Russian domination and our intention to continue the supply of arms whether or not Italy became a party to the treaty. Although the senators were reluctant, and Henri Bonnet's clumsy advocacy came near to defeating his purpose, we eventually joined in asking Italy to become an original signatory. The importance of Portugal, the possessor of the Azores, to Western European defense was clear enough. Here the difficulty was the other way around, in reconciling Dr. Salazar to an alliance from which Spain, because of strong objection from many members, was excluded. At length, my close friend, Pedro Pereira, the Portuguese ambassador, was able to report that consultation between Portugal and Spain had convinced them that the North Atlantic Treaty was not incompatible with the non-aggression and friendship treaty between them. On March 17, invitations went out from the 8 states conferring in Washington to Italy, Denmark, Iceland, and Portugal to join them as original signatories of the treaty. Both before and after these invitations, representatives of Turkey had talked with me in considerable agitation over our failure to invite them. Once the Atlantic character of the alliance had been breached by the invitation to Italy, no assurances, explanations, or other forms of words eased their painful sense of abandonment. soon shared in Greece. Their joint lamentations continued until, 2 years later, both countries were received into membership. 6. The issue of automatic involvement, the most difficult issue both with the ambassadors and with the senators, arose in the drafting of Article 5. The Vandenberg Resolution, in broad generality, supported regional and other collective arrangements for individual and collective self-defense and our association, with such of them as might affect our national security. Since individual and collective self-defense was expected to take place in Europe against Soviet, and possibly, as Henri Bonnet kept reminding us, German attack, the Europeans were naturally the most fervent advocates of strong and unequivocal commitments for aid in case of attack. The British characteristically wished an opportunity to appraise an emergency before plunging in, and the Americans and Canadians were most wary of what came to be known as automatic involvement. All joined in the doubtful dogma that in 2 world wars Germany had picked off her victims one by one, and that if her rulers had known from the start that such conduct would have brought in Britain and America. Presumably at the start, neither war would have occurred. Therefore, a collective security agreement should make it clear to potential aggressors that to attack one member of the collectivity was to attack all. This was very resonant and rotund. But when one took pencil to draft, one was immediately reminded that clear as day must not mean automatic involvement. De Tocqueville has told us that in America, every political question is soon transformed into a judicial one. Nowhere is this more true than in treaty making. According to the Constitution, a treaty is the supreme law of the land, and its provisions are drafted as if for the construction of a court, with our constitutional provisions not only in mind, but often, as here, specifically preserved. So when Article 11 declared that this treaty shall be ratified, and its provisions carried out by the parties in accordance with their respective constitutional processes, these words, insisted upon by the senators, meant to them that while the President by constitutional provision was Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy of the United States, the power to declare war was given to the Congress. Against this background, the negotiation of Article 5 became a contest between our allies, seeking to impale the Senate on the specific, and the senators attempting to wriggle free. The struggle brought Vandenberg to an anguishing consciousness of his dilemma. He understood clearly that the more specifically the commitment was defined, the more nearly the opposition might approach that 1/3 plus one of the senators present that could defeat it, while the more vaguely it was stated, the less would it achieve his purpose. The dilemma seemed inherent in the Constitution. What was this sovereignty United States of America, and how could it ensure faith in promised future conduct? In reality, the problem was general and insoluble, lying in inescapable change of circumstances and of national leadership, and in the weakness of words to bind, especially when the juice of continued purpose is squeezed out of them and their husks analyzed to a dryly logical extreme. In our drafting, we started out with 2 ideas familiar to the senators and previously approved. The idea of an attack on one, considered as an attack on all, came from the Treaty of Rio de Janeiro, and the idea of allies jointly and severally taking measures to restore peace and security came from Article 51% of the United Nations Treaty, in both of which both Vandenberg and Connolly had collaborated. To apply these ideas to Europe was new, but that hurdle had been passed in the Vandenberg Resolution. Then the question arose whether we should say that the action to be taken to restore peace and maintain security should be such action as each deems necessary. It seemed to me clear that no power existed to force any other action upon any signatory, and that to appear to do so would only raise the outrage that General de Gaulle has since raised against transferring the sovereign power to declare war to some supranational organization. The senators, of course, agreed. The ambassadors believed this weakened the article. However, they agreed that the net impact of the article would be strengthened if another phrase was added, such action as each deems necessary, including the use of armed force. Logically, the first clause included the second, but to leave no doubt that armed force was contemplated helped greatly. A CAT among the pigeons. In our private talks, Senator Connolly was still worried about automatic involvement, but Vandenberg argued strongly for the concept of making our position clear as a preventive measure. At this point, Senator Forrest C. Donnell, Republican of Missouri, set off a landmine under our discussions. It all came from an irresponsible senator reading the gossip of an irresponsible reporter. Senator Donnell was not my favorite senator. He combined the courtliness of Mr. Pickwick and the suavity of an experienced waiter with the manner of a prosecuting attorney in the movies. The gimlet eye, the piercing question. In administering the coup de grace, he would do it with a napkin over his arm and his ears sticking out perpendicularly like an alert elephant's. He read to the Senate a report from the Kansas City Times of a secret meeting between Lange of Norway and me, which I was said to have said that the treaty would contain the strongest possible commitment to give prompt and effective aid if any one of the countries in the alliance is attacked. But only Congress can declare war. Military action, therefore, cannot be committed in advance. But in joining the alliance, the American government would subscribe to the principle that an attack on one member nation was an attack on all, and this would be interpreted as a moral commitment to fight. Donnell, in protesting against any moral commitment to go to war, was in fact attacking the treaty language, including the use of armed force. Vandenberg jumped to his feet, referred to the Rio Treaty, and the ideas that each signer must decide what action was required, that the whole matter was being worked out, that both world wars would have been prevented if the attitude of the United States had been made clear in advance. Tom Connolly followed, asserting that there was no difference between a moral commitment and a legal one, and the treaty would contain neither. William Noland of California quite sensibly observed that the purpose was to make clear in advance our full commitment against aggression, and any treaty which did not do that was useless. Cabot Lodge of Massachusetts said that what the signatories would do would be more important than the words they used. If they united to make themselves strong enough to resist aggression and did resist it, then they would have accomplished something. Connolly, returning to the fray, spread total confusion by declaring that the Senate was quite as patriotic and able as the State Department to protect the United States, adding, "We cannot, however, be Sir Galahad's. And every time we hear a gun fired, plunge into war and take sides without knowing what we are doing and without knowing the issues involved. That is my attitude." Senator Donnell insisted that he was still not satisfied and did not want anything in the treaty which constitutes the moral commitment to fight, referred to by the writer as covered by Secretary Acheson. The next day, Tom Connolly, in an effort to clarify his position, stated that we could not legally sign a treaty providing for automatic entrance into war, and gave his own version of a satisfactory Article 5.2. The press, having had a field day with the Senate, turned to the State Department and the White House to continue the fun. I opened my press conference 3 on February 16th with a statement that had been mimeographed for my questioners to prevent any possibility of misquotation. It pointed out that the treaty was still under negotiation, that there was no difference within the United States government between the purposes stated in the Vandenberg Resolution, the President's inaugural address, and the unanimous report of the House Committee on Foreign Affairs on H.R. 6802 of the 80th Congress, that I was working in close consultation with senior members of the Senate Committee, and that soon we hoped to have a draft treaty ready for discussion in all countries. In the meantime, no further public discussion would be helpful. All efforts to draw me out failed. Similar efforts the following day with the President were equally unsuccessful. He adopted a procedure that we often used later in similar situations. My statement would lead off. When asked about the same subject, the President would say merely that my statement had been made after consultation with him and that he had nothing to add to it. This smothered the fire. A T-length a treaty emerges. I have reported this ridiculous episode at far greater length than its importance justifies, because it illustrates the difficulty of negotiating when one is operating through an executive legislative Soviet. The tempest had the salutary result of convincing the negotiators that the time had come to conclude their work before it became impossible through what Brooks Adams described as the degradation of the democratic dogma. On March 18, after much debate within the international and senatorial groups, we succeeded in releasing a treaty text for public discussion before final acceptance of it by governments. But, in reality, to force it, never has a debutante been presented with more fanfare, appearing simultaneously in 12 capitals. In Washington, I presented it with a detailed explanation of each paragraph at an early morning press conference, and again that evening in a radio address to the nation for commitment, which, as a nation, it was proposed we make to our allies, and they to us. The confusion in people's minds was well brought out by a reporter's request to explain the moral obligation as distinct from specific, written out obligation to use armed force. Decent people, I said, kept their contract obligations. If they could not, or if they differed over what they meant, then, and then only, they went to court. We were decent people. We could keep our promises, and our promises were written out and clear enough. They were to regard an attack on any of our allies as an attack on ourselves, and to assist the victim ourselves and with the others with force if necessary, to restore and maintain peace and security. Twice in 20 to 5 years, there had been armed attacks in the area involved in this treaty, and it was abundantly clear what measures had been necessary to restore peace and security. This did not mean that we would be automatically at war if one of our allies was attacked. We should and would act as a nation in accordance with our promises, not in repudiation of them, and as a nation. That decision will rest where the Constitution has placed it. In press conference, speech, report to the President on the treaty, and testimony before the Senate committee, I hammered away at this vital point, that the necessity of acting as a nation in the manner the Constitution provided did not mean either that in some undefined way the nation would act automatically, or that legislators could act properly under the law of the land. In this case, the treaty, by going contrary to its provisions, no power, but their own sense of right, could force them to do their part in enabling the nation to keep its lawful promise, but that did not affect either the lawfulness or the meaning of the promise. At the hearing before the Senate committee, I applied this reasoning to Article 3 of the treaty, to the annoyance of the senators. This article bound the parties to develop their individual and collective capacity to resist armed attack by self, to help and mutual assistance. If the treaty should be ratified, the United States, I said, was under obligation to do its part to assist others to develop a capacity to resist armed attack. A senator who opposed military assistance, as did Senator Taft, in any and all forms, was, as part of the United States government, repudiating that obligation. So far as I could prevent it, I would oppose attempting to win votes for the treaty by denigrating its commitments. On the morning of March 19th, a long telegram came in from President Truman, who had escaped from the Washington winter to the naval station at Key West, Florida, to clear up a bronchial trouble from which he often suffered. He and his party had listened to my speech. He was most generous in praise of it, and, he said, approved every word. Another telegram gave his approval to my publishing his message if I wished to do so, which of course I did. This was typical of the President's thoughtfulness in letting no opportunity pass to support and encourage me. All the North Atlantic Treaty ministers met in Washington on April 23rd, told him that it would be appropriate and fitting for him to sign the treaty on behalf of the United States. But this he refused to do. He would attend the ceremony and stand beside me as I signed, but the treaty should bear my name. The meeting decided that before the signing, each of the foreign ministers would make a statement. When I inquired about the languages they would use, so that appropriate interpreters would be present, Lester Pearson of Canada replied that he would speak North American English with a French accent. The signing ceremony was dignified and colorful, with the President and Vice President of the United States standing on either side of me, as I signed the treaty. The Marine Band added a note of unexpected realism as we waited for the ceremony to begin by playing 2 songs from the currently popular musical play Porgy and Bess. I've got plenty of nothing, and it ain't necessarily so. The Senate advises and consents to ratification. The Senate hearings covered well, explored territory. Only 2 new ideas cropped up. Vandenberg asked me how the agreement of the United States to the accession of new signatories to the treaty would be expressed. That is, whether by the President alone or by the President acting by and with the advice and consent of the Senate. Fortunately, we had thought of this point, and I had asked the President to reflect upon our recommendation as it affected his prerogatives. After thinking the matter over, he gave me my answer. I am authorized by the President of the United States, I said, to say that in his judgment, the accession of new members to this treaty creates, in regard to each new member coming in effect, a new treaty between the United States and that nation, and that therefore the President would consider it necessary to ask for the advice and consent of the Senate before himself agreeing to the admission of a new member. To this, Senator Vandenberg replied, I do not know how you could make a more totally persuasive or righteous answer. A question from Senator Bork Hickenlooper of Iowa evoked from me a less felicitous answer, and a charge later on that I had misled the Senate. The question was whether under Article 3, which related to mutual assistance in developing capacity to resist armed attack, we were going to be expected to send substantial numbers of troops over there as a more or less permanent contribution to the development of these countries. Capacity to resist? The answer to that question, Senator, I replied, is a clear and absolute no. Even as a short-range prediction, this answer was deplorably wrong. It was almost equally stupid, but it was not intended to deceive. This exchange occurred a year before the United Command was thought of, at a time when our troops were regarded as occupation forces for Germany and not part of a defense force for Europe, which at that time was composed of Field Marshal Montgomery's Brussels Pact Command. At the moment we had presented to Congress as fulfillment of our Article 3 obligation, a military assistance program consisting wholly of military hardware. I thought he was asking whether Article 3 would also obligate us to keep an army in Europe, and replied that it would not. When 2 years later in the Troops for Europe debate, Senator Hickenlooper threw this answer back at me. I could see that he had a point, but was unwilling to cry. Peccavi. The debate in the Senate was long, often noisy, and not a little ridiculous, and forecast some of our troubles in the next few years. Senators Connolly, and to Connolly the treaty was a flaming sign to any aggressor. Do not enter. But it did not commit us to automatic involvement or an arms program. To Vandenberg, it was a warrant for doom for any aggressor. Earlier, he had hailed it as the most important step in American foreign policy since the promulgation of the Monroe Doctrine. Donald spoke against it, asking whether Portugal was a democracy. Taft, with great regret, had to oppose it because he found it inseparably linked to the arms program. Ralph Flanders of Vermont came out for a strong United Nations and intensified propaganda, which wrung from William Langer of North Dakota the heartfelt ejaculation, "By God, absolutely unanswerable." John Foster Dulles, appointed to the Senate on July 7th by Governor Dewey of New York to fill a vacancy, in a maiden speech a few days later, supported the treaty and lashed out at preposterous and dangerous interpretation S. This brought shouted and angry interruptions from Senator Taft. William Jenner of Indiana found the treaty shrouded in secrecy and wanted to know the whole truth, though about what remained vague. After 10 days of such statesmanlike deliberation, the vote was taken, and the treaty approved by 82 to 13.3. Tripartite agreement on Germany. The formal signing of the North Atlantic Treaty made possible quiet meetings with Bevin and Schuman to begin another equally far-reaching move in Europe. Even before Stalin's answers to Kingsbury Smith's questions, developments in Germany had made a meeting of the Western occupying powers a necessity. The imminent possibility of the foreign ministers' meetings lent urgency to it. Our view in the department was that the purpose of the Russian move was to stop or delay formation of a West German government, either as a condition to lifting the blockade or by dividing the Western powers on the subject during the council meetings. Therefore, agreement among the three powers on a plan was essential before we got into 4-to-power talks. I found both Bevan and Schumann wholly agreed on this in our first meeting. Indeed, both thought the chances high that the Moscow move was a trap. Bevan even suggesting that it might be better to let things stay as they were in Berlin while we worked out an agreement on Germany and ratified the North Atlantic Treaty. Contributing to this view was an apprehension that a merely temporary lifting of the blockade might seriously disorganize the airlift. I believed that the spur of an approaching 4-to-power meeting was the best inducement to agreement. My first impression on going over the material prepared in London by British, French, and American experts in anticipation of the April meetings was one of despair. The papers were long, tremendously complex, and totally incomprehensible. Nearly 200 questions had been reserved for decision by the ministers because of disagreement among the experts. The draft of the occupation statute was 50 pages long, almost all of it subject to dissents. The chances of the three ministers even understanding, to say nothing of that experts were expert because only they understood the makeshift complexities created as the zones began to operate together, and rough divisions of function were made between German and occupation administrators. It was literally unthinkable to them to discard the whole substance of their expertise, but this had to be done. 2 weeks before the April meetings I did it, telling them to take their papers away and start over again. George Kennan had talked with Schumann in Paris, and got from him the suggestion that we might find guidance in the simpler arrangements which had been followed in Austria, a liberated, not an enemy, country. This had the advantage of being sensible and of being attributable to Schumann. I asked for 2 papers, neither to exceed 2 or 3 pages. The first should be an occupation statute dealing with governmental powers to be turned over to German federal and Länder state governments to be exercised in accordance with a federal basic law and Länder constitutions that the Germans were drawing up, and with powers reserved to the 3 occupying nations. The other paper should state how, among themselves, the occupying states should exercise their reserved power. These papers could be and must be as clear and simple as they were short, even though getting agreement, especially on the second, might be difficult. I told my department colleagues to read the Constitution of the United States as a model of declaratory statement. My first talks with Bevan and Schumann delighted me by their broad approach to European and German problems. Bevan told me of his hopes that arrangements under the Brussels Treaty could include a cabinet for Western Europe. They must get used, he said, to dealing with matters of common concern and to reaching common judgments. He would like to see Germany brought in, and believed that the North Atlantic Treaty could give needed confidence in action of this kind. I agreed that the Council and Defense Committee proposed under the treaty should not derogate from the effectiveness of Western Union. A year later, however, when Schumann moved, with the coal and steel plan, to give real substance to the vague views that Bevan had voiced to me, the latter drew back. Unhappily, his health was then failing, and his judgment with it. In April 1949, Schumann saw that the time had come in Germany to move from direct Allied responsibility to maximum German responsibility under Allied control, and from military to civilian relations. These attitudes held high promise of an agreed plan for Germany, though there remained some rapids to shoot before we reached the calm of agreement. 20 years later, what remains interesting in those talks is not what we agreed upon, but how, through all the complexity and confusion, we found a path to agreement. The task was to fix on the broad line along which we wanted to move, and then by increasingly specific development find what was common ground and what was not. Disagreements could be dealt with last, and would then appear not as isolated points of principle, but as items in an otherwise acceptable and workable scheme. We did not begin with papers, which so often divert readers to trivia, but with dialogue. To aid in it, we had colleagues back from Germany to head our German office. Bevan had Sir Oliver Franks, one of the most creative minds I have worked with, and Bevan's secretary, Roderick Barclay, later Sir Roderick, with Schumann or Couve de Merville from the Foreign Office, and Ambassador Henri Bonnet. I began by saying that our preliminary talks had left me with the impression that all of us wished to reduce the responsibilities for government in Germany, that our occupation authorities had been carrying and increase the responsibilities of the Germans. Schumann, in his earlier talks with Kennan, had pointed to our experience in Austria as a guide. Such a plan would lighten our present task, since we could concentrate on what we wanted to reserve and how to exercise our reserved powers, leaving to the Germans how to manage all that was turned over to them. They were already at work on a federal basic law and constitutions for the Länder. Broadly speaking, what we would wish to reserve was supreme power to resume all authority, should that eventuality be necessary, but more specifically, power to act directly in certain defined areas, such as disarmament, security, denazification, decartelization, foreign affairs, reparations, and so on. For the rest, the Germans should be free to govern themselves, subject to the power of the occupation to review and veto if they should wander outside their basic laws or run counter to occupation policy. All this met with approval, and we undertook to begin broad drafts for discussion, resolving French worries coming to our handling of reserved powers. I suggested that we might be preparing a model for the treatment of Germany as a whole. Dim as that prospect might seem, we should keep to a minimum the power of one occupying government to paralyze action by the others or by the Germans, and devise a system into which we would be willing to receive the Soviet zone and government. This proved to be a sobering and useful thought. Letting these ideas simmer over the weekend, we came back to them on Monday, after the treaty was signed, moving from dialogue to broad instruction. For the ultimate drafters, and still trying to avoid those meticulous pedants, referred to by Mayor Fiorello LaGuardia as the semicolon boys. As anticipated, the occupation statute moved along without much trouble, but discussion of tripartite controls flushed some real problems, chiefly for the French. At the outset, Bevan had fulminated that the power over financial matters, which the United States claimed in the Trizonal Fusion Agreement, went too far, giving the United States military governor a veto over state legislation and making him a tyrant over his colleagues. Proposed authority for the German government to participate in European economic recovery activities and to deal directly with the United States greatly eased this problem. But Schumann's worries were still acute, relating in one form or another to the extent to which France alone could block action upon which German, British, and American authorities were agreed. One of our Carliest agreements in principle had an important bearing upon this delicate and vital negotiation. We had decided that in all fields, even in those reserved to the occupying powers, decisions of German governing, unless positively disapproved. This raised the question: disapproved by whom? Clearly, if all three occupying powers disapproved, the German action would be invalid. The same could be strongly argued if two disapproved, but it would require special provision to allow one to disapprove over the opposition of the other two. From the point of view of negotiating position, Schumann found himself at a disadvantage. It would not have bothered Wyszynski, but Schumann was an intellectually honest man and a very fair man. A solution was possible if we abandoned abstractions and began to analyze categories of specific issues that might arise from the point of view of France's special position and experience. As we discussed, we began to get imaginative and helpful ideas. One was to break down the conception of the occupying state into two separate realities: the individuals on the spot and the government at home. The degree of involvement in an issue and the resulting stubbornness were different. So final decisions should move from those scuffling at the front to the comparative calm and broader considerations affecting foreign offices. Then came the idea of the suspensive appeal and the possibility of different periods for different issues. In labor disputes, a cooling off period gave time for second thoughts and compromises. Again, the number of issues warranting a departure from majority rule on the spot ought to be rigorously cut down by the decent trust and comity among allies, for which I made an eloquent plea. Finally, I introduced an idea from American constitutional practice that proved helpful. A decision to repeal or amend a tripartite agreement would require tripartite agreement, but an action said by a dissenter to violate one could be only temporarily suspended. At first, Schumann asked too much, but, as I've said, he was eminently reasonable and fair. Also, he followed the discussion remarkably closely, always speaking in French translated by Couve de Merville, but understanding most of the English. Final agreement, reached within a week of our first meeting, was completely realistic and workable. Allied controls would be in the hands of an Allied High Commission made up of 3 High Commissioners. Approval of amendments to the German Federal Constitution would require unanimous action, and of requests for financial assistance from the United States approval by weighted voting, which in practice left the United States in control. Approval of all other matters required only a majority vote, with important qualifications. Where the proposed action would alter a tripartite agreement on specified matters of great importance to France, an appeal would suspend action indefinitely, pending tripartite agreement. This gave a veto in a narrow section and raised the discussion to the intergovernmental level, a compromise by all 3 parties. In the case of other appeals, suspension would continue, depending on the issue, from 21 to 30 days unless a majority voted to prolong it. Within this same week, 7 important agreements were made about Germany going beyond occupation matters to the Ruhr, reparations, state boundaries, the federal constitution, and our future policy to bring about the closest integration of the German people under a democratic federal state within the framework of a European association. The first week of April 1949 was one for which none of us ever needed to feel apologetic. The basic agreements were all made public within a month, before our representatives met in Paris to begin preparations for the meetings of the Council of Foreign Ministers scheduled to open May 23. A progress report to the nation. Before plunging into these preparations myself, I took advantage of a meeting of the American Society of Newspaper Publishers on April 28 to broadcast a report to the nation, not only on what we had just done, but on our approach to the forthcoming talks with the Russians about Germany. Our recent agreements on West Germany did not mean, I said, that we had abandoned hope of a solution that would be applicable to Germany as a whole. It did mean that we were not prepared to wait indefinitely for 4 power agreement before making a start on creating healthy and hopeful conditions in those parts of Germany where it could be done. We would do our best in the 4 power discussions to help solve what was plainly one of the most crucial problems in world affairs, but certain principles we would not compromise. The people of Western Germany may rest assured that this government will agree to no general solution for Germany into which the basic safeguards and benefits of the existing Western German arrangements would not be absorbed. They may rest assured that until such a solution can be achieved, this government will continue to lend vigorous support to the development of the Western German program. The people of Europe may rest assured that this government will agree to no arrangements concerning Germany which do not protect the security interests of the European community. The people of the United States may rest assured that in any discussions relating to the future of Germany, this government will have foremost in mind their deep desire for a peaceful and orderly solution of these weighty problems, which have been the heart of so many of our difficulties in the post-war period. Meet in Paris. All the efforts of April, the conclusion of the North Atlantic Treaty, and the agreements on a government for West Germany had been preparatory to the meeting so clearly foreshadowed by Stalin's answers in February to Kingsbury Smith's questions. Even before April, work had been going on in the department, and between it and the Pentagon, which I had been discussing with the President in order to infuse his thoughts into its guidance. Our objective clarified. As our analysis of the German problem deepened, our conception of the principal objective changed. At first, we had discussed the relative merits of placing primary importance either on the reunification of all Germany or on the unification and strengthening of West Germany. However, we soon came to believe that our chief concern should be the future of Europe, and that the reunification of Germany should not be regarded as the chief end in itself. It was plain that this would require the cooperation of the Soviet Union, which occupied a third of German territory. If reunification ranked first in importance, the price which might properly be paid for Soviet cooperation could be very high indeed. If, however, one attached first importance to the future of Europe, and if the Soviet price for reunification of Germany imperiled or destroyed prospects for the future of Europe, then that price should not be paid. The meeting of the Council of Foreign Ministers would probably disclose what price the Russians were demanding. European recovery was only at its beginning. It would not go far without both a sense of security and full German participation in the economic renaissance of Europe. A reunited Germany bought at the price of military insecurity in Europe, or milked by reparations, or paralyzed politically and economically by Soviet veto power or stultifying Soviet control over East German economy, would fatally prejudice the future of Europe. These ideas were embodied in a paper called An Approach to the CFM, which was approved by the President and cabled to Bevan and Schuman as an indication of how our thoughts were running. At the beginning of its work, the policy planning staff had been much interested in various plans by which Soviet and Allied troops might be withdrawn from their respective zones to enclaves on the eastern and western borders of Germany. However, General Bradley, then chairman of the Joint Chiefs, such an effort would be to back British and American forces into indefensible positions in port areas, while Russian forces would not be moved far enough eastward to make much difference. Interest in this approach waned. Other conclusions of our preparatory studies and my talks with the President were that the Council meeting would probably not produce more than a modus vivendi on Berlin, and an easing of the dangerous tension brought on by the open hostility of the blockade. And our response: we could accept this without alarm, but we would like more. A good opportunity to get more should not be rejected on the theory that a better opportunity would surely come. Our reading of the future held no such assurance. Our requirements for a good opportunity were severe, but not impossible. Any plan for power control over an all German government must operate as automatically as possible, leaving no room for Russian opposition to stop the machinery. Russian assurances of goodwill and cooperation were worth nothing. Therefore, as in our tripartite agreement, the principle should be majority rule with a veto only as an exception from it in matters of truly basic importance to the security of one of the supervising powers. The creation of an all-German government should be based on the reception of the Eastern Zone into the trizonal government, already in process of creation. We could not set the clock back. Discussion and settlement of the terms of union could be carried on by representatives of the East and West German regimes, provided that in properly supervised elections, in which all German parties might participate, East German representatives were given some real basis of popular representation, as in West Germany, and were not mere stooges of the Communist Party and hence of Moscow. A West German government could not be expected to negotiate with Moscow. Another provision was that the Eastern Zone be freed of Russian reparation claims, and that industrial enterprises partly or wholly owned by Soviet government agencies be returned to private German interests. We did not propose to have Marshall Plan aid given to West Germany, siphoned into Russia via East Germany. We also put down as an objective to be sought in the Council meetings obtaining some clear Allied jurisdiction and exclusive control over the Autobahn from the western zones to Berlin, and much clearer rights than we had to a rail line also. The blockade and airlift had left us with a political stake in Berlin and moral obligation to its people, both of which we were ill-equipped to sustain. Liturgy and tactics in the Council. From broad strategy we turned to tactics. The Council of Foreign Ministers over the years had developed a liturgy and tradition of its own. The ministers sat at a circular table covered by a green baize cloth. Each minister, 16 people at the table, completely filled it without crowding. The seating was rigidly formalistic. To the left of the French sat the British, then the Russians, and to their left the Americans. Speaking went in similar clockwise order. At the first meeting, the host minister presided. The chairmanship moved each day to the left. Whether intended or not, this arrangement gave both the laboring oar and the leadership to the American Secretary of State, since he always followed the Russian and set the tone for the next round. The meetings were unduly prolonged by 2 translations of each speech, so that all 3 languages were covered. This was an excruciating bore, except on those occasions when Wyszynski introduced a new gambit, which gave us plenty of time, usually far too much to prepare our reply. In the light of this procedure, opening tactics seemed to be pretty clear. We obviously wanted Wyszynski to disclose his hand as fully as possible, as early as possible. This could best be done by Schumann, opening the session with a welcome, a review of the unhappy past, and a plea for a brighter future. Bevin could then follow by goading the Russian. The Soviet Union had broken up 4. Power control of Germany brought us perilously close to trouble of major proportions and now insisted upon this meeting. Where did Wyszynski propose that we go from here? With these ideas of strategy and tactics, Jessup, Murphy, and Bolin went to Paris to concert plans with British and French colleagues. We moved to Paris. On my last day in Washington, May 19, 1949, after a closed session with the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations, I urged that no one indulge extravagant hopes of our meeting. After reviewing earlier council failures to reach agreement with the Soviet Union, I concluded, it is not our intention, no matter how much we may desire agreement, to accept anything which would tend to undo what has been accomplished toward the revival of health and strength for the free nations of the world. There is perhaps nothing more important in the world today than the steadiness and consistency of the foreign policy of this republic. Too much depends on the United States for us to indulge in the luxury of either undue pessimism or premature optimism. It remains to be seen whether the present favorable developments have brought about a situation in which workable and effective agreements can be reached with the Soviet Union on the central problem of Germany. I cannot therefore honestly state whether or not this new attempt will end in success. Whenever meetings took me abroad, the President insisted that I travel in his own plane, the Independence, a most luxurious, for those days, DC-6 propeller plane. Only twice, when the Independence was away or in the shop, did we go in any other. My wife, Mr. and Mrs. John Foster Dulles, and a sub. In Paris, Ambassador and Mrs. David Bruce most hospitably took in the Achesons and Lucius Battle, from whom we were now inseparable. In the next 3 years, until David Bruce came back to Washington to be Under Secretary of State, we imposed unconscionably on the Bruces kindness. It is no exaggeration to say that not since Benjamin Franklin had anyone been closer to or more understanding of the French situation than David Bruce. After 1953, he went on to a diplomatic career very probably unique in American history, adding to his service in Washington and Paris the representation of his country in Bonn and London. Every morning, a little party took the half-hour walk from the embassy residence on the Avenue d'Iéna to the Chancery at the Place de la Concorde. Besides myself, the party consisted of Ambassador Bruce, most of the time, Luke Battle, a French charrette officer, and one of my faithful and delightful security guards, either Frank Madden or Paul Cassidy. It was Paul who said, when I showed him the spot near the Place Royale where Henri IV was assassinated, "Gee, Mr. Secretary, there's a hell of a lot of history around here." Luke was nervous on these walks. He had been told that if I were killed, he had better not survive to tell how. One morning he edged over to me and said, "I don't want to alarm you, but a car is following us." "Yes," interrupted the charrette officer. "It's mine." Our advance party had done a good job of working out agreement with Quai d'Orsay and Foreign Office officials, but as Schumann, Bevin, and I went over it for 2 days, I had no conviction that it would withstand very heavy pressure from Wyszynski if Moscow had given him discretion for broad forays into our lines. Schumann's support of majority voting in 4, power control of Germany, would be weak. Bevin's support of the return of West German industry to German control would be the same. Both were nervous about advocating an armed German gendarmerie to maintain internal security, and yet this would be necessary if in all zones we wished occupation troops to withdraw as soon as possible from this controlling role. The Paris meeting brought my introduction to Andrei Vyshinsky, the Soviet Minister of Foreign Affairs. Short and slim, with quick, abrupt gestures and rapid speech, he gave an impression of nervous tension. His close, cropped gray mustache, mercilessly cold blue eyes, and sharply, if not finely, cut features set him apart from the stocky, peasant-faced Soviet officials and secret police agents around him. Vyshinsky had been born a Pole and educated for the law, entering the communist faith as a Menshevik, not a Bolshevik. As public prosecutor during Stalin's bloody purges of the party, officialdom, and army in the 1930s, he had hounded former friends and colleagues to breakdown and death. Yet Vyshinsky was never accepted into the hierarchy. He was an instrument, not a source of power. I was braced for a dangerous and adroit antagonist. But neither then nor later did I find him so. Instead, he proved to be a long-winded and boring speaker, as so many Russians are. His debate held no surprises or subtleties. His instructions evidently left him little latitude. The council meetings were held in the Palais Rose, so called because of what the New York Times described as the acute sunburn, color of the marble pilasters set into its walls. Built by Count Boni de Castellane for his American bride Anna Gould, the entrance hall and double marble staircase, on which the Guard Republicains saluted the ministers with ruffles and flourishes on the opening day, embody its Edwardian elegance. My own office had been a bedroom suite, the original furnishings of which had given way to hotel sitting room and office equipment, except that it lacked a filing cabinet. A bathtub with what appeared to be gold-plated fixtures served that purpose, although classified documents had to be returned each evening to the Chancery. Council meetings were held in the Grand Salon, upon the frescoed ceiling of which satyrs pursued nymphs through clouds without gaining on them, even through the double translation of Vyshinsky's longest speeches. French windows looked out on a garden. One day I got a smile out of Vyshinsky by passing him a note, drawing his attention to two pigeons building a nest, and suggesting that they were Picasso's peace doves come to inspire him. One of the memorable experiences of the Paris meetings was the afternoon drive from the Chancery, through the Place de la Concorde, then up the Champs-Élysées, around the Arc de Triomphe, to the Avenue Malakoff and the Palais Rose. The council meetings began in mid-afternoon and continued late, so that there was plenty of time to get there. But a leisurely drive would have spoiled the fun for our French motorcycle escort. They seemed to be trying for a record and evolved an elaborate and thoroughly frightening system for achieving one. We would start off with 6 officers organized into 3 pairs like artillery horses, all with sirens shrieking. As we swung into the Champs-Élysées, gathering speed, the first pair would sprint ahead to the first intersection, stopping across it on either side of the avenue to hold up traffic. Having done so, they would take off for the next intersection as our cavalcade approached. This led the more adventurous French drivers to attempt the crossing before we reached it. The second pair of officers would dash to intercept them, usually succeeding in stopping a car or two in the middle of the avenue. At this point, strong men would avert their eyes as we plunged for a hole in the barricade, squeezed through, and left 2 officers hopelessly entangled in the ensuing traffic jam. By the time we reached the Arc de Triomphe, our escort was often reduced to 2 officers sedately riding forward of either front fender and trying to make up in noise for what they had lost in aggressive power. Smiling and well-pleased, they would deliver us in the Palais Court too early and nervously unstrung. The lost hounds always returned in time for the added hazards of the evening ride home. The meetings begin. In the first few minutes of the first day's meeting on May 23, Vyshinsky caught us off guard by a proposal that we should now decide when we would take up, with China present, discussion of a peace treaty with Japan. He claimed that it had been decided at Potsdam by the 4 heads of government that the Council of Foreign Ministers, with China added, should be the forum in which a Japanese treaty would be worked out, and this decision was binding on us. What he wanted us to do then, and there was to acknowledge this binding decision and to set a date for beginning work on the treaty. This was a frightening and impossible idea. Having gotten a German peace treaty hopelessly entangled in the Council with its Soviet veto, Wyszynski now wanted to do the same with a Japanese treaty. I was not familiar with what, if anything, had been decided at Potsdam on this subject, but what Wyszynski now proposed simply could not be permitted to happen. If it had been, we would still have no Japanese treaty. The tiresome process of double translation now proved to be of value. By some fast work, we got hold of the Potsdam Declaration and had worked out a position by the time translations were completed. Potsdam, I said, gave the Council as such no jurisdiction over Asian questions, only over European settlements. It did say that the four powers would consider how to go about a Japanese treaty, and so they would, but not in the Council. Not until other members of the Far Eastern Council could be consulted, and not now. Schumann and Bevin took the cue, the latter stressing the particular necessity for him of Commonwealth consultation. After that, we just refused to discuss the subject. Wyszynski had made a good try and failed. It seemed to take the heart out of him for the day, for he made only token resistance to the agenda as presented by Schumann. The Russians in the past had attached importance amounting almost to mystique to the agenda, insisting that the Council could not proceed from one item to another without reaching agreement on the item under discussion, a procedure that was eminently adaptable to blackmail and distorting what had seemed to be merely clumsy English translation of agenda items into admissions and concessions. So great was the importance attached to the formulation of the agenda by Gromyko, Wyszynski's deputy. In preliminary conferences with Jessup and Bolin in the same Palais Rose for a proposed session of the Council in 1951, that after 15 weeks no agenda was agreed upon and no council was held. In 1949 we dealt with the matter brutally. The agenda as put forward by Schumann was what we proposed to discuss, and when we found that, temporarily at least, the utility of discussing a subject had ended, we would pass on to the next. Even with that stern view, the spring 1949 session of the Council went on for 4 weeks without reaching any agreement beyond maintaining the modus vivendi in Berlin. A bleak exchange about Germany. The real business of the meeting began on May 24th with Wyszynski's presentation of the Soviet position on Germany. Though the discussion was conducted courteously and without polemics, the first week showed that the Russians had nothing to propose for Germany as a whole and sought only to recover the power to block progress in West Germany. One can trace the discussion from my daily cables to the President. Wyszynski led off with a plea to the Western powers to restore the Soviet Union, which had walked out, to the Allied Control Council for all Germany. Potsdam required it. It was a logical step following the tripartite agreement. On the next day, we asked what the Soviet Union offered in return. There was no surplus in West German economy to be skimmed off for reparations. East Germany had a deficit economy. It had no vestige of free political institutions. What gain to the West could come from joint economic operation with the East under these conditions? I challenged him to discuss reparations and Soviet-held property in East Germany. His proposal, I said, was like asking a victim of paralysis who was 3/4 recovered to return to total paralysis. Today's session, I cabled the President, was completely sterile. Wyszynski was continuing to call for power control under the old system to perpetuate a split Germany with maximum East-West trade to Soviet advantage. We felt that Soviet intentions were sufficiently clear so that we could with confidence take positive initiative in the Council. This we did on the 28th, Bevin acting as our spokesman. We would extend the Bonn Constitution to the whole country, making it one political and economic unity with one currency and free trade throughout. Reparations should end, and Soviet-controlled stock companies, Aktiengesellschaften, would end also. Elections would follow throughout Germany for a national federal government under 4%. Power supervision everywhere and with all German parties, except Nazi ones, freely participating. 4. Power supervision should act only on majority vote, except as specifically agreed otherwise. Wyszynski rejected this. Later he proposed that we receive a delegation from the Third Congress of the German people, then meeting in Berlin. We declined and suggested that we go on to discuss Berlin. On May 30, at the end of our first full week of discussion, Schumann and I reviewed the situation after dinner at the Bruces. It seemed to us plain that Wyszynski had no proposals acceptable to us, nor authority to accept, or even consider, any which we might make, consistent with the interests of Western Europe. The time had come to push on with the agenda in the hope of finding something, even though small, in our discussions of Berlin and Austria that would help ease our relations in either place. Perhaps I should have a brief talk with Wyszynski, urging that we get on with the work, minimize the propaganda brawls, and find a way to end the council session without aggravating the situation. We decided to sound out Bevin. This we did, gaining his agreement and the valuable suggestion that we proposed to Wyszynski an initial exploration of each subject in small meetings with minimum press briefing afterward, if any. Area for agreement existed. This would permit to place the blame for failure on the other side. To find it before each, we try private ministerial meetings. I saw Wyszynski in his room in the Palais Rose and gained his agreement. On June 3rd, after a final flurry of propaganda exchanges on our respective proposals for unifying Germany under four-to-power control, we turned without fuss to Berlin. I outlined our proposals in a secret session, described in a cable to the President as the first business-like session we have had so far, trying to inject some relaxed common sense into the discussion. A city was not a nation, and it ought to be possible to let a unified municipal authority operate without four nations having to supervise everything down to and including street cleaning. The city charter and amendments to it would require approval, but other municipal decisions should stand unless within 21 days a majority of the Kommandatura, the four, power organizations supervising the four zones of Berlin, disapproved. For a couple of days we went into details, including currency matters, and then heard Wyszynski's proposal, which, I cabled the President later, involved more extensive controls than before 1948. Under the Soviet plan, everything the Berliners might do except die required unanimous four-power permission. Soviet advisors made it plain to some of our delegation that the Russians would run no risk of having a German administration in Berlin adopt anti-Soviet attitudes. When Wyszynski dined with us on June 4, every attempt to draw him out brought the reply that the dinner was too good to be spoiled by business talk. The tone of the discussions, as well as their content, declined. We were getting tired and exasperated. Bevin suggested that the council meet twice a day, in the morning as well as the afternoon. Wyszynski agreed, but insisted on afternoon and evening meetings. Bevin said that the length of Wyszynski's speeches would put him to sleep in the evening, to which Wyszynski replied that something put Bevin to sleep in the afternoon. Bevin recommended the practice. It was restful and helped one through the meetings. The result of the evening meetings was a long day. Each of us had a meeting with our own delegation in the morning, then a tripartite meeting to go over the afternoon and evening programs. By the time the meetings were over and our cables sent, it was often 2 in the morning. As one of my colleagues remarked, there must be an easier way of earning a living than this. The conference faces a crisis. By the end of the next week, the situation in Berlin had become acute. By the Jessup-Malik Agreement, the Council had been called upon condition of the mutual lifting of restrictions on traffic to Berlin and the Eastern Zone. But traffic was not flowing freely because of a railroad strike in Berlin. The railroad yards lay in East Berlin. The workers lived in West Berlin. The East German Railway Company paid them in East marks, which were worth little in West Berlin. Workers struck. The Russians refused to attend any further meetings to work out this tangle. We had succeeded in blockading ourselves. The situation became serious when the Russians found an excuse to impose impediments to barge traffic. I proposed in our delegation to seek French and British agreement to a demand on Wyszynski that the four commandants find and report not later than the following Monday, June 13th, a solution to all impediments to traffic with Berlin. After discussing this proposal and what sanction, if any, might follow Russian rejection of it, we agreed not to threaten anything, but in fact perhaps to terminate the council sessions. I said that I would not ask for a vote, but would decide myself to go to Bevan and Schumann. Foster Dulles asked to be recorded in the minutes. As opposing the idea, the other ministers agreed, and together we privately made the demand on Wyszynski. He wished to consider it overnight, obviously to get instructions. The next day, at the beginning of the council meeting, he rejected the proposal. This led to a rather heated discussion of whether, in view of the failure of the New York agreements and of the council meetings, there was any point in continuing the session. As we were about to recess the meeting, Wyszynski said that he had received new instructions from Moscow and would now accept our proposal. As he understood it, each government would instruct its own commandant. This volte-face produced a good deal of amused comment. No one had seen any message brought to him during the meeting. The French press was full of quips about the invisible dove which had brought him the olive twig. The incident also had an amusing aftermath. When we got back to the Chancery after the meeting, Foster Dulles was waiting to see me. He had, he thought, been hasty in wishing to have recorded his dissent from our démarche. Might it be deleted from the minutes? This was done. On the 10th, Bevan reported a hint from the Pravda correspondent to a Reuters man that a single managed currency for Berlin must be accepted before any accommodation there could be seriously discussed. Could a really secret meeting be managed, he asked, which would not appear in the Paris press? Wyszynski had invited Bevan to dinner that evening, and he was anxious to make a try. We gave him our blessing. He tried and failed. So the next evening, it being my turn to dine at the Soviet embassy, I tried my hand with a little, but not much more. Success. After dinner, I asked Wyszynski whether it would be abusing the privileges of a guest to discuss some business matters. With alacrity, he pulled his chair over so that we might talk apart from our colleagues. Bevan, I said, had reported his conversation of the previous evening, from which, as well as from the general tenor of our meetings, I concluded that no agreement would be possible on the underlying questions. But everyone expected some result from the council. Let us try the small matters. Wyszynski agreed that it was clear to him, too, that we were not ready to settle the main questions. I outlined 4 small matters, and one larger one. It might prove possible to improve trade between the eastern and western zones. Trade improvement might extend farther into Eastern Europe. Wyszynski asked for clarification of what I meant. After explaining an idea of a general relaxing of trade restrict, improvement of trade. Secondly, we might pick out some matters of Berlin city administration, nothing elaborate, and give authority to our representatives in Berlin to work out citywide cooperation. Thirdly, the French-British and we ourselves wanted to improve our means of access to Berlin. The New York agreement did not go far enough, and left too much room for minor officials on the spot to get us all involved in major friction. Fourth, we both needed an arrangement for continuing contact on German problems through a less cumbersome apparatus than the Council. Finally, there was Austria. Its problems had been dragging on too long. These questions should, in all common sense, be settled before we broke up. Perhaps, I concluded, the most useful thing the 4 ministers could do would be to meet absolutely alone after the scheduled meeting tomorrow, with only one interpreter, and discuss my suggestion. Wyszynski's immediate reaction indicated the nature of his personal problem. Would it not be possible, he asked, for each minister to have one advisor with him? I agreed, explaining that the purpose was to have very frank talk with no papers. Nothing to accept or reject, no press briefing. If we could agree, we would work out a joint paper. If not, we would go back to plenary sessions and fight it out vigorously. Wyszynski wanted to add to our list of topics procedures for a German peace treaty. I refused, saying that I was unprepared on the subject, had only recently come into office, and had never discussed the matter within our government. Privately, it seemed to me a silly idea to get involved in procedures for discussing a matter on the substance of which we were light, years apart. The council was to last 10 days more. When it adjourned, our only agreements fell within the meager list I had outlined to Wyszynski. The conference straggles to an end. The 10 days alternated between secret meetings, or, more accurately, small meetings in which we worked on our list of small matters, and plenary sessions, where we ground out the propaganda. Wyszynski delighted in illuminating his arguments with Russian proverbs, including such expressions as putting the horse behind the cart. Turning to our own folk past, I took to inventing American Indian proverbs. His demonstration one day that the military troop strength of the Western Allies in Europe far exceeded the Russians struck me, I said, to use an old Indian expression, to be as full of propaganda as a dog is of fleas. Though in this case it was all fleas and no dog. He conceded me that round. It was plain that on the only small matter of consequence, improvement of our access to Berlin, the Russians were unwilling to yield an inch. Though on the Austrian treaty, several small but sticky points were agreed on and sent back to the deputies for incorporation into the treaty. The other small matters padded out the communiqué but are not worth recalling here. Finally, and wearily, on June 20th, we signed and released the communiqué, adjourned the council sine die, drank a last glass of champagne, and parted about 6 o'clock, hoping not to meet soon again. Telephoned Schumann, then holding a press conference, and demanded that the council reconvene. We learned through French friends that Gromyko, Wyszynski's deputy, had telephoned him en clair from Moscow, and told him in brutal language that the Austrian agreements were unsatisfactory and must be reopened. Bevan and I reached the Quai d'Orsay at the same time. As we got out of the creaking lift, Bevan, who had been dining well, asked, as I have told the story before, "Do you know our labor song, The Red Flag?" I had to confess ignorance. The tune's the same as Maryland, My Maryland. You know that comin'. From there, let's sing 'em together as a sign of solidarity, as we labor blokes say. And so we did, robustly, arm in arm, walking through the sedate Second Empire anterooms, with the final bars at the very entrance of the meeting room. As a mark of solidarity, it was impressive. Wyszynski wanted a change, the significance of which he could not explain in the wording of a financial clause of the Austrian agreement. Bevan, as I have written, congratulated him on a new record. Soviet agreements were fragile things, but today's was the frailest yet. It had not even survived the day. However, he saw no reason to reconsider our adjournment or change our words. Schumann and I briefly agreed. The meeting adjourned. By midnight, the lights of Paris and then London disappeared behind us as the Independence gained altitude on her northerly course back to Washington. The President met us next day as we stepped out of the plane. "Well done," he said. After hearing my report, he gave out his own appraisal of the conference, beginning with a paragraph which reassured me that our system for communication had worked well. "The Secretary of State has given me daily reports, and now a final report on the recently concluded session of the Council of Foreign Ministers." Thereupon, I met with the Senate and House Foreign Affairs Committees on June 23 and 24 respectively, through a transcribed and released press conference. 3. I tried to explain to the country the significance of the Council meeting as marking the changed positions of the United States and the Soviet Union in Europe over the past 2 years. In 1947, General Marshall had said that the great issue in Western Europe was whether or not it would recover and regain its strength. He had predicted that it would. The Soviet Union, that it would not. 2 years of intensive effort now showed General Marshall's prediction being fulfilled. The Council meeting had been a clear indication of it, of a Soviet move from an offensive attitude in 1947 to a defensive one in 1949. They dared not relax in any degree such hold as they had on any part of Germany or Berlin. Since the essence of Western policy was to return responsibility in Germany to Germans, under a system that guaranteed the basic freedoms and contained the safeguards necessary for the security of Europe and the world. Agreement between the two attitudes was not now possible. We wished to bring Germany into the life of a free and strong Europe as an equal. We would not retreat from our purpose. Its obvious and growing success was the most impressive fact in Europe. The Russians could not bring themselves to accept it. Decisions. The summer of 1949 brought difficult decisions, or perhaps decisions that brought difficulties. One was the decision to publish a white paper on our relations with China. Another, to ask Congress to authorize and finance an extensive military assistance program. Both were extremely unpopular. The China White Paper, hard upon our return from the Council of Foreign Ministers meetings. I took a plunge that ranks high among those that have caused me immediate, unexpected, and acute trouble. The cause was the publication of the China White Paper, officially entitled United States Relations with China, with special reference to the period 1944 to 1949. Justice Felix Frankfurter used to say that intellectually I was a frustrated schoolteacher, persisting against overwhelming evidence to the contrary in the belief that the human mind could be moved by facts and reason. He attributed this idiosyncrasy to the influence of Justice Brandeis at a formative period in my life. In fact, Frankfurter had a good deal to do with it himself. Early in the year, while talking with the President about congressional and press criticism of our policy in China, I suggested that much of it flowed from ignorance of the facts. General Marshall had been reluctant to present the full facts for fear of hurting further the Generalissimo's declining fortunes. It was now clear that the nationalist regime on the mainland was on the verge of collapse, and that American disengagement from support of it as such must follow. Let us, I urged, prepare a thorough account of our relations with China, centering on the past 5 years, and publish it when the collapse came. The President agreed, and a knowledgeable and professionally qualified group was put to work under W. Walton Butterworth, subsequently with Dr. Philip C. Jessup, then Ambassador-at-Large, as Editor-in-Chief. With a letter of transmittal, the China White Paper was delivered to the President on July 29, 1949, and released a few days later. Since it was a long document, 409 pages, extended by annex documents to 1,050, 4 pages me letter of transmittal was also published separately, entitled A Summary of American-Chinese Relations. A short statement by the President underlined that his primary purpose in having this frank and factual record released at this time is to ensure that our policy toward China and the Far East as a 20 years, the China White Paper still stands up well as a fair, accurate, and scholarly presentation and analysis of the facts. Attacks upon it, and there have been many, have not been sustained. Neither were my hopes in having the White Paper prepared. As a teacher shedding light, I was still destined to be frustrated, resembling more closely Arnold von Winkelried at the late 14th century Battle of Sempach, gathering the Austrian spears into his own bosom. The conclusion of the summary was unpalatable to believers in American omnipotence, to whom every goal unattained is explicable only by incompetence or treason. The unfortunate but inescapable fact is that the ominous result of the Civil War in China was beyond the control of the government of the United States. Nothing that this country did or could have done, within the reasonable limits of its capabilities, could have changed that result. Nothing that was left undone by this country has contributed to it. It was the product of internal Chinese forces which the country tried to influence, but could not. A decision was arrived at within China, if only a decision by default. And now it is abundantly clear that we must face the situation as it exists in fact. We will not help the Chinese or ourselves by basing our policy on wishful thinking too. At the same time, I announced the appointment of Raymond Fosdick, former president of the Rockefeller Foundation, and Everett Case, president of Colgate University, to join with Ambassador Jessup in advising the department. Our purposes toward China would remain what they had been, but we were confronted by a situation in which alternatives were very sharply limited. The paper and announcement were greeted by a storm of abuse from very diverse groups in the Congress and the press. To explain the emotion that China policy could arouse, we must go back over events that happened during General Marshall's service as Secretary of State, most of which occurred between my leaving and returning to office. The emotional nature of the China issue, too fundamental and opposed. Political movements were active during this period. Through the medium of General Marshall and Senator Vandenberg, a nonpartisan foreign policy was leading the United States into a new relationship with Europe. This involved the abandonment of a century and a half of traditional doctrine and acceptance of immense burdens and risks, the effects of which still defy calculation. At the same time, the Republican Party, having captured the legislative branch in 1946, was moving to break 16 years of democratic dominance of the government, which had come to be regarded with intense bitterness. The Republican leaders had not the slightest doubt that this would be the result of the election of 1948. Though without a shred of evidence to support the statement, I think it highly probable that General Marshall shared this view. Partisan criticism had to find some outlet in foreign policy. China was made to order for the purpose, and the attack increasingly centered there. Failed to consult with Republicans on China policy. Consultation there had been aplenty, though not to the extent which had been possible on Europe, but it led to nothing. No hopeful alternative policy was visible. Vandenberg himself was frank to admit that. "It is a very easy, simple matter," he said in the Senate, "to dissociate oneself from a policy. It is not quite so easy to assert what an alternative policy might have been. I concede that it is far easier to be critical than to be correct." The China bloc had an alternative policy, which their more thoughtful colleagues and overwhelming American opinion repudiated massive military aid without combat intervention in an attempt to defeat the Chinese communists. The Congress and, for the most part, the press recognized this for what it was: a political offensive and an attempt to embarrass provision of funds for the nonpartisan policy in Europe. In such a situation, Vandenberg had no enthusiasm for consultation. General Marshall, however, made concessions to Republican demands and attacks to ease Vandenberg's position and the progress of the European Recovery Program. On May 26, 1947, the embargo on shipment of munitions to China was lifted. From April to September, as the Marines withdrew from North China, they abandoned to the nationalist forces 6,500 tons of ammunition. In July, General Wedemeyer was sent on a fact to finding mission to China. In September, John Carter Vincent was relieved as Chief of the Office of Far Eastern Affairs, being succeeded by Walton Butterworth, and sent to Switzerland as minister, both to appease Republican critics and to remove him from the direct path of Republican vengeance. In 1948, the administration agreed to a China Aid Act, even larger than that finally enacted. In it, the Congress provided $275 million for economic aid and $125 million for special grants, military aid, to be used at the discretion of the Chinese government, not the American. In General Wiedemeyer's report, made to the President on September 19, 1947, the most striking recommendation was that China request the United Nations to take immediate action to bring about a cessation of hostilities in Manchuria, and request that Manchuria be placed under a 5-power guardianship, including the Soviet Union, or, failing that, under a trusteeship in accordance with the United Nations Charter. The reason given was that Manchuria was on the verge of being lost to the Communists. The President and General Marshall concluded at once that to publish this confidential report would have catastrophic consequences in China. They so informed the Generalissimo, who made no comment. The administration found itself bitterly attacked for not publishing the report by those whose attack would have been even more bitter had it been published. The report also recommended continuing economic and military aid under strict conditions and urged sweeping reforms in China. Meanwhile, throughout 1947 and 1948, both the economic and military fortunes of the nationalist Chinese continued an accelerating downward course. 1,600,000 men under arms, the Communists, 1,100,000. The government's superiority in rifles was variously estimated at from 3 or 4 to 1. In addition to the aid given by U.S. forces, China Theater, in redeploying the Chinese armies and repatriating the Japanese, by the Marines in North China and by the U.S. advisory groups, the United States provided from 5 to J-Day through 1948 approximately $1 billion in military aid and a similar amount in economic aid. This is not the place to go into the military campaigns of the Civil War. The clearest account of the causes of nationalist disaster has been given by Major General David Barr, director of the United States Military Advisory Group to the government of China. Its first military blunder, the general reported, was in concentrating its efforts after 5 J-Day on the military occupation of former Japanese-held areas and neglecting efficient administration. Moreover, the Chinese army was burdened with the unsound strategy of a militarily inept high command. Instead of being content with consolidating North China, it burdened the army with taking over Manchuria, a task beyond its logistic capabilities. Attempting to do too much with too little, it scattered its armies along thousands of miles of railroads, which, together with the cities through which they passed, had to be held, since the armies were supplied from central China. The armies degenerated from field armies with offensive spirit to garrison and lines of communication troops, developing the wall psychology of withdrawing into walled cities, assuming a purely defensive posture and waiting for help that never came. Initiative passed to the communists, who cut lines of communication and starved out the nationalists. The latter, often without firing a shot, went over to the winning side with all their equipment. As the communists grew stronger, attaining in 1948 a definite superiority, they took an even more offensive strategy. By the end of 1948, they had control of Manchuria and most of China north of the Yangtze. General Barr reported on November 16th his conviction that the military situation has deteriorated to the point where only the active participation of United States troops could effect a remedy. No battle has been lost since my arrival due to lack of ammunition or equipment. Their military debacles, in my opinion, can all be attributed to the world's worst leadership and many other morale-destroying factors that lead to a complete loss of will to fight. The Generalissimo has lost much of his political and popular support. It is unknown to what extent the nation would support his attempt to continue the present government in a new move. For this reason, unless all-out United States military assistance, including employment of United States forces, which I certainly do not recommend, is given the government in its new location, I recommend that JUSMAG, Joint U.S. Military Advisory Group, be withdrawn in accordance with present plans. 9. On the day that I assumed my office, Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek signed his, turning over the presidency of the Republic to the Vice President, General Li Sung. Before doing so, however, he transferred China's foreign exchange and monetary reserves to states to ship military equipment destined for China to Formosa. This left General Li without funds or a source of military equipment. By direction of the President, the State Department asked for the advice of Major General David Barr about disposition of rifles and ammunition procured by the Army for the Chinese government under the China Aid Act of 1948. General Barr advised holding them at Bangor, Washington, until the situation in China became clearer. The National Security Council, fearing that shipments would be likely to fall into communist hands, advised the President to consult with congressional leaders, urging suspension pending clarification. He and I met with them on February 5 and found them opposed to doing so. A memorandum from the White House instructed me that in order not to discourage Chinese resistance to communist aggression, military aid should not be suspended, but no effort should be made to expedite it. I was given the unenviable authority to coordinate interpretation of this instruction. 2 days later, 51 Republican congressmen asked the President to appoint a commission to investigate and report on China. I volunteered to meet and reason with them. About half of them came to a meeting at which I furnished them with a weapon beyond their dreams. Asked to predict the course of events, I replied that when a great tree falls in the forest, one cannot see the extent of the damage until the dust settles. In the next day's press, our China policy was described as, "Wait until the dust settles." Quite futilely, I attempted to explain that the phrase was not intended to describe a policy, but my inability to see very far in this situation. Of course, any stick is good enough to beat a dog, but this was an example of my unhappy ability, if I may mix a metaphor to coin a stick. The most famous was yet to come. The next day, Senator Pat McCarran of Nevada introduced the China bloc's proposal to provide $1.5 billion in loans for the nationalist government. 50 senators, half of them Democrats, supported this bizarre idea in a letter to Senator Connally, chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee. The last document in the white paper is my memorandum to him of March 15th, written with the full support of the president, rejecting the proposal in toto. The Foreign Relations Committee strongly supported the administration. In mid to April, the communists served on General Lee what amounted to a demand for surrender, threatening to cross the Yangtze, which General Wedemeyer had said could be defended with broomsticks by an army with the will to fight, unless communist peace terms were accepted by April 20. The crossing began at midnight. The ridiculously easy communist crossing of the Yangtze, reported our embassy at Nanking, was made possible by defections at key points, disagreements in the high command, and the failure of the Air Force to give effective support. 110. For a final appraisal of American help to the Chinese government on the mainland, we turn to a letter of Acting President Lee to President Truman written on May 5, 1949. After referring to help given China during the war with Japan, he continued, "This policy of friendly assistance was continued when some years ago General George C. Marshall, under instructions from your good self, took up the difficult task of mediation in our conflict with the Chinese communists, to which he devoted painstaking effort. All this work was unfortunately rendered fruitless by the lack of sincerity on the part of both the then government and the Chinese communists. In spite of this, your country continued to extend its aid to our government. It is regrettable that, owing to the failure of our then government to make judicious use of this aid and to bring about appropriate political, economic, and military reforms, your assistance has not produced the desired effect. To this failure is attributable the present predicament in which our country finds itself." 11. It is not strange, looking back upon it, that the white paper, documenting patiently and thoroughly the facts outlined here and in chapters 16 and 23, and ending with the quotation just given from the acting president of China, should have evoked bellows of pain and rage from the China bloc in Congress and the China lobby in the country, and enlisted the full efforts of their combined propaganda apparatus. Since, however, these did not affect the course of administration policy or the strong support given it by the Foreign Relations Committee under Tom Connally's stalwart and loyal leadership, we shall pass on to other crowding developments of this eventful year. The military assistance program. The nature of the political issue, the heat generated by the military assistance program, which first obtained legislative authorization in 1949, came from subterranean fires far deeper than any issues contained in the legislation itself. Desire for economy and a balanced budget at a low level, an unwillingness to face and accept the responsibilities of power, the China bloc's belief that our interest and funds were excessively concentrated in Europe, and, perhaps most of all, bitter resentment of the Republicans over the president's wholly unexpected victory in 1948. These were all present in the military aid controversy of 1949. They were all to grow in the next 3 years, until they at last reached the nearly nihilist proportions of a desire to destroy the very government the party wished to capture. Out of it sprang separate themes of distrust of the president and the State Department, the hysteria over communists in government, education, and the church, and even a tinge of neo-xenophobic isolationism. Discussion of a military aid program, as of the North Atlantic Treaty, began early in 1948, motivated by fear in Europe of Stalin's increasingly minatory attitude. On March 17, 1948, 5 Western European states, Britain, France, and the Benelux countries signed the Brussels Pact with American support and approval. In July, decisions were made in Washington to have talks with these countries, some of which led to the North Atlantic Treaty, and others to the Mutual Defense Assistance Program. Both, though separately developed, flowed from a common source. American officers, including a future Supreme Allied Commander, General Lyman L. Lemnitzer, were sent to Field Marshal Lord Montgomery's Western Union headquarters staff at Fontainebleau, where plans for defense of Western Europe were considered, and lists of needed military equipment and supplies prepared. While this work went forward, the coup in Czechoslovakia and the blockade of Berlin exposed the shocking military weakness of Western Europe and the unpreparedness of the United States. We had, at the time, total ground reserves in the United States of 2 and 1/3 divisions. From the earliest discussions, both European defense planning and military assistance programs have been bedeviled by the conflict between the desirable and the attainable, or, putting it another way, by the attempt to clothe the attainable in respectable strategic theory. It was still going on 3 years later, as it is today, as we shall see in Chapter 65. At this time we did not have the vast number of strategists, military, semi-military, and journalistic, who later did so much to confuse themselves and the rest of us. The nature of the military issue, the problem faced by the soldiers at Fontainebleau, was a formidable one. The Soviet Union had present in Eastern Europe some 30 divisions. Facing them were 3.5 American and 2.5 British divisions scattered throughout Germany, performing occupation and police duty. The entire French establishment in Europe consisted of less than half a dozen ill-armed divisions. The Benelux countries could perhaps assemble as many more. The conception of a collective security treaty in early 1948 was of a political commitment to go to war to aid any signatory allies attacked. It might also contain obligations on each and all to prepare the necessary forces and plans. In Washington and Europe, the United States' monopoly of nuclear weapons encouraged the hope that political commitment to fight would be enough to deter an attack upon or subversive overthrow of an allied state, but allied weakness in the face of the Russian-managed communist takeover in Czechoslovakia and the blockade of Berlin gravely impaired confidence in this theory. The Russian nuclear explosion in 1949 and the attack on South Korea in June 1950 would destroy the myth that making our intention clear would provide security. The soldiers properly began by considering what would be required to stop a Russian attack from overrunning Europe while American strength of all sorts was being brought to bear. The result was an impossible initial investment of between $30 and $40 billion and annual burdens far beyond practical capabilities. Paul Nitze of the policy planning staff, after a tour of inquiry, suggested reversing the process and working backward from attainable figures to an appraisal of the military results they would produce. Accepting the principle that the first task of the European economies was recovery, the amounts available for defense could be fairly accurately judged. Amounts of United States aid varying between $1 and $2 billion per annum were assumed. The result attainable would be a force in Europe that would preclude a quick victory by sudden marches, backed up by an American capability for punishing blows against an aggressor's home territory. This placed the emphasis on deterrence. Later in the year, I described the effort as one to put a hard shell on the soft European community painfully exposed to predators. Even that was an exaggeration. It was only a start. By the time the prime ministers met in Washington during April 1949, we were able to get a request from our allies for military aid on a basis which at least approached practicality. The Brussels group made a joint request. Denmark, Norway, and Italy separate ones. Original principles were simple and sensible. The Mutual Defense Assistance Program must not impede the European Recovery Program. Needs should be jointly considered and equipment jointly allocated. Forces should be developed on a coordinated and integrated basis to operate under a common strategic plan. Unnecessary duplication should be eliminated and maximum defense derived from available manpower, money, and materials. Agreement on these simple principles seemed to us adequate for a start on raising forces in Europe, a task that would take long enough to permit the development of strategic plans for their ultimate deployment and organization. Vandenberg leads a revolt accordingly. Within a few hours of signing the ratification of the North Atlantic Treaty on July 25, 1949, the President sent to Congress a request for military aid authorization in the amount of $1.4 billion, and with wide executive discretion regarding its use. Congress, particularly the Senate, was most unsympathetic. Senator Connolly would later observe that the military assistance program had been the most difficult major foreign policy legislation to enact since the Lend-Lease Act 13. To be sure, trouble over military assistance had been forecast when I testified before the Senate Committee on the North Atlantic Treaty in April, and Senator Taft had voted against it because he foresaw an arms race ensuing. When now the arms bill itself came up, he returned to the fray with strengthened Republican cohorts and the formidable addition of Democratic Senators Byrd, George, and Russell on grounds of economy. Senator Vandenberg, going through the familiar gambit of opposing and obtaining amendment before he could support it, was also arrayed against us. Vandenberg hyperbole pointed to the horrendous fault of the dictatorial powers sought by the president. He wrote his wife, "It's almost unbelievable in its grant of unlimited power to the chief executive. It would permit the president to sell, lease, or give away anything we've got at any time to any country in any way he wishes. It would virtually make him the #1 warlord of the earth." In today's committee meeting, Walter George, Cabot Lodge, Bill Fulbright, and Alex Wiley backed me up 100%. The old bipartisan business is certainly out of the window on this one. So it's a pretty tight poker game between Acheson and me. 14. However, Senators Connolly, Thomas of Utah, Lucas, the majority leader, Tidings, Green, and McMahon joined in introducing the bill. The fact that Vandenberg was now in the minority and Connolly chairman of the committee, and very conscious of it, as well as resentful of Vandenberg's recently acquired prestige as an internationalist, made the old bipartisan business somewhat difficult to recapture. On July 28th, I opened the hearings before the House Committee on Foreign Affairs, 15 being supported in the next few days by Secretary of Defense Louis Johnson, General Bradley, General Marshall, and Ambassador Averell Harriman. We anticipated most of the objections that had been discussed publicly, and answered a rather steady stream of new ones from Republican members, largely centering on the desirability of postponing military assistance until strategic and organizational plans had been worked out and accepted by all the allies in the North Atlantic Treaty Council. These suggestions would have postponed a start on provision of the most elementary military formation until the Greek calends. Few defections were apparent on the Democratic side. On August 2, however, Louis Johnson and I attended an executive session of the combined Senate committees on Foreign and Military Affairs, where we found that Arthur Vandenberg had stirred up such a revolution that, with the aid of important Democratic defections, at the moment he had the support of a majority of the two committees. With his usual dramatic flair, the senator has recorded his part in what he called our telltale showdown on the arms program. I bluntly laid the facts of life before Secretary of State Acheson and Secretary of Defense Johnson. I gave him an ultimatum: write a new and reasonable bill, or you will get no bill, and it will be your fault. Both committees backed me up, and at the end of a rather dramatic session, they went downtown to write a new bill. 46. We try a new lure, in fact. We went downtown to see the president, who took the typically sensible position that he did not care about the section granting him powers, inserted to provide for unpredictable, and hence unlikely developments, such as an Austrian peace treaty. What he wanted, and quickly, was the money. By August 5, we gave the Senate a new bill. Vandenberg metaphorically rubbed his hands. The State Department, he wrote, came up with a new bill today in RE Arms. They have totally surrendered on 80% of my criticisms. The new bill is really pretty good, but it still has too much money. In fact, it authorized only $90 less. But the total amount was divided into 3 categories: North Atlantic Treaty countries, Greece and Turkey, and Iran, Korea, and the Philippines. Vandenberg's concern over the president's broad powers to transfer was assuaged by forbidding any transfer out of U.S. military stocks. If the Secretary of Defense, after consultation with the Joint Chiefs of Staff, should determine it detrimental to the national interest. Transfers of funds out of any category to other categories might not exceed in the aggregate 5% of the amount out of which the transfer might be made. Generally speaking, the bill was shorter and its purposes more closely linked to the North Atlantic Treaty and other military purposes already authorized by Congress. Senator Connally, who loyally took the laboring oar in getting the bill through the Senate and had not been overly pleased by the prominent position his colleague Vandenberg had taken in criticizing it, opened the hearings on August 8 with an attempt to give me a leg up in the new draft, as was Weller's bill seeking to remove certain controversial points, and he added, "The Secretary of State rewrote the bill, and I want to pay him a high compliment on the magnificent job which he did in redrafting the measure." It elicited praise from some of those who had been opposing the original measure. 17. In my statement, in addition to explaining the limited purposes of the bill, I followed Senator Connally's cue by pointing out how it eliminated the major objections that had been advanced. It was not intended to put into effect a definitive plan for defending Europe against major attack. The immediate need for Atlantic security and world peace was to make plain that easy victory could not be gained by quick marches, and this could not brook delay. Vandenberg, however, now joined by John Foster Dulles, appointed to the Senate from New York to fill an unexpired term, returned to earlier demands for a mere interim measure to tide over until the North Atlantic Treaty Council had worked out a strategic plan which Congress could appraise. My rejection of so hesitant an approach with its possibilities of delay resulted in what the press called a heated exchange, though the heat was largely forensic. From then on, for a month, Washington enjoyed a ding-to-dong battle in which everyone, including the president, joined, where the advantage shifted from time to time as dramatically as at Gettysburg, and which proved that the administration as well as the president could and would fight. Bipartisanship was not abandoned, but tempered by a little political bloodletting. And catch a fish, the main engagement centered on the appropriation authorization provisions. Here we had two groups of opponents: those who wanted to cut the amount authorized for economy reasons, led by Senators Byrd, George, and Russell, and Representatives Richards and Voris, and those who wanted to delay funds, as much for ideological reasons as for economy, led by Vandenberg and Dulles. The two latter, on August 15th, made public their proposal to cut the treaty assistance authorization to $1 billion, a cut of almost $161 million, and ensure that this amount would be available only to assist common defense plans made by the Treaty Council. To accomplish this, a small amount would be authorized at once, more when the President approved the treaty defense plans, and $500 million authorized to be charged to the fiscal year ending June 30th, 1951. This, as they put it, would give Congress a second look during the next session. The idea was wholly without merit, since it did not, as its proposers claimed, underline the supremacy of the Council and its common defense plan, which, in the absence of commander or staff, would exist only as provided by Washington. However, the tide of battle moved in such a sudden and unexpected direction that the administration rose above ideology to the best compromise possible. This was to split our opponents and restore nonpartisanship by adopting Vandenberg's proposal. On August 16th, the House Committee, having beaten back one attempt by Richards and another by Voris to cut the bill drastically, sent it on to the House for action. There it met disaster. Richards and Voris joined in offering an amendment on the floor to cut the appropriation in one of its berserk moods. In spite of Speaker Rayburn's deserting the rostrum and making an impassioned plea for the bill from the well of the House, the amendment carried 238 to 122. This blow was as surprising as it was stunning. On the 22nd, the President rallied our forces in a speech in Miami to the veterans of foreign wars. The whips got to work, and the House awoke from its spree, a trifle ashamed of such public irresponsibility. The two Senate committees approved the Senate bill, except for the big issue of the amount, which they passed over. August ended in a flurry of rumors, proposals, and counter-proposals. During this time, Washington was also racked by the Air Force debate over the B-36, the British monetary crisis, Yugoslav to Russian tension, the imminent arrival of Schumann and Bevan, and a hurricane in Florida. The congressional tempest was reduced to its true dimensions of one in a teapot. Happily, it was soon over. After Senators Connolly and Noland had exchanged high words over Chiang Kai-shek's appropriation of China's monetary reserves, we let it be known that if Congress chose to add $75 million to the military assistance program for the purposes and policies of the Act in the general area of China, we would accept, but not necessarily expend the sum. This was done. The two committees, first defeating Senator George's amendment to reduce the appropriation by more than 2/3, approved it substantially as amended by Vandenberg. A hot fight had been expected in the Senate, but did not materialize. Connolly opened the debate. Vandenberg acclaimed the bill as bargain insurance for peace. Dulles joined in support. All attempts to reduce the amount were beaten down, and on September 22nd, the military assistance program passed the Senate by a vote of 55 to 24. An ill wind blows some good. At this time, I was in New York, attending the annual meeting of the General Assembly of the United Nations. Undersecretary James Webb telephoned to tell me that a most important matter had arisen requiring urgent action, on which the President wanted my advice. The Air Force would fly Carlisle Humelson, Director of the Executive Secretariat, to New York with some papers and an explanation of a matter that could not be discussed over the telephone. We arranged an hour for meeting at our apartment at the Waldorf. Carlisle soon arrived to tell me of the first Russian atomic explosion and to discuss what action the United States government should take. First, he explained to me how we knew what we knew, and then gave me the President's thoughts on the subject, which were for him to make a short and calm statement, a draft of which Carl had, and for me to accompany it with one relating current actions to the explosion. This statement Humelson and I worked out together and gave out in New York on September 23, 19. This action of the President in keeping me fully informed and in consulting with me even though we were separated was typical of his consideration. My discussion of the Russian atomic explosion with other delegates to the General Assembly infinitely more effective. It gave us in New York an assurance that we were in close touch with our own government, and it enabled me to point out the urgent importance of the military assistance bill. Once again, the Russians had come to the aid of an imperiled nonpartisan foreign policy, binding its wounds and rallying the divided Congress into accepting the Senate version of the Mutual Defense Assistance Program. On October 6, 1949, the President signed the bill into law. Cooperation reviewed. The British raised the question. Only a few days after my return to the department in January 1949, the question of reviving Anglo-American atomic cooperation was raised again by a memorandum from the department. Science advisor Gordon Arneson, telling me that Admiral Sir Henry Moore for the British government had proposed to Secretary Forrestal a complete interchange of information on weapons. The initial Washington response the preceding autumn had been unfavorable, but no final answer had been given. A high-to-level meeting of State, Defense, and Atomic Energy Commission officials had been convened shortly before at Princeton to make a recommendation. The basic problem had substantially the same elements as it had had 3 years before. The group agreed that existing arrangements could no longer be kept secret, and their revision would entail full public disclosure. This had led to the recommendation that the three agencies should develop a solution for the American members of the Combined Policy Committee to discuss with the British and Canadian members if approved by the President and the Congress. Jim Webb and I thought this too important a matter to be handled in isolation from other foreign policy decisions. The forum for discussion should be the National Security Council. We were told that when the report of the Princeton meeting came back to the Atomic Energy Commission, Lewis Strauss had voted against the Commission's recommendation for broadened cooperation with the British and Canadians in the nuclear field. General Groves's opposition had already been made clear, and I had had a foretaste of the attitude of Congress in my interview with Vandenberg and Hickenlooper, informing them of how far we had gone during the war. So it was that, in spite of adequate warning of trouble to come, and an already full schedule for that active winter and spring, leadership of a hazardous expeditionary force into enemy country was added to my duties. Our advice to the President. The Special Committee of the National Security Council appointed by the President on February 10th, with me as chairman, Secretary Forrestal, Sumner T. Pike, David E. Lilienthal, acting chairman of the Atomic Energy Council, Eisenhower, then President of Columbia University, George F. Kennan and R. Gordon Arneson from State, William Webster and Kenneth D. Nichols from Defense, and Carol L. Wilson and Joseph Volpe from the Atomic Energy Commission. The President gave the report of the Special Committee careful study, questioning many of those concerned with it, and on March 31st approved it. The report recommended full cooperation on all atomic energy matters, including weapons. There should be freedom of action in national programs, consistent with a due regard for strategic considerations. In line with this last requirement, we thought that production plants, energy facilities, and stockpiles should be located to the fullest extent practicable in the United States or Canada, that the most effective use of joint resources, including raw materials and personnel, should be ensured with major production in the United States, and not more than 10% of the raw materials being allocated to the United Kingdom and Canada over the next 5 years. And that disclosure to other governments should be effectively coordinated. In addition, there should be coordination of both defense against attacks by atomic weapons and of bases for the delivery of atomic weapons. The Combined Policy Committee and Combined Development Trust would be continued under the terms of what should be a relatively long-term agreement. The Special Committee also recommended that should the President approve the report and wish to discuss methods of going forward with its proposals, one or more preliminary meetings might be held at Blair House, where the President was then living, with the chairman and ranking minority members of the Joint Committee on Atomic Energy and of the Senate Foreign Relations and House Foreign Affairs Committee. Preliminary consideration of the problems involved and possible means of dealing with them would be useful preparation for sessions later with the full committee. Informal soundings might also be taken of British and Canadian opinion. In the congressional meetings, we should consult on methods of obtaining congressional approval under the None 2 clear terms of the Atomic Energy Act of 1946. As I look back on these proposals and the procedure for carrying them forward, I am amazed at their boldness and at our optimism, or perhaps foolhardiness, in believing that the operation could possibly succeed. The obvious need was for a high degree of discretion and secrecy among the participants and a fair wind from the press during the launching process. The nature of the opposition to any cooperation with any foreign nation in atomic matters and the growing popular fear of communist penetration of government was such that the possibility of our having a fair hearing of our proposals was far too small. Worst of all, instigated by Senator Hickenlooper, the Joint Atomic Energy Committee was conducting an investigation of his charges of incredible mismanagement against Lilienthal and the Atomic Energy Commission. This revealed more passion than substance in the charges, and in the hope that the former might cool off, we postponed our effort so as to provide the opportunity. At the end of the year, this had provided that the whole output of the Belgian Congo raw materials for 1948-49 should go to the United States, and if this was not sufficient, then British stocks could be drawn upon to meet our needs. Our bargaining position worsened every day as British scientists and engineers mastered production problems without help from us. At the end of June, the President approved our detailed procedural blueprint, and at the beginning of July, Lewis Johnson and I consulted the chairman of the Joint Committee, Senator Brian McMahon, on the auguries. In his view, there could not have been a worse time. On the other hand, there was not much time, good or bad. Something had to be done in the next 6 months, if only to try for an extension of the modus vivendi and the existing allocation. So we crossed our Rubicon, and with the President's concurrence, decided to go ahead. The Blair House meeting. On the evening of Thursday, July 14th, Washington heat was broken by a violent and protracted thunderstorm. Inside Blair House, and dry, a considerable company convened, duly noted by a congregation outside, and Witoff, the press, doubtless tipped off by some of the more fortunate insider. These consisted of the President and Vice President, Senators Connally, Vandenberg, McMahon, Hickenlooper, and Tidings, Speaker Sam Rayburn and Representatives Carl T. Durham and W. Sterling Cole, Secretary Lewis Johnson, William Webster, General Eisenhower, David Lilienthal, Joseph Volpe, Gordon Arneson, and myself. The President stated the problem about which he wanted the help and guidance of the assembled company, asking me to fill in the background. I added an account of the wartime pooling of effort, the post-war aloofness, and the even division of raw materials, the imminent end of the modus vivendi, and the need for some new arrangement, the development. Since the war in the Soviet Union and Britain would have 2 reactors in operation within a year or so, and her first bomb in less than 4 years without help, or within 2.5 years with help, David Lilienthal told of the Atomic Energy Commission's raw material needs and the benefits that could flow both ways from a full exchange of information with the British. The defense representatives then took up the military aspects of the problem, General Eisenhower giving an admirable statement of the need for the fullest confidence between the British and ourselves in the event of another global war. Their advanced position would be a great advantage if allied with us, and a great hazard to them if they were not. Our military fate and theirs were so interlocked that it made no sense to exclude one weapon, which they would soon have anyway, from the scope of our full partnership. The attempt to do so was already poisoning our relation of mutual trust and, if continued, could jeopardize our alliance. I then read to the meeting the full text of our recommendation to the President regarding the objectives of a negotiation with the British. There could, in an invitation to a bipartisan formulation of policy on a matter of outstanding importance. It is interesting to study the reaction of the congressional group, particularly of Vandenberg, the most articulate advocate of this procedure, toward this invitation, and the effect of the effort on the fate of the policy. Vandenberg's opening attitude of histrionic opposition was his usual one. As I have pointed out before, to any proposal, it usually preceded embracing the proposal and making it his own with a Vandenberg amendment, which gave it saving grace, but not on this occasion. The United Kingdom, he argued, was much more dependent on us than we on her. We were constantly bailing her out, and now proposed to do it again with our latest and most prized possession. The President patiently pointed out that the information we suggested giving was no more valuable to Britain than what we stood to get from her. Without any help from us supporting voices volunteered, Britain was capable of producing atomic weapons. Moreover, we could prevent the waste of valuable raw material in clumsy production. The answer to that, countered Vandenberg, was for us to become by agreement the sole producer of weapons and allocate some to Britain. I commented on the unrealistic nature of this proposal, which Vandenberg would see if he put himself in the position of a British premier on the verge of producing his own atomic weapons, and asked to give up the whole program and rely solely on the United States. Considering the on, again, off, again policy of the United States toward Britain, since the Quebec Agreement, a prime minister would be risking the continuance of his government. The vice president, Speaker Rayburn, and Senator Connally spoke strongly in favor of the proposed negotiation before the modus vivendi expired. McMahon said that something should be done, but not what. Senator Vandenberg opposed the proposal, as he thought Britain should acknowledge our dominant position in the atomic field in view of our aid to her during and after the war, and to avoid duplication of effort in the common defense. Senator Hickenlooper thought the proposal wrong on the grounds that it was contrary to the Atomic Energy Act of 1946, and that the raw material situation was not serious enough to warrant giving away to the British our greatest heritage, particularly as he distrusted British security and feared the risk involved. The consensus was that a reversion to the status quo ante at the end of 1949, with the expiration of the modus vivendi, would be most serious. The meeting next took up the procedure to be followed. and the form of any arrangement that might be made. A treaty, an agreement authorized by a joint resolution of Congress, or an executive agreement within the limits of the Atomic Energy Act of 1946 were all possibilities. I proposed meeting next with the full Joint Committee to get approval of our general position before any further step was taken. McMahon helpfully supported the view that informal discussions with the British and Canadians then be undertaken to discover what was possible before getting into a congressional wrangle about the precise form of arrangement. Any course was hazardous. All thought that if we could get congressional commitment to substance and move on to negotiations on this basis, leaving questions drumfire from Vandenberg and others that we were bypassing Congress and a civil war before we even started negotiations. In any event, we got some of. The hour was now growing late, 10:30, and the rain abating. The President dismissed us with an admonition to refrain from any comment to the reporters waiting outside. All questions were to be referred to his press officer, who was armed with innocuous replies. Alas, the press treated the official statement as only a spur to their sleuthing. Arthur Kroc, in the New York Times, found the melodramatic stage to setting for the meeting the result of naivete and dormant imaginations. What was melodramatic about a meeting in the President's own house, rather than, perhaps, in the weekend camp in the Maryland hills, was not stated. The thunderstorm was not planned. Be that as it may, the mysterious meeting remained a mystery for only a matter of days, until most congressional participants had given their versions and views. Senator McMahon reported to us that Vandenberg was much exercised over the Blair House meeting, and had informed him that Senators Noland and Milliken had presented their resignations from the Joint Atomic Energy Committee. McMahon had pointed out that this was a juvenile bit of stage to show if they disapproved of the policy, the sensible course was to stay on the committee and oppose it. We were learning again. Although we hardly needed to what everyone in the executive branch since President Washington's day had learned, that to advise and consult with the Congress is next to impossible. One can learn its uninformed opinion, or one can try to inform the opinion of a few key members by long, patient, secret talks, as Lovett had done with Vandenberg leading up to the Vandenberg Resolution of 1948. But to devise a joint approach to a complicated and delicate matter of foreign policy is not within the range of normally available time and people. Here the separation of powers really separates. McMahon had offered to put off the meeting with the Joint Committee until the vote on ratification of the North Atlantic Treaty was out of the way. But given Vandenberg's vehemence in his talk with McMahon, I wanted to make sure the treaty did not get tied in with the atomic energy matter in a way probably harmful to both. So the meeting with the Joint Committee was arranged for the afternoon of July 20 on the home team's ground, Capitol Hill. The meeting with the Joint Committee. We met, as the New York Times put it, behind closed doors and with window blinds drawn. Although none of us were under the illusion that security would be as tight as the room. Nearly the full committee attended. Senators McMahon, Connolly, Vandenberg, Edwin Johnson of Colorado, Russell, Hickenlooper, and Noland and Milliken, who had thought better of resigning, and Representatives Durham, Cole, Elston, Hinshaw, Holyfield, and Jackson, Ernest Gross, Assistant Secretary for Congressional Relations, and Adrian Fisher, legal advisor, came with me. Secretary Johnson brought William Webb, Stair, and General Eisenhower. The full Atomic Energy Commission appeared Lilienthal, Pike, Smith, Strauss, and Dean, with Wilson and Volpin. The meeting was a failure just short of a disaster. Vandenberg, Hickenlooper, Noland, and Milliken attacked aggressively. Our forces were shaken, and I managed our side badly when the engagement became disorderly. The plan had been to repeat the points made at Blair House, but the Four Horsemen broke this up, disconcerting General Eisenhower with an attack on our whole position as a sellout to the British and a giveaway of invaluable secrets. These, in fact, the British had helped to develop up to their final engineering features. Eisenhower had lost the fine evangelical fervor of the Blair House meeting, when he had portrayed the importance of Anglo to American solidarity and retreated into a simple soldier unacquainted with complexities. Lilienthal's stout support was weakened when Strauss charged that he did not represent a unified commission, since he, Strauss, who had been a minority of one, hoped to be joined by his two new colleagues, Gordon Dean and Henry Smith. Noland, whose boiling point was low, blew up when I tried to get on with a more orderly procedure by stating what we proposed to do and how the President, declared Noland, should not even initiate talks with any government on atomic energy matters without first committing himself to obtaining the approval of Congress on the results. And unless the President conceded this publicly, Noland would denounce him in the Senate. I pointed out that the President was doing his best to consult the Congress on procedures and objectives. Other dissident senators asserted their humiliation at having to learn of the Blair House meeting through the newspapers. Apparently only a public address by the President to a joint session of Congress, or their inclusion in the meeting, would have met the proprieties. Senator Connolly, voicing his disgust at his colleagues' behavior, left the meeting. Only Brian McMahon was reasonable and helpful throughout. The curtain fell on this disorderly performance when Lewis Johnson neatly separated himself from me by suggesting that the Pentagon would have another look at the situation and perhaps have another suggestion to make. The next day, after describing the shambles to the President, I asked for a few days to lick our wounds and investigate their depth before making a recommendation of what to do next. Lewis Johnson and I made this on July 25th to accept a serious reverse and, in the language of military communiques, fall back and regroup. I asked to be authorized to say to the Joint Committee that the President believed, as he always had, that any action looking toward exchange of information regarding atomic energy to be successful should be preceded by agreement between the executive and legislative branches. This was what he had been seeking. He proposed to instruct me to endeavor to obtain from the British an extension of the present modus vivendi. He did not propose to make any other agreement at this time, or to extend the areas of collaboration. I would, in the course of my talks, explore with the British and the Canadians the various problems discussed with the committee, not with a view to agreements or exchanges of information, but to learn their attitudes and, with such controversial matters as the military assistance program, and give us enough latitude to ease the atomic raw-to-materials situation and find out the problems of our allies for such future attention as might be possible. The President agreed, and Johnson and I met again with the Joint Committee 2 days later. I made the statement, which Noland said, as well he might, was a satisfactory modus vivendi between the legislative and executive branches. Hickenlooper still grumbled about my earlier statement, which he claimed had proposed illegal and unnecessary action. The committee wished the President to quiet the rumors they had started, which he did in a statement that reassured congressmen that he sought a wide area of agreement between the executive and legislative branches, educated the public in the background of Anglo-American Canadian cooperation, and announced that exploratory discussions on the basic questions would begin shortly. His underlying purposes had not changed. When I inquired in mid to August about my instructions, they were to go ahead with the talks with the British on the basis approved in March. When we knew more about what could and could not be done, we would chart a course through the congressional chambers and antechambers. Undersecretary James Webb took over the negotiations with the British and Canadians as I was overwhelmed with problems of military aid, NATO, German policy, and the devaluation of the pound sterling. On October 13, 1949, I reported again to the Joint Committee what had gone on in the tripartite discussions. Meanwhile, an event of startling significance had taken place. The Russians had exploded an atomic device of their own, and with it a good deal of the senatorial nonsense about our priceless secret heritage. The October meeting was much more sober and responsible than those in July. The Russians had anticipated all predictions by at least 2 years. I reported that an agreement was in sight on raw materials. For the present, at least no shortage of materials confronted us, even with the proposed accelerated program. Future relations, however, if collaboration was continued as authorized by the modus vivendi, would not be satisfactory. The definition of permissible and impermissible areas of exchange of information involved too much friction and uncertainty. The program would have to be scrapped altogether or considerably expanded. I was in favor of the latter, taking as a criterion the efficiency of the armament activities being carried on in the three countries, and also having in mind a sensible division of function and conservation of scarce materials. This time, there was neither shouting nor charges of selling out to the British. The Russians had been of some service in restoring our sense of reality. The committee approved our continuing the talks. Even Hickenlooper and Noland conferred doubtful compliments on me for keeping the faith. All this I reported to a pleased president. The press, referring to Hickenlooper as an atomic isolationist, had anticipated that events would move us toward closer atomic relations with Britain and Canada. For the rest of the year, the talks were reported as jogging along comfortably. At its end, the British made some far-reaching and sensible proposals, which agreed with our view that the main effort in atomic energy matters would be made in the United States, with shen of atomic weapons would be concentrated on this side of the Atlantic, with arrangements for a certain number to be allotted to the United Kingdom. Within this broad frame, differences still remained, but we were confident that they could be overcome. Then a bomb exploded in London. A British scientist, Klaus Fuchs, who had been in this country working on the Manhattan Project during the war, was arrested on February 2, 1950, in England, and charged with passing on to the Russians information he had acquired then and later. In due course, he was tried and convicted. Also in February, Senator McCarthy began his attacks on the State Department. The talks with the British and Canadians returned to square one, where there was a deep freezer from which they did not emerge in my time. Ambassador Sir Oliver Franks and I, by an exchange of letters in April, agreed on an interim allocation of raw materials, a procedure that was continued by the two governments throughout President Truman's administration. A month later in London, invited to Ernest Bevan's apartment at No. 1 Carlton Gardens, I was surprised to find there Prime Minister Attlee, Lester B. Pearson of Canada, Roger Makins, and Patrick Gordon Walker, Parliamentary Under Secretary of State for Commonwealth Relations. Attlee wanted to know whether there was any way of reviving the talks that had been interrupted by the Fuchs affair. The British government must get on with their program, which had been held up while their proposals were being considered. I said regretfully that the effort I had tried so hard to pilot into safe waters had foundered, and I doubted that it could be raised again. It was a casualty of the Cold War. I would try, but suspected it was beyond help. From time to time, efforts within the administration to renew discussions ended with Lewis Johnson's veto, apparently in the belief that amendment of the Atomic Energy Act of 1946 was required before anything else could be done. In fact, the only limitation we had accepted on the President's powers was that no final action, in whatever form deemed desirable, would be taken without congressional approval. This might carry with it amendment of the Act. After Secretary Johnson left the Defense Department, there was a resurgence of interest in the idea of a joint program, but in the end it came to nothing. The British asked us in 1951 to test an atomic bomb for them, but even here we were held back by the need for congressional approval. So many restrictions had to be placed on the access of British scientists to the information to be gotten from the tests, and on the mode of procedure, that they had a change of heart and decided to test their own bomb, which they did in October 1952 in Australia. 36. Devaluation of the pound. The British are coming. In July 1949, John Snyder, Secretary of the Treasury, met Douglas Abbott, the Canadian Finance Minister, in London. They both were informed by Sir Stafford Cripps, Chancellor of the Exchequer, that the British financial situation was precarious indeed. British monetary reserves of gold and dollars were low and getting lower, although Britain appeared to be enjoying an industrial boom with full employment and high prices. Indeed, this prosperity was, quite paradoxically, a cause of the trouble. Countries of what was called the sterling area deposited their reserves in London. Since pounds sterling were not freely convertible into hard currencies, principally dollars, these depositors, when they wished to make purchases, which they were eager to do for their own internal development, found it easier to make them in Britain or other countries of the sterling area. This situation, in effect, gave Britain a protected market at higher prices than would be competitive in the United States, so that she was paying her depositors with exports and using up her reserves to buy raw materials and food. This was almost a sure route to bankruptcy. Sir Stafford wanted to talk about what should be done. John Snyder interpreted this as a euphemism for help and got out of the country as fast as possible, with a suggestion that talks be held in Washington at the time of the International Bank and Fund meeting in September. He flew back like a modern Paul Revere, crying, "The British are coming." And come they did, to create a situation of great complexity and embarrassment. Sometime before, it had been decided to take advantage of the presence of the finance ministers in Washington to get the foreign and defense ministers of North Atlantic treaty countries there also, so that a start could be made on treaty organization and plans in their diplomatic, military, and financial aspects. To all of these was added the unplanned influx of foreign diplomats coming to the United States for the fourth meeting of the General Assembly of the United Nations. In the midst of this considerable and busy international gathering, we now propose to add Anglo-American-Canadian discussions of great delicacy and secrecy. These talks began on September 7. On the day before, John Snyder and I spent an hour and a half in executive session with a nervous Senate Foreign Relations Committee, which feared that we might commit the United States to new obligations. Snyder, at any rate, had no intention of even considering this. When we came out of that meeting, he told the press that we had no plan for the solution of Britain's external financial crisis. John and I had at the time different attitudes toward Britain's troubles. He was very wary about becoming involved in them, while to me it seemed both impossible and undesirable to avoid involvement. I saw them as part and parcel of larger problems that deeply concerned our interests and could be managed only under our leadership and with British association. This is perhaps as good a place as any for a digression that this observation suggests. Anglo-American relations. The British ambassador in Washington at this time was Sir Oliver Franks, one of the most able and also most delightful men it has ever been my good fortune to know and work with. His mind, applied to any subject, soon mastered it, and he carried into each new field the same calm, good judgment. Starting upon an academic career, he became professor of moral philosophy at Glasgow University, then moved to Oxford, where he was master of Queen's College. The war took him to a high position in the British Ministry of Supply, working at the heart of Britain's economic and production problems. I met him at that time in planning supplies for UNRWA's relief work. That others shared my admiration for this remarkable man is attested by Ernest Bevan's choice of him to head Britain's most important diplomatic post, his later service as president of Lloyd's Bank in the City of London, and the fact, so well supported rumor has it, that he was sought to head the Bank of England, the British Broadcasting Corporation, and the Times of London. He chose to return to his first choice, academic life, and became Provost of Worcester College, Oxford. Not long after becoming Secretary of State, I made him an unorthodox proposal. On an experimental basis, I suggested that we talk regularly, and in complete personal confidence, about any international problems we saw arising. Neither would report or quote the other, unless, thinking that it would be useful in promoting action, he got the other's consent and agreement on the terms of a reporting memorandum or cable. The dangers and difficulties of such a relationship were obvious, but its usefulness proved to be so great that we continued it for 4 years. We met alone, usually at his residence or mine, at the end of the day before or after dinner. No one was informed even of the fact of the meeting. We discussed situations already emerging or likely to do so, the attitudes that various people in both countries would be likely to take, what courses of action were possible, and their merits, the chief problems that could arise. If either thought that his department should be alerted to the other's apprehension and thoughts, we would work out an acceptable text setting out the problem and suggested approaches. Later, comparing the relations between our governments during our time with those under our successors, we concluded that whereas we had thought of these relations and their management as a part of domestic affairs, they had regarded them as foreign affairs. The heart of the difference lay in the intimacy, the secrecy, and the complete confidence of Sir Oliver's and my relationship, or departmental business. Each organization had its special problem. With the Foreign Office, it was the Commonwealth. With the Department, the Congress. Once either organization knew that even the most exploratory discussion was going on, the pressure for disclosure, consultation, was enormous for fear of the reproaches of senators and prime ministers if either learned of anything before the other. To inform either was to inform the press. From there on, it was literally impossible to hear oneself think. For this reason, my relationship with Sir Oliver Franks was a great help and comfort to me. Futile meetings. One can readily imagine the quandary of Ernest Bevan and Sir Stafford Cripps when they arrived in Washington on September 5, with the secret authority of the British government to take up with the International Monetary Fund the devaluation of the pound sterling from 4.3 cents to 2.80 cents. They could not discuss this until it was done. And without knowledge of this central fact, discussion of Britain's economic crisis was futile. Furthermore, discussion of currency matters had been excluded from the agenda of the American-British-Canadian meeting, since they fell within the jurisdiction of the fund, about to convene in annual meeting. The conferees, with Treasury Secretary Snyder presiding, consisted of Paul Hoffman, Administrator of the Economic Cooperation Administration, and myself for the United States, Bevan, Cripps, and Franks for Britain, and Lester Pearson, Minister of External Affairs, Douglas Abbott, Finance Minister, and Ambassador Hume Wrong for Canada. We all had too many staff assistants crowded around the walls of a small conference room in the new State Department building. The first few days of the meeting were everything a conference should not be, and too many are. A complete waste of time with rising exasperation among the conferees. Hoffman announced that the European Recovery Program would be completed in 1952, and that the European countries should plan to have their balance of payments problems solved by then. The American delegation turned down a British request to waive Article 9 of the British-U.S. Loan Agreement of 1945-46, prohibiting discrimination against United States exports in an effort to lessen the outflow of dollars. Then Paul Hoffman, who had an evangelical delivery and faith in salvation by exports, exhorted the British to forego the easy markets of the sterling area, cut their costs, which obviously included wages and some of the welfare state, and earn dollars by exporting to the American market. This was too much for Ernest Bevan, who won my admiration by departing from the scenario, much to his colleagues' confusion, and having a go at this economic ecumenicism. He had been interested, he said, for many years in British industry, and several times he had heard free traders urge the British workers to make the sacrifices necessary to compete in the great American market. Every time, as soon as they made a little progress, the Congress set up a howl about Chian foreign labor, and 1936, he was not going home to flim-flam the workers again. Mr. Hull had done a fine job, but imports during the Depression and the war had not been a big factor in the American market. Would we guarantee that if Europe sought to balance its payments by exports to the United States, Congress would let them come in? There was a good deal of sense in this, and plenty of vigor. Even the ranks of Tuscany could scarce forbear to cheer. The point finally is reached. However, this polemical exchange did convince the British that at least the principal American and Canadian representatives must be told what was going to happen. We were asked to meet with only ministers present, no ambassadors, staff, or note-takers. This meant Cripps, Bevan, Pearson, Abbott, Snyder, Hoffman, and myself. When the door was shut, we were told of the forthcoming devaluation and pledged to secrecy, except that we Americans insisted, and the others agreed, that the President must also be told. The result was a nervous week, during which each of us worried that the news would leak and an accusing finger point at him. All went well, and only French-British relations suffered when the devaluation was announced on Sunday, September 18th, without prior notice to the French ministers who were present in Washington. Once we knew the facts, our meeting got down to the business of improving the British economic position. A permanent economic council of the three countries was established. Sir Leslie Rowan, a senior Treasury man, was assigned to it, and sound resolutions were adopted. But none of this amounted to very much, due to an improvement in the economic atmosphere as quick and unexpected as the previous mild depression had been. In this situation, the devaluation was more effective than any of us had thought it would be. The spring recession in this country had reduced our imports about 12% in general, though 20% from the Marshall Plan countries, and nearly twice that in some raw material producing sterling area countries. This recession proved to be short-lived. Our recovery in cheaper sterling prices increased our buying. This, when the Korean War started in the middle of the next year, created problems through its excesses. Before recovery had started, however, we talked among ourselves about Britain's still unsolved basic dilemma, a British politician's nightmare. This was to tell the workers and voters, and still hope to stay in office, that they must work harder and get paid less, for a time at least, and, at the same time, tell the Commonwealth that their sterling deposits were really long-term investments and not available in cash or goods on demand. It seemed to us that before the fundamental weakness of the British financial situation could be cured, there must be some refunding of the sterling balances and, with outside help, some reform of the British role as international banker and its incorporation in a larger and more inherently solvent arrangement. But this was something that one could not usefully discuss with the British except in time of crisis, and the recovery in 1950 ended that. The problem, however, still remains and darkens the entrance to the common market. More talk. With Bevan and Schumann, an account of the next week or so is perhaps useful more to describe the environment in which a Secretary of State must do such thinking as he can, rather than as a record of accomplishment. It was spent in almost continuous discussion with colleagues from abroad on the problems presented by almost every part of the world. First, starting on September 13th with Bevan and Schumann, sometimes separately and sometimes together as they preferred, the talk covered Europe, the Mediterranean, and the Far East. In Europe, events had moved fast. On September 7th, the Bundestag, the lower house of the Federal Republic, opened at Bonn. On the 12th, Theodor Heuss, a white-haired, kindly professor, had been elected president, and on the 15th, Dr. Konrad Adenauer of the Christian Democratic Union, Chancellor of the Federal Republic. On the 21st, civil government began in Germany with the proclamation of the Occupation Statute and the establishment of the Allied High Commission. The Bundestag, on the very day it opened its session, asked the occupying powers to examine their policy of dismantling German industry for reparations. As the supplier of materials for European recovery, we were strongly in favor of the requested to examination. The French opposed it. The British were in the middle, since at home they favored dismantling, while in Germany their zone, a highly industrialized area, was approaching the point where further dismantling would have to be done under military protection. We met, therefore, on September 15th to discuss, as our first business with the new German state, an issue which bade fair to split us apart. We each took the position that might have been expected. Bevan worried aloud. The Americans, he said, luckily and quickly had finished their dismantling. The British had not, and were caught between one public opinion at home and an opposite one in Germany. Schumann urged us not to get excited by the Bundestag action and thereby let the Germans dismantle Western solidarity. Bevan agreed on the importance of showing the Germans that the game of splitting the Allies would not work. I argued that it would work, that dismantling and martial aid were obviously inconsistent, and that eventually we would and must yield on dismantling. But if we followed his and Schumann's advice, only after having generated the maximum ill will, this would do vast harm to long-range solution of Franco-German enmity, which must be the aim of French leadership. Bevan pleaded for more time. After several repetitions of these views, it was agreed to meet again in November in Paris and dispose of the issue then. Austria came next on the agenda. Anticipating French and British emphasis on getting Russian troops out of Austria at almost any cost, we had prepared some economic charts showing that a viable Austria could not be achieved if we yielded on any of our major positions. We had Sam Reber, our deputy on the Austrian treaty, present the Russian position as the deputies had heard it, and his own view that even excessive concessions would not result. Send during the spring meetings in Paris were now dead, but to leave nothing to chance, we agreed to ask Wyszynski for an informal meeting in New York to explore the possibilities. When he met us on September 22, our fears were verified. He was at his worst, charging us with trying to inveigle him into an illegal meeting of the Council of Foreign Ministers. I went over a series of points that had been agreed in principle at Paris, to be worked out in detail by the deputies, and complained that the Russian deputy would either refuse to discuss a point or flatly repudiate the agreement. On some matters he had taken positions so unreasonable as to raise questions of good faith. 3 futile meetings were held between September 26 and 29. Then Wyszynski broke them off until October 6 on the ground that he was too busy at the United Nations. The State Department advised me and my colleagues of its view that the Soviet Union wished to keep its troops in Austria due to troubles in Hungary and Romania, and was taking a more belligerent attitude as a result of its atomic explosion. The economic difficulties in the West and the triumph of the communists in China. In a private talk with Bevan, and in another meeting with all of us on October 6th, Wyszynski refused to yield an inch on any matter of substance. I reported this to the President, suggesting that the National Security Council review the serious questions presented, and that congressional leaders be consulted early enough to participate in any decisions that might be necessary, but not at a time when public discussion might affect the imminent Austrian elections. He agreed, and discussions of an Austrian treaty hibernated until 1955, when the Soviet Union suddenly signed it as part of a campaign to prevent the German Federal Republic from joining the North Atlantic Alliance. From Austria, the talks with Bevan and Schuman touched briefly on Yugoslavia, agreeing that the interests of all 3 countries coincided in supporting Tito in his break with Stalin. "Tito may be a scoundrel," said Bevan, "but he's our scoundrel," a view which Tito would not have shared on either count. Then we turned to the Far East, where Bevan was chiefly interested in China. Schuman in Indochina. Each discussed his special interest with me separately, and then together we discussed China. Schuman trod warily in discussing Southeast Asia, and had no welcoming response to American interests. France, he said, at great expense was fighting the battle of all democratic peoples in Indochina. The United States could help by giving economic aid to the 3 infant governments, Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. They could not cope by themselves. The French were sponsoring their movement toward greater independence. French army and technical advisors were indispensable to the development of functioning and truly independent native governments. I said that I was glad to hear this. We believed that France could help more in preventing communist domination by moving quickly to satisfy nationalist aspirations, giving the 3 states established by the March 8 agreements, which will be discussed in Chapter 70, Greater Independence in Foreign Affairs, then administered by the French Min. Deal with them. But first, the French Parliament must ratify these agreements. Schuman recognized these as valid points, but without noticeable enthusiasm. He had little to say about China, but not so Bevan. He had listened restlessly during one meeting, while I expounded the rather negative conclusions we had reached from our recent painful experiences. In brief, these were that Chiang Kai-shek and the Kuomintang were no longer an effective force on the mainland, where the nationalist government under Lee Sung-jen was about to collapse. No other leaders were apparent for the time being, nor had friction yet developed between Mao and Stalin, though we believed that it would do so. Recognition seemed to us a futile gesture, and would doubtless mean as little to the Chinese communists as to us, while worrying other Asian states. The result indicated was to await a more propitious time for action of any sort that trouble in China or between China and Russia might bring. In the meantime, I hoped that the North Atlantic Treaty countries would concert their policies, and that we would all impose controls on trade with communist China. Bevan would have to talk this over at home. Our interests in China, he thought, were divergent. The task was to reconcile our policies so far as possible. The United States government was withdrawing. The United Kingdom trying to hold on, to keep a foot in the door and see what happens. The British were not in a hurry to recognize the communists. This attitude soon changed, but they did have big commercial and trade interests in China, and they intended to hang on in Hong Kong and stay there. He feared that if the United States was too obdurate, we would drive China into the arms of Russia, to which I added that they were there already. We agreed to keep on consulting. With other European colleagues, Count Sforza of Italy and Foreign Ministers Van Zeeland of Belgium and Dr. Cairo da Mata of Portugal brought me matters of special concern to them, but, after 20 years, no longer of any general interest. Then we all convened in the first session of the North Atlantic Council. Count Sforza was a man of character and ability, and had been a guest in my parents' house when, an exile from Mussolini's Italy, he had lectured at Wesleyan University. It could be said of him, as it has been said of Balliol men, that he had a consciousness of effortless superiority. On one occasion, he told me that his position of independence in Premier de Gasperi's cabinet was due to the fact that the other members were all Catholics. But Count Sforza, I interjected. You are a Catholic too? To be sure, he replied. But the Sforzas were Catholics before there were popes. When I told this to another friend, an Italian ambassador to the United States, he said, "Ah, he did not belong to those Sforzas at all." Dr. Cairo da Mata, a former professor of international law and a most courteous and delightful man, seemed to believe, perhaps due to his training, that his duty was done and his function performed when he had carefully and meticulously explained his point. How it was received did not seem to be of concern to him at all. He recalled to me a sentence at the beginning of Anne wrote, who cabled home, "Today I repeated to His Excellency what I had said to him last week. The NATO Council meets." At the first session of the NATO Council on September 17th, we did not repeat lengthy sentiments expressed at the treaty signing. I was elected the first chairman of the Council. On the first of each succeeding year, the chairmanship was to rotate in the alphabetical order, in English, of the signatory states. We then adopted a table of organization for the Council, a defense committee, a military committee to sit permanently in Washington, with its executive agency, the Standing Group, consisting of military representatives of Britain, France, and the United States, and regional planning groups for 5 regions of the North Atlantic area, together with the terms of reference of all these committees and groups. The Council foresaw the need for means of dealing also with 2 other sets of problems relating to the defense of the area, questions of military production and supply, and economic and financial factors. It directed working groups to prepare recommendations for consideration at the second session of the Council. It is rather interesting to note that the organization then adopted was almost exactly the organization for executing the treaty which General de Gaulle would approve today, if one may be so bold as to hazard a prediction about the views of that unpredictable man. It was pre-integration organization, aimed to produce general plans for uncoordinated and separate action in the hope that in the event of trouble a plan and the forces to meet it would exist and would be adopted by a sort of spontaneous combustion. In less than a year, it would be the French government which would take the lead in proclaiming this organization hopelessly inadequate and in pressing for a united command, forces in being and in position, and strategic plans for the use of all the weapons of the alliance. This produced NATO's integrated defense, that acme of deterrence, that the general has done his best to destroy and abroad. The first half of September had been busy enough with its incessant meetings to the accompaniment of the congressional guns of August, still booming away against the military assistance bill. Two major speeches in New York and the opening of the session of the General Assembly of the United Nations would make the second half no less so, against the even more ominous background of the more deadly Russian explosion. Within 2 days, on September 19 and 21, I addressed both a Latin American gathering and the General Assembly of the United Nations. Both were ritualistic speeches. Every new Secretary of State must make a speech on Latin American affairs. Mine was overdue, and every Secretary of State must each year participate in that utter futility, the general debate with which each session of the General Assembly wastes its opening weeks. On Latin America, nothing new. The first of these efforts was made in New York at a dinner of the PAN, American Society of the United States. I touched on all the familiar topics within the conventional limitations of policy statements, leading off with the need for political stability and faith in democracy. Here, the background of fact was grim. Perón's dictatorship then seemed established in Argentina, with the support of the Army and the General Confederation of Labor. Military coups had recently been successful in Peru and Venezuela, and there had been a right-to-wing insurrection in Bolivia. The presidential election in Colombia would soon be held under siege conditions, while plot and counterplot between the Nicaraguan and Dominican dictatorships and their armed exiles disturbed the Caribbean. Under these conditions, I pledged our strongest efforts to preserve the peace of the hemisphere in keeping with our international commitments. These commitments were to protect security, defend democracy, and refrain from intervention in the internal affairs of other American nations, a prescription, it might seem, for inaction generally favored by the good neighbors, or sacrifice of one of our purposes or principles in pursuing others. Regarding the recognition of governments which followed one another in the hemisphere, I repeated the familiar doctrine that recognition did not signify approval and should involve to American consultation and the application. Not altogether the same attitude we were taking toward recognition of the communist regime in China. Economic well-being, we had found, did not guarantee that democracy would flourish, but it helped. We therefore had aided and would continue to aid economic development among our neighbors. The Institute of Inter-American Affairs had indeed, I said, furnished the inspiration and the proving ground for the world. Wide program of technical cooperation envisaged in 0.4% of President Truman's inaugural address. While these government-to-government efforts, enlarged and strengthened, would continue, they would be ineffective without strenuous self-help by the nations themselves in attacking endemic poverty and illiteracy and in creating an environment of fair treatment for foreign capital. This also was established doctrine. If I have said nothing new tonight, I concluded, it may well be because in a family of nations, as in families of individuals, we should expect nothing more sensational than growth. UN problems still remain? The only interest remaining today in the speech to the General Assembly, a statement of United States policy on problems confronting the Fourth General Assembly, is that most of the problems still remain. Some are decidedly worse, and on one, the United Nations has given up entirely. The list began with Greece's internal trouble growing out of her historic difficulty in reconciling order with democracy and the involvement of her neighbors in that trouble. The identity of the nations involved has changed, but the trouble continues. On Palestine, the next problem area, I observed, perhaps somewhat prematurely, that it is a source of considerable satisfaction that the period of active hostilities in that area has been brought to a close through the conclusion of armistice agreements between Israel and the several Arab states. The question of the disposition of the former Italian colonies, on which the signatories of the Italian peace treaty agreed to accept the recommendation of the General Assembly, was, after one failure, in due course answered by the Assembly's recommendation. Turning to the problems of non-self-governing peoples, of which those of the people of Indonesia were in the forefront, I hopefully announced United States support to those peoples who are working out their destinies in the spirit of the Charter of the United Nations to the end that they may achieve self-government or independence at the earliest practicable date. After 20 years' experience, one would, perhaps, be less sure that independence was an end rather than a beginning, as Indonesia was to demonstrate, of new troubles as tragic and bloody as any experienced in the past. Another group of problems noted were those involving, in the words of the Charter, better standards of life in larger freedom. In the struggle against poverty, malnutrition, and disease, the incredible fertility of the human species seems over the years to have submerged all our efforts. The search for security through the United regulate armaments seems even more galling today, appeared to be the supreme problem of 2 decades ago. In fact, while I was regretting failure to persuade the Soviet Union to join in international control of atomic energy, the president was preparing to announce the Soviet atomic explosion, which made the nuclear problem even more intractable. Fortunately, we see through a glass darkly. That made it easier to go back to Washington to struggle with all these problems against growing criticism of the executive's handling of our foreign relations. I was not detached enough at the time to realize that much of this criticism came from what wise men from Aeschylus to St. Paul have described as man's folly in kicking against the pricks. Relations with Yugoslavia. Throughout my tenure as Secretary, relations with Yugoslavia remained under my personal direction because of the delicacy and difficulty of the relationship at both ends, Tito's and ours. The break between Stalin and Tito had occurred while I was absent from the government. On June 28, 1948, growing resistance in Belgrade to dictatorship from Moscow had resulted in Yugoslavia's expulsion from the Cominform, the Organization of Communist States, and a heavy Soviet barrage directed at Tito's deviationism. This happened during the blockade of Berlin, and 4 days after the start of the airlift, when any trouble coming to Moscow was a boon to the Western Allies. George Kennan's policy planning staff immediately recognized the importance of this break within the Soviet monolith as the awakening of national independence and self to interest. Kennan counseled discreet and unostentatious support. Stalin was obviously determined to crush this rebellion by political, economic, and, if opportunity afforded, military measures. Our policy should be to thwart him without provoking him in the process. To accomplish this policy meant overcoming or circumventing difficulties in Belgrade and Washington. Although Tito's challenge to Stalin's headship of international communism provided a strong inhibiting factor on Soviet actions in the international field and should be maintained, it would be bad politics and bad morals to represent him as an ally of the West. He was and would long remain a staunch communist and the dictator of a police state. To represent him otherwise would injure both him and us. This honest attitude, however, raised difficulties in Congress, where communists belong to a genus without subordinate species. Two of my otherwise strong friends and supporters took this view and caused us some trouble. Congresswoman Edna Kelly, Democrat of Brooklyn, a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee who herself had Yugoslav antecedents, and Senator Tom Connolly, chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee. In the executive branch, however, the importance of supporting Tito was held unanimously in the field, the Department, and the White House. Economic aid was inaugurated in the summer of 1949 with the granting of an export license to Yugoslavia for a steel finishing mill and a 20% mill. Full political support in the United Nations to Yugoslavia's bid for a seat on the Security Council and to her approaches to the World Bank and to the Germans for development loans. At the end of the year, the president appointed an experienced career diplomat, George V. Allen, as ambassador to Yugoslavia, and authorized him to quote the president as saying that our support of the sovereign integrity of independent states applied as fully to Yugoslavia as to any other state. We also concerted with London steps to be taken in furnishing political and arms assistance should Stalin's growls develop into more articulate threats. Nature took a hand in this drama by bringing on a severe drought in Yugoslavia during the summer of 1950. Edward Kardelj, their very capable foreign minister, came to Washington asking for extensive loans and grants. The drought had not only caused food shortages in the country, but dried up exports that otherwise would have financed development projects. At the time we talked, October 19th, 1950, we were having real trouble in Congress over military aid, China policy, and MC Carthyism. I warned Kardelj that we could not take on a major Yugoslav financial program because of the ideological problems it would raise for him and us, but must muddle through with bits and pieces for the time being, and such help as we could inspire in Europe. The result was not too bad. From the Marshall Plan Authority, ECA, an Export-Import Bank, we got together something over $30 million for wheat and induced Congress to switch $50 million previously appropriated for ECA to relief for Yugoslavia. The collection of odds and ends went on until by August 1951, we had been able to give $150 million in economic aid. Then Ambassador Popovic asked for arms. As the rumors of Soviet military intervention grew and tension increased, military aid was difficult enough to get in all conscience, in view of the declarations of democratic faith and explanations of need that Congress had scattered like hurdles along the approaches. Popovic had been one of Tito's chief guerrilla lieutenants, an immense man who would be bad to meet in the dark on a mountain path. He was inaudible, whispering in some unidentifiable language. Since his interpreter read from a paper what Popovic was alleged to have said, I often wondered whether he had bothered to say it. What came out were the items and quantities of military equipment for which he asked, in great reluctance to go far into such matter, as existing stocks of these materials, or any discussion of the type of campaign anticipated or where it might be conducted. This sort of thing was the lifeblood of Pentagon bureaucrats. My view was that the Yugoslavs were wise to be reticent, that they knew best what they needed and would put it to good use if we could spare it, and that the last was the only real question. In the end, we gave them about $60 million in military items in 1951, and a little more the next years. It carried Tito through his troubles. This excursion in aid to a communist state nearly proved fatal to good friend to our foreign policy in the Congress, James P. Richards of South Carolina, chairman of the Committee on Foreign Affairs. Like many Southern, the top of the Democratic list on the committee and the chairmanship. In the process, he had acquired an interest and competence in foreign affairs, and had neglected his district's interest in the pork barrel. A young challenger in the primary in 1950 drew unfavorable comparison between Richards' record in obtaining federal buildings and works for the district, and his zeal in helping some people called Yugoslavs, whose relation to South Carolina he challenged Mr. Richards to establish. Nor was this all. Perhaps Mr. Richards would like to go further and explain who these people were and what sort of folks. The primary proved to be a close call for the chairman, and a dampener upon his enthusiasm for the foreign field. A visit from Pandit Nehru. Before keeping my date in Paris with Schumann and Bevin to discuss dismantling in Germany, another Politico. Social date faced us in Washington, a state visit by Prime Minister Nehru of India. He came in a prickly mood, annoyed by what he called American intervention in the Kashmir dispute. This grew out of the efforts of the United Nations Commission for India and Pakistan, of which the United States was a member, to arrange a truce in the hostilities between these two countries in Kashmir. Previous proposals having failed, the Commission suggested the arbitration of certain issues by Admiral Chester W. Nimitz, who had been designated plebiscite administrator. President Truman wrote to both prime ministers urging agreement to the Commission's suggestion. Nehru rejected it. The great man arrived on October 11th. The social protocol for state visits was and is a trial for the hardiest spirit, consisting of 3 large dinners, in addition to wreath to laying, speeches to Congress, etc., given by the President for the visitor at the White House, by the Secretary of State for the visitor, in those days usually at Anderson House on Massachusetts Avenue, and finally, by the visitor at his nation's embassy for the President. The guest list, with minor variations, was the same for all. So was the food, drink, and incidental music. So were the speeches, not merely for all 3 of a series, But for all such dinners, I determined to vary the monotony of my evening in two ways, neither of which proved much of a success with Pandit Nehru. The first was in my after-dinner speech. Liturgically, these speeches were supposed to deal with the close and fruitful relations between our two countries throughout history. One dinner would clearly exhaust this subject, and I did not feel equal to exploring the influence of the Code of Hammurabi upon Anglo-American Indian jurisprudence. So I tried a novel gambit, improvising imaginary conversations between the legendary great of America and our visitor to bring out his many-faceted quality. He would, as a father of his country, talk with the father of ours, General George Washington, as a great political ideologist of democracy, with Thomas Jefferson as a tough political organizer and strategist, with Old Hickory, and as a spiritual leader who had suffered amid fratricidal strife, with Tyne, and caught our distinguished visitor unprepared, like a student who had not done his homework for what should have been a gut to course. He was not pleased. The other innovation also failed in its purpose. After the post-dinner reception, he and I left for my house to have a purely private talk, leaving my wife and his daughter, Madam Indira Gandhi, later Prime Minister of India, in charge at Anderson House. I had hoped that, uninhibited by a cloud of witnesses, we might establish a personal relationship, but he would not relax. He talked to me, as Queen Victoria said of Mr. Gladstone, as though I were a public meeting. Beginning with his desire to establish a stockpile of 1 million tons of wheat, he told me of his plan to reduce the price of wheat in relation to other prices in India. He hoped for help from us in selling them wheat at less than world prices. We were already at work on the problem, which I told him would require legislation, and hoped to have favorable action shortly. Nehru on the faults of others, the Indonesian leader complaining that the Dutch wished them to assume too large a part of the Dutch Indies governmental debt largely incurred in fighting the independence movement. The Dutch should not drag their feet until concessions lost all their grace. In agreeing, I cited Edmund Burke that not the least of the arts of diplomacy is to grant graciously what one no longer has the power to withhold. We had already gotten the Dutch back up by our ambassador Merle Cochrane's sound and well-meant advice, but we would try again. He had had a telegram, he said, from Hatta. Pandit Nehru also found the French experiment in Indochina with Bao Dai hopeless and doomed to failure, as the emperor lacked the character, ability, and prestige necessary to succeed, and was not given adequate scope by the French. I was inclined to agree, but expressed doubt about any visible alternative. Nehru saw it in the nationalist movement, although he was convinced that Ho Chi Minh was a communist. However, to believe that the communists would use a popular front government to liquidate their opponents was, he thought, to misapply Eastern European experience to Asian countries. In India and Burma, communists had begun as the left wing of the nationalist movement, then attempted to take over the movement, and failed. This, he hoped, would be repeated in Indochina. To me, this was a clearly specious idea, since, as the experience of both France and Italy showed, the attempt to take over would be inevitable, and the outcome would depend on the strength of the other side. With the leadership of the nationalist movement already in Ho's hands, the outcome in Indochina would seem pretty clear. Thus far, Nehru had kept the talk on the failings of the Dutch and French. I wanted, as innocently as possible, to get him to talk about one of his own. First of all, however, he went off on recognition of the communist regime in China, where his views were of some interest because they obviously stimulated Bevan's. Bevan was not likely to let India take the lead in setting a recognition policy for the Commonwealth. Nehru's views, which he also expressed the next day in his meeting with the president, were that there was now no alternative to DLA, the agricultural revolution. But communism as a doctrine was alien to the Chinese mind, and the foreign domination inherent in Moscow's role among communist states would be deeply resented in China. India's proximity to China indicated a leaning toward early recognition. The president hoped, as I had, that countries deeply concerned in Asian affairs would consult before recognizing. Although the Prime Minister agreed, I felt that we had had our consultation. Nehru on Kashmir when, finally, I urged Pandit Nehru to help me by a frank discussion of a practicable solution of the trouble over Kashmir. I got a curious combination of a public speech and flashes of anger and deep dislike of his opponents. The first part of it was a legalistic exposition that the first hostile act, and hence the aggression, was Pakistan's. From this it followed that India could not, and the United Nations should not, proceed with the merits of the problem until the aggression had been purged by the complete withdrawal of all Pakistani tribesmen from Kashmir. This was interspersed with bitter denunciation of Pakistan deception and intrigue, both Nehru's ideas of procedure, which seemed to preclude negotiation, and his notions on the dispute itself made any possibility of settlement dim indeed. A profound ideological issue, he said, was presented. Pakistan conceived of the foundation of its state as religious and claimed Kashmir because its inhabitants were largely Muslims. Such ideas, Nehru insisted, struck at the very basis of stability in the Indian subcontinent. In India, the state was wholly secular. Religion was neither a qualification nor disqualification for citizenship. It was irrelevant. There were some 35 million Muslims in India, many in high office. To accept a religious basis for the adherence of provinces to either state would be profoundly unsettling everywhere, and a plebiscite campaign on such a basis would be most inflammatory and disastrous. The conclusion of the matter, as the Prime Minister saw it, was that Pakistan as a state had no claim to Kashmir or any part of it, and its troops, but not India's, must be forced to withdraw. If the people of Kashmir wished to question the decision of the Maharaja and Sheikh Abdullah, the de facto Prime Minister, to adhere to India, which Nehru doubted, the preferable way to ascertain their will would be through a constituent assembly of the natural leaders of the people elected to meet and discuss their future. This might lead to a countrywide decision or to a division. By this time, having talked from 10:30 to past 1 o'clock in the morning after a strenuous day, my guest had clearly earned a rest. For my part, I was becoming a bit confused. We therefore adjourned this interesting talk. It made a deep impression on me. I was convinced that Nehru and I were not destined to have a pleasant personal relationship. He was so important to India, and India's survival so important to all of us, that if he did not exist, as Voltaire said of God, he would have to be invented. Nevertheless, he was one of the most difficult men with whom I have ever had to deal. The Paris Conference. Bevan and I joined our colleague Robert Schuman in Paris on November 9th. Again, the President came to see us off. On this journey, John Sherman Cooper of Kentucky went along as my Republican advisor. John had a long struggle to get established as senator from Kentucky. Elected in 1946 and again in 1952, both Republican years, to fill unexpired terms. In each case, he met defeat 2 years later. Finally, in 1956, elected for the third time to fill an unexpired term, this time Alban Barkley's, he was able to hang on to the seat. John was and is wise and delightful. No one could wish for a sounder advisor, better companion, or more loyal friend. His relaxed manner and gentle humor are authentically Kentuckian. He tells on himself of being stopped by a traffic policeman for some unrealized infraction while driving through Atlanta. The officer came over to the car. "Stranger, aren't you?" he asked. "Yes," replied John, adding in hope of currying favor and leniency, "Senator John Sherman Cooper of Kentucky." "What's the middle name?" the officer shot back. "Herman," John answered blandly. Making a landing in Stevensville, Canada, to refuel and dine, we ran into a thunderstorm during which a ball of fire seemed to pass through the President's cabin across the table where my wife and John sat facing me. John asked us casually whether this often happened. My wife, usually more truthful, answered, "Quite." Colonel Williams, the skipper and pilot, told us that it required some later work on the sheathing of the plane, but nothing to interfere with our journey. There in Paris was a forces again too. Our meetings began on the morning of November 9th with a thunderstorm of their own. With me were John J. McCloy, our High Commissioner in Germany, George Perkins, Assistant Secretary of State for European Affairs, Colonel Henry Byrode, Chief of the Office of German Affairs, and Paul Nitze of the Policy Planning Staff. Mac Cloy has for 30 years been as useful and devoted a public servant, in and out of office, as this country has had. He is blunt and frank, often so with the press. On arriving in Paris from Bonn, he replied to inquiries about the purpose of our meeting with candor and exactitude that it was to bring some relief in the program of dismantling German war plants, and why. Since, as I have already pointed out, the French were reluctant and the British embarrassed to face the problem, this statement in advance of the meeting ruffled the Dovecoats, especially Bevan's rather easily ruffled temper. When the meeting opened, Bevan unleashed a violent diatribe, which worried us because of his bad heart. Fortunately, he soon ran out of breath without harmful consequences, and Schumann turned to me for help. The problem was to make forgiveness possible before asking for it. The key lay in Ernie's sense of humor. Then it was that my youth in a rectory and a church school came to my rescue. "Le President," I said to Schumann, "all that I can reply. Remembrance of our sins is grievous unto us. The burden of them is intolerable." Waving aside translation, Schumann eagerly interjected, "It is the same in the Catholic book." Ernie burst into laughter and threw up his arms in mock despair. "I wouldn't know," he said. "I'm only a Bush Baptist." "What in the world," I asked, "is a Bush Baptist?" "I don't know," he answered. "That's what they called us." "Why don't you ask your president? He's probably one too." I said that I would, and later did. I have found this postscript to a letter I wrote Bevan on November 21st after returning home. The authority on Baptists, Mr. HST, says that in the early days the mountain people went for the principles of the Baptists in a big way, as they were regarded as a protest against the decadence of the cities. A Bush Baptist was a Baptist from the hills. German policy issues when the fracas subsided, Schumann asked, how should the Allies treat Germany while the occupation still continued as an enemy on parole, as a security problem, or in some other way? In Britain, said Bevan, Germany was regarded with bitter hostility. To me, one conclusion seemed plain beyond doubt. Western Europe and the United States could not contain the Soviet Union and suppress Germany and Japan at the same time. Our best hope was to make these former enemies willing and strong supporters of a free world structure. Germany should be welcomed into Western Europe, not kept in limbo outside, as had been the case after the War of 1914-18, relegated to maneuvering between the Soviet Union and the Allies. If the former was to be done, Western Europe must become more than a phrase. American policy had been strongly directed to this end through the European Recovery Program, the North Atlantic Treaty, and military assistance. Both Bevan and Schumann had done the same in the Council of Europe, the Western Union, and their response to General Marshall's proposal. To begin the task, I continued, the High Commissioners should speak with one voice in dealing with the German government. Accordingly, when we had hammered out both what we wanted it to do and the concessions we were willing to make, we should leave to the High Commissioners the use of concessions on dismantling and unlimited and prohibited industries in order to obtain German agreement to join the International Ruhr Authority, cooperate with the Military Security Board, and carry out the denazification and decartelization programs. The others agreed, and we turned to specific problems. With a brief rest the first night, we remained in practically continuous session until ending at 2 o'clock in the morning of November 11th. Our session, in many ways, resembled those which often precede the deadline for a strike in industry. Couches were set up in anterooms on which the exhausted might rest, a facility found most helpful by Ernest Bevan. Tables at the side of the large meeting room were continuously provided with tea, coffee, and sandwiches. Them out. At one time, our meeting was interrupted so that the French cabinet could give Schumann new instructions. At another, to consult on matters of importance to them with the foreign ministers of the Benelux countries, who had come to Paris for the purpose. Issues moved from broad questions of policy to disposition of particular plants or products, to the weight to be given to competitive as against purely security considerations, and so on. The success of the sessions lay in their reaching a great many specific and clear decisions. It was a process in which time, immense goodwill, and tolerance were indispensable. Bevan helped greatly by his frank, common sense view. Dismantling needed immediate review. Plants useful only for war materials should be quickly dismantled, and the rest kept, if only in reserve for future trade expansion and for negotiations with the Germans. He was already thinking of allowing an increase of steel capacity from 11 million to 16 or 17 million tons a year, even though this would cause heartburn in some countries. Already one could see Schumann begin to suffer. Bevan was tired of the issue of German steel capacity, which had already dragged on far longer than had been contemplated at Potsdam. Schumann's approach uncovered a novel gambit. Dismantling, he said, was less interesting as an end in itself than it had been as a means for providing reparations, but involved considerations of security in a new sense. Excess steel capacity in Germany would jeopardize the success of integration in Europe. Steel capacity must be looked at from the point of view of Europe as a whole, reconciling security interests, trade positions, and respect for international agreements, as well as our common interest in not subjecting the new German government to undue strain. This seemed to me both too obscure and too smooth. I rather bluntly said that beyond purely war, use plants, some 15 or 20 of which we were all agreed on, the choice was between destroying or leaving the rest. Leaving them seemed to me more sensible and less dangerous. The United States, I added, would not provide facilities to replace dismantled plants. The level of permitted steel production need not be presently raised because of a theoretical, but not actually operable, increased capacity. General Sir Brian Robertson, in command of the British zone, foresaw riots there if dismantling continued at Hamborn and Salzgitter. After many hours of talk, the High Commissioners were asked to bring us back specific recommendations on each of the various plants. During our last meeting, the French cabinet authorized limiting the dismantling as Bevan and I had suggested, provided that there should be no present increase in authorized steel production, and that the Germans should accept the positions we had authorized the High Commissioners to take. Agreement on this most difficult subject marked a considerable step forward. Another matter of some significance was settled before we adjourned: an authorized beginning of a German Foreign Office through a Bureau of Consular Affairs under the Chancellor, and a consular service to care for a reviving German foreign trade. Finally, a brief discussion of recognition of the communist regime for France, if the Chinese communists establish relations, he wished that we and the British could show support of the Emperor Bao Dai and the current French policy in Indochina. My view was that the treatment of Angus Ward, our consul general in Mukden, by the Chinese communists and their attitude toward our rights and Chinese obligations were precluding recognition. Before we could support French policy in Indochina, it was necessary for the French to act rather than merely make statements. Bevan agreed with this, and went on to say that the British would probably not recognize the communist regime before mid-December. To ward off protest, he ended with a dig at me. The nationalists, he said, had a lot of arms on Formosa, which the British regarded not as potential strength against the communists, but as potential danger to Britain and France when, after nationalist surrender, they might be used against Hong Kong and Indochina. Too weary to rise to this fly, we approved the communiqué and adjourned. First meeting with Adenauer. From Paris, the American group flew to Frankfurt on November 11th to stay with High Commissioner and Mrs. MacCloy in Bad Homburg, around which security precautions were still extensive and severe. Germany was an only recently defeated enemy. Impressions of the scenes about me remain vivid, from the people, the troops, the bomb damage, to the high personalities, both German and Allied. During our first day, we motored to Heidelberg, the headquarters of General Thomas T. Handy, our commander-in-chief in Europe, to lunch with him and his staff and learn his views. The old university town was much as it had been 40 years before when I had been there with my father. In the evening, André-François Poncet and Sir Ivan Kirkpatrick, the French and British High Commissioners, dined with us at the M.C. Cloy's house, and later the senior members of the High Commission staff came in for a reception. Then on Sunday, M.C. Cloy's diesel train took us down the Rhine to Bonn to pay my respects to the President of the new Republic, Theodor Heuss, and to have the first of many talks with the Bundeskanzler, Dr. Konrad Adenauer, the beginning of a warm friendship. At this time, Adenauer was not at all the well-known patriarchal figure he later became. 73 years of age, he had spent most of his mature years in the almost civil service position of a burgermeister in Cologne, becoming chief burgermeister, sometimes translated Lord Mayor, of that city in 1917. There he continued, directing municipal affairs until the Nazis dismissed him in 1933 and imprisoned him twice in the next 10 years. After the fall of Hitler, he became one of the founders of the Christian Democratic Union and, as political activity was permitted to Germans in the British zone, took an active part in Länder, state, and zonal affairs. The British, however, were suspicious of Adenauer's conservative and strongly Catholic orientation, and it was not until he became active in interzonal affairs that Americans began to recognize his very considerable abilities. The doctrine of the conservation of energy. He moved and spoke slowly, gestured sparingly, smiled briefly, chuckled rather than laughed, was given to irony. Sir Ivan Kirkpatrick recalls his observing that God made a great mistake to limit the intelligence of man, but not his stupidity. Adenauer's inscrutability was enhanced by wide, set eyes and a flatness of the bridge of his nose that gave him an oriental look, caused, so Wags insisted, by having been kicked by a horse in childhood. Members of his cabinet and the president of the Bundestag joined us for luncheon, at which the Chancellor talked learnedly and lovingly of the distinguished German white wines he had provided. Then he and Dr. Blankenhorn, his assistant, took Mac Cloy, Perkins, and me to his office. Beginning slowly and pausing every few minutes for translation, he talked about his broad hopes and policies for Germany, saying that he had been told that the results of our recent meetings in Paris would be taken up with him by the High Commissioners. I was struck by the imagination and wisdom of his approach. His great concern was to integrate Germany completely into Western Europe. Indeed, he gave this end priority over the reunification of unhappily divided Germany, and could see why her neighbors might look upon it as almost a precondition to reunification. All peoples to some extent, but Germans more than most, he thought, took on the color of their environment. Germans undiluted were different from Germans diluted. Germans in St. Louis, for instance, were different from Germans in Berlin, particularly pre-war Berlin. He wanted Germans to be citizens of Europe to cooperate with France, especially in developing common interests and outlook, and in burying the rivalries of the past few centuries. Their common heritage had come to them down the Rhine as the successors of Charlemagne, who guarded European civilization when human sacrifice was still practiced in Eastern Germany. They must lead in the rebirth of Europe. He had no interest, Adenauer concluded, in the rearmament of Germany. Too much blood had been shed. It was too dangerous at this stage to provide Germany with arms, menacing as was the recent appointment of Marshal Rokossowski to command the reorganized Polish army. Even Mac Cloy's high praise of Adenauer had not prepared me for views from the head of the German government which raised such hope for a new day in Europe. His words took on added authority from the patriarchal impression he gave. Although some years younger than I am now, he was even then called Der Alte, the old man, perhaps because, as I suggested earlier, of his conservation and prudent use of energy. I was soon to learn that not all Germans shared his views or his calm. His chief opponent, Kurt Schumacher, leader of the Social Democratic Party, combined a harsh and violent nature with nationalistic and aggressive ideas. Shortly after talking with Adenauer, I met his adversary with two far more attractive lieutenants, Erich Ollenhauer and Dr. Carlo Schmid. Schumacher had lost the use of an arm and a leg, due, it was said, to Nazi torture. He walked supported by a husky blonde woman. Hardly had we exchanged greetings be occupation. His idea of sound policy for Germany was, and West, an evacuation of all foreign troops from German soil, thus winning Soviet agreement to the reunification of Germany. When I pointed out that Russian attitudes at the May foreign ministers' meeting in Paris left little ground for belief that such a policy would produce such a result, he turned his attack on me. I told him frankly that an attempt by the Social Democratic Party to curry favor with the voters or the Russians by baiting the occupation would be given short shrift. We had all made great sacrifices to remove Hitler and Nazism from Germany and bring about her admission to the community of Europe. If he believed that the occupation would tolerate an attempt to play the Western Allies and the Russians off against one another, he would find himself mistaken. Not long after this meeting, Schumacher accused Adenauer in the Bundestag of being not the Chancellor of Germany, but the Chancellor of the occupation, for which he was suspended for 3 weeks. When death relieved the Social Democrats of Schumacher's leadership, the party rapidly assumed a constructive role in German political life. After a large public reception, the Chancellor drove us to our train at the Bonn railway station for the return journey. It was dark as we drove through the station square, packed with people, through the station itself and onto the platform beside our train. To the people waiting outside, this must have been disappointing. It seemed to be unwise, too. Adenauer was not then the well-known figure he later became. He needed building up. To the horror of his security guards, I persuaded him to walk out to the middle of the square with me alone, and there shake hands. The result was an instantaneous population explosion through the police lines and triumphal escort to our train by the cheering mob. What both Adenauer and the German people needed in 1949 was some good, natured disorder. First visit to Berlin. From Bad Homburg, we flew the next day to Berlin. From first to last our visit, there was a thrilling experience. The spirit of that exposed outpost was tremendous. From General Maxwell Taylor, Commandant of the American sector, and the honor guard that awaited me, to Mayor Ernst Reuter and the Berliners themselves. In those days, West Berlin was not the resplendent city it became later, but still the scene of grim destruction, with heaps of rubble and burned out, roofless buildings, the moment one passed through the entrance to East Berlin at the Brandenburg Gate. This was more than 10 years before the wall. One passed from bustle and energy to a sort of furtiveness, a stillness without silence. Almost the first subject of discussion during luncheon at the High Commissioner's Berlin residence was whether I should go to East Berlin. Some thought that it might be provocative and lead to an incident, even a dangerous one, in the Soviet sector. General Taylor became impatient with this talk. "Come on," he said. "You have a right to be there. Let's exercise it." He, a red one with the 3 stars of his rank on set, did not make it inconspicuous. At the Brandenburg Gate, our military police escort pulled off to the side, and we passed through, I feeling very much alone. At the first intersection, we were stopped by a red light, and traffic closed in around us. The general turned to me cheerfully. "If it doesn't happen now," he said, "I think we're all right." And we were. However, no one, I noticed, stopped to watch the car go by, despite its flags. To do so, explained the general, would attract undesirable attention to whoever did so. After a short drive along the Stalin Alley, with its presentable shop fronts, we explored the streets on either side a block back. This disclosed the avenue to be a Potemkin facade for a drab wreck of a city. Back in the western sectors, Mayor Reuter received us at the City Hall and presented his counsel. He was a truly impressive man of immense courage, representing the very essence of the Berlin spirit. Any idea, he told us, that the Soviet Union could be persuaded to withdraw its troops from East Germany was utterly absurd. The moment they were withdrawn, the local communist collaborators would be swept aside in a bloody purge. The reception that the crowd gave us when the mayor and I came out on the steps was tumultuous and moving. The Russian occupation of the city, the blockade, and the airlift were recent experiences. The Siberian soldiery had given them a demonstration of the nature of Soviet power, more vivid than the analyses of more remote press pundits and the Schumacher school of disengagement. Their welcome to me carried the conviction that to the Berliners hope resided in the United States. After a reception given by General Taylor for me to meet the British, French, and Soviet commandants and their staffs, our memorable visit to Berlin ended, but not before the arrival of General Chikov, military governor of the Soviet zone and commandant of the Soviet sector of Berlin, won a bet for me. Taylor told me that no Russian had attended a social function since the blockade had begun more than a year before. However, General Chikov and I had enlivened a rather dull dinner party at the Soviet embassy in Paris 6 months before, and I had bet that he would come 3. We left that evening at 9:30 from Berlin for Washington, arriving early the next afternoon. At the bottom of the ramp stood the president with friends gathered around him. "An excellent job," he said. "Come back with me and talk it over." 10 days later, on November 24th, the Petersburg Protocol was released. This was a broad and highly satisfactory agreement worked out with the Chancellor by the High Commissioners, and named after their headquarters on a hilltop outside Bonn. It covered and largely put to rest most of the troublesome matters we had so exhaustively discussed in Paris. In 1949, we had advanced far along the road toward the rehabilitation of Germany. The President's instructions. While our efforts had helped Europe make great strides toward recovery, this had not been so in the Far East, nor had political unity and foreign policy been maintained at home. The nationalist government of General Lee had collapsed on the mainland before the victorious communists, now supreme in every part of China. Their attitude was one of declared hostility to the United States, including the arrest and detention for over a year of Consul General Angus Ward and his staff at Mukden in Manchuria. Congress, still agitated over the publication of the White Paper on China, had been frightened in September by the announcement of the Soviet nuclear explosion. Several days after my return from Europe in November, the President met with our consultants on China, Philip C. Jessup, Raymond Fosdick, and Everett Case, for a long analysis of the reasons for the communist success in China, looking toward some new policy conclusions when Ambassador Jessup returned from his approaching mission to China's neighbors. Reviewing the discussion with him later, neither of the principal alternatives open to us seemed inviting. A policy of harassment of the regime and seizure of every opportunity to weaken and, if possible, overthrow it offered little hope of success, short of massive military intervention, and not much, even if that extreme measure were to be included, to encourage the influences that, over time, might detach China from subservience to Moscow by a cautious application of our attitude toward Tito would require first that the Chinese communists follow Tito in stopping active abuse of us. The President wished to be kept informed of our thought as it developed. Immediately, however, he put me to work on 2 even more pressing matters: the issue of whether or not to attempt development of a hydrogen bomb, and a review of our foreign and military policy in the light of Moscow's atomic explosion. On the first of these, he wanted recommendations from Secretary of Defense Louis Johnson, David E. Lilienthal, and me, and he wanted them quickly. On the second, as it ultimately transpired, Secretary Johnson and I were to report. The international situation we were about to review not only resulted in intensified policies on the part of the administration, but also led to intensified action by the opposition. The bipartisan foreign policy of the 1947 to 49 period gave way, from 1950 to 1952, to partisan in fighting as bloody as any in our history. The essential difference in the 2 periods was that during most of while in the second, they looked back with bitter frustration to a 5th straight failure to retain or regain it. The success of the Chinese communists and of Russian nuclear scientists at home and their subversive agents abroad, combined with the administration's advocacy of political and military involvement in Europe and economic aid in undeveloped countries, produced in the pressure cooker of this frustration a veritable witch's brew. Sometimes it seethed, sometimes, under the influence of international crises, it simmered down. At the hands of one of the most unlovely characters in our political history since Aaron Burr, it was about to seethe. The Soviet explosion and communist successes in the Far East led the administration directly to the United Command in Europe and the strengthening of our own and allied forces there. The Taft-Hoover neo-isolationist opposition drew the opposite lesson that we should rely on atomic weapons, later known as massive retaliation, and move toward withdrawal of ground forces from abroad. Increased tensions in Europe and Asia led the administration to turn to the State Department as never before for new policies to meet the new danger. They led the opposition to conclude that State Department fumbling, or worse, was their cause, a conclusion confirmed for them by the trials of the leaders of the Communist Party and of Judith Kaplan in New York, the conviction of Alger Hiss for perjury in early 1950, and the arrest of Klaus Fuchs in London for passing secret information to the Soviet Union. These and other accusations were used to fuse in the public mind criticisms of American foreign policy toward Europe and Asia with fears of disloyalty. All this occurred just as the department was serving as the president's chief instrument for developing the foreign policy, to be followed by the United States for the next 20 years. The hydrogen bomb decision, while the immediate cause of the review of our military and foreign policies was the Russian atomic explosion, we had been unhappy in the department since, in the summer of 1949, the president had fixed the limit of the military budget at $13.5 billion. In fairness to Secretary Lewis Johnson, the zeal with which he undertook to impose this decision upon the uniformed services came more from loyalty to the president and the zest of battle than from belief in it on the merits. However, he soon convinced himself on that score so completely that when reversal of the decision became necessary later on, he presented a major obstacle. Collapse of the nationalist regime in China and the Soviet explosion made it clear that changes in power relationships were imminent. By October, the policy planning staff had started to work on a reappraisal of our position, inquiring initially whether the situation did not require a renewed attempt on our part to get international control of atomic energy. October also saw ferment in another agency. Commissioner Lewis Strauss of the Atomic Energy Commission had filed a memorandum proposing intensive work on the possibility of cracking the hydrogen atom and producing a hydrogen bomb. This led to a strong difference of opinion within the Commission. On November 1, Senator Edwin, fact that the United States was at work upon a super bomb that might develop 1,000 times the power of the Nagasaki bomb. In this situation, Atomic Energy Commission Chairman Lilienthal came to see me on November 1. My education in nuclear physics had ended in 1946, with the impression gained from Dr. Robert Oppenheimer and other colleagues in the Acheson-Lilienthal group that the hydrogen atom could not be cracked. Lilienthal now told me that the chances seemed about even for doing it, and that the Commission's General Advisory Committee unanimously opposed Commissioner Strauss's proposal, while a majority of the commissioners tended in that direction. The reasons for this view varied. Some believed the use of limited materials for experimentation would dangerously delay the production of atomic weapons. Others that the chances of success were not so good as represented, and that valuable time, effort, and material might be wasted. A broader issue also evoked a great deal of moral fervor. This was that research should not be undertaken at all the position Lilienthal has described as forswearing development along this line. Enough evil had been brought into human life, it was argued by men of the highest standing in science, education, and government, through development of atomic weapons, without adding the super horror of thermonuclear ones. If the United States with its vast resources proved that such an explosion was possible, others would be bound to press on to find the way for themselves. If no one knew that a way existed, research would be less stimulated. Those who shared this view were, I believed, not so much moved by the power of its logic, which I was never able to perceive, neither the maintenance of ignorance nor the reliance on. Perpetual goodwill seemed to me a tenable policy, as by an immense distaste for what one of them, the purity of whose motive could not be doubted, described as the whole rotten business. The Pentagon was strongly pushing a crash program. Lilienthal believed that the decisions involved were essentially foreign policy decisions, and indeed required a thorough review of our whole foreign policy. He left with me the memorandum of the General Advisory Committee and a list of persons whose views I might find helpful. By letter of November 10, 1949, the President designated Louis Johnson, David Lilienthal, and myself, acting as the Special Committee of the National Security Council, to advise him regarding whether and in what manner the United States should undertake the development and possible production of super-atomic weapons, and whether and when any publicity should be given this matter. Meanwhile, the policy planning staff, and George Kennan in particular, had been at work on an approach to international control of the atomic race, a study which George completed after he left the planning staff to devote himself to the duties of counselor to the department on the first of the year. Immediately after my talk with David Lilienthal, I met with the whole policy planning staff, all of whom recognized the far-reaching consequences of the even broader decision that now faced the President. The National Security Council also considered the need of a broad appraisal of the nation's foreign commitments. Kappa 1. While Paul Nitze, Atomic Energy Advisor Gordon Arneson, and Legal Advisor Adrian Fisher were to work with me on the immediate problem of the H-to-bomb decision. Nitze, who succeeded to the post of head of the planning staff, would prepare for the broader inquiry being gestated by the National Security Council, supported in this effort by the whole planning staff. Nitze was doubtful of the line of argument George Kennan had taken in his paper, a thesis he summarizes in his memoirs, that if we wished to secure nuclear disarmament, we should renounce first use of atomic weapons, rely on other weaponry for deterrence and defense against all threats short of atomic attack. Threats he regarded as unlikely and probably even impractical, and make every effort to reach international agreement on control, even at a certain risk. I could only join Nitze in measuring the risks on a different scale, the one on which NSC-68 was to be based from the outset, in trying to outline with these groups the field of inquiry relevant to the decisions. I became aware, without full comprehension, that our colleagues Kennan and Bolin approached the problem of policy definition with a very different attitude, and from a different angle from the rest of us. At the time, impatient with obscure argument, I had to push through it to do what the President had asked of me. Now, understanding better what they were driving at and why, it seems to me rather more important and interesting than its application to the particular issues involved. Their viewpoint, clearly and sympathetically put by Professor Paul E. Hammond, deserves reading in full. It may be summarized, with some damage, in 2 points. The attempt to compress into a manageable paper, cleared by superiors, the vast and infinitely complex considerations upon which such decisions as those involved here should rest, would so distort the issues presented as to affect the decisions. 2. The creation of such a document not only affects the immediate decision, but also introduces into policy making a new rigidity that limits flexible response to unexpected developments, and thus affects future decisions as well. In short, concluded Professor Hammond, at the extreme, the Foreign Service officer would rely emphatically upon the personal skills and non-communicable wisdom of the experienced career official, and would view the requirements of large-scale organizations, such as the armed forces, with their demands for forward planning, as a direct threat to the practice of this diplomatic art. On the other hand, the rest of us accepted the necessity in the administration of large-scale operations of forward planning with all its rigidities, simplifications, and artificialities. At the time, I recognized and highly appreciated the personal and esoteric skill of our Foreign Service officers, but believed that insofar as their wisdom was non-communicable, its value, though great in operations abroad, was limited in Washington. Their major foreign policies must be made by the man charged with that responsibility in the Constitution, the President. He rarely came to his task trained in foreign affairs, nor did his personal entourage. What he needed was communicable wisdom, not mere conclusions, however soundly based in experience or intuition. What? All the wisdom available and communicating it amid considerable competition. The alternative we have seen in doubtful operation in the Roosevelt, Kennedy, and Johnson administrations. when the President has used the White House staff as the agency for collection and evaluation of wisdom. Due to the acerbity of Lewis Johnson's nature, the special committee held only 2 meetings, one on December 22nd, the other on January 31st. The first meeting turned into a head-on confrontation between Lewis Johnson and David Lilienthal on the basic issue referred to us, and produced nothing either new or helpful to the President. The issue as to whether the use of fissionable material in the experimentation on the H-bomb would be detrimental to a bomb production would, it seemed to me, yield to further analysis. The moral argument appeared less persuasive as one examined it critically. Perseverance was necessary, but not through meetings. So we examined one another's views and narrowed our differences by my shuttling among my colleagues. As December wore on, Lilienthal and I seemed close to a recommendation to investigate the H-bomb, defer decision on production pending investigation, and immediately inaugurate a review of foreign and military policies, including the possibility of reopening discussion of international control of atomic energy. Indeed, such a review was already under discussion in the National Security Council, which approved it on January 5, 1950. The Defense Department's scientific advisor, Robert LeBaron, did not rule out such a program. At this point, Lewis Johnson, becoming impatient with us, sent a memorandum from General Bradley directly to the President. Admiral Sowers told me on January 19th of this unilateral approach, adding that communication could be held within the orderly special committee procedure if the committee would move soon. The President wished to do this, since he was being pushed by growing press and congressional speculation on conflicting views within the committee and on post-H-bomb policies. I, too, was very aware of this pressure, having recently engaged in a vigorous exchange of views with a group of senators which drew from me the remark that if their views should develop into governmental policies, I would not want to remain Secretary of State. Perhaps not the best argument to induce a change in their views. Reporting the committee close to, I hoped, unanimous agreement, I enlisted the Admiral's sympathetic interest in Lilienthal's desire for a thorough review of our foreign and military policies. After Lilienthal and I had had another talk, the special committee met on January 31st in Admiral Seward's office, my former room in the old State Department. Having proposed that our report be restricted to recommendations and a statement to be made by the President, I had given my colleagues drafts based on the recommendations previously discussed with Lilienthal. He thought they did not go far enough, and was further depressed when Louis Johnson objected to any statement that a decision on production should be postponed until after research was completed. Both Lilienthal and I foresaw correctly that the purpose was to open the way for renewed pressure for a decision on production. Plus, however, nothing we recommended could prevent this, and I agreed. Rising investigation and research, while a review of our policies was going on, since this, he believed, would extinguish whatever faint hope there might be of finding a way to prevent development of the weapon. Equally, or even more important, to launch out on the path toward the H-bomb with so much haste would tend to prejudge defense budgets and strategy and their relation to foreign policy. He believed other weapon systems were needed more, much that he said was appealing, and in our later review, we were strongly persuaded toward increased conventional capability. But I could not overcome 2 stubborn facts: that our delaying research would not delay Soviet research contrary to an initial hope I had briefly entertained, and that the American people simply would not tolerate a policy of delaying nuclear research in so vital a matter, while we sought for further ways of reaching accommodation with the Russians after the experiences of the years since the war. The paper was retyped after editorial changes agreed on by Johnson and me. To my considerable surprise, Lilienthal signed it, although insisting that he wished to express his views to the President. The 3 of us with Admiral Sewers crossed the street to the White House to present it. After the President had read the short recommendation and proposed statement, I asked him to hear some additional views from Lilienthal. David began an outline similar to the one he had given us, but was soon interrupted by the President, who signed the recommendations and the statement, saying that he felt further delay would be unwise. Later the same day, acting on our recommendation, he instructed the Secretaries of State and Defense to undertake a re-examination of our objectives in peace and war and of the effect of these objectives on our strategic plans in the light of the probable fission bomb capability and possible thermonuclear bomb capability of the Soviet Union. China to the fore again. In early December 1949, acting President Lee Sung-jae withdrew from leadership, and Chiang Kai-shek gradually resumed control of the nationalist government. The capital was moved to the island of Formosa on December 8th, thus reuniting in exile the government of China and its monetary reserves. On December 16th, Ambassador Franks told me, on Bevan's instructions, that the British government would soon withdraw recognition from Chiang's regime and extend it to Mao's, which they did on January 5 and 6, 1950, respectively. I replied that we would not, and on December 29th, Senator Connolly stated his own views to the same effect. Meanwhile, United States policy regarding the defense of Formosa had been raised again by the Secretary of Defense. From October 1948 to the outbreak of the Korean War on June 25, 1950, this policy that United States forces would not be used to defend Formosa never wavered. The State Department had been directed to use its best efforts by diplomatic and economic means to keep the island from falling into hands hostile to the United States. Frequently reviewed and unanimously supported by the State and Defense Departments, including the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the 1949 ported to the National Security Council that diplomatic and economic measures could no longer be counted on to keep Formosa out of hostile hands and asked for another review. Again, refusal to involve military forces was affirmed. In November, Senator H. Alexander Smith, Republican of New Jersey, suggested in a letter to me that, pending a peace treaty with Japan, if we would take the view that Formosa remained Japanese territory, the United States, as the occupying power, could assume a sort of protectorate over it. Later he hinted that General MacArthur supported this view. Then Secretary of Defense Johnson asked the Joint Chiefs of Staff for still another review and recommendation, this time from a purely military point of view without regard to political considerations, whatever these phrases meant. The chiefs again objected to the involvement of American forces, but proposed some funds for military material and a fact-finding mission. I objected to this toying with the mousetrap. The National Security Council supported my view, and the President endorsed it. A few days later, Senators Noland and Taft and former President Hoover publicly advocated U.S. naval protection for Formosa. One can see reason in the advice the Chinese minister in Washington was said to have given to Chiang Kai-shek a few months earlier, that, if our procedure strictly follows the laws of the United States, former Ambassador Hu Shi was off the beam in opposing keeping in close touch with the legislative branch. 11. Although it may seem impossible, still further confusion was to be introduced into the discussion of Formosa policy. During the summer, General Wiedemeyer had suggested the preparation of a guidance paper for press and public. Affairs officers intended to minimize the significance and damage resulting from a quite possible fall of Formosa to the Chinese Communists. On December 23, such a paper was sent out to, among a great many other recipients, General MacArthur's headquarters in Tokyo. There someone, never discovered, put it in an outgoing box of press releases. Received with delighted unbelief, copious quotations from it were soon speeding around the world. Congress burst into uproar. Senator Noland and others demanded release of the full text and the names of all who had worked on it. I refused both requests, assumed full responsibility for the paper, and waited for the storm to pass, which it did. One is left wondering whether this windfall for Messrs. Noland and Smith flowed from a mere lucky combination of coincidence and stupidity. Perhaps my own frivolity with the press had brought its penalty. Before Christmas, I had wished for them, that St. Nicholas will put in the sock of each of you a scoop, and that it will have these qualities: first, that it will bring each of you a large raise in pay, and second, that it will not embarrass me. At least they got their part of the wish. While I was wasting too much of Christmas week trying to arrange a meeting with the absent Senate Committee on Foreign Relations to straighten out our intentions toward Formosa, the Chinese Communists were charging and citing the Taft-Noland, Smith-Hoover proposals that the United States was about to occupy the island. The president decided that he must speak at once, and speak in so crisp and brutally frank a manner as to end further propaganda. 5. Howing his state of message to Congress, he put out a 4-paragraph release in which, after declaring that the United States government regarded Formosa as Chinese territory without qualification, he went on, "The United States has no predatory designs on Formosa or on any other Chinese territory. The United States has no desire to obtain special rights or privileges or to establish military bases on Formosa at this time, nor does it have any intention of utilizing its armed forces to interfere in the present situation. The United States government will not pursue a course which will lead to involvement in the civil conflict in China. Similarly, the United States government will not provide military aid or advice to Chinese forces on Formosa. In the view of the United States government, the resources on Formosa are adequate to enable them to obtain the items which they might consider necessary for the defense of the island. The United States government proposes to continue under existing legislative authority the present ECA program of economic assistance." 12. The afternoon of that same day, I met with the press, at the President's direction, to make the policy clear to the most perverse intelligence. In my role of frustrated school teacher, I said that the United States speaks to the world not only through the State Department, or even through the President and the Congress, but through the sum total of the acts and words of the whole American people. For the better part of 2 weeks, we had been speaking in this way to the world about Formosa. The ordinary processes of Washington life had played their familiar role. Leak had been followed by counter-leak, gossip by counter-gossip. Distinguished statesmen had made their contributions. Rumor had been transmuted into report of fact. In other words, I continued, the American democracy was operating normally, with the result that the minds of both our own people and foreigners had become thoroughly confused. The President had wished to clarify them, not to state anything new. First of all, the President had pointed out, our government regarded Formosa as Chinese territory. 4 years earlier, we had captured it, and, in accordance with promises publicly made, had turned it over to the government of China, which had administered it since. Whatever political or legal quibbles others might wish to raise, as far as the United States government was concerned, Formosa was Chinese. Secondly, he had said that the United States government would not use its military forces in the controversy within China over Formosa. It would not seize the island. It would not get involved militarily in any way. No responsible man in the government, military or civilian, believed that we should involve our forces on the island. Thirdly, the President had gone on to say, the United States government would not give military supplies or military advice to the Chinese forces on the island. Those on the island had resources in plenty to buy whatever they might need. Vast quantities of supplies had been given them in the past. Whatever difficulty might confront them in maintaining the island would not lie in lack of supplies. The difficulty would lie elsewhere. And it is not the function of the United States, nor will it, or can it, for resistance to those who must provide for themselves. My statement ended with an explanation of the President's phrase, at this time, as used in the sentence. The United States has no desire to obtain special rights or privileges or to establish military bases on Formosa at this time. That phrase does not qualify or modify or weaken the fundamental policies stated in this declaration by the President in any respect. It is a recognition of the fact that, in the unlikely and unhappy event that our forces might be attacked in the Far East, the United States must be completely free to take whatever action in whatever area is necessary for its own security. 13. These two statements brought to an end, for some time at least, the public debate on Formosa. The strategic concept. One constructive achievement marked the end of the year. It will be recalled that Senator Vandenberg had inserted into the Mutual Defense Assistance Act of 1949 a provision which held up the funds authorized beyond $100 million until the President of the United States approves recommendations for an integrated defense of the North Atlantic area, which may be made by the Council and the Defense Committee to be established under the North Atlantic Treaty. As was pointed out in Chapter 34, it was impossible at that time for any treaty organization to devise any meaningful recommendations for an integrated defense. No treaty staff, military or civilian, existed to plan, and in the state of European recovery in 1949-50, adequate recommendations could not have been carried out. In short, the Vandenberg-Dulles Amendment made sense only in that it was essential to get congressional approval and to get funds released to start upon defense forces. Some recommendations had to be produced for the President's approval. At a meeting on December 1st, the defense ministers of the treaty states agreed on an ingenious recommendation called a strategic concept and passed it on to be considered by the NATO Council. The concept was not a plan, but a collection of principles for devising an integrated defense. No European nation was to attempt a complete military establishment, but rather each was to make its most effective contribution in the light of its geographic position, economic capability, and population. The United States would be responsible primarily for naval and air forces with a supporting role on the ground. The British would concentrate on sea and air control of the western approaches, the Channel and the North Sea, with an army of the Rhine, the French, largely on ground and air defenses in Europe and naval forces in the Mediterranean, and so on. The paper went on to inventory what was presently available and included in defense budgets, what was most urgently needed over and beyond that for the assigned role of each. The strategic concept was admittedly a sketchy recommendation. It could hardly have been otherwise. A meeting of the Council, convened in Washington on January 6, 1950, and attended by the signatories, diplomatic representatives in Washington, approved the strategic concept. The President approved it on January 27, after I had signed agreements, as required by the Act, with each of the signatory states asking defense aid, and by executive order set the administration of the Act in motion. It had been a long, hard struggle. I felt that the Norwegian ambassador, Wilhelm Morgenstern, was quite justified in paying, on behalf of his treaty colleagues, a warm tribute to the initiative, the vision, and the constructive statesmanship of America ever since the inception of the idea of an integrated defense of the North Atlantic area. No one deserved it more than Senator Tom Connally of Texas. Section B. Problems came faster in 1950-39. The attack of the primitives begins plus. The early winter of 1950 was a time of work and troubles, a somber time. The hydrogen bomb was not an exhilarating subject. Neither were the other themes that composed the counterpoint of that winter: China, internal communist subversion, and appraisal of its external dangers. At home, we had our own private worries about our daughter's health. She had found it necessary to return to Saranac, leaving her small son with us. The last chapter has already recounted the President's statement of January 5, and my supporting one. On its eve, I had written our daughter, Da to Mab, January 4th, 1950. The ball will then, that is after HST's statement, pass to me, and in the press, in the Congress, and in a public speech, I shall do my best to carry some sense of the problem in the Far East, the limitation of our power, the direction of our purpose. So much that is foolish, disloyal, and generally contemptible has been going on, that it is good that we are, as I hope, free to go ahead on a clear and sensible course. The President has been superb through this whole affair. One could not ask for a commander with more directness, understanding, and courage. As you see, I am, as I have been, for him. There are some others that we could, in a pinch, spare. The public speech was to come within a week at the National Press Club, preceded by appearances before House and Senate committees. These public performances did not bother me. In fact, they were rather enjoyable, if not too protracted. The really rough task I wrote at the time, is to make the decisions which come up in all this confusion. They have been particularly rough this week, and one knows that one's chances of being right are amazingly small. On the whole, I like it better when it is rough, tough, and full of fleas than when I have the problem staring at me in the undisturbed silence of an empty room. A thick folder full of marked-up drafts bears witness to efforts of devoted assistants to help me with the press club speech, and indeed they did by stimulating thought. But in the end, I put the drafts aside and made the speech from a page or two of notes. The theme of China lost. The speech of January 12, 1950, Crisis in China to an Examination of United States Policy, has been called one of the most brilliant as well as the most controversial speeches ever made by Secretary Acheson. Both adjectives are interesting. The first, because how complimentary it was, meant to be obviously depends upon the author's unknown opinion of my other speeches. The second, because although there was an immediate outburst, the principal controversy arose later, and involved not what was said about China, but inferences drawn about a wholly different subject, Korea. The speech was another effort to get the self-styled formulators of public opinion to think before they wrote, and do more than report as news the emotional or political utterances of political gladiators. On the preceding day, one of these, Senator Taft, had been widely quoted, charging in the Senate that the State Department had been guided by a left-wing group who obviously have wanted to get rid of Chung and were willing at least to turn China over to the communists for that purpose. Senator Vandenberg had rebuked him for saying this. At the time, Mao Zedong was in Moscow negotiating with Stalin what proved to be the Sino-to-Soviet Treaty of February 14, 1950. It was a supercharged moment to be speaking on Asian matters. I began with an explanation of how it seemed to me that good and effective policies develop. Relations between people, I said, depend upon the fundamental attitudes, interests, and purposes of those peoples. Day-to-day actions grow out of those attitudes, interests, and purposes, and are developed into policies. To be good policies, they must come about on both sides in this manner. To be effective, they must become articulate through all the institutions and groupings of national life: press, radio, churches, labor unions, business organizations. In Asia population, differences in race, ideas, languages, religion, culture, and development are vast. But throughout run two deep common attitudes: revulsion against the poverty and misery of centuries and against more recent foreign domination. Blended, they had evoked throughout Asia the revolutionary forces of nationalism. Resignation had given way to hope and anger. Many, I continued, bewildered by events in China, failed to understand this background, looked for esoteric causes, and charged American bungling. No one in his right mind could believe that the nationalist regime had been overthrown by superior military force. Chiang Kai-shek had emerged from the war as the leader of the Chinese people, opposed by only one faction, the ragged, ill-equipped, small communist force in the hills. Chiang controlled the greatest military power of any ruler in Chinese history, supported and given economic backing by the United States. 4 years later, his armies and his support, both within the country and outside it, had melted away. He was a refugee on a small island off the coast. To attribute this to inadequate foreign support, I said, was to miscalculate. The almost inexhaustible patience of the Chinese people had ended. They had not overthrown the government. There was nothing to overthrow. They had simply ignored it. The communists were not the creators of this situation, this revolutionary spirit, but had mounted it and ridden to victory and power. This, I suggested, was a realistic explanation of what had been going on in Asia and of the attitudes of its people. Throughout our history, the attitude of Americans toward the peoples of Asia had been an interest in them not as pawns in the strategy of power or as subjects for economic exploitation, but simply as people. For 100 years, some Americans had gone to Asia to offer what they thought was the most valuable thing they had: their faith. They wanted to tell the Asians what they thought about the nature and relationship of man to God. Others had gone to offer what they knew of learning, others to offer healing for Asian bodies. Others, perhaps fewer, had gone to learn the depth and beauty of Asian cultures, and some to trade. This trade was a very small part of American interest in the Far East, and it was a very small part of American interest in trade. The outstanding factor in the interest of the American people in Asia, people in towns, villages, churches, and societies, was that over the years it had been parallel and not contrary to the interest of the peoples of Asia. In China, the Philippines, India, Pakistan, Indonesia, and Korea, it had strongly, even emotionally, supported people working out their own destinies free of foreign control. To say that our principal interest was to stop the spread of communism was to get the cart completely before the horse. Of course, we opposed the spread of communism. It was the subtle, powerful instrument of Russian imperialism, designed and used to defeat the very interests we shared with the Asian peoples, the interest in their own autonomous development, uncontrolled from abroad. For generations, long before communism, I pointed out, Russia had aimed to dominate Asian peoples, and none more persistently than those in North China. The Soviet Union had gone on with this policy, attempting to spread its influence even to the extent of detaching Outer Mongolia, Inner Mongolia, Xinjiang, and Manchuria. This most significant, most important fact should not be obscured. We should not deflect from the Russians to ourselves the righteous anger and hatred of the Chinese people. Now, as in the past, we shared their view that whoever violated the integrity of China was their enemy. Those who proclaimed their loyalty to Moscow proclaimed loyalty to an enemy of China. From the political theme, the speech turned to the questions of military security. Its purpose was to bring home what the United States government had done to defend vital interests in the Pacific, not to speculate on what it might do in the event of various exigencies in Asia. Our defense stations beyond the Western Hemisphere and our island possessions were the Philippines and defeated, disarmed, and occupied Japan. These were our inescapable responsibilities. We had moved our line of defense, a line fortified and manned by our own ground, sea, and air forces, to the very edges of the Western Pacific. Last year before, March 1, 1949, General MacArthur had discussed the same subject in an interview in Tokyo. Our defensive dispositions against Asiatic aggression used to be based on the west coast of the American continent. The Pacific was looked upon as the avenue of possible enemy approach. Now the Pacific has become an Anglo-Saxon lake, and our line of defense runs through the chain of islands fringing the coast of Asia. It starts from the Philippines and continues through the Ryukyu archipelago, which includes its main bastion, Okinawa. Then it bends back through Japan and the Aleutian Island chain to Alaska. 3. My defense line, called our defensive perimeter, followed General MacArthur's, but was described from northeast to southwest. This defensive perimeter runs along the Aleutians to Japan, and then goes to the Ryukyus. We hold important defense positions in the Ryukyu Islands, and these we will continue to hold. The defensive perimeter runs from the Ryukyus to the Philippine Islands. 4. With the authority of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and General MacArthur behind me, it did not occur to me that I should be charged with innovating policy or political heresy, but to make sure that I would not be misunderstood or distorted, I added 2 more paragraphs to care for interests outside of our own defense line. So far as the military security of other areas in the Pacific is concerned, it must be clear that no person can guarantee these areas against military attack. Should such an attack occur, the initial reliance must be on the people attacked to resist it, and then upon the commitments of the entire civilized world under the Charter of the United Nations, which so far has not proved a weak reed to lean on by any people who are determined to protect their independence against outside aggression. After a brief look at particular areas, I concluded that old relationships between East and West in Asia were ended. If new and useful ones were to succeed them, they must be based on mutual respect and helpfulness. We were ready to be helpful, but could be so only where we were wanted, and where the conditions of help were sensible and possible. So the new day, just dawning, could go on to a glorious noon, or darken and drizzle out, which would come about would depend on decisions of the Asian peoples which no friend or enemy from the outside could make for them. The press comment on the speech, moderate to favorable, was muffled by an event of far greater importance. On January 13th, Jacob Malik, Soviet representative on the UN Security Council, walked out of the chamber after announcing that the Soviet Union would not attend or recognize the legality of the Council's actions until the Chinese nationalist representative had been removed. This critical Russian error opened the way 5 months later to uniting the United Nations against the attack on South Korea. Stiles-Bridges demanded a vote of censure against the administration and a withholding of funds until it changed its policy. The next day, a new uproar followed announcement that the Chinese Communists had seized our consular premises and property in Peking, thus repudiating the treaties of 1901 and 1943. Senator Noland demanded my resignation. Mr. Wyszynski attacked me from Moscow. However, the Democratic senators voted to support our Far Eastern policy. On January 19th came a bitter and unexpected blow. "This has been a tough day," I wrote our daughter. "Not so much by way of work, but by way of troubles. We took a defeat in the House on Korea, which seems to me to have been our own fault. One should not lose by one vote." The vote was 193 to 192. We were complacent and inactive. We have now a long road back. The vehicle of this trouble was not an important or controversial bill, but a comparatively small supplemental appropriation for aid to Korea in 1950, in accordance with resolutions of the United Nations sponsored by us at the request of the Pentagon to get our remaining divisions out of Korea, all foreign troops. That is, Soviet and American were to leave Korea and did so by mid-1949. For our part, only an advisory group of about 500 officers and men remained to complete equipping South Korean forces. We wished to boost South Korean morale by some economic action. Hence, the bill. It seemed so small and harmless that we neglected our usual precautions and were caught off guard by a combination of China bloc Republicans and economy-minded Southern Democrats and defeated on a snap vote. The President and I expressed our concern and dismay over what had occurred and called for its early remedy. An extension of the China Aid Act for a few months was joined with the Korean appropriation and a little sweetening added for congressional adherence of Chiang Kai-shek. The new bill became law on February 14, 1950, but the damage had been done. Later, it was argued that my speech gave the green light to the attack on South Korea by not including it within the defensive perimeter. This was specious, for Australia and New Zealand were not included either, and the first of all our mutual defense agreements was made with Korea. If the Russians were watching the United States for signs of our intentions in the Far East, they would have been more impressed by the 2 years' agitation for withdrawal of combat forces from Korea, the defeat in Congress of a minor aid bill for it, and the increasing discussion of a peace treaty with Japan. The theme of communist influence. After both the First and Second World Wars, waves of fear of communism spread over the country, reaching hysterical proportions. They were assiduously stirred by persons in authority. In 1919, Attorney General Mitchell Palmer told a congressional committee, "There is a condition of revolutionary intent in the country of sufficiently wide spread a character to destroy or overthrow the government of the United States by physical force or violence." Judge Kennesaw Mountain Landis said to the American Legion on January 21, 1920, "What we need is a new definition of treason. Then we could use the side of a barn for those who would destroy our government." The ranks of those who stood out for sanity and a sense of proportion were small. Indeed, Charles Evans Hughes, defending the socialist members of the New York legislature against efforts to expel them. Federal Judge George W. Anderson of Massachusetts, pointing out that the heresy hunter has throughout history been one of the meanest of men. Frank I Cobb, asking what old Sam Adams would say to the American government's protecting the people against revolutionary propaganda. A group of Protestant clergymen rallying the churches of America to the old faith in the fundamental principles of our civil liberty. After the Second World War, a stronger case could be made for fear of Russian penetration in America. The Soviet Union was now a superpower, unabashedly hostile to us, operating all over the world through fifth columns of national communist parties. During the period of the Depression, at the beginning of the 1930s, many students had been attracted by communist doctrines, and some of these had found their way into government. Perhaps more alarming was the possibility of betrayal of atomic secrets. Many scientists had a sense of guilt from having participated in the development of nuclear weapons. Many genuine idealists of the Henry Wallace type were misled into belief in Russian peace propaganda and proposals. Russian agents were doubtless numerous and active in attempting to pick up what they could. Probably our internal security system was as good as an open, democratic society can have, and unequaled anywhere. The most difficult people to guard against are amateurs, but fortunately few of them possess really vital information, and their ability to influence decisions in favor of a foreign power would be small indeed. Against this background, it is understandable that the discovery of persons in government with a history of past or present sympathy with communist doctrine or the Soviet state would cause a terrific uproar. The uproar would be unlikely to reflect danger to the interest of the United States. The conviction of Alger hissed great, as was the hubbub of the furs. Part of January, it paled before that of the final week. While Washington had been torn by issues of China, Formosa, Korea, and the hydrogen bomb, Alger Hiss, a former State Department officer and later president of the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, had been on trial in New York for perjury. His testimony during investigation of charges that he passed government papers to the Soviet Union was claimed to have been false. The origin of this cause célèbre and my connection with Alger Hiss have been described in Chapter 28. Day to Mab, January 25th, 1950. This has been one of those days easy in the intrinsic tasks, but hard and exhausting emotionally because of what was added. Today, Alger Hiss was convicted, and today I had my press conference. Alger's case has been on my mind incessantly. As I have written you, here is stark tragedy. Whatever the reasonably probable facts may be, I knew that I would be asked about it, and the answer was a hard one. But to say what one really meant, forgetting the yelping pack at one's heels, saying no more and no less than one truly believed, this was not easy. I felt that advisors were of no use, and so consulted none. I understood that I had responsibilities above and beyond my own desire, and all this one had to handle dependent upon the fall of some fool's question at a press conference. At the end of the day, I am tired, but I have no idea that there was any better way, though one could have wished for better words and thoughts in that crowded and slightly hot and sweaty room. Excerpt from the transcript of press and radio news conference of January 25th, 1950. Mr. Secretary, have you any comment on the Alger Hiss case? Mr. Hiss's case is before the courts, and I think that it would be highly improper for me to discuss the legal aspects of the case, or the evidence, or anything to do with the case. I take it the purpose of your question was to bring something other than that out of me. I should like to make it clear to you that whatever the outcome of any appeal which Mr. Hiss or his lawyers may take in this case, I do not intend to turn my back on Alger Hiss. I think every person who has known Alger Hiss or has served with him at any time has upon his conscience the very serious task of deciding what his attitude is and what his conduct should be. That must be done by each person in the light of his own standards and his own principles. For me, there is very little doubt about those standards or those principles. I think they were stated for us a very long time ago. They were stated on the Mount of Olives, and if you are interested in seeing them, you will find them in the 25th chapter of the Gospel, according to St. Matthew, beginning with verse 34. Have you any other questions? After the press conference was over, Mike McDermott, Special Assistant for Press, who had served secretaries since Mr. Hull, walked with me in silence to my door. I am going to ask a favor of the Secretary of State, he said, which I have asked only once before in my service. May I shake your hand? We shook hands, and parted. Sending word ahead asking the president to receive me, I drove to the White House and told him the story, adding that, of course, my resignation was at his disposal. The news ticker report was already on his desk. 2 days later, I reported his attitude in a letter to my daughter. Daw to Mab, January 27th, 1950. My goodness, what a controversial figure I have become. The Congress flies into a tantrum. The press gets all excited. The only paper which seems to have no trouble with a simple statement seems to be the Herald Tribune in its editorial today. And a great number of citizens write and telegraph me. Most are understanding, but some want me impeached or fired by the president. He has been, as usual, wonderful about it, and said that one who had gone to the funeral of a friendless old man just out of the penitentiary had no trouble in knowing what I meant and in approving it. So there we are. And as the Persian king had carved on his ring, this too will pass. However, Congressman Walter Judd of Minnesota thought it ought not to be allowed. On the contrary, he said the president should turn his book. Day to Mab, January 30th, 1950. I have been sitting up late for 2 nights, signing answers to the flood of letters which I have been getting. They are very touching. I feel quite objective about them, as it seems wholly improbable that the person they are addressed to has anything like a resemblance to me. They do give a faith that Walt Whitman knew more about America than some of his successors. However, he did not know about Senator McCarthy and the Congress. That worthy, as we shall see in the next chapter, kept the pot boiling to the extent that prior to my appearance a month later before a Senate subcommittee, chaired by Senator Mac Caron of Nevada, on the State Department appropriation for the fiscal year 1951, I was asked to come prepared to clarify my earlier statement. This, of course, was only a thin excuse to agitate the controversy over again, but could not be evaded, and offered a chance to strike a blow for common sense. I made 4 points. First, the refusal to discuss the merits of the case sub judice did not seem to me debatable. Second, why did I not let the matter rest there? Because, as the hubbub had shown, some regarded my attitude toward Alger Hiss as relevant to my fitness to hold office, and these people were entitled to know it. In expanding this point, I said, there were also personal reasons for stating my attitude. One must be true to the things by which one lives. The counsels of discretion and cowardice are appealing. The safe course is to avoid situations which are disagreeable and dangerous. Such a course might get one by the issue of the moment, but it has bitter and evil consequences. In the long days and years which stretch beyond that moment of decision, one must live with oneself and the consequences of living with a decision which one knows has sprung from timidity and cowardice go to the roots of one's life. It is not merely a question of peace of mind, although that is vital. It is a matter of integrity of character. Third, regarding the substance of my attitude, Mr. Hiss was in the greatest trouble in which a man could be. The outcome of his appeal could have little bearing on his personal tragedy. It was toward a man in this situation that I found applicable the principle of compassion stated in the Gospel. It represented a tradition in which I had been bred going back beyond the limits of memory. Fourth, I could not believe that what I had said carried the slightest implication of condoning the offenses that Mr. Hiss had been charged with or of which he had been convicted. But for the benefit of those who would create doubt where none existed, I will accept the humiliation of stating what should be obvious, that I did not and do not condone in any way the offenses charged, whether committed by a friend or by a total stranger, and that I would never knowingly tolerate any disloyal person in the Department of State. 40. The attack mounts. Senator McCarthy merges the themes. Joseph R. McCarthy, Republican, 37 years old, was elected to the United States Senate from Wisconsin in the Republican upsurge of 1946. He was not heard from until he made his debut in Wheeling, West Virginia, on February 9, 1950, as a crusader against communists in government. From then until December 2, 1954, when he was condemned by the Senate for contempt of a subcommittee, abuse of its members, and insults to the Senate, he filled the newspapers of the nation and did incalculable harm to its governance. Then He disappeared from notice as rapidly as he had attained it and died in May 1957. When asked for a comment about him, I quoted the Latin maxim, De mortuis nil nisi bonum. One could have said that his name, like those of Judge Lynch and Captain Boycott, had enlarged the vocabulary. As I have mentioned earlier, Soviet attempts to penetrate American government and other institutions through communist agents had been known, discussed, and feared, sometimes to the point of hysteria, long before McCarthy appeared on the political scene. The situation in 1949 was similar to that following World War I. Our concern with it here is as a means of attack on the administration, how M.C. Carthy came to be the instrument of attack, and the extent to which the attack affected the conduct of our foreign policy. McCarthy's wheeling speech was not a brilliant maiden effort in the traditional parliamentary or senatorial style. It was the rambling, ill-prepared result of his slovenly, lazy, and undisciplined habits with which we were soon to become familiar. No copy of the speech existed, and newspaper reports varied. It was not until February 20, having created an interest in generalized charges of disloyalty against unnamed State Department employees, that he read in the Senate what he said was a recording of the earlier speech. In it, and other speeches and interviews, he charged that he had the names and records of 81 persons with communist leanings who were or had been in the department, that the President, Loyalty Board, had certified to me as disloyal some 200 employees, of whom I had discharged 80, that there were presently 57 carrying communists in the department. Interspersed with these were charges against me, Assistant Secretary of State John E. Purifoy, in charge of administration, and the department's Security and Loyalty Board. All of these precipitated such an uproarious exchange of denials, countercharges, speeches, and further denials that on February the committee, under the chairmanship of Senator Millard Tydings of Maryland, to investigate M.C. Carthy's charges. The Tydings Committee began its hearings on March 8. On that day, I opened my press conference in this way. With all these charges flying around, I want to tell you about the meeting which was being broken up by communists, so that the chairman had to send for the police. When they entered the hall, they started wielding their clubs pretty vigorously. The unfortunate chairman got a crack over the head, and when he protested, the cop shouted, "You're under arrest." "I can't be," pleaded the chairman. "I'm an anti-communist." "I don't give a damn," hollered the cop, "whether you're a communist or an anti-communist, or what kind of a communist you are. You're under arrest." At the same press conference, I was asked, "Are you aware, Mr. Secretary, that Senator McCarthy saw fit to inject Mrs. Acheson's name into the proceedings? I understand that he made that contribution to the gaiety of the situation. Do you have anything to say in that particular situation?" Well, like any husband who finds his wife injected into a controversy, the first thing is to go to headquarters and find out about it. So I telephoned my wife and said, "What's this you've been up to?" And she hadn't the faintest conception, nor had she ever heard of the organization which Senator McCarthy accused her of belonging to. It was something like the Women's National Congress or something of that sort. So we looked up this organization and found that it was a merger of many others, among them one called the Washington League of Women Shoppers. That rang a bell. She said that 10 years or so ago she had paid $2. She thinks, perhaps, she paid $2 twice, which she regards as rather extravagant under the circumstances, and she was given a list of stores in Washington classified as fair or unfair to their employees. That was the extent of her recollection of the matter. I told her that it was charged that she was a sponsor of it. She said that was interesting, and asked who were the other sponsors. So I read them to her, and she said that sounded rather like the social register, and she thought her position was going up. But she couldn't recall whether she had been a sponsor or not. I think that is the extent of the information I got from her over the telephone before coming down here. The subcommittee furnished M.C. Carthy with a platform, loudspeaker, and full press coverage for his campaign of vilification. He made a shambles of the hearings. Far quicker than Tydings, who was a man of character but unfortunately had a short temper and a pompous manner, McCarthy maneuvered the chairman into insisting on open and public hearings and bringing out the names of alleged communists, thus providing a feast of privileged slander. More important, however, in the course of the hearings, McCarthy stumbled on the combination of themes that made him a welcome tool for the conservative Taft-led Republicans. As already pointed out, 5 years earlier, General Patrick Hurley had charged that conspiracy in the State Department had frustrated his efforts in China. 2 years after that, Congressman Walter Judd had voiced the machination of Soviet sympathizers and agents in the State Department. In this category, he placed John Carter Vincent, John Service, Philip C. Jessup, and Dr. Owen Lattimore of the Johns Hopkins University. The last named he charged was the architect of our Far Eastern policy, though Dr. Lattimore had never been connected with the department, and I did not know him. Taft supports McCarthy. Senator Taft, who had first regarded McCarthy as reckless, now decided to give him Republican backing and help. McCarthy, he was quoted as saying, should keep talking, and if one case doesn't work out, he should proceed with another. Senator Noland opened up with a series of speeches during the spring linking Lattimore's views, apparently on the theory that he was an advisor of mine with current communist pronouncements. At the end of March, Senator Bridges announced that a group of Republicans would go after me in public attacks, which he inaugurated on March 27. Senator Kenneth Wary, the Nebraska undertaker, declared that I must go as a bad security risk. Taft, again returning to the battle, attacked the pro-communist group in the State Department who surrendered to every demand of Russia at Yalta and Potsdam, and promoted at every opportunity the communist cause in China. As William S. White, Taft's biographer, put it in discussing this sad worst period in his life, all this, the debacle of 1948 and the Eastern challenge to him again in early 1949, stirred him in most unfortunate ways. It seemed even to some of his friends and admirers that he began, if unconsciously, to adopt the notion that almost any way to defeat or discredit the Truman plans was acceptable. There was, in the intellectual sense, a blood in the nostrils approach, and no mistake about it. For 2 or 3 weeks after the June 25 attack on South Korea, the attack of the primitives quieted down, only to burst into full fury again on July 20th, when the Tidings Subcommittee filed its reports. Its membership, besides the chairman, was Brian McMahon of Connecticut and Theodore Francis, Green of Rhode Island Democrats, and Henry Cabot Lodge, Jr., of Massachusetts, and Bork B. Hickenlooper of Iowa Republicans. All agreed that the charges had not been substantiated. The majority report criticized McCarthy bitterly as having tried to inflame the American people with a wave of hysteria and fear on an unbelievable scale in this free nation, and added that, fraught with falsehood from beginning to end. Its reprehensible and contemptible character defies adequate condemnation. After a wild fight on the floor, the Senate adopted the report by a strictly party vote of 45 to 37. For a long time, the only other articulate support in the Congress for decency came from Maine's Republican Senator Margaret Chase Smith and the honorable half-dozen who joined her in her Declaration of Conscience on June 2, 1950. She criticized her own party for allowing the Senate to have been too often debased to the level of a form of hate and character assassination sheltered by the shield of congressional immunity. The statement continued, "The nation sorely needs a Republican victory, but I do not want to see the Republican Party ride to political victory on the 4 horsemen of calumny: fear, ignorance, bigotry, and smear." On August 7, Wary demanded my dismissal. On the 14th, my resignation, and on the 16th he declared that the blood of our boys in Korea is on Acheson's shoulders and no one else. On the 13th, 4 of the 5 Republican members of the Foreign Relations Committee, followed by Senator Taft, accused President Truman and me of having invited the attack on Korea. The nadir of this shameful performance came in September during consideration of a bill to permit President Truman to appoint General Marshall, while still remaining a 5-star general, as Secretary of Defense to succeed Louis Johnson, who had resigned. Senator William E. Jenner, Republican of Indiana, said of the man who, in the words of President Conant of Harvard, brooked only one comparison in our nation's history. General Marshall is not only willing, he is eager to play the role of a front man for traitors. The truth is, this is no new role for him. For General George C. Marshall is a living lie. As a result, this government of ours has been turned into a military dictatorship run by communist, appeasing communist, protecting betrayer of America's Secretary of State, Dean Acheson. Unless he himself, General Marshall, were desperate, he could not possibly agree to continue as an errand boy, a front man, a stooge, or a CO conspirator for this administration's crazy assortment of collectivist cutthroat crackpots and communist fellow traveling appeasers. How can the Senate confirm the appointment of General Marshall and thus turn Dean Acheson into a Siamese twin, in control of two of the most important cabinet posts in the executive branch of the government? That is what we are asked to do. It is tragic, Mr. President, that General Marshall is not enough of a patriot to tell the American people the truth of what has happened and the terrifying story of what lies in store for us. Instead of joining hands once more with this criminal crowd of traitors and communist appeasers who, under the continuing influence and direction of Mr. Truman and Mr. Acheson, are still selling America down the river. 9. Immediately, an honorable gentleman from Massachusetts, Senator Saltonstall, followed by Senator Lucas, rose to rebuke such words as being as contemptible as any ever uttered in that place of easy standards. The attack reaches its climax. The height of the attack on me came in December. On the 15th, the President proclaimed a national emergency arising out of the war in Korea. On the 17th, I left Washington for Brussels to attend the North Atlantic Treaty Council meeting, which was to create the integrated force and the united command and appoint General Eisenhower as Supreme Commander Allied Forces Europe. As I left, the Republicans in the House and Senate caucused and asked President Truman to remove me from office. At this, he blew up in typical fashion. There have been new attacks within the past week against Secretary of State Acheson. I have been asked to remove him from office. The authors of this suggestion claim that this would be good for the country. How our position in the world would be improved by the retirement of Dean Acheson from public life is beyond me. Mr. Acheson has helped shape and carry out our policy of resistance to communist imperialism from the time of our sharing of arms with Greece and Turkey nearly 4 years ago, and coming down to the recent moment when he advised me to resist the communist invasion of South Korea. No official in our government has been more alive to communism's threat to freedom or more forceful in resisting it. At this moment, he is in Brussels representing the United States in setting up mutual defenses against aggression. This has made it possible for me to designate General Eisenhower as Supreme Allied Commander in Europe. If communism were to prevail in the world today, as it shall not prevail, Dean Acheson would be one of the first, if not the first, to be shot by the enemies of liberty and Christianity. It is the same sort of thing that happened to Seward. President Lincoln was asked by a group of Republicans to dismiss Secretary of State Seward. He refused. So do I refuse to dismiss Secretary Acheson. 10. The foregoing summary of 1950's shameful and nihilistic orgy exaggerates its effect upon us. Our minds were occupied with great problems, and our time with equally great efforts to meet them, with which subsequent chapters will deal. The fight with the footpads brought its own zest, and evoked some generous responses from political opponents. Humor and contempt for the contemptible, in Douglas Freeman's phrase, proved, as always, a shield and buckler against the fiery darts of the wicked. At one of my press conferences at the height of the mid-to-1950 attacks on me, I replied to a question about how they affected me with the story of the poor fellow found on the prairie during the days of Indian fighting in the West, and brought into a fort hospital. He was in bad shape, scalped, wounded with an arrow sticking into his back, and left for dead. As the surgeon prepared to extract the arrow, he asked, "Does it hurt very much?" To which the wounded man gasped out, "Only when I laugh." One of the pleasanter memories of this period concerns my extemporaneous remark, made at the end of a speech to the American Society of Newspaper Editors on April 22, 1950, which led the late Joseph Pulitzer to utter a rebel yell and shout, "Board on 'em, Mr. Secretary!" Some of these gentlemen, I said, reminded me of Mr. Gladstone's explanation of his efforts to reform the unfortunate fallen women who accosted him, and of counsel's aesthetic defense of pornographic art and literature. It was not the activity, but the sprinkling of holy water that one found tiresome. Foreign Service and the State Department, not as stereotypes, but as people, giving their whole lives to the United States, competent, courageous, devoted. Only the last week, I said, 2 of our missions had been bombed. Bombs had been tossed in the window and had exploded. No one, fortunately, had been killed, but a lot of people had been hurt. Had any of my audience ever experienced this sort of thing? Would they stick to a job where it was an occupational hazard? It was quite likely that some of these men and women would be killed, but there was no squeak out of them. We had an officer just back from Asia who had been held prisoner by the Chinese for a year, jailed, tortured. He had applied again for foreign duty. Scores of people, I continued, were serving in areas of hot war where bombs were dropping and bullets were flying, and others were serving where dangers to health were as great as bullets. Doctors few, and mothers were nurses as well as school teachers. They knew their duty and did it. Some were behind the Iron Curtain, where they were treated as criminals and denied all association with the people of the country. Why? I asked. Did the editors not try the experiment of writing an open letter in their papers to these foreign service officers, our first line of defense in dangerous and difficult parts of the world, explaining to them the attacks being made upon them and upon the service of which they were as proud as these editors were of their profession? Explain that to them if you can. You will find it difficult to do. It was not strange that efforts should be made to penetrate the department, I continued. They had been made throughout its history. There was a right way and a wrong way to solve that problem. The right way met the evil and preserved the institution. The wrong way did not meet the evil and destroyed the institution. More than that, it destroyed the faith of the country in its government, and of our allies in us. I explained to the editors what we were doing to protect the department. It did not include irresponsible character assassination. What had been going on reminded me of a recent horrible episode in Camden, New Jersey. A madman had appeared on the street and begun shooting people whom he met, a woman coming out of a store, a couple in a car stopped by a traffic light, another passing motorist. No plan, no purpose. It recalled the whimsical, mad brutality of Browning's Caliban, comparing his god, Setebos, to himself watching a procession of crabs on the sand. He lets 20 go by, picks up the 21st, tears off a flipper, and throws it down. 3 more go by. A 4th. He crushes with his heel to watch it wriggle. I don't ask you for sympathy. I don't ask you for help. You are in a worse situation than I am. I and my associates are only the intended victims of this mad and vicious operation. But you, unhappily, you by reason of your calling, are participants. You are unwilling participants, disgusted participants, but nevertheless participants, and your position is far more serious than mine. As I leave this filthy business, and I hope never to speak of it again, I should like to leave in your minds the words of John Donne. Any man's involved in mankind. Me, and therefore never send to know for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee. As I sat down, it was with a hope that here and there among those rows of white, and possibly stuffed, shirt, fronts a conscience pricked, a few bright spots. Another episode I remember with gratitude and pleasure occurred at the governor's conference at White Sulphur Springs on June 20th, 1950. I had gone there at the governor's invitation to discuss with them the State Department and the charges being made against it. This was 5 days before the attack from the north on Korea. Standing for 4 hours before them, for the most part answering a barrage of questions, I had begun to think that I had no friends for enemies are more articulate than friends, when 2 men began to intervene on my behalf. They objected to loaded questions, getting them rephrased, protested against sneers and insults stated as questions, insisting that the chairman rule them out of order, and corrected misstatements of fact embedded in long-winded questions. These 2 governors had been the Republican candidates for President and Vice President of the United States in the election of 1948, Thomas E. Dewey of New York and Earl Warren of California. Tom Dewey and I had been friends for a good many years. I had never before had the pleasure of meeting Governor Warren. As both of these gentlemen could wield a shillelagh right lustily, my assailants grew more cautious and began to lose zest for the fray. When it ended in time for lunch, the 2 governors carried me off for a reviving drink and then to lunch with them in the center of the dining room, where everyone, they said, including the press, could see us and draw the obvious conclusion. My gratitude to and affection for these 2 great gentlemen has never wavered throughout what is now nearly 20 years. The last episode occurred in December 1950. While his colleagues were caucusing to ask the president to remove me from office, my friend Congressman James Fulton, Republican of Pennsylvania, came to the airport with other friends, including the president, to see me off to Brussels. He brought me 2 presents: a pair of cufflinks to help me keep my shirt on if foreigners started treating me as my fellow countrymen did, and a beautifully printed and bound edition of the Koran. Since my enemies had not taken kindly to a certain reference to Christian principles, I might find the same ideas expressed more acceptably in the Koran. 2 other acts of public support touched me in those days of harsh attack. In the early summer, Harvard University conferred on me the honorary degree of Doctor of Laws. I found it an intimidating experience to appear and speak from the same platform on the same occasion upon which my illustrious predecessor 3 years before had made his memorable speech proposing the Marshall Plan. In the autumn of the same year, Freedom House in New York have come together to do me honor and give me heart, is a cool spring to a thirsty wayfarer. 12. I met McCarthy only once, when leaving the Senate office building, after one of the hearings on the removal of General MacArthur, accompanied by my guard and a pack of reporters and photographers. As we approached the elevators, the guard, a pleasant but stupid former football player, ran ahead to hold the elevator for me. As I entered, a man was already there. "Hello, Mr. Secretary," he said, and stuck out his hand. Instinctively, I took it, simultaneously recognizing his much cartooned, black, jowled face. Flashbulbs exploded as the doors slid shut. Neither of us spoke during our few seconds. Ride. What happened in the elevator? The press asked him. Neither of us, he replied, turned his back on the other. It was a smart trick, and of course, got him on front pages across the country. Concluding thoughts. A good deal of nonsense has been written about the effect of the attack of the primitives, before and during McCarthy's reign, on the China policy of the Truman administration. Whatever effect it had on our successors, it had little on us. The fact was that, caught between the bungling incompetence of Chiang Kai-shek's Kuomintang and the intransigence of Mao Zedong's communists, our choices for policy decisions were small indeed. The Chinese clearly found the United States far more useful as an enemy than in any other relationship, and went out of their way to ensure that an enemy we remained. Those who tried to establish diplomatic and friendly relations with Peking found it a useless formality. The most deluded of them all, Nehru's India, received a military attack for her pains. Our European friends found their missions contemptuously isolated and neglected. Relations with Formosa underwent a change on June 25, 1950, with the attack on Korea. Then the president announced a policy intended to seal off Formosa from the conflict. He interposed the Seventh Fleet to prevent any attack from either Chinese side upon the other, the purpose being to quarantine the fighting within Korea, not to encourage its extension. When General MacArthur toyed with undercutting this policy by suggesting, as some Republican senators had, using Chiang's refugee army in the Korean fighting, he was sharply rapped over the knuckles. Koreans were being trained and armed to defend their own country. McCarthy's name has been given, as I have said, to a phenomenon broader than his own participation in it, the hysteria growing out of fear of communist subversion that followed both world wars. His influence was purely domestic as Gauleiter and leader of the mob in the last mad massacre. The result was deplorable. The government's foreign and civil services, universities, and China studies programs in them took a decade to recover from this sadistic pogrom. Congressional assaults on the executive branch under the leadership of McCarran and Bridges approximated those in 1919 to 1922 under Attorney. Knives from 1950 through 1953. McCarthy was often and erroneously compared to Hitler, but he lacked the ambition, the toughness, the demonic drive to become a villain on a grand scale. He read Hitler. My wife insisted that this must be so. Because of his methods, I doubted. One evening, sitting beside President Nathan M. Pusey of Harvard, who had lived in Appleton, Wisconsin, when McCarthy lived there, she put the question to him. He confirmed her views, telling her that fellow boarders in the boarding house McCarthy lived in, and patrons of the same barber shop he used, had reported that McCarthy would produce Mein Kampf and read from it, chuckling and saying, "That's the way to do it." But he was essentially a lazy, small town bully, without sustaining purpose, who on his own would soon have petered out, flattered, built up and sustained by Taft, the Republican right, and their accomplice, the press, printing what was not news and not fit to print. He served their various purposes. After the election of 1952, they no longer had any use for him. But encouraged by the fear of the timorous in high places, he was not shrewd enough to see that his day was over. For a year, his own momentum carried him on. He became a nuisance. Those who had used him dropped him. Finally, a peppery little man from Vermont, Senator Ralph Flanders, tired of the antics of this boor in a supposed gentleman's club, called upon the members to censure him for, of all things, being rude in the clubhouse. This they did by just over a 2/3 majority. The very contemptuousness of his rejection broke him. For my 58th birthday, some of my friends with curious prescience had engraved, adding my name and the date April 11th, 1951, an extract from a letter written by Thomas Jefferson to Judge James Sullivan on May 2001, 1805. I say curious prescience because on that April 11, General Douglas MacArthur was relieved by President Truman of all his commands, and a new torrent of abuse broke over the President and myself, chosen as chief villain by the Republican right. Mr. Jefferson had written, "You have indeed received the federal unction of lying and slandering, but who has not? Who will ever come again into eminent office, unanointed by this chrism? It seems to be fixed that falsehood and calumny are to be their ordinary engines of opposition, engines which will not be entirely without effect. The circle of characters equal to the first stations is not too large, and will be lessened by the voluntary retreat of those whose sensibilities are stronger than their confidence in the justice of public opinion. Yet this effect of sensibility must not be yielded to if we suffer ourselves to be frightened from our post by mere lying. Surely the enemy will use that weapon, for what one so cheap to those of whose system of politics morality makes no part. 13. Foreign policy. Even before the President on January 31, 1950, had ordered Defense and State to review our objectives in peace and war. See Chapter 38, Paul Nitze and the Policy. Planning staff had arranged a working relationship with the Liaison Committee of the Atomic Energy Commission and the Joint Strategic Survey Committee at the Pentagon. This connection had the blessing of Major General James H. Burns, who had returned to active duty as the Secretary of Defense's liaison officer with the State Department. To be sure, Louis Johnson had directed that Burns should consult solely with Freeman Matthews, Deputy Undersecretary, State's liaison officer with defense. But this had seemed to mean that consultative arrangements must be authorized by these two officers, not conducted by them alone. I left the groups to get on with their work, for, as the last two chapters have perhaps suggested, January and February were full months. Moreover, a new non-governmental duty had crowded into my schedule: academic interlude. In 1936, I had been elected a Life Fellow of the Yale Corporation. Life ended at 62.8, the compulsory retiring age that the corporation had fixed for the faculty and wisely applied to itself. Service on it for 20 to 5 years was one of the most rewarding experiences of a lifetime. Special zest was added by the fact that for most of this period, Senator Robert Taft was one of my colleagues. Perhaps the corporation's most important duty is the election of a president of the university, a duty which engaged us in the academic year 1949-50. At the end of which President Charles Seymour would retire. Yale desperately needed young, vigorous, and imaginative leadership, and to some of us, the man to provide it was at hand on our own faculty. However, in the eyes of most of our colleagues, he had handicaps. They were serious. Youth. Little reputation. He was not in who's who. Gaiety and the gift of mimicry. Fierce intolerance of the shoddy and second rate. His virtues were unfashionable and not so well known. Excellent historical writing and teaching and a passion for education. This was a time of the public figure as university president. Dwight Eisenhower at Columbia, Harold Stassen at Pennsylvania. Only 4 of us, then among the youngest fellows, believed Alfred Whitney Griswold was the man. To attain a majority in a group of 17 required more than doubling our number, a task managerial skill, and, on occasion, guile. It would not, for instance, gain Bob Taft's vote for a candidate to know that I favored him. A committee narrowed the list of all those put forward. Our candidate remained on it. So did an able Yale man who was president of an eminent smaller college. We concentrated on him, talked of the need for new blood, the danger of inbreeding, the great contributions of President James Rowland Angell, Yale's only Yale president. Support for the outsider grew to too short of a majority. 2 or 3 others split the true blues. They became alarmed, so incidentally did we, since the ballots were secret. In the interval between the January and February meetings, our manager, a classmate of Griswold's, former football captain, New York lawyer, and a sound Yale man, was approached to wean away some of those who had fallen for a foreign importation. He thought he might have some chance if he could report growing sentiment for Griswold. He was told that he could. The new president was elected on February 11th. Whitney Griswold, wholly unsuspecting, was amazed. He proved to be a superb president, bringing fresh vigor and innovation to the intellectual and educational life of the university. Although he hated the idea of raising money, it came to him because of the passion and purity of his interest. For just over a decade, until he was stricken with cancer, he grew until he stood with the 3 great figures of American university education: Charles W. Eliot of Harvard, Daniel Coit Gilman of the Johns Hopkins University, and William Rainey Harper of the University of Chicago. During those years, I worked with him closely and loved him. On the afternoon he died, I sat beside his bedside, and when talk tired him, held his hand. Senator Taft makes a point in the autumn of 1950. I went to New Haven to attend Whitney Griswold's inauguration. On arriving at Woodbridge Hall, the administration building, an old friend, Carl Lohman, Secretary of Yale, told me bluntly that Senator Taft, my immediate senior on the corporation, beside whom I had sat and walked in processions for 15 years, had said that he would be embarrassed to be photographed walking with me in the then state of political tension. Would I, Lohman asked, help resolve the embarrassment by dropping back, allowing another friend, Lucius Robinson, president of the Alumni Association, to be injected into the august ranks of the corporation? This would leave me in the company of an even older friend and colleague, W.S. Lefty Lewis. I readily agreed. When we had robed and formed up immediately behind the senator and Lou Robinson, I remarked to Lewis in audible sotto voce that it was pretty hard, after years of devoted service to Yale, to have snatched from me the public recognition of walking beside Senator Taft. Lewis agreed, but pointed out that it was only one more sacrifice for Yale. The senator froze, but Robinson turned around and suggested that we look at it from the point of view of a young man to whom had come this unhoped for bonanza. We examined this aspect of the situation, as the senator's rising blood pressure turned his neck and ears pink, but brought no other recognition of the contretemps than the procession, like the Supreme Court flanking the president and president-elect. Lou Robinson had been properly eliminated from the Sanhedrin. The ceremony over, we filed out behind the new president and president emeritus. Inevitably, Bob Taft and I came together. All danger appearing over, the senator was all affability, which I warmly reciprocated. As we came to the door of the back courtyard, on our way to our starting point, I bade the senator farewell, saying that we were unlikely to meet again soon, and held out my hand. He took it as we passed into the sunlight, and 100 flashbulbs caught us in this act of fraternal recognition. NSC-68. A difficult pregnancy after nearly 3 months of work by the state and defense planners, with which I had kept in close touch, and kept the president in close touch, NITSE, General Burns, and I thought that the two groups should meet with Secretary Johnson and me to go over a preliminary draft report for such guidance as we might give before it was put into form for departmental review in both places. I was not sure to what extent General Burns had kept Johnson abreast of his own department's work, because in our building at that time, the Secretary did not have adequate conference facilities. Johnson and his people were invited to meet us on March 22, 1950, in NITSE's planning staff room, next door to my own. Copies of the draft paper had been given to him a week before. After apparently friendly greetings all around, I asked NITSE to outline the paper and its conclusions. NITSE, who was a joy to work with because of his clear, incisive mind, began to do so. Johnson listened, chair tilted back, gazing at the ceiling, seemingly calm and attentive. Suddenly he lunged forward with a crash of chair legs on the floor and fist on the table, scaring me out of my shoes. No one, he shouted, was going to make arrangements for him to meet with another cabinet officer and a room full of people and be told what he was going to report to the president. Who authorized these meetings contrary to his orders? What was this paper, which he had never seen? Trying to calm him down, I told him that we were working under the president's orders to him and me, and through his designated channel, General Burns. As for the paper, he had had it for a week, but he would have none of it, and, gathering General Bradley and other defense people, stalked out of the room. The rest of us were left in shocked disbelief. General Burns, who had stayed behind, put his head in his hands and wept in shame. I was then summoned into my own office, where Louis Johnson began again to storm at me that he had been insulted. This was too much. I told him, since he had started to leave, to get on with it, and the State Department would complete the report alone and explain why. Rejoining the still shell, shocked group, I reported the latest episode to Admiral Sewers and James Lay, who left in turn to inform the president. Within the hour, the president telephoned me, expressing his outrage and telling me to carry on exactly as we had been doing. At the slightest sign of Agon time on, until the president felt it necessary in September to ask for Johnson's resignation, evidence accumulated to convince me that Louis Johnson was mentally ill. His conduct became too outrageous to be explained by mere cussedness. It did not surprise me when some years later he underwent a brain operation. NITSE and his group pressed on with their work, getting complete cooperation from their Pentagon associates. We had no more meetings with the Secretary of Defense. When the paper was completed early in April, I had it submitted to him so that he might sign it, if he chose to do so. To my surprise, he did, and it went to the President on April 7, 1950, as a joint report. Johnson's signature, I learned later, did not surprise my colleagues as much as it did me, for they had submitted it to him bearing not only my signature, but the concurrences of the Chiefs of Staff, the Joint Strategic Survey Committee, the Liaison Committee, and the secretaries of the three services. Johnson was not left in a strong offensive position. NSC 68 lacked, as submitted, any section discussing costs. This was not an oversight. To have attempted one would have made impossible all those concurrences and prevented any recommendation to the President. It would have raised at once the extent and tempo of the program deemed necessary to carry out the conclusions and recommendations. Each department, each service, and each individual would have become a special pleader or an assistant president, weighing all the needs of the nation and the political problems presented by each need. Our function was to get the international situation analyzed, the problems it presented stated, and recommendations made. After preliminary study, the President on the 12th asked the Joint Chiefs to have cost estimates made. While this was being done with due deliberation, the paper was discussed with the President in the National Security Council on April 25th and became national policy, known as NSC-68. The threat stated discussing the paper some years later with a group of veterans of this campaign. One who had entered it toward its end remarked that when he first read NSC-68, he thought that it was the most ponderous expression of elementary ideas he had ever come across, allowing for the natural exaggeration and tartness of a bon mot. This was so. As Oliver Wendell Holmes, Jr. has wisely said, there are times when we need education in the obvious more than investigation of the obscure. The purpose of NSC-68 was to so bludgeon the mass mind of top government that not only could the President make a decision, but that the decision could be carried out. Even so, it is doubtful whether anything like what happened in the next few years could have been done, had not the Russians been stupid enough to have instigated the attack against South Korea and opened the Hate America campaign too. NSC-68, a formidable document, presents more than a clinic in political science's latest, most fashionable, and most boring study, the decision-making process. For it carries us beyond decisions to what should be their fruits, action. If it is helpful to think of societies as entities, it is equally so to consider as groups of cells, thinking cells, action cells, and so on. The society operates best, improves its chances of survival most, in which the thinking cells work out a fairly long, range course of conduct before the others take over, provided it has also a little bit better than average luck. We had an excellent group of thought cells. They supported the facts of the paper by tables and tables of figures. Less than 1% of these figures drew upon classified sources, but they put these facts beyond argument facts about ourselves, our allies, and the Soviet Union. Conclusions on unmeasurable matters were painstakingly checked against past performance. Upon the resulting analysis rested judgment, answers to the question, what should be done about it? NSC-68 has not been declassified and may not be quoted, but its contents have been widely discussed in print. Many of my own public statements were properly based upon the fundamental conclusions stated in this leading embodiment of government policy. The paper began with a statement of the conflicting aims and purposes of the two superpowers. The priority given by the Soviet rulers to the Kremlin design, world domination, contrasted with the American aim and environment in which free societies could exist and flourish. Throughout 1950, the year my immolation in the Senate began, I went about the country preaching this premise of NSC-68. The task of a public officer, seeking to explain and gain support for a major policy, is not that of the writer of a doctoral thesis. Qualification must give way to simplicity of statement, nicety and nuance to bluntness, almost brutality. In carrying home a point, it is better to carry the hearer or reader into the quadrant of one's thought than merely to make a noise or to mislead him utterly. In the State Department, we used to discuss how much time that mythical average American citizen put in each day listening, reading, and arguing about the world outside his own country. Assuming a man or woman with a fair education, a family, and a job in or out of the house, it seemed to us that 10 minutes a day would be a high average. If this were anywhere near right, points to be understandable had to be clear. If we made our points clearer than truth, we did not differ from most other educators and could hardly do otherwise. So our analysis of the threat combined the ideology of communist doctrine and the power of the Russian state into an aggressive expansionist drive, which found its chief opponent and therefore target in the antithetic ideas and power of our own country. It was true and understandable to describe the Russian motivating concept as being that no state is friendly which is not subservient, and ours that no state is unfriendly which, in return for respect for its rights, respects the rights of others. For all our own society felt no compulsion to bring all societies into conformity with it, the Kremlin hierarchy was not content merely to entrench its regime, but wished to expand its control directly and indirectly over other people within its reach. It takes more, I said, than bare hands and a desire for peace to turn back this threat. Such an analysis was decried by some, and the real threat, they said, lay in the weakness of the Western European social, economic, and political structure. Correct that, and the Russian danger would disappear. This I did not believe. The threat to Western Europe seemed to me singularly like that which Islam had posed centuries before, with its combination of ideological zeal and fighting power. Then it had taken the same combination to meet it. Germanic power in the east and Frankish in Spain, both energized by a great outburst of military power and social organization in Europe. This time, it would need the added power and energy of America, for the drama was now played on a world stage. If these were the intentions of the Kremlin, what were its capabilities for realizing, and ours for frustrating them? Ours was demonstrably the potentially stronger society, but did it have the strength now? And would it have it in the future to frustrate the Kremlin design? At the end of the war, we were the most powerful nation on earth, with the greatest army, navy, and air force, a monopoly of the most destructive weapon, and all supported by the most productive industry and agriculture. But now our army had been demobilized, our navy put in mothballs, and our air force no longer had a monopoly of atomic weapons. In 3 or 4 years at the most, we could be threatened with devastating damage, against which no sure protection appeared. Surely we produced far more aluminum, for instance, than the Soviet Union, but while we splashed it over the front of automobiles, in Russia more went into military aircraft than here. On the other hand, our almost minute army cost many times what theirs did. A brief comparison of the pay, care, and equipment of private soldiers showed why half the total effort of their rival society went into creating military power, which, in a short time at present rates, could top ours. What relation did these facts have to foreign policy, national security, the existence of a spacious environment for free societies? How much of our national product would we need to divert as sensible insurance to an arms effort we loathed? The paper recommended specific measures for a large and immediate improvement of military forces and weapons, and of the economic and morale factors which underlay our own and our allies' ability to influence the conduct of other societies. The response recommended in explaining to the nation the course it recommended, I made clear also, in an address in Dallas on June 13, 1950, those it would not recommend. We should not pull down the blinds, I said, and sit in the parlor with a loaded shotgun, waiting. Isolation was not a realistic course of action. It did not work, and it had not been cheap. Appeasement of Soviet ambitions was, in fact, only an alternative form of isolation. It would lead to a final struggle for survival, with both our moral and military positions weakened. A third course, euphemistically called preventive war, adopted with disastrous results in other times by other types of people and governments than ours, would take the form of nuclear attack on the Soviet Union. It would not solve problems. It would multiply them. Then, as now, nothing seemed to me more depressing in the history of our own country than the speeches of the inevitability had, in the past, helped to make it occur. While NSC-68 did not contain cost estimates, that did not mean we had not discussed them. To carry through the sort of rearmament and rehabilitation of forces program that we recommended at the rate we thought necessary for ourselves and with help for our allies would require, our group estimated, a military budget of the magnitude of about $50 billion per annum. This was a very rough guess. But as the existing ceiling was $13.5 billion, the proposal, or rather the situation out of which it grew, required considerable readjustment of thinking. It seemed better to begin this process by facing the broad facts, trends, and probabilities before getting lost in budgetary intricacies. If that begins before an administration has decided what it wants to do, or made what diplomats use to call a decision, in principle, in essence, the mice in the Budget Bureau will nibble to death the will to decide. Furthermore, whatever the cost might be, some such program was essential and well within national economic capacity. It obviously would raise some difficult choices between this and other uses of production, but the national product was not static and might be increased, as indeed it was. Our duty was not to make these decisions, but to press for decisions, combining persuasion with the most powerful statement of the case. Nor did our duty, as I saw it, stop there. It was not enough to give the president wise, though tough, advice and expect him to create acceptance in Congress and the country for the resulting action. We also had a duty to explain and persuade. An incident about this time illustrates my point. The Marquis of Salisbury, who had had long experience in the Foreign Office, coming into the main entrance of the State Department with me, saw posters announcing meetings with various groups then in session. When he asked about them, I suggested that we make a brief tour. In one room, an officer was discussing with a group of school teachers our participation in the UN Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization. In another, a Foreign Policy Association was learning about a current crisis in the Middle East. In a third, a Hispano-American group was talking about Latin American affairs. Lord Salisbury could not, he said, conceive of similar groups in the Foreign Office. This is truly, he added, democracy in action. We explained to the country the need to tell the country how we saw the situation created by the Soviet Union, and the necessary response to it came soon after the president's announcement of his hydrogen bomb decision. Two friendly Democratic senators, Brian McMahon and Millard Tydings, made dramatic speeches in the Senate during February 1950. They reflected liberal criticism of administration policy and a sort of guilt complex common among atomic scientists about the atomic bomb. McMahon urged the end of atomic armaments and an era of world-to-wide atomic peace, and atomic to created abundance for all men. This was to be achieved by a moral crusade for peace and a $50 billion global Marshall Plan, financed by the United States and augmented by an undertaking by all nations to put 2/3 of their armament expenditures to constructive ends. Tydings, chairman of the Armed Services Committee, proposed that the President-Khan Disarmament Committee to deal with all weapons. In one day's mail, I wrote our daughter, I had a letter from an old friend and leading liberal, which says that if I don't get up and lead, move, advance, radiate peace, etc., I shall be left watching and embattled. Country march by where to? He says not. It is an interesting letter to one who is not inactive on a busy stage, but it is all meant well. I had the same from Mr. Trigg of Lye, who is also more eager than aware. At this time, the Secretary General, preaching a 10-point program of negotiation with Moscow, was about to start off on a tour of United Nations capitals. This, he insisted, was not appeasement, but negotiation, which requires honest give and take by both sides. What we need, he said, what the world needs, is a 20-year program to win peace through the United Nations. It was to start off with something that, despite Mr. Lye's protestations, sounded very much like appeasement to me, luring the Soviet Union back to the United Nations, from which Malik and his cohorts had withdrawn, by the majorities reversing itself and seating the communists as the representatives of China. To me, all this made little sense. I said that on Chinese representation we held to our expressed views, but would accept the decision of any organ of the United Nations made by the necessary majority, and we would not walk out. So far as negotiations were concerned, we would consider anything put forward in the United Nations, but meanwhile, We can't afford to wait and merely hope that Soviet policies will change. We must carry forward in our own determination to create situations of strength in the free world, because this is the only basis on which lasting agreement with the Soviet government is possible. 9. My long press conference on February 8, 1950, immediately after the two Senate speeches, began a continued discussion of our response to the Soviet threat. 4 themes ran through it, beginning with the different conception in Soviet and Western thought of the purpose and role of negotiation in international relations, and the consequences of this difference. In Western tradition, negotiation was bargaining to achieve a mutually desired agreement. In communist doctrine, it was war by political means to achieve an end unacceptable to the other side. In both cases, it was a means to an end. But in the latter case, the ends were, if understood, mutually exclusive. The second related theme was that in dealing with the Soviet Union, the most useful negotiation was by acts rather than words, and stability was better and more reliable than verbal agreement. From all this came insistence upon repairing weaknesses and creating situations of strength, and as a means to them, the NSC-68 program. Third came the transformation of our two former enemies into allies, and their attachment by firm bonds of security and economic interest to the free nations in Europe and Asia. The fourth point was doubtless a futile one to make in view of existing political passions, but it had the small merit of being true. It was that continued quarreling within our own country regarding the proper mix of negotiation and strength in dealing with the Soviet threat created a major source of both weakness and the appearance of weakness, with the goal toward which we were striving than with the way to get there. More with ends than means. If we could reach the ends on which we all agreed, peace, stability, and progress, by agreement on the means, that would be the simplest, easiest, and most desirable way to do it. 4 years of trial had convinced us that agreement with the Kremlin was not then possible. Certain obstacles stood in the way that had to be removed. Among them was the existence in the non-communist world of large areas of weakness, which by its very nature the Soviet system had to exploit. They presented irresistible invitations to fish in troubled water, to urge them not to fish. To try to agree not to fish was as futile as talking to a force of nature. One cannot argue with a river. It is going to flow. One can dam it or deflect it, but not argue with it. Therefore, we had been at work to create strength where there had been weakness, to turn our former enemies into allies, to replace the dams that once contained Russia to the east and to the west, to aid growth and progress in the undeveloped areas in the world. The need for national unity. The next week, I was talking to a group in the White House about the impediments to national unity that came from those who insisted upon the rightness and righteousness of their own paths to peace. 10. There were those, I said, who believed that goodwill and negotiation would solve all problems, that if only the President and Stalin would get their feet under the same table, they could iron out any and all international difficulties. The problem lay not in where the leaders' feet were, but where their minds were. We had tried most earnestly to get Kremlin minds running toward cooperation, and failed. Then there were those who frightened themselves and their fellow citizens into paralysis by apocalyptic warnings of the end to come through nuclear weapons. The dangers were great enough in all conscience, but the fact that war could be even more terrible in the future than in the past should increase rather than diminish action to eliminate situations that might lead to it. Other fomenters of disunity declared that the time had come to call the bluff of our opponents and have a showdown with them. These resorts to the language of poker showed the recklessness of the gamble inherent in them. Finally, I said in concluding my talk, there were purists who would have no dealings with any but the fairest of democratic states, going from state to state with political litmus paper, testing them for true blue democracy. They were repelled by some of the practices reported in Greece, Turkey, and North and South Africa, among other places, but curiously hopeful about the Russian future. All these points of view represented escapism in dealing with the world as it was, and escape from building with the materials at hand a strong, safer, and more stable position for free communities of which we were one. My constant appeal to American liberals was to face the long, hard years, and not to distract us with the offer of shortcuts and easy solutions begotten by goodwill out of the angels of man's better nature. Until the Soviet leaders do genuinely accept a live and let live philosophy, no approach from the free world, and no Trojan dove from the communist movement will help to resolve our mutual problems. I said on one occasion, 11 on another, the road to freedom and to peace which I have pictured is a hard one. The times in which we live must be painted in the somber values of Rembrandt. The background is dark, the shadows deep, outlines are obscure. The central point, however, glows with light, and, though it often brings out the glint of steel, it touches colors of unimaginable beauty. For us, that central point is the growing unity of free men the world over. This is our shaft of light, our hope, and our promise. 212. These themes I repeated and elaborated from Massachusetts to Texas, on the Berkeley campus in California, and at the United Nations in New York. What we expected to achieve by the creation of strength throughout the free world, military, economic, and political, to replace the inviting weak spots offered to Soviet probing, was to diminish further the possibility of war, to prevent settlements by default, to Soviet pressures, to show the Soviet leaders by successful containment that they could not hope to expand their influence throughout the world and must modify their policies. Then, and only then, could meaningful negotiation be possible on the larger issues that divided us. In the meantime, the search for miracle cures for the Earth's ills was a dangerous form of self-delusion, which only diverted us from the hard duties of our times. In my speech at Berkeley, in March 195,018, I told my audience that even though important settlements through negotiation would be impossible for long years to come, there were some quite simple things the Soviet leaders could do to make coexistence a great deal more tolerable to everyone, while leaving much yet to do. For instance, for 5 years the Soviet Union had blocked all efforts to move toward ending the state of war and occupation in Germany, Austria, and Japan. Granted that peace treaties presented difficulties, some progress toward relaxation of tensions, return of prisoners, a peaceful settlement of Korea's problems would not seem impossible. Similarly, some relaxation of rule by Soviet force in Eastern Europe and lessening of Soviet obstruction in the United Nations, or in continued discussion of atomic energy problems, would be welcome. Perhaps on the most primitive level of international intercourse treatment of diplomatic representatives and the language of international communication, some improvement in debased communist standards might be possible. I must warn you not to raise your hopes, I told my listener. I see no evidence that the Soviet leaders will change their conduct until the progress of the free world convinces them that they cannot profit from a continuation of these tensions. This visit to San Francisco, a most strenuous one requiring 2 major speeches and 2 lesser ones, holds poignant memories. One was of speaking after dinner at the press club. It was to be a private and confidential speech, what in other press circles is called off the record. In San Francisco, it is called speaking behind the cat, a large carved ebony cat carried in with ceremony and put before the speaker after the tables are cleared. The custom, I was told, began after the great earthquake and fire had destroyed the city in 1906. When the first daring spirits reached the ruins of the old clubhouse, all that remained, curled up beside it, was a half starved and badly singed cat, which was promptly adopted and lived out its remaining 8 lives near the hearth of the new club. The cat was famous for its discretion, for although it listened carefully to all that was said, it was never known to have repeated a word. When in time it went to its multiple rewards, it was reproduced, larger than life-size, with eyes and mouth tight shut, looking altogether inscrutable, an outward and visible sign of the security pledged to one who spoke behind it. The other memory is wholly personal. Throughout our daughter's illness, The President and Mrs. Truman could not have been more thoughtful and solicitous. My absence on the coast came at a time of a difficult, extensive, and worrisome operation. The President telephoned each morning to my wife at Saranac and then relayed to me cheerful bulletins. 42. Europe and the Shuma Plan on May 6th, after participating in a 3-day state visit to Washington by Prime Minister of Pakistan Liaquat Ali Khan and Begum Sahiba. We climbed wearily aboard the presidential plane, Independence, for Paris en route to London and a ministerial meeting of the North Atlantic Treaty Council. Again, the President came to the plane to see me off. We had been through a long, strenuous, wearying winter and spring. Colleagues in the State Department thought I might get a few days rest and please Schuman by starting early and going via Paris for some friendly talks with the French, before plunging into the series of meetings that always clustered about the North Atlantic Council. It turned out quite otherwise. The days in Paris, from the moment of my arrival on Sunday morning, May 7th, were far from restful, and my presence there, in view of what occurred, convinced Bevan of a Franco-to-American conspiracy against him. Scene 1. Paris. In the formal reception room in the American Embassy residence on the day of my arrival, Schuman, through an interpreter, disclosed to Ambassador Bruce and me his coal and steel plan for Western Europe, which he and Jean Monnet had been developing in such secrecy that they had not yet discussed it with the French cabinet. It was indeed, as Bruce called it in a cable a week later, the most imaginative and far-reaching approach that has been made for generations to the settlement of fundamental differences between France and Germany. The whole French-German production of coal and steel would be placed under a joint high authority, with an organization open to the participation of other European nations. Schuman urged the utmost secrecy upon us. A leak before the cabinet was aligned could wreck both the plan and the government. So we were asked not to inform our colleagues in Paris, or to send cables, or to have memoranda transcribed for 2 days. Since the President was in the far west, the matter of informing him did not arise for at least a day. Meanwhile, we agreed that Jean Monnet and John McCloy should be brought in to discuss the plan further with Bruce and me. This was a great help to us, especially to me. Training in the common law concentrates one's attention on the specific. The civil lawyer thinks in terms of principles. Those who have really great constructive ideas are often vague about what they mean specifically. To pin them down tends to frustrate them. Added to this handicap, Schuman and I were talking through an interpreter who was not familiar with the subject matter of our talk. Ideas had a hard time getting through in either direction. John Monnet was soon revealed as the plan's originator. In him, fanatical zeal for supranational points of view and organization was combined with shrewd business judgment and experience. During the First World War, he had been impressed, through the work of the Allied Maritime Transport Council, by the degree to which an international staff could transcend national considerations and even pressures, in administering the use of the merchant fleets of all the Allies to achieve an agreed common purpose through agreed procedures. He firmly believed that the thinking of groups, even those as tightly indoctrinated as business communities, was conditioned and confined by the frame within which it takes place. Once the small restricting frame is broken, thought rapidly expands and accommodates itself to a wider setting. After that, the effect is most unlikely to be undone. This belief, which I share, helped us both to survive General de Gaulle. The coal and steel plan was Monnet's reaction to a rather grandiose idea of Prime Minister Georges Bidault's put forth in a speech at Lyons on April 16th, calling for an Atlantic High Council for peace. This appeared to combine propaganda in the use of the word peace with the urge to pile machinery on machinery in an effort to form a holding company, to coordinate the North Atlantic Treaty, the Western Union, the Organization for European Economic Cooperation, and the Council of Europe. Whatever idea may have lurked within this proposal was stillborn. Monnet's apparently more limited and modest plan was, in reality, more imaginative and far-reaching because it picked out the basic materials of Europe's industrial economy, coal and steel, to put under the supranational control of an organization of the participating European states with governmental powers and clearly defined purposes. The High Authority's immediate powers and effects would be great, its potential ones still greater. Only by the patient coaching of Monet and MacCloy and their answers to our questions did this come home to us. All sorts of questions at once arose. To begin with, was the plan cover for a gigantic European cartel? We became convinced that this was not the intention of its founders, and that provisions to guard against this result would be incorporated in the Charter. The more we studied the plan, the more we were impressed by it. Nothing better expresses the purpose and method of the proposal than the first two paragraphs of the French government's announcement on May 9th, as it appeared the next morning in the Times of London. World peace cannot be safeguarded without the making of efforts proportionate to the dangers which threaten it. The contribution which an organized and living Europe can bring to civilization is indispensable to the maintenance of peaceful relations. In taking upon herself for more than 20 years the role of champion of a united Europe, France has always had as her essential aim the service of peace. A united Europe was not achieved, and we had war. Europe will not be made all at once, or according to a single general plan. It will be built through concrete achievements, which first create a de facto solidarity. The gathering together of the nations of Europe requires the elimination of the age-to-old opposition of France and Germany. The first concern in any action undertaken must be these two countries. With this aim in view, the French government proposes to take action immediately on one limited but decisive point. The French government proposes to place Franco-German production of coal and steel as a whole under a common higher authority, within the framework of an organization open to the participation of the other countries of Europe. The pooling of coal and steel production should immediately provide for the setting up of common foundations for economic development as a first step in the federation of Europe, and will change the destinies of those regions which have long been devoted to the manufacture of munitions of war, of which they have been the most constant victims. The genius of the Schuman-Monet plan lay in its practical, common-sense approach, its avoidance of the appearance of limitations upon sovereignty and touchy political problems. What could be more earthy than coal and steel, or more desirable than a pooling and common direction of France and Germany's coal and steel industries? This would end age-to-old conflicts. It was not exclusive, but open to all European nations who wished to participate in a coal and steel authority designed for specific purposes and with powers adequate to accomplish its purposes. The Times, and indeed it was not alone, was perplexed by M. Schumann's method of announcement before official soundings in other capitals. When it reported him as saying that the subject had not been broached in his talks with Mr. Acheson yesterday, May 8, even in the personal conversation with which the day opened, both the Times and M. Schumann were correct. It had been broached on Sunday, May 7th, when all good people, including reporters, should have been in church. When the President had returned to Washington, I sent him a brief for his eyes-only message, asking that, should rumors come from Europe of an impending important development, he withhold comment until I could inform him further. He agreed. The next day, the French cabinet having approved the submission of the Schuman plan to the Chamber of Deputies, an outline of the plan, to be kept secret until Schumann's speech was sent to him with a request that after the speech I be authorized to express sympathetic interest, pending further elaboration from Paris. Again the President approved. This set at rest my apprehension that upon receiving partial information, the Antitrust Division in the Department of Justice might stimulate some critical comments, which would have been damaging at that stage. Scene 2. London. On reaching London on Tuesday, May 9th, the day Schumann was to make his statement presenting the plan, I found Ernest Bevan in distressing shape when we met him and his staff in mid-morning. He had recently undergone a painful operation and was taking sedative drugs that made him doze off, sometimes quite soundly, during the discussion. His staff seemed accustomed to it, though I found it disconcerting. At any rate, our talk got nowhere, and not what, anything, had yet occurred in Paris. I did not feel able to inform our British friends of what Schumann might be doing at the moment. During luncheon with Bevan and Attlee, word came to Bevan and me separately that early in the afternoon René Massigli, the French ambassador, wanted an appointment with Bevan to convey an important message, and another with me an hour later. My embarrassment grew as the company speculated about this mystery. Again, ignorance of what had happened, or perhaps would be happening as Massigli talked, still kept me silent. When he did call at mid-afternoon, it was to announce the proposal of the Schumann plan to the Chamber, which had gone according to schedule and about which I quite obviously knew far more than Massigli did. Waiting for us at the Foreign Office, Bevan was in a highly emotional state, very angry with me, and, what was much worse, rapidly working himself into bitter opposition to Schumann and the Schumann plan. He had once charged that Schumann and I had cooked up the whole plan, purposely keeping him in the dark, and that I had gone to Paris to put the finishing touches on it and get it publicly announced before he ever heard of it. The circumstantial evidence in support of this reconstruction of the crime was strong indeed. Clearly we had managed things badly. Schumann, understandably absorbed in the problems of piloting his plan through his own government and parliament, saw my presence as a windfall of encouragement before, and help after it was accepted. But I had been stupid in not foreseeing both Bevan's rage at his apparent exclusion from the circle of consultation, and the old socialist's difficulty with the problem the Schumann plan presented to a socialist government of Britain. If it joined a freely competitive system in the basic commodities of coal and steel, how could it isolate and manage the rest of Britain's economy as a welfare state? If it did not join, how could Britain retain her basic markets on the continent? This was Bevan's dilemma. After the first flush of anger had passed, I think he did accept the innocence of my motives in going to Paris, but damage had been done. Despite my most earnest arguments, in the next few days, Britain made her great mistake of the post-war period by refusing to join in negotiating the Schumann plan. From the bitter fruits of this mistake, both Britain and Europe are still suffering. If I had not gone to Paris, Schumann would have had a tricky problem of acting unilaterally, or of coming to London to consult us both before going to his own parliament. But the better course would have been for him to have authorized me to run what risks there were in trying to persuade Bevan and Attlee to give the plan their support. That course might not have worked, but as it was, anger was added to bad judgment to ensure the triumph of the latter. The next day, both Bevan and I put out short statements. His was noncommittal, but not so hostile as it had threatened to be. I welcomed a most important development, prompted by the desire to further a rapprochement between Germany and France and progress toward the economic integration of Western Europe, objectives favored by the United States government. Specific comment must await development of the proposals. Meanwhile, we recognize D. with sympathy and approval the significant and far-reaching intent of the French initiative. 1 week later, the President called the proposal an act of constructive statesmanship and demonstration of French leadership in the solution of the problems of Europe. In the great French tradition, he was gratified at the emphasis the proposal places upon equal access to coal and steel products to all Western European countries and the full benefits of the competitive process. 2. In this way, we both did our best to back the launching with a fair breeze, but Bevan was still growling. Scene 3. Lancaster House. On May 11, Schumann arrived in London for tripartite meetings to precede the North Atlantic Council, both being held at Lancaster House. We both got word from Bevan asking to see us a half hour before the full meeting at a private session in my office. This was a pleasant room in a southern corner of Lancaster House, looking out on a charming lawn with a flowered border and golden chain trees in bloom. But my office seemed to me a strange place for Bevan to hold a meeting, and might seem even stranger to Schumann. Bevan might be thinking of giving him some of his own back. This suspicion grew when Bevan launched into a strong attack upon the announcement of the coal and steel plan without prior agreement, or even consultation among the powers occupying West Germany. He spoke slowly and forcefully, Schumann's interpreter translating as Bevan spoke. He had a good case, but rather overdid it. I knew that Schumann could take care of himself, but did not want him to get the impression from the meetings being in my office that it was so by reason of collusion between Bevan and me. There had been enough misunderstanding among us without creating more. When Bevan finished, I asked to be permitted to say a word to make my own position clear, since Mr. Bevan was not speaking for me. I had not, I said, told Mr. Bevan or anyone about the plan, in accordance with M. Schumann's request, until Massigli's message released me. Then I had explained our talks in Paris. These had annoyed Mr. Bevan, which was understandable, but Mr. Bevan was exaggerating their significance. We all understood our duty to one another as allies. Sometimes domestic and international matters became pretty much intertwined, and occasions arose when each of us had to take his own line without consultation, because of the exigencies of domestic politics. On this occasion, Mem Schumann had done this. I happened to think he had taken a brilliant line, and was in favor of it. But quite apart from that, I understood why M. Schumann had thought that secrecy was more important than consultation. Similarly, I said, last autumn, at the time of the Bank and Fund meeting in Washington, Mr. Bevan and the British government found it advisable to devalue the pound. That was a serious problem, in which secrecy was also important. It affected France. M. Schumann and Maurice Péchet, the French finance minister, were in Washington. The impending devaluation had been discussed with Secretary of the Treasury Snyder and me, but not with M. Schumann and M. Péchet. They had not complained, since they understood the need for secrecy. Bevan had had enough. Let's join the others, he said, getting up. As we left the room, Schumann took my arm. You have a large deposit in my bank, he said. Plus, on May 25th, the French government invited 6 governments to join in negotiating the coal and steel plan, and in doing so asked that participating governments accept the main principles of the plan, including the binding effect of the high authorities' decisions. 5 nations accepted the invitation on these terms: the Benelux nations, Germany, and Italy. The British government did not feel able to accept in advance, nor do they reject in advance the principles underlying the French proposal. They wanted a detailed discussion first to throw light on the nature of the scheme and its full political and economic consequences. If the French would change their attitude, they would be glad to join in negotiations on procedures. The French were not willing to do so, and a conference among the 6 nations began on June 20th, without Britain. Some decisions are critical. This decision of May 1950 was one. It was not the last clear chance for Britain to enter Europe, but it was the first wrong choice as wrong as General de Gaulle's tragic rejection of the penitent in 1963. In mid to June, the National Executive of the Labour Party made clear that the reasons for the government's decision were not procedural. In a party pamphlet entitled European Unity, the trouble for doctrinaire socialists with the plan was shown to lie just where Schumann had suspected it would, in the binding effect of the high authorities' decisions. The issue was the sovereign right of a Labour government to pursue democratic socialism. Important but secondary was the national policy of special ties with the Commonwealth and the United States. The latter of these special relationships had created a problem for me almost on the moment of my arrival in London. It took the form of a paper on the special nature of Anglo to American relations that had come out of staff talks between some of my colleagues and Foreign Office officials while I had been in Paris. My immediate and intense displeasure with this document caused its origin to become obscure. It was not the origin that bothered me, but the fact that the wretched paper existed. In the hands of troublemakers, it could stir up no end of hullabaloo, both domestic and international, within the alliance. Of course, a unique relation existed between Britain and America. Our common language and history ensured that, but unique did not mean affectionate. We had fought England as an enemy as often as we had fought by her side as an ally. The very ease of communication caused as many quarrels as understandings. Mayor Thompson of Chicago had found the key to success at the polls in his proclaimed eagerness to hit King George on the snout. Before Pearl Harbor, communists and America Firsters had joined in condemning Britain's imperialist war. Sentiment was reserved for our oldest ally, My own attitude had long been, and was known to have been, pro-British. At the beginning of the Roosevelt administrations, I had urged FDR to relieve Britain of the intolerable and impossible burden of repaying the war debts of 1914 to 18. In 1929 to 19, I had preached that the renewal of the European Civil War involved us, and I played a part in the destroyers for Base's deal that followed Dunkirk. My annoyance with the staff paper produced in London was not caused by doubt about the genuineness of the special relationship, or about the real identity of British and American interests in Europe and elsewhere, however diverse they might appear to particular individuals or governments at the moment. This had been true since Canning had supported the Monroe Doctrine against the Holy Alliance, and Britain, after wavering, swung to the northern side in our Civil War, while Napoleon III occupied Mexico. My annoyance came from the stupidity of writing about a special relationship, which could only increase suspicion among our allies of secret plans and purposes which they did not share and would not approve, and would give the Mayor Thompsons, Mac-Carthys, Mac-Karens, and Jenner's proof that the State Department was the tool of a foreign power. So all copies of the paper that could be found were collected and burned, and my colleagues, after a thorough dressing down for their naivete, were urged to channel their sentimental impulses into a forthcoming speech of mine before the Society of Pilgrims, which by tradition was granted dispensation for expressions of this sort. Behind the scenes, the split between our principal allies over the Schuman Plan made it more important than ever that the forthcoming conference on the plan should be a purely European one, without interference from the United States. Accordingly, a joint circular instruction was sent out on June 2 by State and the Economic Cooperation Administration to our missions in Britain and the 6 countries concerned that there were to be no further public statements except to reaffirm our general position. The U.S. is not to be a party to negotiations and is to have no official association or observers. We are to take no position concerning UK, French issues on the plan. Immediately we put the instruction into effect by turning down a proposal from Bruce in Paris to put out a statement comforting to Paris after the British refusal to join the conference. Later on, the instruction continued. Occasion might call for discreet aid to Schuman to avoid watering down his proposal or to retain favorable economic elements emphasized in HS2 May 18 statement, but State and ECA would instruct specifically on these occasions. The department kept in intimate touch with the negotiations, chiefly through MacCloy and Bruce and their missions. This was most discreetly and skillfully done by those 2 masters of the diplomatic art. On July 25th, Schuman announced that agreement had been reached on all major aspects of the plan. This perhaps contributed more to confidence in the negotiation than to dissemination of fact. Many hurdles remained, and on these the quiet exercise of our influence was helpful. During the summer, these issues were chiefly watering to down issues. One concerned broadening appeals from decisions of the authority to those affected, as against those directly concerned. We supported the narrower right. Another raised the period during which subsidy payments would cushion marginal producers against the shock of a single European market. Again, we favored the shorter period. Perhaps the most important issue came in the autumn, when, to anticipate, American proposals for German participation in the defense of Europe gave Bonn a stronger bargaining position than it had as an occupied country. Sensing this, the Germans began dragging their feet in Schuman Plan negotiations, trying to obtain 2 important objectives: a lifting of the ceiling on German steel production and a rescue of the German selling cartel for the Ruhr, Deutscher Kohlenwerkhof, from the operation of provisions of the Occupation Statute of 1949. Here the United States was directly concerned and acted clearly in support of the French position, which Monet had been appointed to work out. They had taken the stand that the first German position was not only consistent with, but required by the Schuman Plan, but that the second was totally at odds with it. In our view, It was at odds also with the occupation statute and sound economic policy. The dispute was settled on this basis. The European Coal and Steel Community Treaty was signed by the Six on April 18, 1951. 43. Balanced Collective Forces FQR Europe. Once Bevan's annoyance over the Schuman Plan had eased, our talks at the Foreign Office performed the useful task of identifying subjects for discussion with Schuman, and also the North Atlantic Council afterward, and an attitude of approach to them. Bevan quite frankly confessed doubts of his wisdom in recognizing the Chinese Communists. He foresaw little profit in it and urged that we prevent our different lines from causing a breach between us. I saw no reason why they should. Three matters seemed to me of the greatest importance: defense and economics in Europe, a peace treaty with Japan, and, of secondary but still great importance, the troubled situation in Southeast Asia. The need for deterrent defense in Europe exceeded the strength of European economies, and therefore they needed basic strengthening. Here we approached dangerous ground, but Bevan agreed. The then treaty structure was hopelessly deficient in producing drive for improvement. Work fell between committees. Difficulties and weaknesses were accepted as insuperable. The French attitude that Germany could never contribute to the common defense was all wrong. The German economy and German participation in trade, aid to undeveloped countries, and, short of rearmament, common defensive arrangements were all essential. This was quite a program for our friends across the table, but Bevan did not dissent. Social interludes. Not all our 10 days in London were spent on official duties. Social engagements, some with a tinge of duty too, intervened to bring pleasurable and more relaxing moments. The evening of our arrival in London, I had the honor and pleasure of sitting beside the Queen at a dinner at the Middle Temple, one of the Inns of Court, of which the Queen was the honorary treasurer. The Inns of Court eschew the Republican title of President for their chief officer and vest it wherein British experience power has been found, in the treasurer's office. Aside from the Queen, it was a men's dinner of lawyers in celebration of the reopening of the lofty and beautiful dining hall, one end of which, with its rose window, had been bombed out during the war. The Queen presided at the high table, sitting on the very edge of a massive state chair. This uncomfortable position, she told me, enabled her feet to touch the floor. A footstool would complicate her rising at moments of ceremony. We had met at the British Embassy in Washington before the war, and had much to talk about. As the dinner drew to a close, she explained to me a ceremony in which I was to participate, and which, she forecast, I would muddle. When I protested at this slur on my ceremonial ability, she disclaimed any personal criticism. The fact was that everyone failed at the critical moment. A gorgeously robed official, a page carrying his train, and he himself carrying a great silver goblet, would walk the length of the hall, mount the platform, and offer me the goblet. I was to take it and offer it to the Queen. She would sip from it and return it to me. Then, and only then, I was to sip and return it to the bearer. What, I asked, was the problem? Some psychological compulsion apparently drove every recipient to sip before the Queen. This was clearly an absurd superstition. Yet this is just what I did, to my intense annoyance and a gentle murmur of "naughty, naughty" from my left. My defense was that the idea had been put into my mind with malice aforethought. The next day, between meetings at the Foreign Office, we were invited to Buckingham Palace, I to be received by the King, following which my wife and I would lunch with the King and Queen and the princesses. The King and I talked alone, and most informally, in a small, comfortable sitting room on the second floor of the palace. He questioned me keenly about persons and policies in Europe, and my own impressions of both, but not much about the United States. I threw in a good many favorable remarks about Ernest Bevan, who, I gathered, rather baffled the monarch. As we talked, I ceased to notice his slight stammer and found our conversation easy and pleasant. His views about public questions, including British domestic matters, were clear, firmly held, and quite readily expressed. This seemed to indicate a degree of confidence in my discretion, which I was careful afterward to justify. Within the hour, The Queen and my wife joined us. Though we had a glass of sherry and some talk, the princesses did not appear, to the annoyance of their father. The Queen explained that Princess Elizabeth was returning from a visit to Malta and was being met by her sister. Some delay had held them up. The King's irritation grew. As an experienced father of daughters, I recognized the familiar blend of concern that something might have gone wrong and irritation at the greater likelihood that two girls had dallied to gossip. The King rang for the butler, ordered 2 places taken away, and directed that lunch be served. When we went into the adjoining dining room, the butler had wisely removed 1 place, thus enabling himself to move swiftly in either direction. When we were seated and the vacant place was about to go, in came Princess Margaret, full of gaiety, explanations, and apologies. Her sister had been late in starting, and hence in arriving, and begged to be excused from lunch, to go home to see her family. The King was relieved and mollified, but only barely. He made clear his view that such conduct was discourteous and irresponsible. My wife pronounced such absolution as she could, and steered the talk into happier channels. In time it got around to a trouble Mr. Bevan and I had stumbled into that morning by believing that we had both been speaking a common language, when in fact the same common English word, in this case, executive, had a different meaning on each side of the table. On the British side, executive action connoted arbitrary, unauthorized, authoritarian action. On the American side, an executive body was a body authorized to act, the executive branch of our government, an executive committee of a larger body, the executive head of a corporation. Perhaps, I said, we should start in the State Department and the Foreign Office bureaus on the proper and improper use of the same word in the 2 countries. The princess thought it a great idea, and announced her intention to apply to us for a job. The King disparaged her qualifications for serious work. To head off controversy, the Queen demurred. As an authority, she observed, on the improper use of words, or on the use of improper words, however one might express it, her daughter was not without qualifications. A luncheon that began with some tension ended as a most delightful and memorable one. As we awaited Schumann's arrival on the morrow, I performed the duty of every Secretary of State by addressing a gala and distinguished company gathered at a dinner of the London branch of the Society of Pilgrims. Pleasant words were said about me in a message from Bevan, who had been put to bed to conserve his strength, and in person by the Prime Minister, Clement Attlee, and the Canadian Minister for External Affairs, Lester B. Pearson. Pearson's speeches are always gay and witty, and this was no exception. He spoke of the grave threats that had once hung over his career, but had been dispelled under the guiding hand of divine providence and the helpful cooperation of their guest of honor, and of an equally distinguished guest present in spirit. In the last decade of the last century, Ernest Bevan had felt the lure of Mr. Pearson's great country, and had gone so far as to buy a ticket to Canada with a view to emigrating. Then Providence intervened in form of a measles virus and laid Mr. Bevan low. By the time he was well again, the mood, the ship, and perhaps the money were gone. Mr. Bevan remained in Britain to become its foreign minister. What a close call that had been. Again, in the same decade of the same century, a young Canadian couple were married in Toronto. Instead of staying there, the young clergyman was called to Connecticut, where in 1893 he and his wife produced a citizen of the United States and its present Secretary of State. When, in due course, Mr. Pearson opened his eyes, he looked upon a fair and unblemished prospect, which led only a little deviously to the unoccupied Ministry of External Affairs. My own short speech attempted to broaden traditional Anglo-American interests. In the past, I began, the dinners of this hospitable society had produced discussion largely of the relationship between our 2 countries. Philosophic and witty observations dealt with the asperities of our family relationship, often incomprehensible to others. Now our relationship had matured and broadened to include the concerns and fortunes of a wider community, to which we both belong. It was healthy and good for us both to ameliorate the introspection of the past, by looking outward to the common purposes and problems we shared with European friends, not the least of which were those shared with our late and bitter enemy, Germany. The tragic circumstances of the past half-century, which had torn Germany so violently from the context of lie, threatened the peace of the world, posed problems that no nation or a divided Europe could solve. No harder enterprise or one more heavily encumbered with fears, sensitivities, and divergencies of outlook had ever been undertaken jointly by a group of nations, but it was an enterprise dictated to us by the demands of our times. In a few days, I continued, leaders from 12 nations would meet in London to begin work in earnest on this task. Germany could not stand as a passive spectator of its own fate. The German people must accept a full measure of responsibility and risk. Victors and vanquished alike must approach one another in a spirit of national humility before the great catastrophes we had passed through and the even greater ones threatening a failure of our common enterprise. Its magnitude called for nothing less. This was my principal theme. I ended with a reference to the strange and confusing dissonance that has crowded the transatlantic frequencies from America in the past months. This, too, I said, flowed from the difficulty of present-day decisions and was a part of the method of making them. By the Mayflower Compact, the Pilgrims had combined themselves into a civil body politic, in which all the men would constitute a general court, the source of all local political power and judicial decision. Our New England town meeting derived from it. Today, the entire nation was engaged in such a meeting. Quantity and size had their effect. The Klieg lights, the newsreel cameras, the radio, and the press had sometimes obscured, sometimes distorted, the original pattern. But the tradition was there, noisy, often disorderly. This town meeting of the nation was open to all views, wise, foolish, and in between. It was nerve-wracking to our friends, and often to the participants as well, and dangerously confusing to our enemies. But it had adapted itself over 175 years to political upheaval, social change, scientific revolution, the challenge of size, the test of war, and all without the loss of our liberties. I had no doubt whatever that in our own way we should meet the test again. The tripartite meetings. Bevan, Schumann, and I met 6 times in the next 3 days. These talks, as I have already suggested, proved a growing source of annoyance to our NATO allies, who suspected that we planned the meetings of the Council. Not much emerged from all this talk. We were still digesting large bites taken during the past year into post-war problems. The shadow of the Schumann Plan hung over us. Obviously, we must soon bite again, and happily did not know how tough the chewing would be. Schumann started off our tour de horizon by stressing the great yearning in Europe for peace, the anxiety over current tensions between West and East, and the effectiveness of the Soviets' initiative in peace propaganda. I confess to a certain irritation over foreign ministers acting as public relations officers for more than a sensible portion of their time. No one, I believe, devoted more energy and effort than I to explaining and urging support for policies designed to lay enduring foundations for peace. I understood, as well as anyone, that we were engaged struggle and accepted all the cliches about words being weapons and so on. But I have always thought policies devised for propaganda purposes, foolish proposals designed to portray a greater passion for peace than that of an opponent rejecting them, were unworthy and dangerous maneuvers in American diplomacy. Schumann basically agreed, but he worried more about Russian propaganda. I always tried to keep my worry list to essentials, and took comfort from Mark Twain's advice, always do right. This will gratify some people and astonish the rest. After discussing propaganda, I suggested a list of priorities for our common efforts. 1. To recognize fully the dangers and threats to peace of the present situation and present them effectively to the public. 2. To proceed immediately to increase military strength. 3. To create economic foundation for a European military program and to maintain a European standard of living. 4. To bring the productive capacity of Germany into this effort. 5. To prevent further erosion by communists in the Far East. And 6. to evolve institutions to aid in attaining these objectives. To these, Bevan added that we must win over the middle areas and advanced the idea that the Chinese Communists had a moral and legal case for UN membership. We agreed to his first suggestion, though how to do it was not so clear. Regarding his second, I argued that the question was not whether a case could be made out for the seating of the Chinese Communists, but what the effect of doing so would be on situations of great importance to us. I submitted that it would be to increase greatly the capacity for communist troublemaking in Indochina, Malaya, the Philippine Islands, and Indonesia. Furthermore, the vote in the Security Council was not likely to change unless the United States changed its position, which we saw no reason for doing. It seemed unlikely that the French would change theirs in view of Mao's recognition and support of Ho Chi Minh in Indochina, a view in which Schuman concurred. If one compared the evils resulting from the two courses, the harm to the United States of the Soviet walkout, because of the presence of nationalist representatives, seemed clearly less than the dangers I had listed of communist presence. Furthermore, it was not at all certain that expulsion of the nationalists would result in the communists taking their place in the United Nations, unless that body took hostile action against the nationalist regime on Formosa. We could end up, if we followed Bevan's suggestion, with no Chinese representatives in the United Nations, and an extension of the Chinese war to Formosa, and greater trouble throughout Southeast Asia. Bevan did not press the point. When we returned to European matters, I put forward a program of work in accordance with the priority list. The great progress already made under the Marshall Plan, I said, gave real hope that after 1952 Western Europe, except possibly Austria, would not need grants in aid of economic development. But in the subsequent period, equal or perhaps greater cooperation within Europe and between Europe and North America would continue to be necessary. The remaining goals would be increased production and productivity, convertibility of currencies, reduction of goods, freer movement of peoples, equality of treatment for Germany, and opening fields for investment. All this required new ideas and methods, as well as more activity. Mentioning the unmentionable, I said that Washington was in favor of the Schuman Plan and of the association of the United States and Canada with the Organization for European Economic Cooperation. Turning to Germany, I urged my colleagues to remember that time was running out in which the occupation could exercise a useful and beneficial effect in reshaping Germany. The relation of victors to vanquished was basically an unpleasant one, and no matter how wisely administered, was gathering resentment as Germany recovered from the war, developed a generation free of guilt, and lost some of the present fear of Russian threat. A democratic and economically sound Germany should move quickly to take its own place in the European community. The Allied High Commission's influence in Germany could not be expected to be great beyond a couple of years more. The real interest of Germany lay in Western Europe. We must begin at once to lead Germany to entangle and integrate herself there. We could not begin too soon to transform the occupying forces into a new concept and new organization, a force for the protection of Western Europe. Because of this situation, the High Commission was entering a new phase in which speed, restraint in method, and wisdom in substance would be necessary in striking a balance between maintaining the respect and confidence of the Germans and moving ahead of events. Here, the implications of the French coal and steel plan were particularly relevant and important. These were somber thoughts. In the ensuing discussion, it soon became evident that even Schuman had not fully appreciated that as the plan went into effect, it would have far-reaching effects on the status of the occupation and the Ruhr authority. Although my exhortations produced no immediate results in agreement, they acted as a useful spur to action that was soon to begin in earnest. Ratification of the Schuman Plan took rather more time than I had expected, but my estimate of the effective life of the occupation and the High Commission was accurate. Just 2 years later, we concluded in Bonn and signed in Paris the agreements that began their end. Similarly, though not strangely, the occupation of Japan ended by the ratification of the Japanese Peace Treaty in the same summer. Our talks on Germany produced 2 other useful results. In response to a formal inquiry from Chancellor Adenauer, We agreed and replied to him that an attack on our forces in Germany would constitute an armed attack within the meaning of Article 5 of the North Atlantic Treaty. To be sure, this was clear enough from a reading of the treaty, but few people read it, and a statement from the three ministers gave reassurance in Germany. Our communiqué, too, also inspired hope and confidence there. It outlined the impressive record of German progress in the past 12 months and asserted our hope of maintaining the pace of free development while holding open offers made to the Soviet Union a year before to join in a treaty establishing a government for all Germany. Declaration on the Middle East. In the course of these tripartite meetings, we turned to the mounting troubles in the Middle East. In Palestine, fighting between the Arab states and Israel had quieted down, but no solutions appeared for the problems left in its wake, of which the Arab refugees presented the most pressing and bitter, each side armed against the other. The United Nations Conciliation Commission, without power, ideas, or hope, had returned its mandate to the General Assembly. In Iran and Egypt, revolutionary unrest found anti-British expression, which continued to mount toward the explosions of 1951, the subject of chapters 52 and 58. In May 1950, a brooding hull hung over the area. In the hope of introducing a restraining and stabilizing influence, the three ministers in London issued a declaration on the Arab to Israeli confrontation that is not easy to explain. The available records do not help. The declaration announced that the Arab states and Israel all needed to maintain a certain level of armed forces to protect their own security, that those of them to whom the three governments sold arms had all given assurances that they did not intend any act of aggression against any other state, and that should the three governments find that any of these states was preparing to violate frontiers or armistice lines, they would immediately take action, both within and outside the United Nations, to prevent it. This was bold talk. President Truman endorsed the declaration, expressing the belief that it would stimulate in the Arab states and Israel increased confidence in future security. 4. Unfortunately, this belief was ill-founded. Indeed, rarely has so large an undertaking been so unlucky in its timing, or had so short-lived an effect. Soon all three declaring states were fully preoccupied elsewhere. Within a month, the United States was locked in the desperate Korean battle. In a few months more, all three governments were both deeply concerned and divided over the defense of Europe. By the year's end, the Soviet Union was vigorously exploiting the divisive possibilities open to its propaganda in Europe, the Middle East, and the Far East. In the autumn of 1956, when one of the states mentioned in the Declaration of May 1950 did violate frontiers and armistice lines, the three governments were even more deeply divided. Britain and France took military action outside the United Nations, calling on Israel and Egypt to stop all hostilities. The United States and the Soviet Union within the United Nations, and the Soviet Union thundering threats of military intervention outside it, took action to stop the only military intervention then proceeding, that by Britain and France. Again, when 2 years later Lebanon complained ineffectively to the United Nations for protection against threats of foreign Egyptian intervention, and then to the United States, American forces landed alone in July 1958. The tripartite declaration of May 1950 was dead, if it had ever lived. Ministers Amschel Country Place, Chequers, about an hour west of London in Buckinghamshire, through the imaginative generosity of Lord and Lady Lee of Fareham, this 12th-century house and estate had been given and endowed as a haven of escape from Downing Street for the Prime Minister. Tradition has it that the name came from an early owner, a clerk in the Exchequer. Of special interest to us were the portraits of Oliver Cromwell, warts and all, which had come there through another owner, a descendant of the Lord Protector. We drove out from London on a cold, moist, allegedly spring day, through a countryside full of apple blossoms, bluebells, and hardy picnickers. Arriving thoroughly chilled, we found the house noticeably colder than the outdoors, so much so that Ernie Bevan had retreated with a stool inside an immense fireplace. where he was unsuccessfully attempting to warm his hands over a small coal grate. I resorted to the far more reliable device of straight gin. The party was a pleasant, family one, relaxed and friendly, but warm only in gracious hospitality. As we entered the dining room, Mrs. Atlee thought it stuffy and had the Wrens, who were serving lunch, open the windows. As they did so, the curtains stood out. The American female guests, made of more fragile stuff, had wisely kept their fur coats. My inner glow was still glowing. Basic problems emerge as the council meeting, the last at which I was to preside, got underway. The basic problems, which NATO has never been able to solve, began to emerge. Both our third meeting and the Mutual Defense Assistance Program had recognized two goals: economic recovery and military defense, the first of which had been given priority. Meanwhile, our studies in Washington earlier in the year, leading to the hydrogen bomb decision and NSC-68, had convinced us that a far greater defense effort on both sides of the Atlantic than either side had previously contemplated would be necessary. How could this be done in Europe without jeopardizing economic recovery or leading Europeans to believe that it would be jeopardized? One thing was clear. Congress would not bear the cost of both economic recovery and rearmament in Europe as well as our own, and should not be asked to do so. And yet the obvious threat that had led the Europeans to want the North Atlantic Treaty was the threat of Soviet military power, already greatly superior to anything Western Europe alone could produce. Nor was this the only problem becoming daily more clear and destined to be equally recalcitrant. The North Atlantic Alliance was a body, or more accurately 12 bodies, without a head. The congressional requirement of an integrated defense had produced a system of committees. They met, but failed to produce continuing or authoritative direction. American military supplies were already moving across the Atlantic, but the Council was experiencing the frustrations of the Continental Congress in 1776 before the appointment of General Washington. It recognized the need of forces in being and in position, but saw little possibility of getting either without organization, a command, and a strategy. The first, most pressing need seemed to be to replace the intermittent attention of committees with the continuing preoccupation of a permanent body. When the meeting was called to order around a large circular table in the great hall of Lancaster House, the members tended to fly off to headlined international problems of the moment: the Soviet boycott of the United Nations and the increasing troubles in Southeast Asia. In time, they became persuaded that we could do little or nothing about these, and might better concentrate on the closer, but no less perplexing problems of our own area. We had before U.S. reports of our defense and economic committees. Both pointed out distressing gaps. The former, between the defense forces we had and those we needed. The latter, between the needs and the ability to meet them. The Defense Committee urged a progressive increase in defense forces, based on the creation of balanced collective forces rather than balanced national forces. By this was meant a force for the defense of Europe, complete and balanced in its components, when viewed as a collectivity, rather than a collection of national forces, each complete with all the necessary component arms. The latter was beyond the economic means of Europe, even when supplemented by large grants of military aid from the United States. This proposal produced a lively debate. Lang of Norway raised the point, later to become the center of General de Gaulle's creed, that the committee's recommendation would leave a nation imperiled if the collective force should not come to its aid. This was, of course, true, but incomplete. Such a nation would be imperiled, however its individual defense force was constructed, if the aggressor should be the only likely one, the communist bloc. In that case, both deterrence and effective defense could be provided only through the collective force, which would include all the power of the United States. Schuman was inclined to gloss over this point, saying that the two conceptions were complementary and not incompatible. To take this view seemed to be unwise. The issue was real and should be faced. How real became clear a few years later when the mistaken Eisenhower Dulles doctrine of massive retaliation gave vogue to the idea that security in Europe lay in the threat to use nuclear arms, and that conventional arms were obsolete. Then France broke away from NATO in favor of developing her own balanced national forces, including the Force de Frappe, independent of the collective force. Intervening in the debate, I urged that this most important issue should not be masked, but it must be understood. Exposed portions of the area would need forces in position adequate to the danger. Nations with responsibilities outside the area would need forces for these purposes. All would need to meet the requirements for peacetime security and order, none of which were in question. The sole point at issue was that in raising the forces for the defense of the area, economic necessity required that all duplication of effort be eliminated. Neither considerations of prestige nor of attempting to achieve a stronger defense position than a neighbor should be permitted to impair the common plan, the common effort, the common strategy. Any such attempt would prove self-defeating both to the nation engaging in it and to the whole effort. National forces sprang home the limitation of our means. I would rather see a clear division in the Council and find myself in the minority supporting the recommendation until my colleagues could be won over to it than go home with some ambiguous words masking a disagreement. By the end of May 17, the recommendation to governments for balanced collective forces, still a rather vague concept, was unanimously voted. The Council passed on to set up a continuing body of deputy members of the Council to remain in continuous session in London in the attempt to push forward the development of the collective defense. Our representative was Charles M. Spofford of New York. The deputies were instructed to examine as one problem the adequacy of forces and the availability of means to provide them. Each member was to make its full contribution through mutual assistance in all practicable forms. Accomplishments at London. The fourth meeting of the Council was a useful one. It took the most important steps yet taken to move from mere agreement to do something, in case of trouble, toward the creation of a new factor in international relations to prevent trouble. The meeting first brought moments of truth which pierced illusions and revealed the gap between ideas and reality. In this candid light, the strategic concept was seen to be little more than a division of functions, which, beyond what could be done by our strategic bombing and naval capabilities, had little prospect of being performed. The requirements as calculated by the soldiers, from a strictly military point of view, were so great as to discourage our allies, particularly the French, already engaged beyond their strength in Southeast Asia. While we Americans talked of balanced collective forces, our own military planning and budgeting were undertaken aloof, and apart from Europe, neither we nor the British had undertaken any force commitments to Europe. Finally, Germany, central politically and militarily to any defense of Europe, both as the place where our troops were stationed and where trouble might be expected, was unmentionable in this context. All these unmentionables were mentioned in London. Taboos were lifted. Where we were naked, we began to admit it. It was at London that Schumann burst out with the remark that, considered as a treaty contemplating the liberation of Europe, the North Atlantic Treaty was of no use. None of the Europeans there present would live for that event. Discussing the London meeting some years later, Averell Harriman remarked that it laid the foundation for NATO. In fact, it put the O in NATO. What Harriman meant was that London began the creation of an organization and the outlines of a charter to guide it. Perhaps what we all felt at London was something even more basic, an act of will, a decision to do something. We had planned and adopted resolutions long enough. Even though the most modest plans seemed hopeless of achievement, the time had come to start trying. At London, we fashioned the first crude tools. The Council in permanent session was always something of a disappointment. Unlike the high authorities of the European communities, it lacked power, but it did not lack persistence. While the principles laid down to guide it also lacked the clarity and authority of those given the communities, they had the same germinal seed. They contemplated a common effort, jointly managed and directed toward a common end, when the next step toward integration was to come. And it was to come much sooner than any of us suspected. The London meeting had provided the basic organization and idea. These were worth a good many divisions, and made those we soon got a good deal more impressive, as evidence of a common will made flesh. A report to Congress. On Friday morning, May 19th, a weary but happy company boarded the boat train for Liverpool, looking forward to a relaxed week on the Britannic en route to New York. No meetings, no speeches, no crises for a week, or so we thought. But hardly were we at sea when the President, always solicitous for me, was making plans. He had been much pleased by the course events had taken, by our communications with him, and by the role we had played. When Secretary Cordell Hull had returned from his journey to Moscow in 1943, the Congress had invited him to appear before a joint session of the two houses. President Truman was, he informed us, suggesting to the Speaker of the House and the President of the Senate that a similar invitation be issued to me. However, Mr. Hull had at different times in his career been a member of each house and had attained a state of beatification above and beyond partisanship. I was what the most friendly would have described as a controversial figure. The opposition was engaged not in building me up, which they clearly discerned to be the President's purpose, but in tearing me down. The joint session was vetoed. The Vice President and the Speaker, however, reached a compromise with the Republican leadership, by which those two should invite me to speak in the auditorium of the Library of Congress to such members of the House and Senate as might choose to attend. Such a meeting would carry no congressional endorsement. Critics would be free to criticize. The honor attached to the occasion would be minimized. Lazy peace on the Britannic ended, as each morning the sun deck was deserted for a speech to writing session. Even with this daily stint of work, the week at sea was a lifesaver for all of us, especially in view of what was to break over us within the month. On Saturday afternoon, 8 days after we set out, the President met our plane in Washington and carried me off with him to the wharf at the Naval Gun Factory, where the Williamsburg was waiting to take him down the bay for the weekend. We had a short talk and planned to continue it later. My chief recollection of the speech to Congress is of heat approaching that traditionally reserved for the punishment of the damned. Day to Mab, May 31st, 1950. This was the day of my gala performance. It was a day of sweat. The small, crowded hall was well steamed up with animal heat. Then the television lights went on, and it passed 100 degrees. As I spoke, I sweated out of me all the sin of a min. Spent life. My collar went. My shirt became a wash rag. Even my coat hung in loose, wet folds. But I was determined not to wipe my brow. That might mean to viewers of the airwaves that I was suffering, which I was, but I must always appear gay, cool, and confident. I was none of these, but damn glad when the questions were over, and I could go home to bathe and change all. What this innovation may mean in our political life, I don't know. But if it means more of this, then they ought to have two Secretaries of State, one who makes the appearances and one who is a member of the Politburo. I would choose the latter role. However, the spies say that it went well, so who am I to complain? The questions from the floor after the speech vividly illustrated a congressional characteristic that I have frequently noticed. With one exception, they had no relation whatever to the subject matter of the speech, to my negotiations about the future of Europe, to the development of a common defense force. Illustrating from a few of the opening questions, Senator Harry P. Kane asked why Greece and Turkey were not members of NATO. Congressman Robert Sykes wanted to know whether the State Department backed the Schuman Plan. Senator William Noland, whether in London we agreed to admit Communist China to the United Nations. Congressman Robert Rich, why we had not had a conference on disarmament instead of rearmament, and so on. Judge John Key, chairman of the House Committee on Foreign Affairs, said, at the time that every question was asked to gain publicity for the asker's pet notion. All this added to rapidly accumulating evidence that turned me against a view strongly held by a much respected senior, Colonel Stimson. This was that cabinet officers should have the privilege of the floor of the Houses of Congress for periodic question periods, following the practice in the British Parliament. Despite the fact that in the past this idea has had considerable vogue, even at one time gaining the favor of President William H. Taft, I am convinced that it would add heavily to the burdens of the Secretary of State and increase friction, rather than cooperation, between him and the chairman of the relevant committees of Congress. British practice is no guide for Americans, since British parliamentary conceptions are post-Cromwellian, based on supremacy of Parliament, with the executive a committee of Parliament. American conceptions based on the separation of powers stem on the English side from Tudor and Stuart practice, and on the French from 18th century thought. One will get more insight into the relations between the American Congress and executive today from Sir John Neal's Elizabeth and her parliaments than from American political biography of the 19th century, when for the most part, except during wars, the Congress was supreme and the powers of the president awaited their rediscovery by the first Roosevelt. However, in June 1950, I had no time for such historical speculation. 44. War in Korea. The outbreak 7 days in June. After the Governor's Conference on Tuesday, June 20th, 1950, a Harvard commencement speech on Thursday, a cabinet meeting, press conference, and preparation for a military assistance appearance on the Hill on Friday. We escaped Washington the next day, June 24, for a quiet weekend at Harewood Farm. As quiet, that is, as that haven could then be. The white telephone tied into the White House switchboard was used sparingly by considerate associates, but it was used even when evening came and the busy world was hushed and the fever of day was over. The movements of the security officers changing guard during the night echoed through that small house. The crank mail, which Senator McCarthy's attentions had increased, led to the undesired innovation of night as well as day shifts of guards around me, a regimen not conducive to relaxation. However, the weekend began well. After some hours of gardening and a good dinner, I had turned in to read myself to sleep. Saturday, June 24. About 10 o'clock, the White House telephone had me up again. John Hickerson, Assistant Secretary for United Nations Affairs, Dean Rusk, Assistant Secretary for Far Eastern Affairs, and Philip C. Jessup, Ambassador at Large, had been called to the department by a cable from our ambassador in Seoul, Korea, John Muccio, an experienced and level-headed officer, reporting an attack from the north across the 38th parallel on South Korean forces. It described a heavy attack, different from patrol forays that had occurred in the past, and in Muccio's opinion was an all-too-out offensive against the Republic of Korea. This cable had crossed an inquiry from the department stimulated by disturbing press rumors out of Seoul. Hickerson and the others were in touch with Frank Pace, Secretary of the Army, Louis Johnson, Secretary of Defense, and General Bradley, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, were in Tokyo. Other Chiefs of Staff had not yet been located, and former Senator Warren Austin, our ambassador at the United Nations, was at his home in Burlington, Vermont. Asked for a recommendation, Hickerson suggested a meeting of the UN Security Council the next morning, Sunday, to call for a cease-to-fire and urgent requests to our civilian and military missions in Korea for continuing information. North Korean People's Army, invasion and exploitation. 25 June 15 Sept 1950, Manchuria, Hun-Ar, Antong, Sinuiju, Yaluar, Anju. Cheongjin Reservoir, 38. Ongjin Peninsula, Pyongyang, Yalur. Pujeon Reservoir, Hamhung, Hungnam, North Korea. Sea of Japan, Hwahong Reservoir, Chuncheon, Incheon, Seoul. Osan Chungfu, South Korea. Yellow Sea, Daejeon Kunsan, miles 100. Sobei, Naktong, Nam. Taegu, Poland. Pusan, Koje 0. Pusan Perimeter. Pongam-do Tsushima, Shinmushin, 38. Honshu. Pace to get up such orders as the President might wish to issue should he decide to take further action military or otherwise. Meanwhile, I would telephone the president, who was spending the weekend at his home in Independence, Missouri. Any changes he wished to make in my instructions could easily overtake them. Independence time was 2 hours earlier than ours. The president had just finished a family dinner when he came to the telephone and learned the situation and the instructions given. He approved and suggested his immediate return to Washington. I dissuaded him from adding the unnecessary risk of a hurriedly arranged night flight and urged instead a further report from me next morning, when our information should be more complete, and his return to Washington later in the day. He agreed and asked whether he could do anything to help us overnight. Remembering the absurd restrictions that Lewis Johnson had imposed on communication between the two departments in the spring, I asked the president to let Frank Pace know that he wanted the fullest cooperation between the departments. No difficulty of any sort developed in work between them. A call of confirmation to Hickerson completed my night's work, but not his. Sunday, June 25th. The next morning at the department, the news was bad. A full-to-scale attack centering around a tank column was driving towards Seoul and Kimpo Airport. South Korean arms were clearly outclassed. Recommendations had been prepared by the two departments for action in the light of present knowledge, and a resolution drafted for presentation to the UN Security Council. A talk with the president gave him the facts, secured his approval of the resolution, and instructed me to have the available people from State and Defense meet with him at Blair House that evening. Later, a message from the plane added that the group should come to Blair House for dinner at 7:30. I left word at Defense for the Secretary and General Bradley, due back that afternoon, the service secretaries, and the Chiefs of Staff, and took with me Under Secretary Webb, Assistant Secretaries Hickerson and Rusk, and Ambassador Jessup. An early draft of our resolution determined that the armed attack on the Republic of Korea by forces from North Korea constituted an unprovoked act of aggression. When this draft was shown to some members of the Security Council, they expressed doubt whether the information yet available established the conclusion. They were, however, prepared to say that it constituted a breach of the peace. Their preference for this statement was strengthened upon learning that our representative had not yet been instructed what our course would be should North Koreans disregard the call for an immediate cessation of hostilities and a withdrawal of their forces to the 38th parallel, as provided in the resolution. To meet these views, the change was made. When the Security Council convened on Sunday afternoon, it was not known whether Malik, the Soviet representative who was boycotting the Moscow, would appear. He did not. There was no negative vote, and the resolution was declared adopted by a vote of 9-0, with Yugoslavia abstaining. I met the president with the news at the airport and drove with him to Blair House. During the afternoon, I had everyone and all messages kept out of my room for an hour or two, while I ruminated about the situation. Thought would suggest too orderly and purposeful a process. It was rather to let various possibilities, like glass fragments in a kaleidoscope, form a series of patterns of action, and then draw conclusions from them. Our recommendations for the president dealt with the next 24 hours or so, which was as far as we could see at the time. But what must we contemplate beyond that? One possibility was that the attack would be called off. The other, that it would not be. For some months, as tensions had mounted again after the Berlin blockade, we had run exercises on danger spots for renewed Soviet probing of our determination. Korea was on the list, but not among the favorites. Berlin, Turkey, Greece, Iran, all seemed spots where the balance of convenient operation dipped in favor of the Soviets. Korea was too near major forces and bases of ours in Japan, and too far from any of theirs to offer a tempting target, though they could have judged our interest in it less than in the other places. But now the attack had come there. What was likely to happen next, and how should we determine our response? It seemed close to certain that the attack had been mounted, supplied, and instigated by the Soviet Union, and that it would not be stopped by anything short of force. If Korean force proved unequal to the job, as seemed probable, only American military intervention could do it. Troops from other sources would be helpful politically and psychologically, but unimportant militarily. My 2 weeks in Europe left little doubt of that. Plainly, this attack did not amount to a casus belli against the Soviet Union. Equally plainly, it was an open, undisguised challenge to our internationally accepted position as the protector of South Korea, an area of great importance to the security of American-occupied Japan. To back away from this challenge, in view of our capacity for meeting it, would be highly destructive of the power and prestige of the United States. By prestige, I mean the shadow cast by power, which is of great deterrent importance. Therefore, we could not accept the conquest of this important area by a Soviet puppet under the very guns of our defensive perimeter, with no more resistance than words and gestures in the Security Council. It looked as though we must steel ourselves for the use of force. That did not mean, in words used later by General Mark Clark, that we must be prepared to shoot the works for victory, but rather to see that the attack failed. When I set off to meet the President, I had no plan, but my mind was pretty clear on where the course we were about to recommend would lead, and why it was necessary that we follow that course. The full group invited was assembled at Blair House. While waiting for dinner to be announced, Secretary Johnson asked General Bradley to read a memorandum that he had brought from General MacArthur, Importance of Formosa. I recognized this as an opening gun in a diversionary argument that Johnson wished to start with me. Evidently another did also, for when General Bradley had finished, the President announced that discussion of the Far Eastern situation had better be postponed until after dinner, when we would be alone. The subject was thereupon dropped, and conversation, during an excellent dinner in the Blair Lee House gotten up by the staff on a Sunday afternoon with the shortest notice, was kept to general topics. After dinner we remained at the table, while the White House staff cleared it and retired. The President then asked me to report the latest developments and any recommendations the two departments had prepared for him. I gave a darkening report of great confusion and read 3 recommendations. General MacArthur should be authorized and directed to supply Korea with arms and other equipment over and above that already allocated under the Military Assistance Program. 2. The U.S. Air Force should be ordered to protect Kimpo Airport during the evacuation of United States dependents by attacking any North Korean ground or air forces approaching it. 3. The 7th Fleet should be ordered to proceed from the Philippines north and to prevent any attack from China on Formosa or vice versa. I also urged that military assistance to Indochina be stepped up. Each person around the room was then asked for his views. The recommendations were supported with varying degrees of detail. There was quite general uniformity of view that the occasion called for prompt and vigorous action as it became clearer. The President discussed with the soldiers the likelihood of the Soviet Union's pushing the crisis to general war. The consensus was to the contrary, since the military balance was more favorable to the United States and unfavorable to the Soviet Union, then it was likely to continue in the longer run. They were not in favor of using ground forces under conditions then existing. General Joseph L. Collins pressed for and obtained the President's authority to have General MacArthur send a survey team to Korea to make a first-hand appraisal and report. At the end, about 11 o'clock, the President accepted my recommendations, although reserving decision on what orders to issue to the 7th Fleet until it should reach the Formosa Straits about 36 hours later and be able to carry them out. He also added 2 instructions of his own to me, to make a survey of other likely spots for Soviet strikes and to prepare a statement for him to make on Tuesday, perhaps to Congress, reporting what had been done. He said that he wanted the department's best brains put to work on these tasks and added that there are plenty of them there. These were the most cheering words from a president to or about the State Department in years. Before we broke up, he emphasized that no statement whatever was to be made by anyone until he spoke on Tuesday. There must be no leaks, not even background statements to the press. I reminded him that Louis Johnson and I had to appear before the Appropriations Committee on Monday. Nevertheless, at the end of the meeting, I showed the President a message from Foster Dulles in Tokyo, to which he had just returned from a visit to Korea. It is possible, the message said, that South Koreans may themselves contain and repulse attack, and if so, this is the best way. If, however, it appears that they cannot do so, then we believe that US force should be used even, though this risks Russian countermoves. To sit by while Korea is overrun by unprovoked armed attack would start a disastrous chain of events leading most probably to world war. We suggest that Security Council might call for action. Monday, June 26. A day of steadily worsening reports from Korea, but work went on. Assignments were made to carry out the President's instructions of the preceding evening. I went over my testimony for the Appropriations Committee, and then spent half an hour telephoning Senators Tom Connolly and Alexander Wiley and Judge Key of the House Committee, repeating what was in the press, reporting our support for the United Nations, whose representatives were busy in Korea, and asking that any meeting with congressional committees be held off for a day until we had some hard information to report. The appropriations hearing went off without too much trouble. On my return, the news was much worse. More calls from and to the Capitol. Finally, Assistant Secretary Jack McFall went up to prepare the chairman for what appeared a growing rout. After lunch, the Korean ambassador, distraught and weeping, called on the President with me to present President Ri's plea for help. The President soothed him, and I gave him a statement to read as he went out which assured him that we were solidly backing the United Nations. Returning to the department, I conferred with those who had been working on the President's assignments. What followed is recorded in a minute by one of those present. The Secretary broke off the discussions we had been having with him and said that he wanted to be alone and to dictate. We were called in about 6:30 p.m., and he read to us a paper he had produced, which was a first draft of the statement finally issued by the President, and which was not significantly changed by the time it appeared the following day. After dinner downtown and further conferences with State and Defense officers, I telephoned the President that the situation in Korea was becoming so desperate that he would wish to hear about it firsthand and instruct us further. He summoned the same group to Blair House, which had met there on Sunday. It met there at 9 o'clock. Deputy Under Secretary H. Freeman Matthews taking Webb's place. General Vandenberg reported that a Russian plane had been shot down by our forces, and that the South Koreans were breaking all along the front under a formidable attack. In response to the President's request for suggestions, I recommended that 1. The Air Force and Navy should give all out support to the Korean forces, for the time being confining their efforts to south of the 38th parallel. The nationalists told not to attack the mainland, and the fleet told to prevent their doing so, if necessary. 3. U.S. forces in the Philippines should be strengthened and aid to Philippine forces accelerated. 4. Aid to Indochina should be increased, and we should propose to the French that we send a strong military mission. 5. If the President approved the foregoing, he should issue the statement I had prepared as directed and which included actions recommended. 6. At the Security Council meeting called for the next morning, we should propose a new resolution, which Hickerson read, calling on UN members to give Korea such help as might be needed to repel the armed attack and restore peace in the area. If Malik returned to the Security Council and vetoed the resolution, we would have to carry on under the existing one. If he did not return, it would pass without opposition. We had speculated a great deal about the probable Soviet move. The uncertainty about it added one more element of chance to the puzzle before us. Charles Bolin and George Kennan, who spoke with most experience on the subject, believed that the cumbersome Soviet bureaucracy was simply not equipped to make quick decisions. It would take some time, they thought, for Moscow to figure out the correlation of forces involved. The betting was against the presence of a Russian at the meeting on the morrow. The recommendations met with general favor, including Louis Johnson's, and were approved by the President. The Army officers present doubted whether naval and air support could save the Korean forces, though the Navy and Air Force view was more optimistic. If it became necessary to commit ground forces in Korea, they thought some degree of mobilization might become necessary. The President asked that this be given immediate study. He then raised the question of consultation with congressional leaders. After some discussion, Secretary Johnson and I were directed to meet with him at the White House the next morning to talk with the Speaker. The Vice President would be away. The majority leaders, Senators Scott Lucas and Representative John McCormack, Senators Tom Connolly, Walter George, and Albert Thomas, Democrats, and Alexander Wiley and Alexander Smith, Republicans, from the Foreign Relations Committee, and Millard Tydings and Stiles Bridges from the Armed Services Committee, Congressman John Key, Mike Mansfield, and Charles Eaton of Foreign Affairs, and Carl Vinson and Dewey, Short of Armed Services. Orders to carry out the decisions of Monday evening issued at once and were immediately obeyed. The UN Security Council meeting set for Tuesday morning was postponed until the afternoon to enable the Indian representative to receive instruction. Thus, some American action, said to be in support of the resolution of June 27, was in fact ordered and possibly taken prior to the resolution. Later on, Russian propaganda attempted to play this up, but the effort received the attention it deserved. Tuesday, June 27, at the President's meeting with the congressional leaders, Assistant Secretaries Matthews, Rusk, and Hickerson and Ambassador Jessup accompanied me. The Chiefs of Staff and Service Secretaries came with Secretary Johnson. The meeting was held in the Cabinet Room, Johnson and I flanking the President, with the legislators around the table and the others behind them. The President asked me to summarize the situation and then stressed the prompt action of the Security Council, read the statement, later published, 2 of the orders he had already issued, and reported our efforts to communicate with the Soviet government. He then asked for views. Various questions about military dispositions were asked and answered by the chiefs, including the fact that no ground forces had yet been committed. Senator Wiley seemed to express the consensus by saying that it was enough for him to know that we were in there with force, and that the President thought the force adequate. Senator Tydings reported that his committee had that morning recommended an extension of the draft act and presidential authority to call out the National Guard. Questions having turned to the political field, the President stated that our actions were taken in support of the United Nations efforts to restore peace in the area. In regard to Formosa, however, his orders were ancillary, aimed at preventing any new outbreak of fighting. I discussed the proposed Security Council resolution, ventured the opinion that Malik would not attend the meeting, and pointed out that since the USSR had not yet publicly committed itself, we were careful not to engage Soviet prestige at this time. Congressman Eaton inquired whether the United States was now committed to defend South Korea. The President answered yes, as a member of the United Nations, and in response to the Security Council's resolutions. Asked about help from other nations, I replied that not much could be expected since others either had their hands full, like the French, or had little to spare. After assurance that Congress would be kept currently informed of developments and general agreement that release of the President's statement would make separate comments unnecessary, the meeting broke up. While we were talking, the Security Council met, without Malik, and adopted the United States resolution with Yugoslavia dissenting and Egypt and India abstaining. President Truman's statement referring to the continuance of the North Korean attack, despite the UN call for its cessation, said, "In these circumstances, I have ordered United States Air and Sea Forces to give the Korean government troops cover and support." It added that an attack on Formosa under these circumstances would be a direct threat to the security of the Pacific area and to United States forces performing their lawful and necessary functions there. Accordingly, the President's statement continued, "I have ordered the 7th Fleet to prevent any attack on Formosa. As a corollary of this action, I am calling upon the Chinese government on Formosa to cease all air and sea operations against the mainland. The 7th Fleet will see that this is done." Later the same day, we told the press of our note to the Soviet Union. In view of their representatives' refusal to attend the Security Council's meeting and of their close relations with the North Korean authorities, we were approaching them directly. We said to ask their disavowal of responsibility for the attack and the use of their influence with the North Koreans for withdrawal of the invading forces and cessation of hostilities. On the 29th, they replied that the attack had been made by the South Koreans and responsibility for its consequences rested upon them and upon those who stand behind their back. 4. On Tuesday, Governor Dewey of New York read to me over the telephone a statement giving his support to the administration's action on Korea and asked for suggestions. I welcomed it with warmest appreciation and gratitude. He released it at once. Wednesday, June 28. Immediately following Governor Dewey's support, Senator Taft opened up in the Senate. His speech was typical, bitterly partisan and ungracious, but basically honest. The administration was responsible, he said, for the trouble that had overtaken it. The division of Korea failure to arm the South, sufficiently the loss of China to the communists, my invitation to attack in the January 12 speech, had all made attack inevitable. Even now, the president had done the right thing in the wrong way. The senator would have approved a congressional resolution authorizing intervention, but doubted the constitutionality of the president's executive action. The ground Senator Taft chose was typical senatorial legalistic ground for differing with the president, as we have seen earlier in the case of Senator Vandenberg. As a result, discussion in Congress of these differences is singularly lacking in understanding of substantive issues. When it escapes the shackles of the separation of powers, it is apt to bog down in the moral shortcomings of those foreign governments with whom the United States is cooperating. They are usually said to be lacking either in energetic action for the common cause or in moral fervor for democratic doctrines. Of much greater importance to me than Senator Taft's opposition was Averell Harriman's return to Washington. For some time, he had wished to return, as he believed that his work in Paris for the Marshall Plan had largely been accomplished. Washington was the center of the world. He felt isolated in Europe. I had been working with and on the president to bring Averell back. To find a place for him was not an easy task. Averell had immense prestige and was aware of it. Many were jealous of him. No one would wish to stand aside. Washington is like a self-sealing tank on military aircraft. When a bullet passes through, it closes up. Averell, the president agreed, could be immensely useful in smoothing out cabinet relations on foreign affairs, especially with defense, where they had not eased appreciably since the spring eruption. However, he warned me that should Harriman return to do this, the press would have it that he was slated to succeed me, and that long knives would be whetted to speed fulfillment of the prophecy. The fact that there would be gossip, there was no truth in it. My 45 years of confidence in Averell's integrity and honor would not be undermined by those whom Lincoln called the scribblers. Therefore, at a press conference on June 16th, I had warmly welcomed word from the White House of Averell's impending appointment as special assistant to the president. The need for it had long been felt. So far as I was concerned, there could not have been a happier choice. The president had worked it out after consultation with Mr. Harriman and me. Since 1905, I said, which perhaps some of you don't remember, we have been close friends and worked together at all sorts of things. On Tuesday morning, June 27th, Averell had telephoned me from Paris, carried away with enthusiasm about the president's action about Korea. He could not stand delaying his return another hour, while Washington was electrifying the world. He would leave at once, counting on me. Square it with the boss. From that time on, through all the period we were in the government together, he attended our 9 to 30 meeting in the department almost every day, and any other meeting he wished, read all the important cables, and had access to all information. The direst predictions of trouble to come, and the greatest efforts to sow it, were made without the slightest effect. Averell's loyal help and wise advice were invaluable to the president, to me, and to the whole administration. At the National Security Council meeting on the afternoon of the 20th, I pointed out that we could not count on the continuance of the enthusiastic support that our staunch attitude in Korea had evoked in the country and in the world. Firm leadership would be less popular if it should involve casualties and taxes. The president, mistaking my purpose, which was to prepare for criticism and hard sledding, insisted that we could not back out of the course upon which we had started. The reply was typical of one of his most admirable traits. He was unmoved by, indeed unmindful of, the effect upon his or his party's political fortunes of action that he thought was right and in the best interest of the country, broadly conceived, a doctrine that later became fashionable with presidents called keeping all options open, apparently by avoiding decision, did not appeal to Harry S. Truman. Thursday, June 29th. Wednesday had been a day of pause in the rush of decisions. On Thursday, it picked up again. Brigadier General John Church, who had been sent to Korea by General MacArthur to report the situation, had signaled that the status quo ante could not be restored without the commitment of United States troops. And by Thursday morning, the news was much worse. All attempts to halt the South Korean retreat at the Han River south of Seoul failed. By noon, the gloom deepened. The President called a meeting of the Blair House Group for 5 o'clock. Decisions at this meeting increased the involvement of our air and naval forces to include military targets in North Korea, but not beyond, and authorized the use of ground forces to secure the port, airfield, and communications. MacArthur had gone by plane from Tokyo to make his own reconnaissance at the scene of the fighting. He was told that should Soviet forces intervene, he was to provide for the security of his own troops and report at once to Washington. However, as I have already suggested, it was State's view that while the Chinese might intervene, the Russians would not. Shortly after this meeting, I returned to the White House with an offer by Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek to contribute 33,000 troops to the Korean action, to be transported and supplied by the United States. The President seemed to look with favor on this idea, which I argued against on the ground that these troops would be more useful defending Formosa than Korea. He directed me to bring it up the next day before the full group, when he could hear all views. Friday, June 30, General MacArthur, back in Tokyo, after a hazardous expedition to the front in Korea, telegraphed General Collins, Chief of Staff of the Army, that the Korean retreat was a rout and that American combat troops were necessary to stop it. He asked for authority to send from Japan at once a regimental combat team as the spearhead of a two-to-division buildup as soon as possible afterward. This message came to Collins at 3 o'clock Friday morning and was immediately followed by a telecon discussion by General Collins, Secretary of the Army Pace, and Assistant Secretary of State Rusk at the Pentagon, with General MacArthur in Tokyo. A telecon is a secure device by which a typewriter operated at one end records both there and through a similar machine at the other end. General MacArthur elaborated his telegraphed report, underlining the urgent need for American military help at the front. Secretary Pace telephoned the President at 5 o'clock, finding him up and dressing for his morning walk. The President immediately granted authority to move the augmented regiment, promised a further reply in a few hours, and ordered a meeting of the Blair House Group at the White House at 8:30 that morning. Rusk filled me in on the way to the meeting. The request from the front and the President's response came as no surprise to me. At the White House, the President informed us of what he had already done and asked for advice regarding the next step. He spoke favorably of Chiang's offer of troops immediately available. I opposed the latter on the ground that the net result might well be the reverse of helpful by bringing Chinese communist intervention, either in Korea or Formosa, or both. The chiefs of staff sided with me, saying that the transport could better be used for our own troops and supplies, since Chiang's best troops were not likely to be of much help against the North Korean armor. The unanimous advice of the group was to follow the force already authorized with the two divisions from Japan. The President so decided and approved the necessary orders. The decision not to accept the Generalissimo's offer brought from General MacArthur the suggestion that he go to Formosa to explain it. Instinct told us what experience later proved, to fear General MacArthur bearing explanations. Furthermore, better uses for the theater commander at this juncture came. At 11 o'clock, I returned to the White House for a meeting with congressional leaders, taking Foster Dulles, just back from Tokyo, with me. The congressional group was perhaps twice as large as the one at the Tuesday meeting. The President reported the situation in Korea, reviewed the actions previously taken by the United Nations Security Council and the United States government, and the orders he had issued that morning. A general chorus of approval was interrupted by, I think, Senator Kenneth Wherry questioning the legal authority of the executive to take this action. Senator Alexander Smith suggested a congressional resolution approving the president's action. The president said that he would consider Smith's suggestion and asked me to prepare a recommendation. The meeting ended with Representative Dewey Short stating that Congress was practically unanimous in its appreciation of the president's leadership. Short was a Republican from the president's home state of Missouri and ranking minority member of the Armed Services Committee. Friday's decisions were the culminating ones of a momentous week. We were then fully committed in Korea. Thoughts on an authorizing resolution. In the days that followed, I considered Senator Alexander Smith's suggestion, and on July 3rd, the President assembled a group at Blair House to hear and discuss my recommendation. Jessup and Rusk went with me. Secretary Johnson brought the service secretaries and General Bradley. The President had with him Secretaries John Snyder of the Treasury and Charles Brannan of Agriculture, Postmaster General Jesse Donaldson, Senate Majority Leader Scott Lucas, and Averell Harriman. My recommendation was that the President make a full report on the Korean situation to a joint session of Congress. This would, of course, be largely formal, but would bring the whole story together in one official narrative and meet the objection of some members that information had come to them only through the leaders and the press. I also recommended that the President should not ask for a resolution of approval, but rest on his constitutional authority as Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. However, we had drafted a resolution commending the action taken by the United States that would be acceptable if proposed by members of Congress. In the ensuing discussion, it appeared that the two houses of Congress had just recessed for a week, and the President was unwilling to call them back. Senator Lucas, General Bradley, and Secretary Johnson were opposed to both recommendations to the report because it would come too long after the events to stand by itself and had better accompany a request for money and necessary powers, and to the resolution because the vast majority in Congress were satisfied and the irreconcilable minority could not be won over. They could, however, keep debating and delaying a resolution so as to dilute much of its public effect. The others were divided. My sympathies lay with the Lucas-Bradley view. So apparently did the President's, for he put off a decision until the Big Four, the presiding officers and majority leaders of both houses, would be back after the recess. By then we were pretty well won over to Senator Lucas' view. There has never, I believe, been any serious doubt, in the sense of non-politically inspired doubt, of the President's constitutional authority to do what he did. The basis for this conclusion, in legal theory and historical precedent, was fully set out in the State Department's memorandum of July 3, 1950, extensively published, but the wisdom of the decision not to ask for congressional approval has been doubted. To have obtained congressional approval, August 1941, the phony war in Europe was no longer phony, and our entry lay just ahead. President Roosevelt's cabinet organized the Economic Defense Council. Seated left to right, Secretary of the Treasury Henry Morgenthau, Jr., Secretary of the Navy Frank Knox, Vice President Henry A. Wallace, Secretary of War Henry L. Stimson. Standing left to right, Acting Attorney General Francis Biddle, Secretary of Commerce Jesse Jones, the author, then Assistant Secretary of State, Secretary of Agriculture Claude R. Wickert. International News, Secretary of State Cordell Hull, left, and his Undersecretary, Sumner Welles. At left, two of the most powerful voices of the Roosevelt years, Secretary of the Interior Harold Ickes, left, and Harry Hopkins, advisor, administrator, and friend of the President. At right, a friend and counselor, Justice Felix Frankfurter, with the author on one of their many walks to work. Below left, the author testifying before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, December 1945. He was under attack from former Ambassador Patrick J. Hurley, who charged that he had wrecked American policy in Iran. Below right, James F. Burns, Secretary of State from July 1945 to January 1947. The author served as his Undersecretary, the last day in office of the old curmudgeon and good friend, Harold L. Ickes. Wide world photos. Right. Diplomatic action without the backing of military strength in the present world can lead only to appeasement. Secretary of State George C. Marshall, before the Senate Armed Services Committee, March 1948. January 8, 1949. The day after the author was nominated to succeed General Marshall as Secretary of State, he was thrown into the company of his long-time political opponent, Senator Robert A. Taft, at a meeting of the Corporation of Yale University. With them is Yale President Charles Seymour. The press service caption claims that Acheson declined to comment on any subject whatsoever. Wide World. The Senate Foreign Relations Committee hearings held to ascertain the author's qualifications to serve as Secretary of State. January 1949. Above, Edward Stettinius, former Secretary of State, under whom the author had served, testifies. Below, two who truly mattered and were to have powerful voices in the years of bipartisan foreign policy to come, Senators Arthur H. Vandenberg, Republican, Left, and Tom Connally, Democrat. The years of responsibility begin January 21, 1949. Chief Justice Fred M. Vinson swears in the author as Secretary of State. Below, reorganization of the department formally begins with the swearing in of new assistants, some of whom are being congratulated by the Secretary. Left to right, George McGee, Assistant Secretary for Near Eastern and African Affairs, Adrian Fisher. The new legal advisor, the author, Edward G. Miller, Jr., Assistant Secretary for Inter-American Affairs, ACME. North Atlantic Treaty. She says she must have arms. As April 4th, 1949. The Atlantic Pact is signed. Left to right, Vice President Alban W. Barkley, the President, the author, Wide World Photos. Off to Paris in May 1949. Left to right, Mrs. Acheson, daughter Mary, Mrs. William P. Bundy, the President, daughter, in law Mrs. David Acheson, daughter Jane, Mrs. Dudley Brown, Congress. Men for the scene of the Big Four Conference in May 1949. The Palais Rose, owned by Anna Gould, Duchess of Talleyrand. Acme photos. With Mrs. Acheson on a quiet day on the farm at Sandy Spring, Maryland. After a year in office, the press seemed to feel that Congress was not totally approving. The Newark News. Bipartisan foreign policy under strain. A meeting with a staunch supporter, Senator Tom Connally, Chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, ACME. May 1950. Departure for the tripartite ministerial meeting in London. The President usually saw the Achesons off to foreign meetings and was there to greet them on their return. Wide World. At Lancaster House, London, in May 1950, with two, the author liked and respected Ernest Bevin of Great Britain and Robert Schumann of France. Keystone photos. Prime Minister Clement Attlee in a jovial mood during a speech before the Society of Pilgrims in London, May 10, 1950. A change of pace in Dallas for a foreign policy speech, June 1950. James is right. On the facing page, top to bottom, a study in viewpoints, June 1950. The President had just rushed back from Missouri to Washington as the Korean crisis deepened. On his right is Secretary of Defense Lewis Johnson. On his left, the author, International News. In late June, John Foster Dulles reported to the White House on his return from Korea and Japan. On his right, General J. Lawton Collins, Army Chief of Staff. On his left, the author and General Omar Bradley. Wide World. Leaving the White House conference, at which it was decided to go all out to defend South Korea. Left to right, the author, Ambassador Philip Jessup, Assistant Secretary of State Dean Rusk. Wide World. July 1950. The Korean crisis enveloped the government surrounding President Truman, whose back is eloquent of the man, are, from the left, Secretary of Agriculture Brannan, Postmaster General Donaldson, the author, Secretary of the Interior Chapman, and Secretary of Defense Johnson. The New York Times. Luxembourg Précis. The opening of the North Atlantic Treaty Council session in New York, September 15, 1950. Clockwise from the head of the table, Dean Acheson and Charles of the United States, Paul van Zeeland and Fernand van Laan of Belgium, Lester B. Pearson and Lee Wilgres of Canada, De Kaufman and May Vestberg of Denmark, Robert Schumann, Herve Alfan of France, Bjarni Benediktsson and M. Gunlager of Iceland, Count Carlo Sforza and Gaston Guidotti of Italy, Joseph Beck and André Clayson of Luxembourg, Der Fifth Sticker of Jonquière, W.L. Tjarda van Starkenborg Stesur of the Netherlands, Halvard Lang and Dag Bryn of Norway, Paula Avi de Kun and Enrique Queiroz of Portugal, Ernest Bevan and Sir Frederick O. Miller of Great Britain, and Francis Morrissey and T.A. Charlton, secretaries for the deputies associated. PR time out for a most important matter, the installation of A. Griswold as the 16th president of Yale University on October 18, 1950. General Marshall left, at that time Secretary of Defense, and the author greet the president on his return from a deceptively congenial meeting with General MacArthur on Wake Island. Acme photos. A petition calling for Secretary Acheson's removal from office, said to be a block long, was delivered to Senator Joseph McCarthy's office by ladies of the Anti-Communist League in December 1950. Wide World. Below, a November 1950 speech on the re-examinist. A new species discovered by Senator Taft brought unexpected results. Washington, D.C. Star. Isolationist. Pings. Tap. Jean Monnet, the intellect behind the Schuman Plan for European economic cooperation, which began with the pooling of coal and steel resources. Wide World. January 1951. General Eisenhower and the author confer in the presence of General Marshall before Eisenhower left to assume command of the NATO forces in Europe. Acme. General MacArthur had been relieved of his duties. He returned as though he were a conquering hero. Above, on parade in New York City, April 20th, 1951. Below, a speech in Cleveland. Our leaders can no longer be trusted. There has been a steady drift toward totalitarian rule. Her NBC. Wide World photos. June 1st, 1951. A special sort of limelight. The author at the Senate investigations into the dismissal of General MacArthur. Seated at left are Republican Senators William Noland and Harry Kane. Acme photos. September 1951. The Japanese Peace Treaty Conference in San Francisco. The author presided over a brisk opening session during which, as shown, the Polish delegate, Stefan Wierzbowski, refused to yield the platform to the British delegate, Kenneth Younger, who had been recognized. Right. A Soviet commentary from the magazine Crocodile. Acme. September 8th, 1951. Prime Minister Shigeru Yoshida signs the Japanese peace treaty. Below, a toast to the treaty. Ambassador Joseph Dodge is at left. Wide World. P. Oborena Stair. Right. A respite. Furniture making at Harewood Farm. Wide World. Below, British Foreign Minister Anthony Eden with the author at the United Nations General Assembly session in Paris, November 1951. Examining pictures of the Potsdam Conference. The guest log of the presidential yacht, USS Williamsburg, for January 5th, 1952. Two men of character. No. Guests Adelis. January 51,957. Hang on. Independent. Opposing Scat. Averall Haria Andum. Saden. Funeral of His late Majesty King George VI. Friday, February 15th, 1952. The Earl Marshal has it in command from the Queen to invite the Honorable Dean Acheron to take part in the procession. Michael Bundy, the author's grandson, sees him off to London on February 12th, 1952. United Press. Norfolk E.M. February 15th, 1952. The funeral cortege of King George VI of England. Wide world. Salazar of Portugal, whose ancestors were fishermen, and the remarkable likeness to a possible ancestor in the Panel dos Pescadores, painted by Nuno Goncalves in 1465. London, June 23, 1952. The author with Ambassador Walter Gifford, left, and Anthony Eden. Keystone, Bonn, May 26, 1952. Anthony Eden. Konrad Adenauer, the author, and Robert Schuman on hand for the signing of the contractual agreements between the Allies and West Germany. Wide world of pleasure. Heelets that are hung around one's neck, as once around a sacrificial bull's, invariably conceal small U.S. Marine Corps. January 16, 1953. Farewell to the people of the State Department. They may feel in their hearts that it was nobly done. The Secretary was presented with the chair he occupied as a member of the Cabinet. Wide world. Endurance under fire at the United Nations on October 29, 1952. Andrei Vyshinsky, n'est pas applicable right, spoke for 3.5 hours on the problem of a Korean settlement without advancing a new proposal. At left, in front, Secretary Acheson and Selwyn Lloyd in the second row. Warren R. Austin and Sir Gladwin Jebb. The New York Times. To Honorable Dean Laheyson, with kindest regards, and test in this from the humor. Harry S. Truman. Free of the greatest vice in a leader, his ego never came between him and his job. Among the 35 men who have held the presidential office, Mr. Truman will stand with the few who, in the midst of great difficulty, managed their offices with eminent benefit to the public interest. War, my opinion. It would have changed pejorative phrases, but little else. Congressional approval did not soften or divert the anti-war critics of Presidents Lincoln, Wilson, and Roosevelt. What inspired the later criticism of the Korean War was the long, hard struggle, casualties, cost, frustration of a limited and apparently inconclusive war, and, most of all, the determination of the opposition to end seemingly interminable democratic rule. Nevertheless, it is said, congressional approval would have done no harm. True, approval would have done none, but the process of gaining it might well have done a great deal. July, and especially the first part of it, was a time of anguishing anxiety. As American troops were committed to battle, they and their Korean allies under brutal punishment staggered back down the peninsula until they maintained only a precarious hold on the coastal perimeter around Busan. An incredulous country and world held its breath and read the mounting casualties suffered by these gallant troops, most of them without combat experience. In the confusion of the retreat, even their divisional commander, Major General William F. Dean, was captured. Congressional hearings on a resolution of approval at such a time, opening the possibility of endless criticism, would hardly be calculated to support the shaken morale of the troops, or the unity that, for the moment, prevailed at home. The harm it could do seemed to me far to outweigh the little good that might ultimately accrue. The President agreed, moved also, I think, by another passionately held conviction. His great office was to him a sacred and temporary trust, which he was determined to pass on unimpaired by the slightest loss of power or prestige. This attitude would incline him strongly against any attempt to divert criticism from himself by action that might establish a precedent in derogation of presidential power to send our forces into battle. The memorandum that we prepared listed 87 instances in the past century in which his predecessors had done this, and thus yet another decision was made. Shortly after the 7 days of June just described, a paper came to me from the White House. I end this account with it, partly and unquestionably from pride, but also because it illustrates so well a quality of the President's that bound his lieutenants to him with unbreakable devotion. The paper was a longhand note, memo to Dean Acheson, regarding June 24 and 25 to July 19, 2050. Your initiative in immediately calling the Security Council of the UN on Saturday night and notifying me was the key to what followed afterwards. Had you not acted promptly in that direction, we would have had to go into Korea alone. The meeting Sunday night at the Blair House was the result of your actions Saturday night, and the results afterward show that you are a great Secretary of State and a diplomat. Your handling of the situation since has been superb. I'm sending you this for your record, Harry S. Truman. After the 7 days of decision, my work was less heavily concentrated on Korean matters, though still continuously involved with them. The attack helped to activate other problems that crowded anxious days. The battle with the Republican irreconcilables, to use a phrase common just 30 years earlier, and the concern and fear of our European allies that our absorption in the desperate battle going on in Korea might dilute our attention to their security. From the very start of hostilities in Korea, President Truman intended to fight a limited engagement there. In this determination, he had the staunch and unwavering support of the State and Defense Departments and the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Such a war policy requires quite as much determination as any other kind. It also calls for restraint and fine judgment, a sure sense of how far is far enough. It may involve, as it did in Korea, a great deal of frustration in its execution. This policy invites dissent and criticism, both from those who are afraid that the balance is being tipped against the possibility of keeping the war limited, and from those who fear that keeping it limited precludes the possibility of victory, and who believe that there is no substitute for victory. The former, now called doves, reduce the national objective with every reversal and soon wish to scrap the whole effort. The hawks would raise the sights with every success and call for unconditional surrender. Prominent, even in this early period, among the former were the British and the Indians, joined later on by the Canadians, and among the latter General MacArthur and the hard China policy. Men, especially the irreconcilable Republicans. Anglo-Indian peace initiatives the British Foreign Office had long believed, more than evidence seemed to warrant, that it understood the Russians and could negotiate with them compromise solutions of difficult situations. To others, the proposed compromises often resembled surrender. In July, while our troops were fighting against heavy odds to keep a toehold in Korea, we found ourselves engaged in a month of discussion of their unsolicited initiative to bring about a peaceful settlement. There, independently, and unknown to the British, the Indians had started an effort of their own. My comment about British diplomacy, viz. The Soviet Union, would be quite inadequate to describe the Indian variety. Immediately after the June 27 resolution of the Security Council, the British government helpfully and loyally put British warships in Japanese waters at General MacArthur's disposal as the quickest method of furnishing help to Korea. Later they sent the heroic brigade of the Gloucesters, which fought and suffered so gallantly. Almost at once, His Majesty's government also began its search for a peaceful settlement. In early July, Sir David Kelly, British ambassador to the Soviet Union, was trying to get in touch with Deputy Foreign Minister Gromyko, and Prime Minister Attlee proposed to the President talks in Washington between presidential nominees and Air Marshal Lord Philip Jessup joined General Omar Bradley, the President's choice from the services. At the same time, Ambassador Alan G. Kirk reported from Moscow that Gromyko had asked Kelly whether he had any specific proposal for a peaceful settlement, and that Kelly had replied, "The status quo ante." Ambassador Kirk urged that we make clear to the British, who had meanwhile told us that further talks in Moscow would come only after full discussion with us, that a prerequisite for peaceful settlement was complete compliance by North Korea with the Security Council's call for a cease-to-fire and withdrawal of the invading forces north of the 38th parallel. Before going into the month of Anglo to Indian maneuvers, a word about Ambassador Kirk. By 1950, both of our families, men, women, and children, had been close friends for 30 years. When we first met, Alan Kirk, then a lieutenant commander, was the executive officer of the presidential yacht, the Mayflower, and I was Justice Brandeis, law clerk. During the late war, Kirk, by then a vice admiral, had brilliantly commanded the naval forces that put the American troops ashore in Sicily in 1943 and on the Normandy beaches in 1944. After the war, he had been, I thought, shabbily treated by the Pacific, Oriented Chief of Naval Operations, crusty old Admiral of the Fleet. Ernest J. King, by being assigned to the Navy's moribund General Board. The post of ambassador to Belgium became vacant. The Belgian Foreign Minister, Paul-Henri Spaak, was one of the distinguished and able European six, the others being Bevan, Schumann, Count Sforza in Rome, Dirk Sticker in the Netherlands, and Joseph Betch in Luxembourg. We needed an ambassador of perception, cultivation, and distinction to keep us in close touch with Spaak's always interesting and sometimes unpredictable idea. Alan Kirk seemed to me well suited. He was also admirably supplemented by his wife, Lydia Chapin Kirk, very much a person in her own right, a Navy daughter as well as wife, able, gifted in languages and social grace, and possessing a sense of responsibility for the members of their mission. The President thought well of the proposal, and even better of it when he met Alan and watched his performance. When General Walter Bedell Smith resigned as ambassador to Moscow in 1949, I asked Kirk to come to Washington for consultation, and over a long lunch, to hear me out before replying to a difficult request. I had the President's permission, without commitment yet on either side, to put up to Alan moving him from Brussels to Moscow. It would not be a pleasant move, but more important duty. He would tell me that he knew nothing about Russia or communist doctrine and operation. Many on his staff did know a good deal about both, including the naval attaché, Vice Admiral Leslie Stevens. At this particular turn in events, his lack of Russian was not an important drawback. Stalin was not a gossipy type. Vyshinsky did not count, and Gromyko was walking on eggs. What we would expect of the ambassador would not be brilliant suggestions on how to solve the Russian enigma, but immediate and firm execution of his instructions, full reporting, and careful, solicitous attention to the condition and morale of the mission. He agreed. The President agreed. The Senate agreed. And the Kirks went to Moscow. Returning to the British Indian maneuvers, we were soon on the verge of severe disagreements with both London and New Delhi. On July 6th, while dining with Sir Oliver Franks, I explained our unhappiness over Bevan's urging us to make concessions for a cease to fire, and the next day instructed Ambassador Lewis Douglas in London to say that we would not do this. The Kelly-Gromyko talks, he could add, might be useful if restricted solely to finding out what, if anything, Moscow had in mind. The ambassador's visit garnered the information that a group in the Foreign Office, described as influential, were eager to get the Communist Chinese into the United Nations as soon as possible to frustrate a supposed Russian desire to isolate China from the West. It also produced a letter from Bevan. He wrote that the Kremlin really wished to restore the status quo ante, but he believed they would link a change in our position on Formosa with it. That position, he said, did not have the backing of the states that supported the UN Korean resolutions. We should avoid risking Western solidarity by playing down those parts of the President's statement of June 27 that did not bear directly on Korea. One can easily imagine that this message did not please either the President or me. I therefore drafted, and he approved, a frank reply, dated July 10, 1950, which, indicating its joint authorship, made 4 points. 1. We would not agree to a forced trade of Formosa to the Communists for their withdrawal from Korea. 2. Our policy aimed at as early and complete a liquidation of the Korean aggression as was militarily possible, without concessions that would whet Communist appetites and bring on other aggressions elsewhere. 3. It also aimed at the peaceful disposition of the Formosan question, either in a peace treaty with Japan or through the United Nations. 4. If questions regarding Formosa or the representation of China in the United Nations were to be considered there, we regarded it essential that they be considered on their merits and not under the duress and blackmail then being employed. Our ambassador was also instructed to stress orally the undesirability of agitating in the present situation that China be represented on the Security Council by the communist regime, or that Malik return to it. He was to say also that both the President and I took a serious view of Mr. Bevan's note, and the portent that its contents carried for future Anglo to American cooperation. The ambassador, who delivered this letter to Bevan in the hospital on July 11th, found him taken aback by its vigor and defensive in explaining his own position. Bevan's written reply warned that we must not drive China into Soviet hands, and stated that although aggression must be repelled and he would not yield to blackmail, he wanted the Soviet Union and the Communist Chinese in the Security Council. The correspondence clearly had no future, so we dropped it. That some weeks would be needed to build our strength to a point where it would tell decisively. The Russians, he thought, would not intervene overtly, for that would mean war, and such a war would not be fought in Korea. Meanwhile, the Indian initiative for peaceful settlement was gathering momentum in multi-splendored confusion. In Moscow, Indian ambassador Radhakrishnan approached Deputy Foreign Minister Zorin in Washington. Madame Pandit, Indian ambassador and Nehru's sister, talked to me. In India, Sir Girja Bajpai, Secretary General of the Foreign Office, spoke to U.S. Ambassador Loy Henderson, and in the United Nations, Krishna Menon took on our people. Each presented the scheme a little differently and insisted that the effort must be kept secret from the British, which of course was not done. The general idea was that we were to support seating the Communist Chinese on the Security Council, which would then, with the Russians and Chinese, Communists both on it, support a cease-to-fire, withdrawal of North Korean troops to the 38th parallel, and the Ra to creation of a unified and independent Korea. On the 11th, Kirk learned via Radhakrishnan that Gromyko had rejected the second part of the proposal out of hand. With the President's approval, Kirk was authorized to tell his Indian colleague that we would agree to nothing that rewarded an aggressor, diluted the requirements of the June 25 and 27 resolutions of the Security Council, or left Korea after hostilities in an exposed and defenseless situation. Then, on the 13th, Prime Minister Nehru sent personal letters to Stalin, and to me, making a proposal even less satisfactory to us than the one rejected in Moscow. India's purpose, he wrote, was to localize the conflict and to facilitate an early peaceful settlement by breaking the present deadlock in the Security Council so that Communist Chinese representatives could take a seat there. The Russians could return to it, and either within or outside the Council, the United States, the Soviet Union, and China, with the help and cooperation of other peace-loving nations, could find a basis for terminating the conflict and for a permanent solution of the Korean problem. In this endeavor, the Prime Minister wished to enlist my great authority and influence. Although the logic of this proposal was obscure, to seat the Communists in the Security Council in order to permit informal contacts outside it, the effect was abundantly clear. It would transfer the center of attention and discussion from the aggression in Korea to who should represent China on the Security Council. The ousting of the nationalists from the Council, for that was the essence of the matter, was to be the price for the privilege of opening discussion about North Korean troop withdrawal. The next installment, clearly forecast by Bajpai to Henderson, would be the ousting of the nationalists from Formosa. Meanwhile, our troops would be fighting a rear to guard action down the peninsula of Korea as the Communists tried to drive them out of it. I felt no need for advice in making up my mind on such a proposal. However, I was to receive spiritual exhortation. Madame Pandit, a most charming lady, called on me on the 17th with an appeal from her brother, apprehension that Peking's entry and Mao's not delay restoration of the Council's full representative character, insistence upon prior conditions, such as the return of North Koreans to the 38th parallel, would be used as evidence of a lack of desire on our part for peaceful settlement. 6. If after taking their seats the Chinese should be unreasonable, world opinion would hold them responsible. Moscow, her brother thought, was seeking a way out. Here was the real path to peaceful settlement. It may be an act of faith, but the gravity of the alternative seems to justify it, she said. I have never been able to escape wholly from a childhood illusion that, if the world is round, the Indians must be standing on their heads, or perhaps vice versa. With the President's approval, I replied on July 18th, trying to put first things first. The key paragraph stated, A breach of the peace or an act of aggression is the most serious matter with which the United Nations can be confronted. We do not believe that. The termination of the aggression from Northern Korea can be contingent in any way upon the determination of other questions which are currently before the United Nations. This letter was said to have annoyed Mr. Nehru. The correspondence, however, continued through one more repetitious exchange, which led Bajpai, a pleasant little man, to report severely to Henderson of Nehru's hope that the United States did not prefer a United Nations without the Soviet bloc. 2 days later, Moscow announced Malik's return to the Security Council, which happily ended India's initiative, for it would have been hard to argue that the Russians would not return to the Council without the Chinese Communists after they had, in fact, returned. Other nations responded to the UN resolutions with contributions more helpful than fanciful peace proposals. By the end of the year, 15 members had armed forces in Korea, or on the way, and 30 had contributed to civilian relief and reconstruction. By the middle of the month, with the battle still going against us as we fell back on Pusan, the administration resumed with new urgency the examination begun in the winter and spring of our own and our allies' military posture. Arms and the men, the dispatch of the 2 divisions to Korea, removed the recommendations of NSC-68 from the realm of theory and made them immediate budget issues. In the State Department, therefore, we were distressed by the relaxed view of affairs taken by the Council of Economic Advisers in their mid-year report, which assumed that fighting would be kept localized and concluded that no stand by economic control powers were necessary. In our discussion, we were unanimous in agreeing that not only what the country did, but what it was obviously preparing itself to do, if necessary, would greatly affect what it might be called upon to do. We believed that the recommendations were totally inadequate, and that opinion in the country was prepared for vigorous action. Willard Thorpe was directed to express these views at White House meetings on economic matters and arrange for my attendance at them. Raise the matter. We had concluded that the Soviet Union had the military capability of taking action, directly or through satellites, at one or more points along its periphery, or of engaging in more general war. After suggesting places and causes for trouble, I reported that unanimity did not exist on the most probable spot or spots that might be chosen, but it did exist on the extreme danger of some such action flowing from either Soviet desire or the momentum of events. Any one or more of these outbreaks would call for the use of more military power than we could then deploy. I urged that the President ask for an immediate increase in authorized forces of all services, for substantial appropriations too much rather than too little, for increased military production and powers to allocate and limit uses of raw materials, and state that this was to increase the capabilities not only of our own forces but of allied forces as well. Increase in military production seemed to me of special importance, since here lay our greatest effectiveness once it got started. The President agreed with all of this. 5 days later, he delivered a report to Congress, which included all of it. Under all the circumstances, it is apparent that the United States is required to increase its military strength and preparedness, not only to deal with the aggression in Korea, but also to increase our common defense. With other free nations against further aggression, the increased strength which is needed falls into 3 categories. In the first place, to meet the situation in Korea, we shall need to send additional men, equipment, and supplies to General MacArthur's command as rapidly as possible. In the second place, the world situation requires that we increase substantially the size and material support of our armed forces, over and above the increases which are needed in Korea. In the third place, we must assist the free nations associated with us in common defense to augment their military strength. Appropriations and powers tumbled over one another, sometimes in such haste that supplemental appropriations virtually accompanied the regular fiscal year bill they were supplementing. Thus, in July, the President signed fiscal year 1950 to 51 appropriations for mutual defense assistance of $1,200,000,000 and another $4 billion supplemental appropriation in September. In August, measures were taken to double the size of the armed forces. On September 6, the Pre-E existing defense appropriation of $14.6 billion was signed, and on the 27th, another $12.6 billion added. Export controls and some powers over the economic life of the country were added. But the economic control side of the program had been weakened between the cabinet meeting and the report under the powerful influence of Speaker Rayburn. This proved later to have been a mistake. Nevertheless, the country moved swiftly, if in a somewhat disorderly way, into a more formidable military posture. It was often said that the Truman administration, and particularly the Secretary of State, were unpopular and had trouble with Congress. It is true, MacArthur dropped some bricks before 1950. General MacArthur had neither shown nor expressed interest in Formosa. It will be recalled that in discussing our line of defense against Asiatic aggression with the press on March 1, 1949, he did not include that island. But the general was not deaf to political reports coming to him from the United States, particularly those emanating from the Republican right wing, which found our Far Eastern policy repulsive and occasionally mentioned the general as the charismatic leader who might end the obnoxious Democratic hold on the White House. When this group transferred its attention, as Chiang did his residence, to Formosa, Senator Alexander Smith hinted that General MacArthur had revised upward his estimate of Formosa's military importance, a view confirmed by the memorandum that General Bradley had brought from MacArthur and read to the first Blair House meeting. The curious disclosure, earlier in the year, from the general's headquarters of our propaganda paper on the line to be taken should Formosa fall to the Chinese Communists suggested more than clumsy blundering. And finally, General MacArthur's eagerness to explain in person to the Generalissimo why his troop offer was not accepted should have, but did not, put us on our guard. At the end of July, the Joint Chiefs, interpreting President Truman's order not to permit an attack on or from Formosa, as a change in view regarding its strategic importance, which was not the idea at all, recommended a military survey team to report on the state of its defenses. Strange as it may seem in the light of these facts, official Washington was startled to read in the press on August 1 that General MacArthur had arrived in Formosa, kissed Madame Chiang's hand, and gone into conference with her husband. To find out what was going on, I cabled William Sebald, political advisor in Tokyo, who had been appointed by the State Department. President Truman's comments evoked the admiration and envy of us all. General MacArthur's were, to my astonishment, the visit to Formosa and my meeting with Chiang Kai-shek was greeted by a furor. The Generalissimo crowed happily from Formosa that, now that we can again work closely together with our old comrade in arms, victory was assured. MacArthur reciprocated with praise of Chiang and assurances of the effective military coordination between the Chinese and American forces. He ordered 3 squadrons of jet fighters to Formosa without the knowledge of the Pentagon. Explicit orders then went to him emphasizing the limits of our policy regarding Formosa, and Harriman followed to reinforce them. A week later, on August 10th, the general issued a statement that his Formosa trip had been formally arranged and coordinated beforehand with all branches of the American and Chinese governments. This visit, he concluded, has been maliciously misrepresented to the public by those who invariably in the past have propagandized a policy of defeatism and appeasement in the Pacific. Harriman returned with an ambivalent report. On the one hand, he told, Formosa policy had said that he was a good soldier and knew how to obey orders. Yet doubts persisted in Harriman's mind that he and MacArthur had come to a full agreement on the way we believed things should be handled on Formosa and with the Generalissimo. They certainly had not. During the evening of August 25th, Mike McDermott called me at Sandy Spring and read an Associated Press ticker report of a message that MacArthur had sent to the annual convention of the Veterans of Foreign Wars. Although the dispatch had gone out to member newspapers, the publication date was to be 2 days later. The message consisted of a long description of the strategic importance of Formosa to the United States, including the following. Formosa, in the hands of such a hostile power, could be compared to an unsinkable aircraft carrier and submarine tender ideally located to accomplish offensive strategy, and at the same time checkmate defensive or counter offensive operations by friendly forces based on Okinawa and the Philippines. Nothing could be more fallacious than the threadbare argument by those who advocate appeasement and defeatism in the Pacific that if we defend Formosa, we alienate continental Asia. Those who speak thus do not understand the Orient. They do not grant that it is in the pattern of Oriental psychology to respect and follow aggressive, resolute, and dynamic leadership, to quickly turn on a leadership characterized by timidity or vacillation, and they underestimate the Oriental mentality. 7. Saying that I would come to the department early the next morning, I asked to have Rusk, Jessup, Matthews, Webb, and Harriman meet me there. All of us were outraged at the effrontery and damaging effect at home and abroad of MacArthur's message. On July 19th, the President had stressed to Congress, and only the day before Ambassador Austin had restated to Trygve Lie, Secretary-General of the United Nations, the limited purposes of our action regarding Formosa. General MacArthur had, on July 8th, been designated as United Nations Commander in Korea. We agreed that this insubordination could not be tolerated. MacArthur had to be forced publicly to retract his statement. Averill took the ticker dispatch to the White House. For some time, the President had had a meeting scheduled with the Secretaries of State, Treasury, and Defense, Harriman, and the Joint Chiefs of Staff for 9:30 on that morning. When we filed into the Oval Office, the President, with lips white and compressed, dispensed with the usual greetings. He read the message, and then asked each person around the room whether he had had any prior intimation or knowledge of it. No one had. Lewis Johnson was directed to order MacArthur from the President to withdraw the message and report that he, MacArthur, had done so. The President himself would send directly to MacArthur a copy of Ambassador Austin's letter to Trygve Lie, from which he would understand why the withdrawal order was necessary. The business for which the meeting was called was hastily dispatched. When we left the White House, nothing could have been clearer to me than that the President had issued an order to General MacArthur to withdraw, cause embarrassment, and that he, Johnson, thought it better to inform MacArthur that if he issued the statement, we would reply that it was only one man's opinion and not the official policy of the government. I said that the issue seemed to be who was President of the United States. Johnson then asked me an amazing question: whether we dare send MacArthur a message that the President directs him to withdraw his statement. I saw nothing else to do in view of the President's order. At Johnson's request, I asked Averill Harriman whether he was clear that the President had issued an order. This shortly resulted in another call from Johnson saying that the President had dictated to him this message to go to MacArthur: the President of the United States directs that you withdraw your message for national encampment of veterans of foreign wars because various features with regard to Formosa are in conflict with the policy of the United States and its position in the United Nations. Still, Johnson doubted the wisdom of sending the order and put forward his prior alternative. Stephen Early, his deputy, came on the telephone to support him, raised the question of General MacArthur's right of free speech, and proposed that the President talk to General MacArthur. At this point, I excused myself and ended the conversation, duly reporting it to Harriman, saying that if Johnson wished to reopen the President's decision, he should apply to the President to do so. The President instructed Harriman that he had dictated what he wanted to go, and he wanted it to go. It went. MacArthur's message was both withdrawn and unofficially published. The President has written that at this time he considered relieving General MacArthur of the Korean command while leaving him with his responsibility in Japan, but decided against it. He has been quoted later as regretting that he did not then relieve him altogether. To do so did not occur to me at the time as appropriate to the offense, although if the future had been revealed, I should have advised it even at considerable cost. General MacArthur's weakness was his incredible arrogance and vanity, which led him to surround himself with sycophants, even though some able ones. General Marshall told me of a conference he had with General MacArthur during the war, at which the latter began a sentence with the phrase, "My staff tells me." General Marshall interrupted him, saying, "General, You don't have a staff. You have a court. The crisis eases as American military power poured into Pusan. The long retreat down the peninsula halted and a tenuous stability was established by the 8th Army within the Pusan perimeter. By July, General MacArthur, always optimistic, could cable the president that the enemy has had his great chance and failed to exploit it. It took some weeks more of stubborn defensive fighting before we in Washington could be as convinced of this as the commanding general appeared to be. An opportunity offered to escape from Washington for a few days to be with our daughter, whom I had not seen for nearly a year. We had taken a camp at Upper St. Regis Lake, near Saranac, where my wife and grandson, keeping in sketchy touch with the department through some complicated electronic devices the Navy had supplied. Fortunately, they never worked as well for me as they were supposed to. As a result, I was only peripherally involved in the dispute between state and defense over our bombing of Racine, a prototype of similar disputes arising over the bombing in North Vietnam 17 years later. Situated 17 miles from the Soviet border with northeastern Korea, Racine was held to have military importance because of a chemical plant and railway switching yards, in which Soviet furnished military supplies for North Korea were said to be marshaled. On August 12th, the day after I left, the department learned that Racine had been bombed in bad weather with undetermined results. State protested that this bombing violated the president's orders directing U.S. military aircraft to stay well clear of the border, and demanded prior consultation on further sorties of this dubious nature. Secretary Johnson denied that the border had been violated, which was not the point, and refused prior consultation. On my return, I let the issue drop. But in all future cases, the President himself brought us into consultation. Coming back full of Adirondack air and happy memories, I found the department humming with discussion of policies for both sides of the world. Events in Korea had broken inertia of thought on many critical matters. A peace treaty with Japan-German participation in her own and European defense, and what to do in Korea when the aggression had been thrown back. All were pressing for and receiving simultaneous attention. At that time, the government could and did deal with more than one crisis at a time. 46. In the first week of September 1950, the President with his advisors came to 3 FAR, reaching decisions on issues arising on opposite sides of the globe. The first was to begin negotiation of a Japanese peace treaty, and of an end to our military control of that country. The second, to propose the enlistment of our other former enemy, Germany, in a plan for the integrated defense of Europe. The third, to reach conclusions on what to do in Korea when the invader had been pushed back to the 38th parallel, and lay them before the General Assembly of the United Nations. Only the first of these produced the results hoped for from it. A peace treaty for Japan. The situation in Japan, the situation with respect to Japan at the end of the Pacific War, was very different from that of post-surrender Germany. Japan had been defeated primarily by American arms, while Britain and Russia had borne the brunt of the war in Europe before the United States entered it, and both had enormous armies in the field at its end. In Europe and Asia, the defeated armies surrendered to an American general who was also supreme commander for the Allied powers. But the alliance that General Eisenhower symbolized was a very different one from General MacArthur's. General Eisenhower's supremacy dissolved almost at the moment of surrender. General MacArthur's position increased in power and prestige until doubt arose regarding the extent to which even the government whose commission he carried controlled him. Moreover, in Germany, the state itself, the Third Reich, was abolished, and the land divided into 4 parts, in each of which government and law flowed from the will of the occupying conqueror. Agreements providing for cooperation among them soon broke down. We have already recounted the slow growth of 2 governments within the occupied area of Germany. In Japan, the emperor and the government remained, subject to the orders of the conquering nation through its proconsul, the supreme commander. These orders were purely American in their conception and execution. The U.S. initial post-surrender policy for Japan a wise and remarkable document worked out by the State, War, and Navy departments under the guiding influence of Secretary of War Stimson, Assistant Secretary of War McCloy, and Under Secretary of State Grew, was approved by the President on September 6, 1945, and set forth for General MacArthur his basic instruction. Provisions were sound and equally important, clear. The occupation forces would be under a supreme commander designated by the United States. On one thing we were determined: there would be no zones of occupation. Allied troops would be welcome to the Supreme Commander, so long as they were unequivocally under his command and obeyed his orders. British Commonwealth troops from Australia, New Zealand, and India accepted this provision in due course and participated. The Soviet Union refused it and had no force in Japan. Our attitude was equally plain on control policies for Japan. While every effort would be made to establish policies satisfactory to the principal Allied powers, in the event of any differences of opinion among them, the policies of the United States will govern. As for American purposes in Japan as outlined in the policy statement, these included the disarmament and demilitarization of Japan, the punishment of war criminals, encouragement of individual liberties and democratic processes, the direction of industry toward a peaceful economy, and the payment of agreed reparations in kind. The form for an Allied role in policy-making for Japan was not resolved until Secretary Burns went to the Moscow Conference in December 1945. We had no intention of denying the participation that our allies, especially the Commonwealth allies, who had fought the Far Eastern battles from the beginning, were entitled to, but we were determined that it should be advisory. Shortly before the Japanese surrender, the United States had proposed to the Allied governments that a Far Eastern Advisory Commission be established in Washington. The Soviets agreed to join, but added a desire which they soon turned into a precondition for the establishment of a control council consisting of the United States, the Soviet Union, the United Kingdom, and China. While unwilling to delay the formation of the Far Eastern Advisory Commission, we were willing to agree to a military control council if it, too, were essentially advisory. While negotiations were never easy, references of Foreign Secretary Molotov to adoption of the Romanian rather than the German Control Council as a model led us to hope for agreement. Ambassador Harriman discussed the idea of an Allied military council of the occupation commanders under the Supreme Commander with Premier Stalin at the famous meeting at Sochi, October 24 to April 26, 1945, but was prevented from presenting it formally by last. Minute objections from MacArthur. On the eve of the Harriman-Stalin talks, I attempted in a telecon with Jack McCloy in Tokyo to get to the root of the dissent. Difficulties of physical transmission were compounded by those of human communication. The general, it appeared, thought his position would be jeopardized if he sat on a council that was advisory to him. We, on the other hand, felt that a political council subservient to the Supreme Commander, the suggestion from Tokyo, would give a great deal more opening for obstruction and parallel the job of the Far Eastern Advisory Commission. A new proposal was sent to MacArthur on October 25th, and a few days later to Ambassador Harriman to be presented to Mr. Molotov. It provided for an Allied military council under the chairmanship of the Supreme Commander or his deputy, with representatives of the four countries, including the Supreme Commander, for consultation with and advice to him on implementation of his directives. There was a great deal more back-end to fourth negotiation on the matter, but this was roughly the solution that Secretary Burns got approved in Moscow. The general remained unreconciled and managed to make his view felt by turning over his seat on the Allied Council to his deputy. Ambassador Sebald, who was the deputy in charge for much of the occupation, thought the agreement a masterpiece of diplomatic drafting. The 11, later 13, Nation Far Eastern Commission and four-power Allied Council for Japan were instituted under complicated provisions, which left the ultimate policy, making power in the United States and the executive power in the Supreme Commander. As Professor, later Ambassador, Edwin O. Reischauer put it, the Commission, settled down to a genteel position of pompous futility, while the Allied Council became first a place for acrimonious argument, and then lapsed into a moribund state. Territorial matters were settled in a preliminary way at Cairo, Yalta, and Potsdam prior to the occupation arrangements. Neither the Commission nor the Council was empowered to discuss them. Japan was limited in these agreements to 4 main islands and such minor islands as should be determined. China took back Manchuria, Formosa, and the Pescadores. Korea was to be free and independent. The Soviet Union occupied the Kurils and southern Sakhalin. In addition to these specific dispositions, the United States occupied the Ryukyu and Bonin Islands, as well as Japan proper, and took over Japan's former mandates, the Marshalls, Carolines, and Marianas, as trusteeship territory, confirmed in 1947 by the United Nations. The nature of the problem, what remained to be settled about a peace treaty when I became Secretary of State, was what kind of treaty, harsh or conciliatory, by whom made, how, and when. In planning content and method, 4 groups had to be reckoned with: the Communists, the Pentagon, our allies, and the former enemy. Of these, the Communists gave the least trouble. Their opposition to any tenable ideas was predictable and irreconcilable. It could only be ignored. The most stubborn and protracted opposition to a peace treaty came from the Pentagon. Until a way was found around that, we were inhibited from discussion with both our allies and our late enemy, the Japanese government. It took until September 1950 to find the detour. The military dug in on the line that a peace treaty was premature. The situation was too unsettled, they argued, to exchange the secure status of military occupation for the uncertain results of a peace conference. For a time, civilians argued among themselves the merits of a punitive and a conciliatory treaty, until a truth emerged that convinced us, but not the military, that both our alternatives and theirs were unreal and non-existent. This truth, constantly asserted by the Supreme Commander, was that the occupation was a wasting asset. Over the long run, it rested upon the consent of the Japanese. Force can overcome force, but a free society cannot long steel itself to dominate another people by sheer force. The British and French governments learned this, and perhaps as much from the pressure of domestic opinion as from weakness, accepted the disintegration of their empire. Even the utterly ruthless Soviet occupations have to work through local communist parties who manage some degree of local consent, if only by exterminating the most vocal dissent or exiling it. Castro has done both. By the end of 1949, most of us in the department shared the prognosis of John Allison, director of the Office of Northeast Asian Affairs, that under the best circumstances and management, the chances were not better than even that after the occupation the Japanese people would continue the liberal, democratic, and peaceful society we had sought to establish. This view clearly ruled out a punitive treaty, loading Japan with reparations and controls. It underscored the extreme hazard of delay. Our Pacific allies, including the British, had joined the Japanese in pressing for a treaty, but 2 central puzzles still remained. How could we care for the vital security needs of ourselves, our allies, and the Japanese, and by what method could we accomplish a treaty of conciliation? Any kind of consultative or deliberative peace conference procedure would end in stalemate or disaster. Russian intransigence in the Council of Foreign Ministers would tie up a Japanese treaty as hopelessly as it had the effort for a German treaty. In any larger body, the same might still occur, with the added disadvantage that the United States might find itself outvoted by victims of Japan seeking reparations, and, at the same time, punitive restrictions on Japanese industry and trade. Furthermore, while our government was willing to sign a peace treaty without the Soviet Union, the government of Japan was apprehensive. Finally, there loomed the question of through whom China-Japan's principal victim should participate. Around the central questions of security and treaty procedure, discussion revolved in 1950. Subsequent commentators have put forward 2 further views about a peace settlement with Japan than those already mentioned. While there seems to be an element of inconsistency between them, George Kennan has supported them both. The first was that instead of the security treaty that later was negotiated to accompany the peace treaty with Japan, the islands could safely have been left demilitarized and neutralized by international agreement based on an understanding with Russia. This, however, required, in the proponents' view, that the Japanese be given adequate police forces, and that they achieve sufficient domestic stability and economic security to enable them to cope successfully with the efforts of their own communists. The same view was put forward in regard to Germany by the critics of NATO, including Mr. Kennan, who favored American disengagement from Europe. It should be added that this view was put forward before the Soviet occupation of Czechoslovakia in 1968. The other theory is that the Soviet Union precipitated the North Korean attack on South Korea in June 1950 in anticipation of United States decisions, taken almost 3 months later, described in this chapter, to proceed, despite Soviet opposition, with a peace treaty designed to win Japan as an ally. Mr. Kennan has written that he has seen no evidence that such a causal connection Quan onto mind of Anong in Washington Acheson himself. I believe this to be true. In the Far East, almost from the end of the war, and in Europe before it, Soviet breaches of inter-allied agreements had begun. By 1948, the Soviet blockade of Berlin was in effect, and the Soviet armament of North Korea for offensive warfare far advanced. I must confess that there never entered our minds the idea that unilateral concessions, to avoid pejorative terms, would change by ameliorating Soviet policy. To return to our narrative, a letter to Secretary Johnson of October 3, 1949, asking for the Defense Department's requirements in the peace treaty, brought a reply by December 23, deprecating the psychological effect in Japan of even discussing a treaty, and enclosing a joint Chiefs of Staff view that a treaty was still premature. The chiefs also opposed carrying on any negotiations without assurance that, in effect, the Soviet Union and Communist China would sign a treaty that assured the continuation of United States bases. This proviso later led me to remark at a meeting with Secretary Johnson and the chiefs on April 24, 1950, that in view of the chiefs' conditions for negotiation, their conclusion that discussion of a treaty was premature amounted to a masterpiece of understatement. The defense decision of December brought an immediate difficulty to the Department of State. Ernest Bevin had been after me directly and through Ambassador Franks to give him an outline of our thoughts about a Japanese peace treaty prior to his January 1950 Commonwealth Conference in Colombo, Ceylon. He did not want the conference, which would be most interested in a peace treaty, and probably a highly punitive one, to get itself committed to positions we would not accept. Embarrassing as it was not to make a helpful reply to so sensible and well, meaning a request, we had to explain the situation quite frankly and content ourselves with cautionary warnings against demands that the Japanese would be in no position to meet. The chief spokesman for defense in our discussion of a treaty, Under Secretary of the Army Tracy Voorhees, was infinitely resourceful in discovering obstacles, legal and military, to what the State Department regarded as a just and practical course. He quoted General MacArthur. This led to a succession of pilgrimages to Tokyo by Messrs. Jessup and Butterworth and the Chiefs of Staff, following in Mr. Voorhees' footsteps to hear the word direct. The oracle gave his military colleagues small comfort. He agreed with the State Department that a treaty, and a conciliatory one, was urgent, believed that the chiefs, having only lightly considered the matter, expected to be overruled, and believed that I should urge the President to do so. Secretary Johnson regarded our approach as an offside play, and demanded that we cease to discuss military matters with General MacArthur directly, or through William Sebald, his political advisor, and do so only through Mr. Voorhees. This repetition of earlier attempts to limit our relations with defense to an official and censored channel was quietly ignored. The President had been kept fully informed of our troubles, and I had little doubt of his full support if and when a confrontation with the Pentagon became necessary. The problem, it seemed to me, was only a part of the larger problem of Louis Johnson. The chief's recorded position was obviously untenable, and their necessary security requirements could be met. They would, I believed, cheerfully accept being overruled, as General MacArthur had suggested to us. But a public battle with Louis Johnson over a wholly false claim that the projected settlement neglected essential defense requirements, while appeasing the Japanese aggressors and perpetrators of the Bataan Death March, would be fatal to the treaty. It would be difficult enough to muster two-thirds of the Senate to ratify a good treaty with Japan without starting off with a row within the administration. On February 20th, 1950, the President, after reviewing with me the various ideas we had discussed in the department, requested that a National Security Council paper be prepared for his consideration. This had the highly desirable effect of suggesting that time limits were being set to the Pentagon filibuster, though the end was still months away. In March, Walton Butterworth was assigned to work directly with me on the Japanese peace treaty for the next 2 months before he left to be ambassador to Sweden. He had served loyally and ably in highly exposed posts that I had asked him to take on as General Marshall's chief assistant in China during the Marshall Mission, and later as Assistant Secretary for Far Eastern Affairs. He was attracting increasing attack from the opponents of our China policy. As a career officer whose future could be seriously damaged, he was entitled to a change of duty, and both he and I believed that the success of the treaty required a new cast of characters for its negotiation. One of his last tasks in the department was to arrange and brief me for the meeting with Secretary Johnson and the Chiefs of Staff on April 24. This meeting, already mentioned, was not entirely a failure, although most of it was taken up by dreary repetition of the chiefs. Reasons why discussion of a treaty was premature. Tiring of this, I told them that this attitude did not meet the needs of the time or of the country. The President wanted a National Security Council paper. If they would give us their military requirements, we would do our best to have them met, and did not doubt that we could do so. But the situation was deteriorating. The Japanese wanted a treaty. Our allies wanted a treaty. Even the Sino to Soviet treaty had recited the need for a peace treaty with Japan. If we did not move swiftly to control and direct pressures at play, either our opponents would, or the situation would get out of control. This shook the chiefs up and resulted in agreement that they would take a fresh look at the situation. Frank Pace, newly appointed Secretary of the Army, shortly took over from Mr. Voorhees the task of doing so, and of dealing with us on treaty affairs. A new cast of characters, another important step, was taken soon afterward. When Butterworth's transfer to Sweden was decided upon, Dean Rusk came to me with an offer that won my high respect and gratitude. He said that he was applying for demotion from his then post of Deputy Under Secretary for substantive matters. He would, if I wished, take on Butterworth's responsibilities for Far Eastern affairs. The area and its problems were not unfamiliar to him, as he had served on General Stilwell's staff in the China-Burma, India, Montdushan, Boone, and Allon. Touch with them. The President would, I told him, be as happy and grateful as I was for this offer, above and beyond the call of duty, as indeed it was, and I accepted it at once. He served faithfully and successfully in this most difficult of posts. Years later, when President-elect Kennedy in December 1960 asked me to make recommendations for the Secretaryship of State in his cabinet, I told him this story and placed Dean Rusk's name very high on the list. In the spring of 1950, the three of us, Rusk, Butterworth, and I, discussed who should be given responsibility for writing a paper asking for presidential authority to prepare a Japanese peace treaty, and, if it was given, to negotiate it. We all agreed that John Foster Dulles was the man. He had returned to the department, as I have told, in April. He had had no prior contaminating contact with the subject matter of his new duties. As already indicated, views within the State Department on broad policy questions were pretty well agreed and had the President's support. The task remaining was essentially one of negotiation both within and without the government. For this Foster Dulles was well qualified. He was competent, ambitious, particularly to succeed me close to Vandenberg and in good standing with both the Dewey and Taft wings of the Republican Party. These qualities would lead him to do a good job and to get the treaty through the Senate, if this was possible at all, with the necessary bipartisan support. The president saw the situation as we did. In later years, he used to charge me with responsibility for having made Foster Dulles Secretary of State, to which I would reply with the countercharge that it was he who resuscitated former President Hoover and gave him a new career and reputation. Senator Lehman was reconciled to the assignment of Dulles to this task by my assurance that absorption in it would take him out of the senatorial race in the autumn. On May 18th, the day Butterworth was nominated as ambassador to Sweden, Foster Dulles took over this work with me on the treaty, the knowledgeable John Allison being detailed as his assistant. On the same day, the president most helpfully told his press conference that responsibility for a Japanese peace treaty lay with the Secretary of State, and that he hoped the treaty was not too far off. This announcement and the assignment of Dulles to work on the treaty were not lost on Secretary Johnson, who had just announced that he and General Bradley were to go in June on a 13% day inspection of our Pacific bases. It seemed to us that Dulles and Allison should make a similar trip of their own to serve warning that discussion of a peace treaty was no longer premature. The filibuster ends, General MacArthur had prepared a memorandum in advance of the arrival of the Washington teams. Its thoughts were congenial and helpful to the state side. The military side, which had hoped to persuade MacArthur that delay was the order of the day, found arguments that ran the other way. One of MacArthur's points paralleled an earlier British suggestion that while a peace treaty that imposed on Japan continued occupation by American troops would not be acceptable either to the Japanese government or to many of our allies, a bilateral defense treaty between Japan and the United States would be quite a different matter. He further suggested that the defense, irresponsible militarism is driven from the world. The words were borrowed from the Potsdam Declaration, but in 1950 the irresponsible militarism meant the Sino to Soviet threat to Japan. The virtue of this idea was that it avoided having to negotiate over a direct mention of the requirements for bases or other contemplated arrangements in the security treaty, and left them to be quietly worked out on a bilateral basis after the settlement as a whole had been completed. The conception of one comprehensive treaty reconciling the interests and desires of all who had been engaged in war with Japan became the more impossible the more one analyzed it. The interests and desires were too varied and incompatible to be imposed upon Japan in a treaty intended to be conciliatory. The concern of the Philippines, New Zealand, and Australia over their own security was of this nature. Moreover, it could not be satisfied nearly so well by restrictions on Japan as by treaties with the United States, especially if Japan could be brought into the defensive equation as well. Similarly, while some of the Far Eastern allies wanted reparations from Japan, Britain pressed restrictions on her foreign trade. Here again, the purpose of a conciliatory treaty was to avoid reparations and trade restrictions. It gradually became clear that the road to solution lay in separate agreements between Japan and those seeking compensation for injury. In the final treaty, clauses provided that under such agreements the services of the Japanese would be made available for manufacture and repairing damage with raw materials supplied by claimants. Thus the idea grew of several treaties and agreements, all contributing to a settlement with Japan. If all, or nearly all, including the Japanese, and excepting the Russians could be satisfied to the point of accepting a settlement devised in this way, Russian and Chinese communist opposition might be ignored without dangerous risk. Moreover, it was appropriate that a number of treaties should be the final result of our efforts, for American purposes went beyond a settlement of the issues raised by Japan's challenge and defeat. They had to do as well with interests and desires brought forth in the intervening years. With such ideas germinating in our minds, we set about formulating an agreement with defense on ends to be achieved, with the hope of then getting the President's approval for the designation of a working group or task force under Foster Dulles to devise the ways and means of achieving them by exploratory talks within the government and separately with most of our allies. Agreement and decision to go ahead as already recounted. When the North Korean attack occurred, Mr. Dulles was in Tokyo. He returned to Washington. with the conviction that the negotiation of a treaty with Japan had become more rather than less important. War at the doorstep had awakened Japan and stirred apprehension among its people, Dulles reported. Delaying the treaty might lose us more than successful resistance of the attack might gain. He noted that American policy often suffered from the tendency to abandon political aims for purely military ones when war broke out. We must not do that here. With this advice, I wholly agreed. Indeed, earlier in June, I had told a congressional group that an attack on Korea would be regarded by the Japanese as stressed the importance of a conciliatory peace treaty in maintaining a Japan independent of Soviet influence. After the attack, I had reported to the cabinet the fear aroused in Japan of increased Soviet pressure in the Far East and the possibility of agitation for a neutralized and undefended Japan, a proposition already espoused by the Japanese Socialist Party. While the attack had put new problems in the way of a treaty, particularly for our soldiers, it had also produced new urgency. As early as mid to July, General Bradley told Ambassador Jessup that state and defense could work out their differences sufficiently to begin consultation with key allies and preparation of a broad plan for a peace settlement. Shortly thereafter, the President encouraged me to press on with a plan to lay before him. Throughout August, successive treaty drafts marked our progress. Lewis Johnson made ominous dissenting noises in the beginning. But Mr. Dulles argued, convincingly it seemed, that the current requirements of both MacArthur and the Joint Chiefs of Staff were being carefully incorporated in the treaty drafts. I canvassed with Dulles steps for forwarding the treaty process once administration agreement was reached, and he got together a list of successive consultations. Toward the end of the month, Lewis Johnson suggested, and I agreed, that General Carter B. Magruder and John Allison should discuss the treaty and the few remaining outstanding points at issue in detail. I suggested, and Johnson did not object, that a list of governing principles for the negotiators such as the Joint Chiefs had at one point provided should be developed for National Security Council consideration, rather than presenting the treaty draft itself. Allison met with Magruder, quickly ironed out difficulties with the draft treaty, and on September 4 had ready to lay before me a joint memorandum to be presented by both secretaries to the President. This memo combined a list of governing principles, which spelled out the security requirements of the Defense Department, with the outline of next steps prepared by Dulles. On September 7, Louis Johnson and I signed the agreed memorandum, and on the next day the President approved it. Exactly 1 year later, on September 8, 1951, the peace and defense treaties with Japan were signed in San Francisco. The vast importance of the agreement and decision lay in getting the negotiating process started and determining the method by which the settlement with Japan should be reached, rather than in the security principles that it laid down. In order to obtain the former, the State Department had to accept many Defense Department positions that proved to be utterly unworkable, and more than half of which had to be abandoned or drastically altered over the next year. What made this possible was the replacement of Secretary Johnson by General Marshall and the President's unwavering support of Mr. Dulles and myself throughout the negotiations. But in September 1950, it was no small achievement to reach, without casualties or bitterness, a government decision that a peace treaty was no longer premature. To this was added a crucial decision that agreement should be sought in a series of negotiations through diplomatic channels rather than by the more conventional procedures of multilateral peace conferences. The tenor and pace of negotiations would thus respond to a supreme commander and the Japanese government to ensure Japanese participation in the treaty, to making process and genuine acceptance of the result. The State Department was charged also with continuing, throughout the negotiations, informal discussions with members of the Senate Foreign Relations and Armed Services Committees. The diplomatic agent for all these discussions, staffed by the Department and guided throughout by the Secretary and the President, was to be Foster Dulles. As already mentioned, The section on security requirements, to be regarded as vital, was less helpful and, fortunately, less enduring. It would be of little interest today to go through it in detail. One illustration will suffice. The first principle in this section sought to preserve the essence of the Fabian Principle so stubbornly adhered to by the Pentagon. It provided that a treaty should not become effective until after favorable resolution of the military situation in Korea. The first skirmish over this principle came in December 1950, when I wrote General Marshall asking for agreement on a number of proposals, including seeking an early conclusion of a peace settlement with Japan without awaiting a favorable outcome of the situation in Korea, and sending Mr. Dulles and a representative of the Defense Department to Japan under presidential authority to begin discussions. The chiefs opposed this request on the ground that Chinese intervention in Korea had made proceeding with the treaty inopportune. General Marshall agreed to my request after Mr. Dulles had discussed it with the chiefs of staff, and the president then approved it. Again, in June 1951, the chiefs opposed a draft of Article 23 of the treaty that in effect gave the United States a veto over the coming into force of the treaty between Japan and any other signatory. For 9 months after Japanese ratification, wishing instead to have power retained by the United States to postpone the treaty's coming into effect indefinitely in case hostilities in Korea continued, an appeal was taken to the President, to whom General Bradley and I stated the opposing views. The President asked Robert Lovett, Deputy Secretary of Defense, for General Marshall's opinion, since the General was testifying and could not be at the meeting. The General's view, said Mr. Lovett, was that the State Department's advice should be pretty nearly controlling. Its negotiator had already obtained a great deal to meet the military needs growing out of the exigencies in Korea, and to send the treaty back now for renegotiation might do harm. The President decided in favor of the treaty as it stood. This episode is not untypical of differences over specific policies and provisions, which continued even after the treaties were signed and the administrative agreement was being negotiated. However, we were on our way. Germany and the defense of Europe. The need for German participation. For some years, the Defense Department had held that Europe could not be defended without the willing and active participation of Western Germany. But the State Department had not yet gotten that far. Indeed, as late as June 5, 1950, after returning from London, I would continue the policy of German demilitarization. There is no discussion of doing anything else, I said. That is our policy, and we have not raised it or revalued it. Some doubt should have been cast on my familiarity with the subject, however, when the next day General Bradley said, from a strictly military point of view, I do believe the defense of Western Europe would be strengthened by the inclusion of Germany, because we do know that they have great production facilities that we could use, and we know that they are very capable soldiers and airmen and sailors. He added that there were political considerations on which he did not feel qualified to pronounce. A few, very few, voices had been raised in Europe to express the same thought. Field Marshal Viscount Montgomery, General Lucius Clay, and Konrad Adenauer, early in 1950, had all seen a place for a German contribution toward a general European defense effort. During the summer, a steady stream of cables came from our missions in London, Paris, and Bonn, urging a greater participation by Germany in European defense. In mid to July, McCloy put it most dramatically. The probability was that we would lose Germany politically as well as militarily, without hope of getting it back, if we did not find means for that country to fight in event of an emergency. If there should be a real war, we would have lost a most valuable reserve of manpower, a reserve the Russians could certainly use against us. Even though planning for German participation would require radical changes, it was time to consider our plans for European defense in the light of Korea. His thoughts, McCloy added, were preliminary ones only. The need for increased military strength was in the air, given a renewed fillip by the Korean attack. In July, General Bradley noted that communism is willing to use arms to gain its ends. This is a fundamental change, and it has forced a change in our estimate of the military needs of the United States. 5 during the same month, both the Germans and the French, looking with apprehension at the 60,000 East German military police and 27 Russian divisions also in East Germany with more behind them, found little comfort in NATO's 12 ill-equipped and uncoordinated divisions with little air support. Both Adenauer and the French cabinet inquired about additional American help. Our missions kept up a steady drumfire of recommendations for more American and new German additions to European defense. At the end of the month, we asked through the NATO deputies what our allies were prepared to do to strengthen their own defense. When the replies were tabulated, even including substantial British and French efforts, the total available on the Central Front in Europe fell far short of any candid military view of an adequate defense. French desire for U.S.-European integration, the French circulated with their reply a memorandum that gave us pause. They proposed to apply the principles of integration to the political, military, economic, and financial institutions supporting a NATO defense system, integrated organs for foreign policy decisions, military command, military budget, and munitions and eco. I paled at the thought of bringing so vague, unexplored, and enormous an idea before the Congress. The proposal, I told Ambassador Henri Bonnet, raised issues of such fundamental character, requiring consideration and decision at the highest level of government, that it would not be possible for the United States to reply during the present crisis on both sides of the world. We must have time for study. My conversion to German participation in European defense was quick. The idea that Germany's place in the defense of Europe would be worked out by a process of evolution was outmoded. Korea had speeded up evolution. If there was to be any defense at all, it had to be based on a forward strategy. Germany's role must be not secondary, but primary, not only through military formations, but through emotional and political involvement. On the last day of July, in a long talk with the President, I reported that some were urging that we first ask him for a decision on whether Germany should be rearmed, and then, if he approved, go into methods. This seemed to me the wrong way to go at the problem. The real question was not whether Germany should be brought into a general European defense system, but whether this could be done without disrupting everything else we were doing and giving Germany the key position in the balancing of power in Europe. To create a German military system, complete from general staff to Ruhr munitions industry, would weaken rather than strengthen European defense and repeat past errors. The President agreed and illustrated the point from European history in the last century. We went on to discuss some way of merging Germany's military contribution into a European army or North Atlantic Army with an integrated command and, perhaps, supply. The latter could move German industry further into a European system already started by the Schuman Plan. The President was enthusiastic about this approach and wished to have the matter brought back to him through the regular channel of the National Security Council when further work had been done on it. The one-package proposal first, however, the United States government must come to grips with the basic problem involved in the defense of Europe. What were we prepared to do? So far, we had made no commitments of ground and air forces for which we were being pressed by our allies. So far also, we had done nothing to give reality to the strategic concept of an integrated defense. When in August, we turned to serious discussion with our colleagues in the Pentagon, we found ourselves confronted by an ugly dilemma. The Defense Department required no persuasion that the defense of Europe needed, in their phrase, beefing up, nor did its officers doubt that the beef would have to be provided by increased Allied forces, increased American troops and military aid, the inclusion of armed German units, and, to integrate and direct the whole effort, a unified command. But, and here came the rub, they wanted all of these elements in, their phrase again, one package. They would not recommend any more American forces in Europe, or the responsibility of this country's assuming the unified command, unless the whole scheme should be, knew that this was the stiffest fence on the course. To make it the first, and the sine qua non of the rest, seemed to me to be going about the project the hard way with a vengeance. 2 weeks or so of debate across the Potomac ensued. The Pentagon stood united and immovable. I agreed with their strategic purpose and objective, but thought their tactics murderous. Once we established the United Command and had a planning center, the inevitable logic of mathematics would convince everyone that any plan without Germany was untenable. To insist on requiring the inclusion of Germany at the outset would delay and complicate the whole enterprise. I was right, but I was nearly alone. M.C. Cloy had won over Bayreuth and the German office early in August. The creation of a European defense was moving too slowly, he cabled. There was a real chance to solve the problem of a genuine European army with Germany in it. We should start immediately to work it out. There must be no delay in German participation. Douglas and Spofford joined in the bombardment from London. On August 11th, the Consultative Assembly of the Council of Europe, with West Germany participating for the first time, called for the immediate creation of a unified European army under a European Minister of Defense. The President called a meeting for August 26, the same meeting that began with the fracas about MacArthur's message to the veterans of foreign wars to discuss the differences between state and defense. On the eve of this meeting, a new factor entered the situation, already complicated enough. Sir Oliver Franks reported Prime Minister Attlee's wish to come to the United States to talk with President Truman. Although the ambassador was vague about subjects to be discussed, it was not hard to see that NATO pressure for rearmament in Europe and the United States, as well as the possibilities of the war in Korea, was raising serious questions for the British Exchequer and the British economy. On the one hand, increased military expenses would add to already high British taxes. On the other, general rearmament would raise the price of the raw materials that Britain must buy. However, the President, with the best will in the world, would be in no position to consult with Attlee helpfully until the necessary preparatory work was done, and the general extent of rearmament was clearer. I explained enough of this discreetly and confidentially so that Ambassador Franks could keep the matter on an informal and personal basis for a few days more. The next day, the President pointed out that at the ministerial meeting of the NATO Council, due within a month, the most urgent problem would be how to strengthen the defense of Europe and the nature of the German contribution to it. He gave Secretary Johnson and me a list of questions upon which he wanted our joint recommendation by September 1, later extended to September 5. I was clearly outflanked, and, in the euphemism of wartime communiques, again found it necessary to fall back and regroup. Moreover, this hazardous maneuver had to be executed under some harassment from friend and foe alike. First, Lewis Johnson and I appeared together at an executive hearing of the posed senator could easily engineer a conflict of views. In the course of such an endeavor, my faithful enemy, Senator Wary, began badgering me from directly across a narrow table, finally leaning over it and shaking a menacing finger in my face. I have a reputation for not suffering fools gladly. However, the adverb aside, until that moment I had suffered as many fools patiently as any man. But quite suddenly I had had enough of Kenneth Wary, and was on my feet admonishing him in tones and language far from diplomatic not to shake his dirty finger in my face. He bellowed that he would, and he did. My answering haymaker was interrupted by my friend and colleague, Adrian Fisher, legal advisor to the department and a former Princeton football player. "Take it easy, boss," he said soothingly, as he pushed me down in my chair while Senator Mac Keller, presiding, restored order. The next day, I called on the chairman to express regret. "Not at all, my boy. Not at all," he said. "Funniest thing I've seen in 30 years on this hill. After you left, I called Harry Truman and told him he could pay off the national debt by putting you two on vaudeville. More serious was the task of keeping the discussion within the administration out of the press until we had reached some measure of agreement. Our allies were disturbed enough without a daily crop of rumors out of Washington. On August 31st, the President said that he had no intention at present of increasing the number of American troops in Europe. A few days later, the irrepressible Mac Cloy, after seeing him, said on the steps of the White House, "In some manner, in some form, The Germans should be enabled, if they want to defend their own country, adding that he favored strengthening U.S. forces in Germany. All these public comments and congressional hearings, which whether or not in secret session appeared in the press, slowed up agreement with defense on the answers to the president's questions. These were finally agreed and presented on September 5th. The position outlined in the answers consisted of additional U.S. ground forces for Europe, in the neighborhood of from 4 to 6 divisions, on the assumption of substantial increases in French forces and in British troops on the continent. All forces of European members, if possible, and the British and U.S. forces in Europe should be combined into a European defense force with an international staff and a supreme commander. A German contingent should be added at the divisional level without a German general staff. An executive group should be established in the NATO Military Production and Supply Board to coordinate and increase European military production and supply. The United States would accept the responsibility of supreme command only if 1. Our allies requested it, 2. They undertook the obligations of the plans as outlined, and 3. Only long enough to discover whether they could and would perform them. We hoped also that in time the standing group could work out a combined chiefs of staff function. After 3 days of study and further discussion, the President, on September 8th, approved the plan as set out in a rewritten document. The next day, he issued a public statement to dispel some of the uncertainty about our government, concurred in by the Secretaries of State and Defense. I have today approved substantial increases in the strength of United States forces to be stationed in Western Europe in the interest of the defense of that area. Our plans are based on the sincere expectation that our efforts will be met with similar action on their part. Due to these maneuverings, we were running out of time. Although I kept Sir Oliver Franks informed of developments, Schumann and Bevan were to come to New York by sea, arriving on September 12th. It was essential that they should know, as soon as possible, the position the President would approve. On September 2, our embassies were instructed to tell them of the tentative conclusions we had in mind. Sir Oliver was also told that the President thought it better for me to talk these over with Bevan before the Prime Minister and the President met. Schumann replied, urging us not to put our plan on the NATO agenda because discussion of it might reveal such differences, especially on German rearmament, as we might not wish to disclose to our other colleagues. This ominous message boded ill for our meeting in New York. Moreover, it boded correctly. The one package decision to lump together the United Command, increased American military forces, and an armed German element has been called a mistake. I am inclined to agree, and held out against it until convinced that it was the necessary price for Pentagon acceptance of a united command. Even that conclusion was proved to be unsound when General Marshall succeeded Louis Johnson. Indeed, the United Command was approved by NATO in December with German participation accepted only in principle. 6 years were to pass before principle matured into fact. During that period, the European army was conceived and miscarried. At the time, however, the danger to Europe seemed to us great and immediate, and these decisions were not being made in the unhurried calm of an academic study. In the first 3 weeks of September, not only was the enlistment of Germany in European defense put forward, but General MacArthur landed at Incheon and began the rout of the North Korean army. The Uniting for Peace proposal was made in the General Assembly in New York. The President authorized us to proceed with a peace treaty with Japan. Louis Johnson was removed as Secretary of Defense, and the primitives in the Senate reached a crescendo of vituperation over General Marshall's nomination to succeed him. Those were noisy and active days. General Marshall returns to the Pentagon. Never have talks been so dominated by offstage action as were ours in New York. No sooner had we arrived at the Waldorf Towers, where the Secretary of State lives during sessions of the United Nations, than a half-dozen telephone calls, Averill, Harriman's among them, informed me that Louis Johnson had resigned as Secretary of Defense and that the President had obtained General Marshall's agreement to succeed him. Johnson's behavior had passed beyond the peculiar to the impossible. I have already stated my belief that this was the result of a brain malady, which ultimately proved fatal. It had caused acute problems at the Pentagon, which had to be brought to the president's attention. Moreover, Averell Harriman had learned that Johnson had discussed with the opposition my removal from office and had felt obligated to report it over my dissent. At the time, the president did not mention the matter to me, nor I to him. Later, he told me of the unhappiness the dismissal caused him. He recalled also that a telephone call to General Marshall was long delayed in reaching him, and that the general was unusually abrupt in giving his assent. Later he discovered that the general had had to be brought some distance to an open telephone in a country store, where a group of customers had assembled to hear the distinguished general talk with the President of the United States. No change could have been more welcome to me. It brought only one embarrassment. The general insisted, overruling every protest of mine, in meticulously observing the protocol involved in my being the senior cabinet officer. Never would he go through a door before me, or walk anywhere but on my left. He would go around an automobile to enter it after me, and sit on the left. In meetings, he would insist on my speaking before him. To be treated so by a revered and beloved former chief was a harrowing experience. But the result in government was, I think, unique in the history of the Republic. For the first time, and perhaps, though I am not sure, the last, the Secretaries of State and Defense, with their top advisors, met with the chiefs of staff in their map room and discussed common problems together. At one of these meetings, General Bradley and I made a treaty, thereafter scrupulously observed. The phrases, "from a military point of view," and "from a political point of view," were excluded from our talks. No such dichotomy existed. Each of us had our tactical and strategic problems, but they were interconnected, not separate. Posed. This had been a Girat success. Everyone had approved, wished me well, and expressed full confidence in me. The meetings in New York did not accomplish their purpose. Only 3 months later, when I was starting off for another meeting in Europe on the same subject, the congressional opposition voted that I had lost the confidence of the country, could not regain it, and should be dismissed. That meeting turned out to be a complete success. Thus one learned that congressional approval is pleasant, but largely irrelevant to the outcome of international enterprises, unless they call in one way or another for congressional votes. The one package proposal stalls. With us on our mission to New York went Rear Admiral Thomas H. Robbins, Jr., known as One Package Robbins, to keep watch over me to see that I never wandered from the straight and narrow one package path. It was said that he neither slumbered nor slept. From the outset, Schuman took the indivisible proposal very hard. He embraced every part of it enthusiastically, except German military participation, wishing to go even further toward Allied integration along the lines of his midsummer memorandum. For days, his opposition to the Central German provision was skillfully obscured by a kind of filibuster in which various elements of the plan were elaborated and wholly unacceptable roles for the Germans proposed in contributions, material and financial, and in service of supply functions, indicating an all too obvious second-class status. Finally, his opposition became flat and absolute. The French government would be willing to discuss the formation of German military units only when the NATO allies had first been rearmed and an integrated defense force had been created into which the German units could be merged. Bevin, on the other hand, though cautious at first for lack of a cabinet decision, found himself in the position in which I had been earlier. His own chiefs of staff, I learned from him, were like ours ahead of the Foreign Office. They, too, had concluded that no defense of Europe was feasible without German military participation. But Bevin had foreseen French opposition, the danger of Soviet reaction, and anti-to-German resistance in Britain. He favored following up Adenauer's request to the High Commission to form a gendarmerie, or Bereitschaften, to counter the forces already created in East Germany and which he very much feared. This, he thought, avoided most of the difficulties. "You've got the right idea, me lad," he said to me, "but you're going about it the hard way. But to us, a Bereitschaften could too easily develop into a separate German army. Since the three of us could not stay locked in secret stalemate while our other NATO allies fretted on the leaking edges of discussion, we alternated meetings. On September 12, 13, and 14, the three ministers met without agreement. Both Schuman and Bevin then asked their governments for instructions. NATO meetings began on Friday, the 15th, D-Day +1 at Incheon, and, skipping Sunday, continued through the 18th. The three ministers met again on the 18th and 19th. At this point, all meetings recessed to permit me to make the Uniting for Peace speech at the General Assembly on the 20th. The three agreed to resume on the 22nd, this time with the help of the defense ministers. Jules Mock, Emmanuel Shinwell, and General Marshall joined us on Friday and Saturday. All Monday I spent privately with the Benelux ministers. And on Tuesday, the 26th, the NATO Council met again and put the one package, proposal in suspense, with comforting phrases, until we could make arrangements with the French in which both of us would yield something. The notable fact about these 10 days of discussion was that, frustrating and inconclusive as they seemed at the time, they comprised the first real debate NATO had had about the twin subjects of Germany and European defense, and greatly advanced the thinking in all Allied countries on both subjects. In May we had talked long and earnestly, but about abstractions and phrases. In September, we closed with facts and brutal comparison of aims and capabilities. Discussion in the two groups followed the same course, the smaller group preparing the way for the larger one. To begin with, I laid out the subject of debate in a series of propositions, each of which received careful examination. 1. The Korean attack had shown that the USSR was prepared to use force, initially at least, through satellites, to achieve political ends, and had also shown the vital importance of strength in being and in position, and of a plan of campaign. 2. The significance of the President's announced willingness to increase American forces stationed in Europe was its acceptance of the European aim of a defense of Europe as against a liberation of Europe. 3. A defense of Europe required more forces than any proposed plans provided for, and a united command, with staff, commander, and agreed strategy. 4. The United States would join in such a defense if, and only if, it was to be a viable defense capable of achieving its purpose. 5. To achieve its purpose, the defense would require not only increased forces from its members in being and in position, but also the enthusiastic participation of Germany and armed German units. 6. The United States was opposed to a separate German army and a German general staff. 7. The United States would agree to any plan the Allies wanted to give their forces a lead, say of 2 years, in rearmament over the German formations. But the plan called for them to begin rearmament at once and at the same time to agree definitively to the creation of German units. 8. Finally, the plan was a single entity, to be considered as such. It was not a series of proposals, any one or more of which could be accepted apart from the others. As the debate progressed, and with it opportunity for the foreign ministers to communicate with their governments, it appeared that 5 shared our views. Watch in the French. Ein ministers was strengthened in his position. Mock, whose son had been captured by the Germans while working for the French underground and garroted, passionate in his hatred of the Germans, strongly backed Schumann. Shinwell brought solid cabinet backing for Bevin to urge acceptance of the unprecedented offer of the United States to become permanently integrated into the defense of Europe. To me, General Marshall brought immense help in 2 ways. His great prestige and calm, compelling exposition left no doubt in any mind, including the French minds, that without Germany, the defense of Europe was not possible. He also became convinced himself, and was able to persuade the Pentagon, that the tactic of the rigid and brusque one-package proposal would not work. "Don't press so hard," said Hervé Alfand, Schumann's assistant. "We will find a solution." And wise old Joseph Bech, Foreign Minister of Luxembourg, drew me aside during a recess in one of the meetings, urged me to be more relaxed, and told me that Paris was working on a European military system based on the Schumann Kohl and steel plant. It later emerged as the Pleven Plan. When I asked why Schuman did not tell me so, he answered, "He doesn't know it yet." Betch had gotten word from an associate of Jean Monnet in Paris. General Marshall also did useful work in private talks with Mock by getting him off generalities and onto specifics, the matching of needs and resources. Adjournment with progress to General Marshall and me, it had become clear that to press further at the time would only harden differences, and that the better course was to record the progress made and put over further discussion until the meeting of the NATO defense ministers in October. The President, who had been kept in intimate touch with each day's discussion and by periodic appraisals of the situation, agreed with our view. Despite the rhetoric over German participation, a good deal of progress had been made both by the Council and by the ministers. The former announced on September 26th agreement upon the establishment as soon as possible of an integrated force under centralized command to deter aggression and to ensure the defense of Western Europe. The force would be organized by NATO and under its political and strategic guidance. It would have a supreme commander with power to organize and train it in time of peace as an integrated force for the event of war. The commander would be supported by an international staff and subject to the strategic direction of the standing group. The finalization by the Council of these arrangements would await recommendations by the Defense Committee regarding the force's organization, command, and strategic direction. Decisions regarding allocation of forces would be sought from member governments at an early date, and recommendations made by the Defense Committee of methods by which Germany could most usefully make its contribution. This meeting ended my chairmanship of the Council, which passed to Paul van Zeeland, Foreign Minister of Belgium. The fact of progress had become evident even earlier. When Bevan, Schuman, and I had prepared our tripartite communiqué of the 19th too, we had been surprised at how much had been hammered out in the rough and tumble of frank and honest talk. A series of measures was being inaugurated to move Germany further from the position of defeated and occupied enemy to that of ally. In the field of foreign relations, the Federal Republic was recognized as the only German government freely and legitimately constituted and hence entitled to speak for the German people. To that end, a Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the authority to enter into diplomatic relations with foreign nations would be authorized. Furthermore, the necessary steps would be taken to terminate the state of war with Germany. In internal affairs, far-reaching reduction in economic and political controls was announced, and limitations were relaxed on steel production and shipbuilding. Regarding security, the ministers noted the creation of outright military units in the Soviet zone of occupation, pledged an increase of their governments, forces in the Federal Republic to protect and defend it, and Berlin declared that any attack on the Federal Republic or Berlin would be treated as an attack on their own nations, and authorized the establishment of mobile police formations on a Länder basis capable of being called into federal service to meet exigencies. Recently expressed German sentiments in favor of participation in an integrated force for the defense of European freedom were at the time the subject of study and exchange of views. Altogether, this amounted to no small record of achievement. The day after these communiques were completed, the President summoned me to Washington to go over with him and General Marshall definitive orders to General MacArthur. See pages 452 to 54. Next phase in Korea. To pick up the thread of events in Korea and of thought about policy there, we must go back to the time of my return to Washington on August 21st, after a week's holiday. In the department, two views were then locked in what seemed to me wholly unnecessary conflict. One was that under no circumstances should General MacArthur's forces cross the 38th parallel. The other denied this and advocated, or some proponents did, going wherever necessary to destroy the invaders' force and restore security in the area. The latter view seemed the right one if properly restricted. Troops could not be expected, as I put it, to march up to a surveyor's line and stop. Until the actual military situation developed further, no one could say where the necessity for flexibility in tactics ended and embarkation upon a new strategic purpose began. One conclusion was clear. No arbitrary prohibition against crossing the parallel should be imposed. As a boundary, it had no political validity. The next important conclusion was not clear. After knocking out the invasion, and as much of the invasion force as seemed practical, what then? The official United Nations purpose was to create a unified, independent, and democratic Korea. But how and by whom? These were words, and empty words. They were not policy. One of our greatest problems lay in ever getting beyond them. In a memorandum awaiting my return, George Kennan, who was lecturing at the National War College, left me his advice on this and some other problems. A memorandum typical of its gifted author, beautifully expressed, sometimes contradictory, in which were mingled flashes of prophetic insight and suggestions, as the document itself conceded, of total impracticality. Our action in Korea, it said, was right. The aggression must be defeated and discredited, but disturbing emotional and moralistic conclusions were being drawn from this fact. It was not essential to us, or within our capabilities, to establish an anti-Soviet regime in all of Korea. The Koreans could not maintain their independence against both Russian and Japanese pressures, Kennan maintained. And while Japanese influence might be preferable from our point of view to Russian, the power to exert it did not now exist. Hence, it would be unrealistic to exclude the possibility of a period of Russian domination. Curiously, the memorandum did not mention what within a few months was to be a far more likely possibility: Chinese domination. Such was national interest in the abstract. In view of public opinion and political pressures in the concrete, ideas such as these could only be kept in mind as warnings not to be drawn into quicksands. All this was good, even if purely negative. Advice. It was well to be cautious. If we had been able to peer into General MacArthur's mind, we should have been infinitely more cautious than we were a few weeks later in giving him instructions and in formulating policy at the United Nations. Assault beaches, Red Beach, mudflats at low tide, salt pans, Green Beach, Incheon, Wolmi-do, tidal basin, flying fish channel, Yellow Sea, landing at Incheon, September 15th, 1950. Mudflats at low tide, Miles Palacios, Blue Bot Beach to Seoul. Incheon, Operation Common Knowledge. 3 days after we arrived in New York, the 1st Marine Division began, on September 15th, its landing at Incheon on the west coast of Korea, about 35 miles south of the 38th parallel, and approximately the same distance west of Seoul, the occupied capital of South Korea. By September 27, Seoul was recaptured and pretty well shattered in the process. General Walker's 8th Army, attacking simultaneously in the south, broke out of the Pusan perimeter and drove the retreating North Koreans before them until, intercepted by MacArthur's forces west of Seoul, their army was utterly destroyed by the 2 American forces. Perhaps 30,000 stragglers out of an army of approximately 400,000 men made their escape without equipment across the parallel. By the end of the month, General MacArthur's command approached the parallel virtually without opposition. Perilous gamble or exemplary boldness? The Incheon counteroffensive succeeded brilliantly. It would be regarded today as one of the classic military victories of history had it not been the prelude to the greatest defeat suffered by American arms since the Battle of Manassas and an international disaster of the First Water. To understand why this is so, it is necessary to look further into the nature of the Incheon operation. In doing so, it would be untrue and unfair to intimate that General MacArthur should be charged with sole responsibility for disaster in Korea, though he certainly must bear the lion's share. Other mistakes were made, as will appear, to which I made a contribution. Until August 23, General MacArthur was almost alone in favoring the risky Incheon operation. This was no mere outflanking operation, but a strike deep in the enemy's rear to cut his line of communications and destroy him between the 2 jaws of a massive pincer. The Joint Chiefs of Staff opposed it, especially the Army and Navy chiefs, who were present in Tokyo. So did the Army Navy and Marine commanders who would have to carry it out. So did General Walker, commanding the 8th Army at Pusan, for his force was to be weakened to augment the Northern Landing Corps. If anything went wrong at Incheon, he saw himself overwhelmed by the North Koreans, and a lot could go wrong. General MacArthur himself assessed Incheon as a 5,000 to 1 risk, and saw in the very improbability of its being attempted a guarantee of an essential element in success: surprise. The approach to Incheon harbor was narrow and rendered hazardous by rocks, shoals, and enormous tides. From an average of 23 to a maximum of 33 feet, only a maximum tide would float the landing craft to the seawall, which even then rose 14 feet above the water. Maximum tides could be expected only on September 15th and October 11th. At ebb tide, the harbor became a mudflat, where stranded landing craft could be pounded to pieces by artillery. One does not wonder at the remark of a naval staff officer that they had drawn up a list of every conceivable natural handicap, and Incheon had them all. They were all stated at the meeting on August 23rd in general. MacArthur's Tokyo headquarters, but he brushed them aside in a brilliant defense of his plan, ending in a dramatic hush. "I can almost hear the ticking of the second hand of destiny. We shall land at Incheon, and I shall crush them." Such was the prestige of General MacArthur. I wish I had that man's confidence, as Admiral Forrest Sherman put it, that ultimately and reluctantly the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the President concurred in the Incheon operation. MacArthur's tide of luck was in, and taken at flood led on to success. So great was his luck that Typhoon Kezia, with winds of 125 miles an hour, heading for the invasion fleet, veered off to the east, and communist spies, who had learned of the plan due to faulty security, were unable to get word through to the North Koreans. The nickname of Incheon in Japan was Operation Common Knowledge. One must understand the tremendous risks assumed by General MacArthur at Incheon, and the equally great luck that saw him through, to understand the hubris that led him to assume even more impossible chances in his march to the Yalu, at a time when his luck, and unhappily, the luck of the United States also, ran out. Uniting for peace on July 29th, the Soviet Foreign Office had announced the end of the long, helpful Russian boycott of the United Nations Security Council. Its representative, Jacob Malik, would return to preside over it during August. His performance there following his return exceeded even lively expectations. Hickerson's bureau in the department was put to work on the obvious problem of how to provide United Nations guidance for policy after the attack had been repelled. To repel it was the first goal set by the resolution of June 27, and it had been achieved by the end of September. The second goal was to restore international peace and security in the area. The words were not pregnant with significance in themselves. They had been taken from Article 42 of the United Nations Charter, which empowered the Security Council, if it found the existence of any breach of the peace or act of aggression, as it had here, to take such action by air, sea, or land forces as may be necessary to maintain or restore international peace and security. A sensible interpretation of the resolution would have been that after repelling the armed attack, the Security Council wanted to make reasonably sure that it would not be renewed as soon as the guardians of peace withdrew. Malik, wielding the Soviet veto in the Security Council, would obviously prevent the adoption there of any plan to assure peace unpalatable to the North Koreans. However, in the light of history, the second clause in the resolution might be construed to mean something more than the prevention of a new attack. It might include a goal of the UN resolution of 1947, an independent, united Korean government, then thought a foundation, if not a prerequisite, to peace and security in the area. Behind the slogan lay a reality. The division of Korea at the 38th parallel, with the northern half in the Soviet sphere of influence and the southern half in the American, was indeed the chief obstacle to peace and security in the area. On the other hand, the Amarejingwain, willing to commit its forces to the task of creating an independent and united Korea against any and all opposition. American occupation of South Korea came about as an incident of the surrender of Japan. Prior to Japan's annexation of the country in 1910, control of it had been the subject of intense rivalry with China and Russia. During the war with Japan, the four principal powers engaged in it had vaguely agreed on a free and independent Korea with a preliminary, and hopefully brief, four-power trusteeship. Japan's sudden collapse precipitated arrangements for the surrender of her considerable forces there. The Joint Chiefs proposed that the United States accept surrender in the south, nearest Japan and the Russians; in the north, nearest Siberia. A young officer recently returned to the Pentagon from the Chinese theater, Colonel Dean Rusk, found a convenient administrative dividing line along the 38th parallel. This would give the United States a northern port of embarkation at Incheon and a southern one at Pusan to facilitate repatriation of the surrendered troops. The plan, accepted by the President and Marshal Stalin, was promulgated by General MacArthur in General Order No. 1 on September 2, 1945. But almost at once, as General John R. Hodge, in command in Korea, reported, dissatisfaction with the division of the country began. We soon found that the Soviet Union considered the 38th parallel not as a line of military administrative convenience, but as a wall around their preserve. This was a lesson we were learning painfully in Germany, Berlin, and Iran, and we were determined not to permit the same situation in Japan and Austria. Secretary Burns and Molotov took up the problem in Moscow in December 1945. Working out an agreement for a joint commission for the unity and independence of Korea. For nearly 2 years, every effort to work through the commission was frustrated. Just before I retired as Undersecretary, Secretary of War Patterson recommended the withdrawal of our troops from Korea to meet greater needs for our limited military resources elsewhere. The other needs and the limited resources were plain enough, and there seemed ground for hope. In those days of hope, that the success in uniting Iran through the United Nations might be duplicated in Korea. The President having approved, the United States laid the question of Korean independence and the withdrawal of foreign troops before the United Nations General Assembly, in a resolution calling for both withdrawal of troops and elections of local representatives of North and South to work out unification. Interpreting this as what it was, an attempt to terminate our responsibilities in Korea, the Russians accepted withdrawal and opposed United Nations supervised elections. They proposed leaving it to North and South Koreans to agree on unification without interference after foreign withdrawal. This plain invitation to civil war was rejected, and the American resolution adopted. The UN Election Commission, barred from the North, held elections in the South, and a government for the Republic of Korea was recognized by the General Assembly as the only legitimate government in Korea. The Russians promptly responded by creating a People's Republic of Korea in the north, which also claimed jurisdiction over the entire country. When this regime attacked the south, and in the process lost MOS military force, the tempting possibility of achieving an independent and united Korea without more military effort or risk beckoned the United Nations. But to make this effort, or even the more modest one of preventing renewal of the attack, required a UN decision that could not be blocked by a Soviet veto in the Security Council. The purpose of my Uniting for Peace speech on September ZO was to make further UN decisions possible by action in the General Assembly. Sometime earlier, we had asked the British Foreign Office its views on a proposal to turn to the General Assembly in cases of aggression should the Security Council be paralyzed by a veto. The response was a cool one. The Foreign Office wisely forecast the dangers of the idea in the future if the then majority in the United Nations should give way to one holding contrary views. But present difficulties outweighed possible future ones, and we pressed on. My speech 3 proposed strengthening the system of collective security within the existing charter. Article 1 ascribed to the United Nations as a whole and to its members the purpose of maintaining peace and opposing aggression. The Security Council was the principal instrument for carrying out this purpose. But if it should be paralyzed by a veto, the duty remained, and powers given by Articles 10, 11, and 14 gave the General Assembly responsibility and authority in maintaining international peace. We would offer a plan to increase Assembly effectiveness by 1. Providing for an emergency session of the General Assembly upon 20% 4 hours. Notice if the Security Council should be prevented from acting. 2. Establishment by the Assembly of a Security Patrol, a peace patrol, to provide immediate and independent observation wherever international conflict might threaten. 3. Designation by each member within its armed forces of United Nations units to be available continuously for United Nations service. And 4. Establishment of a special committee to develop further means of collective action. This plan, in a resolution sponsored by Canada, France, the Philippines, Turkey, the United Kingdom, the United States, and Uruguay, was adopted by the General Assembly on November 3, 1950, by a vote of 52 to 5. With India and Argentina abstaining. Its immediate purpose was to lay a foundation for a policy declaration by the General Assembly on the Korean situation, the final adoption of which actually preceded that of the Uniting for Peace resolution by nearly a month. Within the United States government, discussion of this vital policy question had been going on since the beginning of the attack. On June 29th, before commitment of ground forces, I had said to the newspaper guild that our action in response to the UN resolutions was solely to be for the purpose of restoring the Republic of Korea to its status prior to the invasion from the north and of re-establishing the peace broken by that aggression. And on July 10th had written to Paul Nitze that in the immediate future we have got to put in the force necessary to reoccupy to the 38th subject to new problems that Russian or Chinese intervention would raise. In the longer run, if we should succeed in reoccupying the South, the question of garrisoning and supporting it would arise. This would be a hard task for us to take on, and yet it hardly seemed end of it. In other words, as the Virginians say, we have bought a colt. Nowhere in my memorandum appears any thought of an independent and united Korea as the U.S. or UN war aim. Similarly, a series of discussions going on within the government between the President and the Secretary of State, within defense, and within the Central Intelligence Agency seem to approach the longer run question through an even more immediate tactical problem: what to do about crossing the 38th parallel. Long to range policy and crossing the parallel, the President agreed that nothing should be said about post-aggression policy until the course of the fighting was much clearer than it was in mid-July. But on the 17th, he asked the National Security Council to prepare substantive recommendations for him. Within the department, a difference of opinion developed, which inhibited clear, cut thinking and led to a wait and see attitude. The Far Eastern Division, under Dean Rusk and John Allison, strongly urged that a crossing of the 38th parallel should not be precluded. Only events could clarify whether it should be crossed. But in their view, peace and stability would not exist in Korea while the country was divided. Paul Nitze's policy planning staff, influenced by George Kennan's views, took the opposite position and argued that General MacArthur should be directed to announce, as UN commander, that his troops would not cross the parallel in pursuit if the North Korean forces withdrew to the north of it. On July 13th, the problem was further complicated by President Syngman Rhee's announcement that Korean forces would not stop at the parallel, and the reply of a U.S. Army spokesman that U.S. forces would stop there and would compel South Korean troops to do likewise. I hastily cabled Ambassador Muccio to do all he could to stop such public statements and discussion which prejudiced the position of the United States. This cable also resolved the internal dispute within the department. Then, on July 31st, planners across the river in the Pentagon made proposals of a far-reaching nature. I have long noticed that military recommendations are usually premised upon the meticulous statement of assumptions that, as often as not, are quite contrary to the facts, and yet control the conclusions. So it was here. The recommendation was that the UN Supreme Commander should be directed to cross the parallel, defeat the enemy's forces, and occupy the country, provided the following assumptions held: objective and strengthen its military position in all other areas of strategic importance. 2. that the Soviet Union would not intervene in Korea or elsewhere. Not the least interesting aspect of this remarkable intellectual exercise is that, without orders and without the existence of anything approaching these, on September 1, the departments had agreed through the National Security Council upon a policy recommendation dealing solely with military operations to carry out the narrow interpretation of the June 27 resolution. This concluded that the resolution was sufficient to authorize military operations north, as well as south of the parallel, to repel the invasion and defeat the invaders, and that General MacArthur should be authorized to conduct them, provided that neither the Russians nor the Communists entered the conflict or announced their intention of doing so. The President approving, the Joint Chiefs went to work on instructions for General MacArthur, a meticulous process which sought his comments at mid-month on an analysis of the problem. During September, through the Indian government, we continued to seek evidence of Chinese intentions toward Korea. Earlier Chinese troop movements into Manchuria had established a means of intervention. At first, however, Ambassador K.M. Panikkar reported Shu Enlai as emphasizing China's peaceable intentions, in which the Indian agreed. However, after Incheon, others in Peking took a different tack, and early in the morning on October 3, Shu summoned Panikkar to the ministry to inform him that if American troops crossed the parallel, China would enter the war. Since on the same day, Wyszynski was calling on the United Nations for a cease-to-fire, the withdrawal of all foreign troops, and a coalition government to rule all Korea until national elections could take place. It was obvious that a combined Sino-Soviet effort was being made to save the North Korean regime. Shu's words were a warning, not to be disregarded, but on the other hand, not an authoritative statement of policy. Instructions to General MacArthur, the Joint Chiefs. Instructions to General MacArthur for Operation North of the 38th Parallel, completed toward the end of September, approved by the State Department and authorized by the President, were dispatched to him on the 27th. They contained an instruction: you will also submit your plan for future operations north of the 38th parallel to the JCS for approval. General MacArthur, while protesting this order by which the chiefs sought to retain final approval of operations, nevertheless filed a plan of operations on the 28th. During these days, I was in New York, presenting both our Uniting for Peace proposal to the General Assembly and our One Package plan to the North Atlantic ministers. On September 28th, the President called me to Washington to discuss the developing Korean situation with him and General Marshall. After lunch in Blair House, on the 29th an officer, with the aid of a large map of Korea, showing the position of all American, South Korean, and North Korean units, described the movements proposed by the General. First, the Joint Chiefs of Staff instructions of September 27. Your military objective is the destruction of the North Korean armed forces. In attaining this objective, you are authorized to conduct military operations, including amphibious and airborne landings or ground operations north of the 38th, entry into North Korea by major Soviet or Chinese Communist forces, no announcement of intended entry, nor a threat to counter our operations militarily in North Korea. Under no circumstances, however, will your forces cross the Manchurian or USSR borders of Korea, and as a matter of policy, no non-Korean ground forces will be used in the northeast provinces bordering the Soviet Union, or in the area along the Manchurian border. Furthermore, support of your operations north or south of the 38th parallel will not include air or naval action against Manchuria or against USSR territory. In the event of the open or covert employment of major Soviet units south of the 38th parallel, you will assume the defense, make no move to aggravate the situation, and report to Washington. You should take the same action in the event your forces are operating north of the 38th parallel, and major Soviet units are openly employed. You will not discontinue air and naval operations north of the 38th parallel merely because the presence of Soviet or Chinese Communist troops is detected in a target area, but if the Soviet Union or Chinese. Communists should announce in advance their intention to reoccupy North Korea and give warning, either explicitly or implicitly, that their forces should not be attacked. You should refer the matter to Washington. The general proposed to send the 8th Army across the parallel on the west coast, through Kaesong and Sariwon, to take the northern capital, Pyongyang, while the X-Corps would be water, lifted to Wonsan on the east coast. It would link up with the western troops along the Wonsan-Pyongyang road. Unfortunately, mine, clearing in Wonsan harbor, delayed the landing until October 26, enabling the North Korean army to escape through the gap. Korean troops sent overland arrived at Wonsan on October 11. Mindful of the warning in the directive, the general proposed to use only South Korean troops north of the line Cheongjo, Yongwon, Hongnam, about 50 miles north of Pyongyang Wonsan and 60 miles southeast of the Yalu at its mouth. He would provide detailed plans later, and ended by saying that there was no indication of present entry into North Korea by major Soviet or Chinese Communist forces. The plan seemed excellently contrived to create a strong military position from which to exploit the possibilities of the North Korean defeat, either to ensure the South by a strong defensive line against a renewal of the attack, or, if the South Koreans were strong enough and the Chinese did not intervene, to move toward the UN goal of a united, free, and independent Korea. With these thoughts in mind, General Marshall and I recommended, and the President approved, the plan of operation. The same day, General Marshall sent General MacArthur for his eyes only telegram saying, "We want you to feel unhampered tactically and strategically to proceed north of the 38th parallel," to which MacArthur replied, "Unless and until the enemy capitulates, I regard all Korea as open for our military operations." Later, this exchange was to cause trouble. MacArthur citing it along with other implausible evidence as release from the inhibition against using other than Korean troops in the northern border provinces. Though I had no knowledge of the messages at the time, it is inconceivable that MacArthur dispensation to violate instructions from the Joint Chiefs of Staff approved by the President, and MacArthur's own plan of operations also approved by the President and himself that very day. To me, the message seems directed towards soothing MacArthur's irritation at being required to submit his plan of operations. He was assured that Washington wanted him to feel unhampered in proceeding north, except as his orders confined him. His plan showed that he understood this perfectly. A united, independent, and democratic Korea, a resolution to restate UN policy for Korea, had been drafted with our participation, and on September 30th was introduced by Kenneth Younger, British Minister of State, CO, sponsored by Australia, Brazil, Cuba, the Netherlands, Norway, Pakistan, and the Philippines. It represented a view that had been growing in the Far Eastern and United Nations divisions of the department during August, and was given a strong push by the success at Incheon. Ambassador Gross had discussed the idea during August with India's Sir Benegal Rao, and Ambassador Austin put up a trial balloon by a speech in the Security Council on August 17. Both seemed to win a favorable reception. The trouble inherent in the resolution itself, and in the encouragement it gave to General MacArthur's adventurism, lay in the fact that it was not thought through, and it masked in ambivalent language the difficulties and dangers against which Kennan had warned in the memorandum discussed earlier. In effect, the resolution revived the dormant United Nations plan of 1947 for what it called a unified, independent, and democratic government of Korea. This long-term aim was to be achieved by 1. Ensuring conditions of stability throughout the country, 2. Holding elections under UN auspices and taking other constituent acts necessary to establish the government, 3. Inviting all sections and representative bodies in the country to cooperate with the United Nations in this effort, 4. Maintaining UN forces in the country only as long as necessary to achieve these objectives, and 5. Providing for the economic rehabilitation of Korea. The resolution was passed October 7. Behind this proposal lay the belief that effort to carry out the 1947 resolution had been blocked by Soviet military power. Soviet forces, however, had been withdrawn, and the substituted North Korean troops defeated and scattered. No opposing military force remained in the north to frustrate UN efforts, and the chances were believed good that neither Russian nor Chinese troops would intervene if only. Korean soldiery attempted to establish whatever degree of order was possible in the rugged country of the extreme north, where even the Japanese had only nominal sovereignty. If the Koreans encountered too heavy resistance, they could fall back to the strong position across the neck. In the light of retrospect, this seems a naive view of the probabilities. But retrospect is to some degree colored by MacArthur's subsequent conduct. If, for instance, General Matthew B. Ridgway